This guy thought all his luck had been spent on winning a massive lottery jackpot. But before he could enjoy it, the doctor told him he did not have long to live. Facing death, he only wished for one more chance to keep living. His wish came true, except Isaac woke in another world as a walking skeleton. Starting as a Badumtier monster, Isaac evolved until he became the Corpse King, ruler of the undead. For centuries, Isaac kept bringing demons back from the brink of death, but he was not doing it for fun or fame. It was all part of a deal with heaven. The deal was simple: finish every mission, and Isaac would regain a human body. After countless years, the day to finally settle that debt had arrived. Isaac left his followers behind and entered heaven alone to meet those who made the deal. Before the gods, he declared his work complete and demanded they honor their promise. After all these years, Isaac wanted only one thing: to live again as a human. Unfortunately, heaven never planned to keep its word, and the gods instantly broke their promise. Instead of giving Isaac a new body, they planned to seal his soul inside a tomb forever. Much later, Isaac woke somewhere unfamiliar with a pounding headache. Remembering heaven's betrayal, he wondered if his skull really had no brain for falling into such an obvious trap. Once his mind cleared, Isaac realized he was no longer controlling a skeleton, but the body of a child. Feeling real flesh and skin stunned him. Had his dream of becoming human finally come true? But Isaac refused to believe the gods who tried to erase him had suddenly become generous. So there was only one reasonable explanation: something had gone wrong with the sealing ritual. While Isaac was thinking, an excited maid announced that the Holy Son was awake, leaving him completely confused by the strange title. The maid regretted that the child woke early, while the male servant beside her wished he had slept longer, as he calmly shook a milk bottle. Seeing these two strangers only made Isaac more suspicious, but at least his new Fleshandblood body seemed real. The maid claimed to feel guilty, without looking sorry at all, then apologized to the Holy Son, and said she was only following orders. They admitted he had just awakened, but their job required putting the Holy Son back to sleep immediately. As the servant brought the suspicious bottle toward his mouth, Isaac sensed trouble. He had just escaped death, and his new life was already in danger. Knowing that bottle contained something dangerous, Isaac struggled desperately to keep it away until the servant lost patience. The servant could not understand why this baby stubbornly refused to drink. Isaac jerked his head away, refusing to fall for such an obvious trap. He had to survive first and figure out why he was inside this body. The servant coaxed Ajak to finish the bottle and enjoy a very long sleep, nearly slipping up and calling it eternal sleep. But Isaac stopped caring about the bottle the moment he heard the name Ajak. A crucial piece clicked into place. Isaac remembered how demons often mistakenly called him King Isaac. Apparently, the long-haired god handling the seal made the same mistake and carved Isaac on the tomb instead of his real name, causing the ritual to fail. By pure coincidence, his escaped soul then entered the body of a child with the matching name. Imagining those arrogant gods failing to double-check and accidentally letting their prey escape, Isaac, now Ajak, grinned with delight. The instant he dropped his guard, the servant seized the chance and shoved the bottle straight into his mouth. Ajak fought back and tried pushing it away, forcing the servant to pin him down and call the maid for help, shocked by the baby's insane strength. The maid quickly joined in, helping hold the bottle as the liquid was forced down Isaac's throat. A disgusting vegetable flavor filled his mouth, making Isaac wonder if they planned to kill him with this nightmare drink on his first day back. Right then, a strange sensation suddenly erupted from deep inside Isaac's new body. Meanwhile, inside a church of the Holy Kingdom of Helen in the Middle East, another conspiracy was already unfolding. Someone believed the child should have been completely dealt with by now. Bishop Massa Barrett was quietly pleased with his plan when an authoritative voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The newcomer immediately noticed the bishop seemed unusually cheerful today. Massa Barrett looked up and saw Alexander Hekuf Hula, the reigning emperor of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. He immediately bowed and respectfully welcomed the man known as the Son of the Holy Kingdom. Alexander Hekuf stayed cautious and directly asked why the bishop had personally come here. Massa Barrett said he came to meet the Holy Son candidate nominated by the Chosua family, since the Holy See could never ignore matters involving that position. Alexander immediately understood his intentions and warned that another incident involving the Holy See's candidate would bring serious consequences. Massa Barrett laughed and pretended he had no idea what the emperor was implying. But before he could continue, a panicked scream from the Holy Son's room made everyone turn around. A servant desperately called for the young master from inside, making it sound like something terrible had happened. Recognizing the maid's voice, Masa Berry secretly smirked before rushing toward the room with Alexander. The emperor wasted no time, shoved the door open, and demanded to know the Holy Son's condition. Still excited, the maid stammered while pointing at the child. Then she suddenly screamed that the young master was simply too adorable. What seemed like a murder scene instantly became everyone admiring the baby's stuffed belly after learning he had finished 15 bottles of vegetable juice. While the room buzzed with excitement, Masa Berry could only grit his teeth because everything had gone completely against his plan. He could not understand how the child was perfectly fine after drinking such a massive amount, because Masa Berry knew those bottles contained far more than ordinary vegetable juice. It all started minutes earlier, when Isaac felt a powerful change inside his body and thought his new life was already ending. But after sensing it for a moment, he realized the situation was completely different. What he drank was a slow-acting poison designed to erode a priest's holy power, and enough of it could eventually kill the victim. The problem was that the poison came from demonic mana, which was basically a supplement for someone who once stood at the top of the demon realm, like Isaac. Realizing someone was feeding him valuable energy for free, Isaac almost wanted to thank whoever poisoned him. With such generous treatment, he had no reason to refuse this free source of power. So Isaac instantly changed his attitude, grabbed the bottle himself, and happily started drinking. One bottle was not enough, so he squirmed for more. The servants thought the Holy Son wanted another dose and eagerly brought him a fresh bottle. Isaac happily absorbed the constant flow of demonic mana, secretly praising his poisoner for accidentally doing him a huge favor. Once he had gathered enough energy, Isaac turned his attention to the next step. Isaac closed his eyes and focused entirely on what lay within. His consciousness slowly withdrew from the outside world and descended through his subconscious, until he reached the primal world at the deepest level of his mind, the perfect place to build a mana core. With no outside interference, Isaac immediately got to work. He gathered all the mana he had absorbed into one point and slowly condensed it into a core. This was essential for magic, because his body first needed somewhere to store and circulate mana. But the moment the core formed in Isaac's hands, it suddenly erupted with light, startling even Isaac. At first, Isaac thought the energy had gone out of control, but a closer look proved otherwise. Mana normally appeared in 3 basic colors, yet this core was pure white, but its color was not what truly shocked him. The mana he initially gathered was so little that it should have created only a tiny core, yet the energy now contained inside was unbelievably massive, far beyond Isaac's calculations. He began wondering just how many blessings this infant body had received. With such an incredible foundation, Isaac's body had the potential to surpass even Isaac's wildest expectations. Deep within his soul also existed a will called survival, a fierce desire to cling to life that had practically become instinct. That very will once became the foundation of the Demon Bone King, granting him countless unique abilities, and now that entire legacy had followed Isaac into his new body. While Isaac focused on completing his mana core within his inner world, outside, the 2 servants saw the motionless baby and assumed the poison had finally worked, even preparing to check if he was dead. But just as the maid spoke, a tiny finger rose. Isaac stayed still, clearly signaling for another bottle. The 2 servants were speechless. Even after that much poison, this baby still refused to go down. Back in the present, seeing the Holy Son unharmed, Alexander Hiccup finally relaxed and assumed the whole thing was just a false alarm. Isaac thought otherwise. Nothing serious happened, except someone had just secretly tried to kill him. As Isaac turned, he caught Masa Berry's strange expression. The bishop was staring directly at him, instantly raising his suspicion. Isaac guessed surviving that much poison had made the bishop suspicious, so acting strangely now could expose him. His best move was to act like a clueless baby, so Isaac decided to hide everything behind pure innocence. With that in mind, he looked at Masa Berry and gave him the most harmless baby smile possible. Ironically, that only made Masa Berry's expression worse. By his calculations, the poison should have left the baby coughing blood and near death. Yet Ajak was perfectly healthy and smiling right at him, making Masa Berry feel like his own target was mocking him. To understand why the bishop wanted him dead, the story goes back several days to the Holy See headquarters. Cardinal Hire Barrett, head of the Barrett family, poured a dark red drink while discussing the Holy Son's immense future power. What annoyed him was that everyone already treated the rival family's child as the chosen one. Standing behind him, Masa Barrett placed a hand over his chest and respectfully promised that every rival candidate for Holy Son would receive their special attention. Hire Barit chuckled and mentioned some troubling news. The Chosua family, known as the Emperor's closest ally, also had a child competing for Holy Sun. Understanding the hidden message, Masa Barit broke into a cold sweat and tried explaining that targeting the Chosua family would be difficult. Before he could finish, Hire threw his glass of red liquid onto the carpet at his feet, instantly silencing every excuse. His order was clear. By the time Masa arrived, that child was to be considered dead. Masa only needed to confirm the result. Hire would personally handle everything afterward. Because to the Barit family head, the position of Holy Sun could belong to no one outside his family. Back in the room, Masa Barit gritted his teeth as Isaac lay there happily smiling after swallowing a massive dose of poison. The plan was guaranteed to kill the child, yet Ajak was not only alive but unbelievably healthy. Just then, Alexander Hikov approached the crib and admired Isaac's striking platinum hair. The Emperor pointed out that his hair matched the founder of the Holy Kingdom, making Masa Barit panic and warn His Majesty against such claims. Only then did Isaac realize the man standing before him was actually the Emperor of this country. Alexander ignored the warning, and even said Ajak felt closer to the divine than the current pope, making him worthy of being the final Holy Sun candidate. Isaac was stunned. He finally understood why everyone had kept calling him the Holy Sun since he woke up. Meanwhile, Masa Barit knew things were turning dangerous. The Emperor was clearly favoring the Chosua child, and he could not allow that to continue. Masa quickly put on a friendly face and requested permission to examine Ajak, making Alexander suspicious of his sudden request. The bishop blamed the baby's massive intake of vegetable juice, but Alexander immediately asked whether a Holy Sun candidate was somehow forbidden from consuming Tusha products. While Isaac found it absurd that a demon king had become a candidate for such a sacred position, Masa kept insisting on an examination as a precaution. Alexander refused for now, deciding to wait until the Joshua family arrived before dealing with the matter. Masa was about to argue when he suddenly froze because Isaac accidentally burped out a tiny trace of demonic energy. Isaac noticed his mistake too and immediately covered his mouth with his tiny hand. He knew the demonic power he had absorbed was not fully processed, and that alone could expose his identity. Uneasy, Isaac glanced at Masa Barit and found the old bishop staring straight at him. After a brief silence, Masa smiled and told the Emperor he had sensed a strange aura from the child that demanded investigation. Isaac knew Masa had detected the demonic aura, and the bishop quickly accused Ajak of being an impostor with demonic power, demanding an inquisitor at once. There was no doubt now. The old man had caught Isaac's mistake, leaving him silently cursing inside. Alexander Hikov exploded in anger, calling Masa arrogant for recklessly accusing a precious saint candidate. Masa stayed calm and reminded the emperor that the pope had publicly recognized the Barit family's child as a saint candidate too. Alexander instantly saw the scheme. Barit wanted to push their own candidate onto the highest seat, no matter who stood in the way. Isaac connected the dots too. This old man wanted him gone just to clear the path for his family's candidate. Without waiting, Masa lifted Isaac from the cradle and ordered his men to summon an inquisitor, making Isaac want to curse him to his face. Isaac was desperately searching for a way out when Alexander suddenly stopped everyone. The emperor stressed that the Joshua family was among the crown's most loyal houses, so Masa had to examine the child carefully before reaching any conclusion. Masa respectfully agreed, acting as though he fully understood His Majesty's request. But then he played another card. The Pope had declared that the Crown Prince's investiture could only happen after the saint's identity was confirmed. Alexander Hikov's expression immediately changed as he understood the hidden threat. If the royal family refused to support the Pope's chosen saint candidate, the Church could delay the Crown Prince's investiture and use royal succession as leverage. Watching Alexander's face, Isaac realized the emperor had been cornered, making him hate these people even more for using his life as a pawn. Masa noticed the hesitation too and confidently suggested verifying Ajak's identity right here instead of handing him to the Holy See. His method was an exorcism. A normal child would be unharmed, but if a demon lived inside, the result would be death. The moment Masa finished speaking, Isaac smashed his milk bottle straight into the bishop's face, drawing blood instantly. Watching one of the old bishop's teeth fly out, Isaac celebrated inside. With his current appearance, he was still just an innocent baby. To make the act perfect, Ajak flashed an adorable smile, as though the attack had been nothing more than a baby's accident. Masa Barit found nothing cute about it. Grinding his teeth from the pain, he wondered what kind of monster that milk bottle was. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted, even more convinced Isaac was the saint. Sasa secretly examined him and confirmed holy power inside, yet the force behind that strike felt strangely wrong. Before he could figure it out, Isaac swung the bottle again and landed several more hits. Isaac enjoyed every blow, treating it as punishment for picking a fight with him. After taking the beating, Masa finally considered a terrifying possibility. Was Isaac using demonic power? He was not the only one who noticed something strange. Alexander Hiccup saw golden light flashing with every strike, and his face lit up with joy. Isaac calmly kept beating him with the bottle, planning to reinforce it with magic while maintaining his harmless baby act so nobody would suspect him. Before long, Masa Berit was beaten down onto one knee. The crowd misunderstood completely, believing the bishop had submitted to divine power. While enjoying the sight, Isaac suddenly noticed a faint golden glow on the bottle. Every time he used demonic power, a trace of holy power appeared with it. Those two energies were natural opposites and should never work together, so Isaac quickly linked this strange phenomenon to the white demonic core inside him. Before he could analyze further, Masa Berit suddenly ripped the bottle from his hand and threw it aside. Glaring furiously at Isaac, he turned to Alexander Hiccup and swore before heaven that this child was a heretic, demanding an immediate purification ritual. Hearing that, Isaac silently decided this bishop was seriously getting on his nerves. While Masa Berit was distracted, Isaac slipped a tiny hand inside his robe. He hated using this trick, but the man had pushed too far and was hiding something very interesting, a relic sealing a high-level demon corpse. The relic exploited a demon trait, absorbing demonic power by consuming the corpses of its own kind. Masa Berit kept it hidden as a last resort against pursuing demons. With that in mind, Isaac pulled a cloth-wrapped arm from the bishop's robe, bound by a cross-marked cord while demonic energy leaked from within. The moment his secret was exposed, Masa Berit's face turned pale with shock. What baffled him was how a newborn like Isaac could possibly know where he had hidden it. But before he could process that question, something even more terrifying happened. Isaac tossed the relic onto the floor and snapped his fingers to trigger it. In his mind, Masa had brought this on himself by constantly provoking him. So Isaac decided to return the favor and let the bishop test himself against the very thing he had kept hidden for so long. The instant Isaac snapped his fingers, the arm on the floor suddenly came alive. Its wrappings unraveled as dense demonic energy poured from the severed limb. An evil pressure instantly filled the room, putting everyone on guard as they stared at the object. Amid the tension, someone suddenly realized the thing awakening before them appeared to be a demon. Alexander kept watch on the demon spirit while questioning Masa Berit. Something this dangerous had appeared here from the bishop's own possession, and that demanded an explanation. Masa insisted Isaac had taken out the relic, but Alexander pointed out the real problem. The relic only sealed dead demon corpses, so why had this one suddenly revived? Before Masa could answer, Alexander ordered the holy knights to protect the saint from both the demon spirit and the bishop. They drew their swords and surrounded the demon. Another holy knight rushed Masa Berit and took Isaac from his arms. Left empty-handed, the bishop could only stare in disbelief at how everything had gone wrong. Safe in the holy knight's arms, Isaac looked at Masa Berit with satisfaction. He had actually planned to use the demon spirit to test the bishop's strength. But when Isaac turned his attention toward the demon, he realized it was staring straight at him. Then the demon spirit roared, "Saint," and went berserk trying to kill him. Isaac was completely confused by this turn of events, but the demon's behavior made one thing clear. Isaac was its first target. Screaming that the saint had to die, the demon spirit charged straight toward him. Seeing the danger, the holy knights immediately formed a defensive line in front of Isaac, ready to protect their young master. Isaac could not understand it. He was the one who freed this demon from its seal, yet the first thing it wanted was to kill its savior. Still, Isaac quickly stopped wondering why. There was an entire squad of holy knights around him, so he figured his life was safe. But before that thought even finished, the demon spirit smashed a holy knight aside with a single blow. Isaac stared suspiciously at the fallen knight, wondering whether these guys really deserved to be called holy knights. The demon spirit blasted through everyone in its path and reached its claws toward Isaac, roaring that killing the saint would save the demon king. The holy knight holding Isaac froze in terror as the demon closed in, instinctively gripping him tighter. Isaac stayed calm. It seemed he would have to tame this thing himself. Isaac could not understand his luck in this life. One enemy after another kept trying to send him to an early grave. He raised his childish face and coldly stared at the demon spirit before him. Isaac had just freed this little demon, yet it was repaying him by trying to kill him. With a single thought, a trace of demonic energy flashed through Isaac's eyes and shot toward the demon spirit. In an instant, its ferocious attack suddenly froze midway. In the demon spirit's eyes, the baby had vanished. In his place stood a terrifying demon bone king, towering above and staring down at it like an insignificant creature. The very next second, Isaac's body erupted with brilliant golden holy light, illuminating the entire room. The demon spirit standing closest to him was almost completely engulfed by the light. Under that overwhelming pressure, it began crying out in terror. While everyone stared at Isaac in shock, the demon spirit seized its chance and bolted through the door. By the time a holy knight shouted that it was escaping, it was already gone like the wind. But hardly anyone cared. Every eye was fixed on Isaac and his golden aura, which was clearly holy power. To them, a baby capable of driving back a high-level demon truly deserved to be their young master. Isaac simply stared at the golden light, flowing from his tiny hands, his mind filling with questions. He had no idea where this energy came from, but it looked exactly like holy power. Even more shocking, all the demonic power inside him was gone. Isaac quickly realized this strange body might be converting demonic power into holy power, but that created another problem. How could he replenish his demonic power when it was extremely rare in the Holy Kingdom? Meanwhile, Massa was restrained by the Holy Knights. Even while pinned down, Massa kept struggling and insisted Isaac was the real heretic using demonic power. He begged to perform an exorcism and expose the child's true identity. Alexander immediately ordered him to shut up. Massa had falsely accused a saint candidate and allowed a high-level demon to appear right among the Holy Knights. Alexander declared that even with the Pope backing him, something this serious could never be overlooked. Massa's face instantly went pale. He knew a full investigation would end very badly for him. Suspicion had already taken root, meaning the spies secretly planted here would eventually be exposed one by one. Once that network collapsed, the Pope's faction would suffer a massive blow. Thinking of his family, Massa decided to risk his life to give them a chance to survive. But before everything ended, he had to eliminate the saint candidate right in front of him. With his mind made up, Massa gritted his teeth and secretly formed a magic circle behind his back. The moment it was complete, a lion-shaped magical beast was summoned and immediately charged toward Isaac. Isaac realized Massa had finally dropped the act. Still, he found it amusing that the man truly believed an attack this weak could kill him. Isaac prepared to use demonic power against the beast, only to remember that all of it had already been converted. Meanwhile, the magical beast rapidly closed the distance and was almost on top of him. Just as danger reached Isaac, a magic attack shot through the doorway and instantly killed the beast. Right after that, a young man entered with several others and coldly demanded to know who dared attack a child of the Joshua family. The newcomer was Riley Joshua, the seventh son of the Joshua family. The Holy Knights immediately stirred as the Azure Saint himself had arrived with Joshua's forces. Riley immediately pointed at Massa and ordered his arrest. His Holy Knights obeyed, while Massa struggled and cursed them as Joshua's dogs, refusing to let their filthy hands touch him. Isaac rested his chin on his hand like a tiny old man. The name Joshua sounded strangely familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. While Isaac searched his memories, Riley turned to his men and ordered them to show their respect. Every Holy Knight behind Riley immediately knelt before Isaac and Hodo, formally greeting the young master of the Joshua family. Their discipline even surprised Isaac, since they looked more organized than the royal knights. Riley approached Isaac and apologized for arriving so late. He knew the incident could not be undone, but he had prepared a small gift to make up for it. Riley then stepped aside and gestured toward a nearby Holy Knight. Curious, Isaac followed his hand with his eyes. When the knight reached into his clothes and pulled out something glittering, Isaac immediately perked up, wondering whether it was gold or maybe even a bag of gold coins. A moment later, the knight respectfully presented the gift. It turned out to be a model depicting the execution of the Demon Bone King. And that was not all. The knight pulled out several more pieces, including one showing the Demon Bone King being burned at the stake. The next one was even worse, showing him getting crushed by a saintess. As more figures appeared, Isaac's face grew stiffer, but no one noticed his true feelings. To them, it only made their young master look cuter. Seeing Isaac nearly in tears, they thought he loved the gifts that much. Inside, Isaac was already despairing. Growing up in a family this weird made him seriously fear for his survival. But then the name Joshua triggered a memory. Isaac finally realized this was the bloodline of the saintesses who had fought him many times. Memories from his previous life quickly surfaced one after another. One woman had stood before him, calling herself Joshua, the 45th saintess. Later, another Joshua appeared as the 61st Holy Son. Someone had even coldly declared that Isaac was unworthy of knowing their name. Putting it all together gave Isaac a headache. They were all from Joshua, and now he had reincarnated as a Holy Son candidate inside that very sacred clan. While Isaac silently cursed his fate, Masa was still struggling on the other side. He furiously cursed Joshua, insisting Isaac was a heretic and demanding to know where they found this suspicious child. Masa vowed to expose the truth, accusing Joshua of protecting a monster. He claimed the entire clan had fallen and needed divine purification. That was enough for Riley, who immediately drew his sword. A flash of steel grazed Masa's neck, leaving only a shallow cut but instantly silencing him. Riley stared at him coldly. He told Masa to consider himself lucky. Only Joshua's mercy was keeping his head attached. Isaac found himself liking Riley. At least that slash stopped the bishop's insults, though he wondered if Riley planned to use this to challenge the Holy See. Isaac then looked at the holy knights surrounding him. They pitied their young master and promised he would only see beautiful things and hear kind words from now on. Isaac could only see them as a bunch of fools. Compared to them, he suddenly remembered Joshua's blue-armored knights. Those were truly hardened warriors. Thinking back, one of Isaac's former subordinates had been so traumatized by them that the color blue haunted him for years. As things finally settled down, Alexander thanked Joshua's people for stepping in once again. He then asked Riley to tell the family head that the imperial family wanted to raise Joshua's young master. Riley immediately asked if His Majesty was joking. Isaac was shocked too. He never expected the imperial family to want to adopt him. Alexander explained that countless powers across the world were already watching this child, and Riley understood that danger better than anyone. Joshua was powerful, but could they truly protect Isaac from every enemy, especially when the Pope was clearly hostile toward him? Isaac's hair also resembled the founder of the Holy Kingdom. Alexander even suspected the Demon Bone King might be watching the child. Isaac immediately protested in his head. He was the Demon Bone King, so why would he target himself? After some thought, Riley politely refused. Isaac carried Joshua blood, so the family would raise and protect him at any cost. Pope or Demon Bone King, Joshua would never retreat. Besides, Melissa, the previous saintess, had always wanted to meet the Demon Bone King again. Alexander quietly admitted that this was indeed true. Riley continued. That was exactly why Joshua could never hand Isaac over, especially since he was a direct descendant of Saintess Melissa. Resting in Riley's arms, Isaac heard Melissa's name and instantly remembered the final opponent he faced before invading the world. Melissa was the saintess Isaac remembered most, both terrifyingly powerful and unbelievably insane. Now Isaac felt fate was mocking him. Reincarnating as a Holy Son candidate was bad enough, but he was also Melissa's direct descendant. As for the title of Saintess, its origins came from the Holy Kingdom's long war against the Demon Bone King. After countless defeats, the Holy Kingdom finally created the Saintess as their ultimate trump card against the Demon Bone King. Saintesses were divine weapons sent to punish evil, standing at the peak of demon hunters and the highest rank of the Knights of Light. With such overwhelming power, everyone believed the Demon Bone King's defeat was near. Saintesses had near divine offense and defense, incredible vitality, self-destruction abilities, striking beauty, growing power, and extremely long lifespans. Yet history remembered the Demon Bone King as an unbelievably cruel existence. Isaac felt completely wronged. He had never actually killed a saintess, since that would only create bigger problems for himself later. Whenever a saintess died, her holy power returned to God, becoming the foundation for the gods to create an even stronger successor. That made Isaac even more stunned. Melissa was already terrifyingly powerful, yet now she was somehow his ancestor. Riley spoke reverently of Melissa, who had devoted her life to awaiting the Demon Bone King's destruction. Joshua had always raised saints to fight God's enemies, so leaving Isaac with them was perfectly safe. Hearing that argument, Alexander raised an eyebrow and fell into thought. A holy knight added that countless saintesses had suffered because of the Demon Bone King. Isaac felt completely framed since he never killed them. One saintess had even been abandoned in a labyrinth because she was too weak to fight him. Isaac immediately protested in his head. He had shown her the exit, but who knew she was hopeless with directions? 5 others supposedly died from rage and curses after meeting him. Isaac nearly lost it. If they were sick, they should have seen a doctor. Seeing his face turn red, Riley thought he was scared and promised to protect him from any curse. That only annoyed Isaac more. Riley then lifted Isaac up, happily calling his birth a precious gift to the world. His parents had only left behind one simple wish. They hoped their son would grow up and never follow the same path as the Demon Bone King. Those words hit Isaac like a critical blow. He instantly froze, completely speechless. He could only apologize silently to the parents he had never met. Their wish had already failed from the very beginning. Alexander then turned to Riley and asked her to reconsider. After all, 150 years had passed since the Demon Bone King was sealed. Isaac was stunned. After a century and a half, Melissa should have died long ago, especially since she was already around 50 back then. Alexander explained that the demons were rapidly expanding their power, making the Holy Sun crucial for the Holy Kingdom to regain the advantage. The imperial family needed Isaac, especially since Joshua had no saintess guarding them now. Isaac's saintess mother gave birth to him a year ago, then vanished with her husband. That revelation stunned Isaac all over again. His mother in this life was actually a saintess. Riley remained unfazed. Even without Isaac's parents, Joshua still had Melissa protecting the clan. Isaac held his head, thinking nothing could shock him anymore. Having a saintess for a mother was already enough. But fate was not finished with him. Alexander revealed that Melissa was still hunting the Demon Bone King's remaining followers. Riley happily added that she would return soon, eager to meet her descendant. Hearing Melissa's name again, Isaac buried his face in his hands. By his calculations, she was nearly 200 years old and somehow still alive. Alexander said Melissa's return might still take some time, then noticed Isaac acting strangely and asked if something was wrong. Riley calmly insisted the baby was perfectly fine. Isaac wanted to cry. How was this fine? His most terrifying enemy was still alive, and if Melissa discovered his true identity, she might burn him at the stake. Of everyone fate could throw at him, it had to be Melissa. Knowing staying here meant waiting for disaster, Isaac immediately found an escape route and grabbed Alexander's finger. He put on his cutest innocent face, sending one desperate message through his actions: "Your Majesty, take me with you." Alexander immediately brightened and pointed out that the baby had clearly chosen to return with the imperial family. Riley explained that Isaac simply liked being close to people. Alexander refused to back down, holding one hand and insisting the imperial family could give him the best upbringing. He argued that Joshua had produced many saints, but they had little experience actually raising children. Riley immediately grabbed Isaac's other arm, pulled him back, and fired back with her own argument. Isaac would become an exorcist knight destined to wipe out demons, and Joshua specialized in training such warriors. Besides, he was history's first holy son, so the imperial family had no more experience than them. The argument quickly became a tug-of-war. Alexander wanted Isaac at the palace, while Riley insisted on keeping him with Joshua. Pulled from both sides, Isaac silently begged for help. A holy knight finally stepped in, warning them that their young master was getting hurt. Alexander and Riley stopped pulling, but neither released Isaac. Inside, he screamed that he had already chosen the imperial family, so Riley should just let go. Isaac had no plans to die young, and his ability to see the desire to survive showed streams of light gathering around the emperor. The message was obvious. Staying with Alexander would greatly improve his chances of survival, and Isaac was not passing up that deal. The arm Alexander held suddenly shone with brilliant golden light. The emperor smiled proudly, convinced the Holy Sun had made the right choice. But a moment later, Isaac suddenly froze as something happened that reminded him of that night. Under the cover of darkness, a secret meeting was taking place in a deserted location. Masa knelt before several hooded figures, protesting that the judgment was unfair. He had seen the child use demonic power himself, so Isaac had to carry the Demon King's blood. Their leader coldly questioned him. Divine power was granted by the gods, so how could some lowly demon possibly control it? Moonlight revealed the face beneath the hood. The one leading this meeting was He-Ray. Just then, someone behind He-Ray drew a sword and slowly approached Masa. Panicking, Masa insisted he had definitely seen demonic power. As a churchman, he could never mistake it for holy power. He-Ray remained unmoved, coldly declaring that the Holy See despised every word Masa had just spoken. Masa barely managed to call out to the cardinal before the blade flashed, severing his head on the spot. Standing over the headless corpse, He-Ray showed no emotion. He simply added that Masa's words were an insult to the gods themselves. A subordinate suggested gathering another force to continue the mission, but He-Ray refused since Alexander had already taken Isaac away. According to him, Isaac entering imperial territory would create even more assassination opportunities. They only had to wait, and next time the target could not survive. Behind him, the black-cloaked figures stood silently in the darkness, awaiting their leader's next command. Their leader smiled sinisterly. The emperor would keep Isaac nearby, and imperial territory offered plenty of chances to strike. They could plan everything carefully. Knowing the Holy Sun candidate had survived their previous attempt only fueled his killing intent. Next time, Isaac had to disappear for good. Time shifted to a clear morning, with sunlight pouring through the window and filling the room. Meanwhile, Isaac lay there casually picking his ear, completely unaware that someone was plotting his death. Beneath the clear blue sky, a luxurious carriage traveled under heavy guard. Inside, Isaac confirmed that his destination was Joshua. That news completely blindsided the cloaked faction. Their leader froze in shock, while his followers realized something had gone very wrong. To understand how things ended up like this, we need to go back a few days, when an intense light suddenly appeared in the room and caught Isaac's attention. Even in Alexander's arms, the light was so bright that Isaac covered his eyes with his tiny hands. The source was Riley, who seriously admitted that Joshua was not ideal for raising a child. Riley placed a hand over his chest and bowed sincerely, admitting his homeland was mostly filled with demon trophies and manacores. To Isaac, the light of desire to survive around him was unbelievably intense. The more Riley talked, the brighter he became until he looked like a giant lamp. According to him, Joshua's greatest treasure was nothing more than the Demon King's skeleton. The moment little Isaac heard that, his body froze. He pictured the skeleton sealed inside a wooden coffin and realized his former body was in their hands. Isaac quickly grabbed Vele's index finger, almost blaming his uncle for hiding something this important. Seeing his nephew's strange reaction, Vele finally stopped talking. Isaac clenched his other hand, raised one finger, and babbled desperately. In his mind, the message was obvious. "Look at me." Resting in the Emperor's arms, Isaac flashed his sweetest smile, kept holding Vele's finger, and tried to show that he wanted to go to Rotsua. Seeing his nephew choose him, Vele turned red with joy and excitedly called Isaac's name. Back in the present, the carriage traveled beneath blue skies and white clouds, with sunlight pouring over the trees. Isaac relaxed in a cradle inside the luxurious carriage, hands behind his head and legs crossed. Leaving the royal family was risky, but reclaiming his old body left him no better choice. What Isaac truly wanted was the skeleton holding the massive mana he had spent his entire previous life cultivating. Once he reclaimed that godlike body, even Levelton opponents would no longer be worth worrying about. Isaac also remembered how Relay's desire to survive had shone almost blindingly bright. Following his uncle to Rotsua now seemed like the perfect way to stay alive. Riley sat beside Isaac's cradle, while a Blue Knight commander sat across from them. He wondered why the Pope's forces kept targeting young Isaac, and Isaac immediately perked up because he wanted that answer too. After Isaac kept pressing for answers, Riley finally explained that the gods had foretold a saint who would one day be regarded as the child of God. Isaac was instantly stunned. The commander quickly realized that this saint would become the next pope. Riley confirmed it, explaining why the Barrett family wanted a saint so badly, while Isaac wondered what insane direction this situation was heading. After all, the pope stood at the very peak of the clergy and could wield Levelton holy magic. To priests and holy knights, the pope was practically a monarch. Even in the Holy Kingdom, his authority was only slightly below the emperor's. Isaac quietly connected the pieces. For thousands of years, the Barrett family had repeatedly produced popes, so naturally every other faction wanted a saint of their own. While the conversation continued, the carriage suddenly stopped. A commotion outside immediately drew everyone's attention to the window. Relay opened the door and asked what was happening. The nervous driver said they had reached the duchy, but trouble was blocking the road ahead. Before he could explain further, a group of soldiers marched over from the gate. Two soldiers crossed their spears to block the road, while their leader raised a hand and coldly declared that the group was forbidden from entering the duchy. Isaac had no idea what was happening now. Riley stormed outside, furious that they dared block a carriage bearing the Rotsua family crest, and demanded to know who trained them. The leader remained unfazed. He flashed a grin full of sharp fangs and declared that anyone from Rotsua was especially forbidden from passing. The three soldiers then revealed their true forms, exposing demonic claws and fangs. Their mission was clear: kill the child carrying the Saintess bloodline. A Blue Knight instantly recognized them as demons. Isaac was just as confused, since he had personally forbidden demon forces from operating in human territory. Now he wanted to know what the new Demon King was thinking. The leader burst into laughter and announced their king's command to the lowly humans. Any saint or saintess who appeared had to be eliminated immediately. He then invoked the name of the great skeleton Demon King, King Isaac, and declared that the saint must die. Isaac cursed inwardly because he had never issued such a ridiculous order. The demon kept talking, urging Relay to hand over the child. In return, His Majesty the skeleton Demon King would generously spare his life. But the threat had barely ended when blue lightning tore through the air and struck the leader. When the flash faded, only his charred corpse remained. The two demons froze, realizing the lowly Blue Knight they mocked had attacked. The Blue Knight gritted his teeth with killing intent. Insulting someone under House Rotsua's protection had sealed their fate. Rai immediately pointed his blade at the two demons blocking the gate and ordered them to listen carefully. Pulling the sword before him, Rai began his oath, swearing to use his strength to protect every innocent life in this world. He raised his sword toward the sky. Every Blue Knight followed, swearing House Rotsua would hunt evil to the depths of hell and erase it completely. Rai then mocked the evil Skeleton King for sending his servants here to steal someone under his protection. Hearing their master insulted sent the two demons into a rage. They charged forward, roaring that a mere human like Rai was far too arrogant. One attacked first, while shouting Isaac's name, declaring everything was for the day their king would rise again. As the battle erupted, the Blue Knight commander quickly pulled Isaac out of the carriage. The moment they escaped, the carriage exploded behind them. Carrying Isaac away from the battlefield, the commander apologized for the rough treatment. Isaac had no idea what was happening. One thought immediately crossed his mind: was someone impersonating him and giving orders? Only after putting enough distance between them and the battlefield did the commander finally stop. He gently set Isaac down and told the young master to stay there for now. A blue barrier instantly surrounded Isaac. After securing him, the commander promised to return, while Isaac realized it was a protective barrier. He touched the barrier and quickly judged its defense. Even a high-ranking demon would struggle to break through it. But instead of worrying, Isaac looked delighted. If nothing outside could enter, then whatever was inside would also struggle to escape. With that thought, he closed his eyes, activated survival instinct, and began unlocking his mana. Isaac sat cross-legged and focused on his magic. He then summoned an intelligent magical entity known as the Observer. The Observer immediately jumped into Isaac's arms like a puppy, reunited with its owner, calling him master. Isaac quickly warned it through their mental link to stay quiet before they were discovered. The Observer finally calmed down, saying it thought it would never see its master again. Isaac sighed, since he had also believed he was going to die. Seeing the Observer act like an excited child reminded Isaac how long they had been apart. It began as scouting magic, but Isaac gave it independent thought so it could analyze information for him. Over time, it developed its own personality, though its mind remained childish. The Observer instantly praised Isaac's undying wickedness and even congratulated him for stealing an innocent child's body. Annoyed, Isaac immediately shut it down. The little spirit circled the barrier, furious over what those hateful gods had done. It refused to believe Isaac could ever be trapped inside such a weak child's body, but Isaac ordered it to stop talking and find the target. After receiving the order, the Observer obediently began its mission. Mana rapidly spread from its body, scanning everything within a 100-meter radius. The Observer detected 88 hostile targets, all monsters fighting the Blue Knights. It kept praising Isaac, but he only cared about the number. 8 Yite enemies sounded less like an ambush and more like a war. Isaac immediately considered the consequences. This attack would tighten security across House Rotsua's territory, making it harder to summon his servants. He had to finish his plans before the family uncovered his secrets. Inside the barrier, Isaac lowered himself and decided to handle this personally. Even if it drained all his stored mana, he could not wait any longer. The Observer was confused by his sudden seriousness, but as it kept watching the battlefield, it quickly updated the count. Only 51 enemies remained. Even the Observer was shocked by how fast the targets vanished. Before long, 51 dropped to 31, making Isaac freeze at the strange development. Before he could figure it out, the count fell again to 13. On the battlefield, the Blue Knights stayed alert while fighting, until one spotted something approaching. Rai immediately ordered everyone into a defensive formation. The demons were nearly wiped out, with the Observer confirming only 4 remained. But instead of panicking, the survivors looked up in excitement. Their long-awaited reinforcement had finally arrived. One demon excitedly called on the others to join forces with the newcomer and kill the saint today. The newcomer appeared as a strange, dark silhouette, quietly repeating the word saint in a chilling voice. The remaining demons tried to praise the skeleton demon king, but a purple streak pierced through them mid-sentence. Their supposed reinforcement wiped them out instantly. The sudden turn stunned the Blue Knights. None of them could tell whose side this creature was on. Beside Isaac, the Observer happily reported that every hostile target was gone. But instead of relaxing, Isaac felt something was very wrong. A lich now stood in the middle of the battlefield, its presence alone putting the knights on edge. The Observer also confirmed that the creature was indeed a lich. Somehow, the lich completely misunderstood the situation and flew into a rage. These filthy humans had dared touch its king, so they would all pay with their lives. Isaac's expression immediately darkened. He had no idea what kind of ridiculous conclusion his servant had reached. The Lich's gaze turned icy as all its attention focused on the one it recognized as its king and only master. Its fury grew even stronger, believing these humans had trapped its noble king inside the body of a lowly child. The twisted emotions within the Lich erupted when it saw Isaac, the one who had once freed it. Turning toward the knights, it roared that their filthy eyes were unworthy of looking at the body containing its master. It even threatened to rip out the eyes of anyone who kept staring. The Blue Knight commander understood nothing and asked Rylai what the demon was screaming about. The reason was simple. Demon language was completely different from human speech, so none of the humans could understand a word. Inside the barrier, the observer enjoyed the chaos, while Isaac watched helplessly. The Lich had clearly recognized him as the Skeleton King. Its ability to track its master was impressive, but the timing could not be worse. Before Isaac could finish thinking, the order to attack rang out. Every knight responded at once and prepared for battle. Seeing them ready to charge, the Lich gave Isaac an even bigger headache. Of all times, his servant had chosen to appear in the middle of a crowded battlefield. Trapped safely behind the barrier, Isaac could only wave his arms and yell, in a childish voice nobody understood, desperately trying to protect his property. That Lich was a massive mana reserve, and losing it would hurt badly. Seeing the young master suddenly screaming, the commander worried he might attract the demon's attention. He quickly reassured young master Iajak that everything would be handled. But before he finished, the Lich's booming laughter echoed across the battlefield. The moment it saw Ajak, the Lich grabbed its face in pure joy. To it, its master had finally recognized its existence. But the humans only saw a demon laughing wildly, making the commander warn Rylai that it seemed to be provoking them. The next instant, the Lich ignored the knights completely and shot straight toward Isaac, desperate to return to its master's side. Rylai reacted instantly and realized the creature's target had been Isaac from the very beginning. As soon as the Lich reached the barrier, it raged at the Holy Knights for leaving Isaac in such an unclean place. Meanwhile, Isaac was secretly relieved that his servant had finally noticed him. Seeing the Lich come to him, Isaac immediately perked up. At least no one could destroy his precious mana source now, so he ordered it to break the barrier first. The Lich was overjoyed by its master's command and immediately raised its claws. Without hesitation, it slammed its hand into the barrier, declaring that it would obey Isaac's will. Seeing the barrier under attack, the commander panicked and shouted that young master's protection was about to collapse. Relay's expression changed instantly as he anxiously called out Isaac's name. But Isaac reacted completely differently. Watching the barrier shatter, he smiled in satisfaction. The moment he was free, Isaac grabbed the Lich's hand, released his mana, and praised his servant for a job well done. But right after the praise, Isaac withdrew his mana from the Lich and ordered it to stop causing trouble and return to rest. The sudden turn left the Lich horrified. As its body was pulled back into the totem, it could only cry out for its master before disappearing completely. Back inside the totem, the Lich remained deeply upset, unable to understand why Isaac had treated it this way. Just then, Rylai and the commander arrived and witnessed everything. An unbelievable possibility immediately crossed Rylai's mind. His nephew was unharmed and even smiling, while a nearby totem had just absorbed the demon. Rylai immediately thought of a holy art that could turn demons into totems. The commander had no doubts at all. Instead, he was thrilled that Isaac's first attempt had succeeded perfectly, proving the boy was a rare genius. The Blue Knights quickly began praising young Master Isaac. As far as they knew, only a saintess, cardinal, or someone even higher could use such a holy art. Isaac had no idea how to react, since he had clearly used magic, not holy power. While everyone celebrated, Rylai quietly observed without joining them. Thinking it over, he admitted the phenomenon looked exactly like a holy art that turned demons into totems. But such an advanced technique should release obvious holy power, and he had sensed nothing. The commander dismissed the concern, saying true potential often awakens under extreme danger. Remembering how the Lich shattered the barrier to reach Isaac only strengthened his belief. He assumed the demons saw young Master as a threat and rushed in to eliminate him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, praising Isaac's talent and declaring him the holy son they had been waiting for. Rylai could only stare at him speechlessly. When the commander tried to kiss Isaac's cheek in excitement, the annoyed boy pushed him away. Rylai kept thinking, even the demons had taken notice of this child. Holy son or not, Isaac clearly possessed something extraordinary. But another concern quickly darkened Rylai's mood. Isaac was still a boy. His expression turned serious as he remembered the Skeleton King's curse. Every male born into House Joshua suffered from it, but before he could dwell on it, the commander suddenly spoke with determination. Holding little Isaac in his arms, he swore as commander of the Blue Knights to protect the boy's future and the future of House Joshua. His declaration briefly caught Riley off guard. Moments later, the weight vanished from Relay's face, replaced by a smile. He realized he had been obsessing over something that might never happen. Reaching out for Isaac, Riley wondered why he should keep fearing the Skeleton King's curse. With this much talent, the child could easily become the pride of House Joshua. He happily lifted his nephew and decided it was time to head home, promising to personally teach Isaac many things from now on. Riley believed Isaac had the talent to become an outstanding holy knight. Isaac smiled brightly in his arms, but his thoughts were completely different. He had no intention of following that path. He just wanted to get home and find a way to reclaim his real body. But Relay's next words took Isaac several seconds to process. He said that even if his nephew did not have long to live, he would protect him at any cost. Isaac instantly froze, unable to understand the terrifying revelation he had just heard. Riley kept dreaming big, saying Isaac's name would one day shake the entire continent. Isaac babbled in panic, trying to ask about that short-life comment, but Riley thought he was excited and kept going, leaving Isaac helplessly misunderstood. Riley even declared that once they got home, he would teach Isaac how to curse that damn Bone Demon King. Hearing his true identity insulted to his face, Isaac's expression darkened. Just who the hell was his uncle cursing? After the long journey, they finally reached Duke Rotsua's estate. The massive grounds and lavish scenery screamed wealth. Golden statues stood throughout the estate, showing just how insanely rich this family was. Even the resting areas were huge and luxurious, with every comfort imaginable. Looking out from the carriage, Isaac was stunned and furious with envy. His demons suffered because of humans, while the Rotsua family lived in absurd luxury. Just estimating this estate's value made his heart ache. He remembered the little demons begging him for food every day. Isaac had struggled just to keep them fed, while these nobles lived like kings. Damn capitalists. The scouting ghost was equally amazed, saying, a few golden statues could buy Demon King castles better than their shabby base. Annoyed, Isaac told it to shut up. He already knew. While Isaac was still looking around, Uncle Riley picked him up and introduced the Joshua family estate, where family members began training to hunt demons and perform exorcisms. Riley then carried Isaac to another window, opened it, and told him to look below. On the lawn, a Bone Demon King dummy hung from a cross while teenagers used it for target practice. Riley happily said Isaac would join them in a few years. The kids beat the dummy with sticks while chanting together, demanding the Demon King die. The more they hit it, the crazier they became. They called the Demon King worthless, and screamed that even tearing him apart would not satisfy them. Even after boarding the carriage, those murderous chants echoed in Isaac's head. Riley looked delighted, while Isaac wondered how this family raised children to become this fanatical. After thinking it over, Isaac calmed himself down. Things were not bad enough to panic yet. Then Isaac came up with an even crazier plan: infiltrate the Holy Kingdom, eliminate the Emperor, and turn the whole place into the Isaac Empire. The ghost laughed, saying a mighty Bone Demon King should ignore petty mockery. Isaac cursed its big mouth and ordered it to scout the area. Receiving the order, the ghost immediately obeyed. Soon, more than a dozen glowing points appeared across Isaac's vision, instantly catching his attention. Isaac lit up when he realized they were all mana cores, more than a dozen in total. Even the ghost was shocked, and wondered how many demons this family had killed to collect so many. Before long, the carriage stopped, and the driver announced that the young master had arrived. Riley carried Isaac down and ordered a room prepared so the boy could stay with him. But the butler who greeted them immediately looked troubled. The butler apologized and explained that prior orders required Isaac to stay in the annex. Relay's face darkened, unable to understand why his nephew was being sent there. Isaac also found it strange, wondering what was happening inside the main residence. He complained inwardly. He had barely arrived, yet trouble was already piling up. Relay's grew even more irritated, because the annex was hardly a good place for Isaac. The Joshua family already seemed chaotic enough after leaving a newborn outside, and he suspected something major would eventually happen here. Riley blamed his brother for making such an absurd decision. Isaac completely agreed. Why leave a luxurious mansion just to live in some annex? Right then, the ghost chuckled and revealed that the mana cores Isaac wanted were inside that very annex. His opinion changed instantly. Relay refused to argue with the butler and carried Isaac inside, declaring he would never leave him somewhere so dangerous. But Isaac wanted to scream that he had changed his mind. The annex was exactly where he needed to go. Relay happily invited Isaac to his room, promising a bedtime story about the saintess purifying the Bone Demon King. To Isaac, that sounded like an exorcism aimed directly at him. Worse, Rylai planned to teach him techniques specifically meant to defeat the Bone Demon King. Just as they moved on, someone blocked their path and coldly said Rylai was making too much fuss over some stray child. The man reminded him that he was the one who ordered Isaac to be sent to the annex. Standing with his arms crossed, he challenged Rylai, asking whether his younger brother planned to openly defy him after all this time. This man was Gowel Joshua, the fifth son of the Joshua family. Isaac stared at his fifth uncle, who looked exactly like a villain, and quickly formed an opinion. This guy was definitely the family villain. Gowel got straight to the point, telling Rylai to hand Isaac over so he could take the boy to the annex. Rylai refused, insisting Isaac carried Joshua blood and could not be sent to the place reserved for unwanted family members. Isaac immediately realized his fifth uncle clearly did not want him here. Rylai held Isaac tighter and told Gowel to move because he still had a story about the skeleton demon king being purified. Isaac nearly cried. Just put him down and send him to the annex already. Gowel stepped closer, poked Isaac's cheek, and laughed. Then he asked Rylai where he found such a skinny child who looked like nothing but bones. Gowel even crudely denied that Isaac was a Joshua descendant. Isaac gritted his teeth. He wanted the annex, but this guy acted more like a thug than a priest. Still, Isaac quickly ignored him. Reaching the annex and collecting the manacores came first. But then Rylai stared at Gowel and said he knew exactly what his brother was planning. According to Rylai, Gowel wanted Isaac in the annex so everyone would believe the child was cursed, removing him from the family's succession struggle. The moment Isaac heard that, he froze. His attitude instantly changed. Getting pushed out was unacceptable because Isaac planned to use this entire family for his own goals. His plan was simple: become a saint, rise to pope, then hunt down those damn gods and settle his old debt. Gowel remained unfazed, mocking the fact that a demon had supposedly emerged from Isaac. Maybe the child was already cursed. The squad captain immediately objected, saying Isaac had helped destroy that demon. He argued that the demon targeting Isaac only proved how special the boy was. Another knight agreed, mentioning Isaac's saint-level holy power. Gowel merely sneered, sarcastically praising them for glorifying an ordinary child. If Isaac was truly the next saint, then Gowel wanted proof. The ghost immediately suggested summoning a meteor to show Gowel what Isaac could really do. Isaac nearly cursed it out for such an insane idea. Gowel turned away and insisted that anyone praised as a future saint should prove they deserved the title. His eyes landed on a withered tree nearby. Apparently, he had already chosen Isaac's test. The tree had no life left, and a dark aura lingered around it. Gowel called it a symbol of the Joshua family, and challenged Isaac to revive the tree their patriarch once treasured. He explained that the sacred tree had died from a noble's dharma. If Isaac truly had the potential to become a saint, reviving it should be the bare minimum. Gowel stressed that this only mattered if everyone's praise about Isaac was actually true. Rylai pulled Isaac closer and reminded him how young the boy was. Even Isaac felt nervous, wondering how Melissa's descendants had turned out this ruthless. Isaac continued judging the family. The eldest son was nowhere to be found, while the fifth was a complete menace. But then something near the sacred tree suddenly caught his attention. Isaac stared toward it, his mouth falling open when he noticed something unusual. The ghost had no idea what Isaac saw and cheerfully asked what was wrong. Isaac immediately grabbed the ghost, refusing to let it keep watching the show. Caught off guard, the ghost had no clue what Isaac was about to make it do. Isaac threw the ghost straight toward the sacred tree and ordered it to clean up whatever was there. The ghost barely yelled, "Wait," before flying away. Meanwhile, Rylai was still arguing with Gowel, saying it was ridiculous to make a baby who could not even speak revive Atri dead for 70 years. But their argument was suddenly interrupted by rustling leaves. Rylai froze, while Gowel turned around and instantly lost his composure. Rylai could hardly believe his eyes, because the sacred tree itself was changing. The once withered tree covered in dark energy was completely transformed. Its branches came back to life as fresh green leaves spread across them. Seeing the sacred tree truly revived, Rylai was overjoyed and could barely believe what had happened. Gowel stood frozen. Neither purification nor healing magic had ever stopped the tree from dying, yet now it was thriving before his eyes. He had no idea what the hell had happened. Isaac, however, was very pleased with his reaction because the answer was actually simple. Isaac proudly took credit in his head. Dark mana had gathered around the roots, so he simply had the ghost absorb it all. The exhausted ghost soon returned and reported that every trace of mana was gone. The squad captain stammered, asking what Rylai had done to revive the sacred tree, but Rylai was just as confused because he had done absolutely nothing. Hearing that, the captain slowly turned toward Isaac as another possibility crossed his mind. Resting in Relay's arms, Isaac sighed and babbled words only he and the ghost understood. He was devastated that all that mana had simply gone to waste. Hearing this, the ghost asked whether its master wanted it to spit all the mana back out. While master and servant mourned the wasted mana, the captain excitedly declared that Isaac had revived the sacred tree. The knights immediately erupted in cheers, startling Isaac with their enthusiasm. Amid the celebration, Gowl alone refused to accept it. His entire plan had fallen apart. No Joshua had revived the sacred tree in all these years, so how could a baby like Isaac possibly do it? Gowl immediately assumed someone had secretly helped Isaac. While he desperately searched for excuses, the knights lifted Isaac like a hero and showered him with praise. Cheers for young Master Isaac echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, Gowl became convinced Rylai had staged everything, from the earlier demon incident to the sacred tree's revival. Believing he had finally figured it all out, Gowl clenched his fists and trembled with rage. He turned to Rylai and insisted that his brother was behind everything. Furious, Gowl grabbed Rylai by the collar and shouted that the saintess must have helped him stage the sacred tree's revival as Isaac's achievement. Rylai pulled his hand away and asked what the hell he was talking about. Gowl nearly lost control and kept accusing Rylai of scheming. Rylai shot back that the saintess had disappeared, and he did not even know where to find her. The knights fell silent as tension rose between the brothers. Isaac could only think Melissa should have spent less time hunting demons and more time fixing her family. Looking at his fifth uncle's furious face, Isaac saw absolutely no resemblance to Melissa. Would sooner believe Rylai was Melissa in disguise. The ghost curiously asked who Gowl reminded him of instead. Isaac immediately thought of someone else. His fifth uncle felt much more like that damn pope. Gowl shouted that Rylai should stop pretending. In his eyes, bringing Isaac back was clearly meant to make him the next saint candidate. What angered him most was that the family already had a chosen candidate, yet Rylai had forced Isaac into the competition. That immediately caught Isaac's attention, so the Joshua family already had another candidate, and Gowl was clearly supporting them. The ghost laughed that its master finally had a rival, though Isaac did not look worried at all. Isaac was actually intrigued. Anyone backed so fiercely by someone like Gowl probably was not innocent either, so defeating this rival might be pretty entertaining. After thinking about it, even the ghost admitted Isaac's reasoning was not entirely wrong. Rylai finally snapped and asked whether the whole family planned to abandon Isaac. He was still their nephew and carried the eldest son's blood, giving him every right to become the future leader of the Joshua family. Gowl immediately dismissed that claim with contempt. In his eyes, their eldest brother had run away when the family needed him most. Bringing up the past only made Gowl angrier. He blamed Relay for waiting until now to reveal that their eldest brother even had a child. Listening from the side, Isaac finally understood why the family treated him so coldly, while the ghost was speechless at how calmly its master accepted his own situation. Gowl suddenly turns vicious, reminding everyone that Isaac is still the saintess's son. Even if he was brought in from outside, his mother's blood still gives him value. He goes even further, saying no one can prove Isaac is really the eldest son's child. He even claims Isaac only looks decent because of his mother. Gowl then suggests that if Isaac has value, they could use him to preserve the bloodline someday. The moment he says it, Rylai punches him straight in the face. Gowl reels from the blow, furious and stunned that Rylai actually dared to hit him. Rylai has no intention of apologizing. He warns Gowl that insulting Isaac like that will never go unanswered. The knights turn pale, while Isaac happily picks up more useful information from their fight. Rylai keeps overpowering Gowl until the knights rush in and pull them apart. Isaac sees this divided family as an advantage, since taking control later will be much easier. Isaac can only make baby noises, but inside he is laughing with delight. This family is already falling apart without anyone lifting a finger. The ghost points out one fatal problem. If the Joshua family collapses, Isaac will go down with them. Annoyed, Isaac tells it to stop talking nonsense. After the chaos finally settles, everyone heads inside the luxurious mansion. Isaac is placed right on top of the table, his tiny face clearly showing his bad mood. The more he thinks about it, the more irritated he gets. Nothing since arriving here has gone his way. A family meeting quickly begins around the long table. As everyone gathers, they start whispering about the newly arrived child and what to do with Isaac. Surrounded by those stares, Isaac can only wonder if anyone in the Joshua family is normal. This is certainly a strange way to welcome an heir. The insults keep coming. Someone mocks Melissa, saying the family raised a country girl into a saintess, only for her to give birth to a useless son. They even claim she never deserved the title. Isaac is nearly boiling with rage. As the room fills with chatter, a woman suddenly orders everyone to be silent. She turns to Riley and reminds him that the family agreed to secretly raise Isaac in the annex. She is Hannah Joshua, Eli Joshua's second wife, and the current acting head of the family. Hannah coldly asks why Riley brought Isaac here against their decision. Hearing her open hostility, Isaac suspects she was the one who arranged his exile to the annex. Gowel clutches his treated nose and bitterly urges Riley to answer the acting head. Isaac figures Hannah must be related by marriage to this obnoxious uncle. Instead of answering, Riley asks where his father is right now. Hannah says he has left town, admitting that the latest Saint candidate selection has thrown the entire family into chaos. Riley simply says it is unfortunate that his father is not here. Then he drops a bombshell on the entire room. Isaac, the family's eldest grandson, is the one who revived the sacred tree. Hannah and Gowel instantly jump to their feet. Gowel immediately rejects the claim. A child like Isaac could never do that. At most, the Rachua family's prayers were finally answered. A female elder agrees. Even the family head could not heal the sacred tree, so how could a child do it? Hannah sits back down and sides with her. A calculating smile appears on Hannah's face. As far as she is concerned, Riley has no proof. The others quickly agree with the acting head, calling the sacred tree's recovery a blessing instead. Isaac watches them with a mocking smile. The little boy stretches both hands forward. If they want proof, he will show them himself. A burst of blue light suddenly flashes, making Gowel and Hannah freeze. Even Riley and the surrounding elders cannot hide their shock. In the middle of the room, energy condenses into a blue crystal above Isaac's hands. Confidently, he signals everyone to watch closely. One elder is so horrified by the energy coming from it that he can barely speak. Every eye locks onto the crystal floating before Isaac. Finally, the elder realizes it carries the power of the sacred tree itself. Isaac looks delighted as he enjoys the stunned faces of everyone who doubted him. After that demonstration, the elders gathered around the table. One concluded that Isaac had removed the corrupting manna from the sacred tree. Another elder found that hard to believe, but the female elder argued it was the best explanation, since Isaac had just turned that same manna into matter. An elder with glasses added that direct exorcism was effective, but extremely dangerous. One mistake could kill the sacred tree, which was why the previous patriarch relied on periodic purification instead. Gowel grew more alarmed by the second. He could not believe they seriously thought a baby had pulled off something like this. Riley fully agreed with the elders. He insisted Isaac had instinctively purified the dark manna, while Isaac stood nearby with his arms crossed, completely satisfied. Riley then stressed that a nursing infant had achieved what no one in the Holy See had managed in 70 years. Gowel immediately glared at him, furious at how far he was taking this. Unable to take it anymore, Gowel slammed the table and demanded to know how the elders could believe such an absurd story. He shouted that Isaac could not even speak yet, much less perform an exorcism. If this got out, the family would become a laughingstock. Gowel even questioned Isaac's identity. He claimed the boy might not carry Rachua blood at all and could belong to some unknown family. Isaac did not bother arguing. He simply picked at his ear in boredom and let the adults keep fighting. Riley then asked the elders to hear him out. He declared that Isaac would definitely become a saint and might even rise to become pope someday. Isaac was delighted to hear that. For once, Riley had said exactly what he wanted to hear. But before Isaac could enjoy it, a hand grabbed and lifted him up. Riley boldly added that Isaac would defeat the skeleton Demon King, instantly wiping the smug look off his face. The moment Demon King was mentioned, the entire council erupted, repeatedly whispering the name Skeleton Demon King. To them, it was a vile existence that brought nothing but disaster. Amid the commotion, a woman quietly formed a sinister smile. In her eyes, Riley had just walked straight into his own trap. She looked directly at Riley and Ajax. If they trusted Isaac that much, then they should put the child through a test. Hidden in the shadows, the woman rested her chin on both hands. With cold malice in her eyes, she requested access to the sacred relic vault. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the holy kingdom of Helenhak Lam, a dead forest covered in thorns stood beneath an overwhelming aura of death. On the ground lay a monster whose throat had just been sliced open by a sword, its blood spreading around the corpse. Before the body stood a man in a black cloak whipping in the wind. Strange mist surrounded him, making his presence even more mysterious. He calmly sheathed his sword and remarked that there seemed to be nothing worth seeing in this area. A guard approached from behind and knelt before the patriarch. Without turning around, the man coldly asked why he had come. The guard reported that the patriarch's representative within the family had requested permission to open the sacred relic vault. Eli was immediately displeased, since he had forbidden the Holy See from touching that place. The guard explained that the request came from the acting matriarch. After Ella's grandson revived the sacred tree, that news made the man turn around at once. He walked straight toward the guard and demanded a full explanation. Eli clenched his fist and stared down at his subordinate. What baffled him most was how his family had suddenly produced a candidate for sainthood. This man was Eli Joshua, patriarch of the Joshua family. After hearing everything, he objected, warning that only a holy maiden could survive that place and telling the family not to invite needless conflict. But another voice immediately disagreed. There was no need for special treatment, so the plan should continue. A noblewoman with long white hair slowly approached. Intrigued, she asked whether the child they were discussing was Isaac. She was Melissa Joshua, matriarch of the Joshua family and the former holy maiden. Isaac reviving the sacred tree fascinated her, so she proposed letting every saint and holy maiden candidate enter the vault together. The bold proposal made the guard turn pale. With Melissa clearly excited and Eli silent, he cautiously warned that the relics could fall into the hands of descendants from other families. Melissa was not worried at all. She actually hoped someone would succeed, since even the greatest holy maidens had never brought anything truly valuable out of that place. In her eyes, someone might finally claim a special relic, track down the skeleton demon king, and finish him for good. And anyone capable of such a feat naturally deserved a worthy reward. Melissa immediately sent word to the family. Whoever brought back the most valuable relic would receive something even the Pope could hardly buy: the Joshua family's heirloom. Hearing such an outrageous reward, the guard immediately broke into a sweat. Melissa was not finished. She happily added that the winner would also learn the family's secret technique directly from her. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She even promised to grant any wish made by the child who succeeded. According to ancient records, the sacred relic vault held more than holy artifacts. A secret technique thousands of years old was also hidden inside. For generations, the holy maidens had been responsible for guarding this place. That was why outsiders came to see the Rochua family as the vault's keepers. The door only accepted children under 10, so it became a trial for holy maiden candidates. At the proper age, each child would enter and retrieve one item. That item would reveal what power the future holy maiden might possess. But the ritual was deadly, and even chosen candidates could die inside. After several disasters, the vault was finally sealed. After hearing all this, the dark spirit gave a mysterious grin, eager to see where this trip would lead. It looked toward Isaac and wondered whether its master could survive and return with a relic. Isaac frowned, wondering why it had bothered repeating the whole story. Floating above Isaac, the spirit teased that he was excited about the trip too. Isaac did not deny it this time, his eyes lighting up as he admitted it. What excited him most was the rumor that the skeleton demon king's corpse was stored inside the vault. Just then, a hand reached into the cradle and lifted Isaac up, cheerfully asking whether the young master was excited. It was the commander of the Blue Knights. He announced that the matriarch had allowed every candidate to enter the vault, and the word every immediately caught Isaac's attention. Tossing Isaac into the air, the commander explained that descendants from all 5 prestigious families would gather here. Even the Pope's family was joining, but he was certain his young master would win. Watching the chaos, the spirit realized this had become far bigger than expected. Even while flying through the air, Isaac calculated the benefits. More participants meant more distractions, giving him the perfect chance to recover his body. As Isaac came back down, someone else caught him. A familiar warm voice then reminded him to stay safe. Riley held Isaac up and warned him that captured demons from the battlefield guarded the vault. Isaac immediately noted that the guards would be the main threat. Isaac quickly estimated their strength. Since they had been captured alive, he figured they were level 6 at most, easy enough to crush with overwhelming power. But Riley instantly destroyed that assumption. A Levelite demon was waiting inside, and it would not be easy to handle. He then placed Isaac back in the cradle. Isaac immediately went pale. Why was a Levelite demon locked inside a place meant for children? Worse, the Blue Knight commander mentioned a level 9 dragon, and Riley calmly confirmed it was the greatest threat by level. Hearing them discuss this so casually, the spirit nearly lost its mind. What kind of family put a dragon in a trial for children? Even Isaac was speechless. The spirit tried to stay positive. Its master knew dragons quite well, so maybe this would still be manageable. But Isaac gave no response. He was biting his finger, trembling and drenched in sweat. The spirit stared in confusion, while Isaac was genuinely terrified, because dragons were dangerous on an entirely different level. After a long silence, Isaac reluctantly admitted that he had scammed a few dragons in the past. The spirit immediately grew curious and asked Isaac how many a few meant. Isaac suddenly remembered the dragons he had once fooled raging in fury, especially after realizing even Little Dragon had fallen victim to him. No one knew what the skeleton had sold back then, but even dragons under 300 years old got scammed. Ancient dragons fell for it too, so young ones never stood a chance. Pressed by the spirit, Isaac quietly admitted it was around 70 dragons. Then Isaac remembered something worse. Dragons had incredible memories and might recognize his old soul. The spirit jokingly suggested finding a new master, making Isaac grit his teeth and reminded that he heard every word. Isaac slammed his tiny hands against the cradle and regained his resolve. The situation was clear. The sacred relic vault held a level 8 demon and a level 9 dragon. Meanwhile, his current strength was barely enough to handle a level 6 demon. To survive those monsters, Isaac had to collect every mana core in the Rotshua family. Ignoring the spirit's helpless stare, he excitedly chose the annex as his next target. A new day began as dawn spread across the Grand Palace, driving away the chill of night. Inside one room, Isaac sat hidden behind the door, completely focused on the book before him. Seeing that Isaac looked unwell, the spirit cautiously asked whether its master was okay. After getting no response, it asked again. Isaac kept staring at the page with a pale face before barely answering. Isaac figured these spells would be easy once he mastered holy power, but self-study was giving him a headache, so he considered an easier method: mind control a priest and force him to teach everything directly. The moment it heard mind control, the spirit got excited. It thought Isaac would unleash dark magic inside a den of priests, destroy the place, and recruit a few demons. Isaac stared at it, wondering what the last 150 years had done to its personality. The spirit could only laugh awkwardly. Isaac kept struggling with the book, rubbing his tired eyes as he admitted the theory was too complicated to understand alone. Sleepiness finally hit Isaac, making him yawn. Just then, a hand suddenly lifted him up while commenting on how exhausted he looked. Rylai and the Blue Knight commander had entered the room. Holding Isaac gently, Rylai figured the little boy must have had an incredibly busy day. Isaac could only complain internally. Babies his age needed around 16 hours of sleep a day, so of course he was exhausted. As Rylai prepared to return Isaac to the cradle, the commander noticed the book on the floor and picked it up curiously. After putting Isaac down, Rylai extended a hand toward him and cast a spell called Restoration. Golden light immediately surrounded Isaac. Realizing it was genuine holy magic, he became excited and hoped his uncle would cast a few more spells for him to study. Unfortunately, Rylai stopped casting and started talking with the commander. Isaac impatiently tried climbing out of the cradle, but the spirit immediately stopped him and told him to stay put. It reminded Isaac that reaching the annex was more important, and first they needed these two out of the room. Remembering the plan, Isaac decided to get rid of them quickly. When everything behind them suddenly went silent, Rylai and the commander both turned around to check. Isaac was lying perfectly still in the cradle, pretending to be fast asleep. The spirit silently mocked his terrible acting, convinced nobody would fall for it. Yet, the Blue Knight commander happily praised Isaac for falling asleep so quickly. Rylai proudly added that the boy was exceptional at everything, leaving the spirit speechless that both of them actually believed it. Since Isaac was asleep, Rylai suggested leaving, and the commander agreed because he had training to return to. The spirit still could not believe such a simple trick had fooled them both. As they headed for the door, Isaac secretly smiled in victory. But just before the plan succeeded, the commander mentioned that the totem left here seemed dangerous and should probably be taken away. Isaac instantly panicked. Before leaving, Rylai stressed that it was extremely valuable and also Ajax's first totem, so it had to be protected carefully. The commander accepted the order, while Ajax protested internally because he still needed to restore it. Before leaving, they even discussed placing the totem somewhere prominent. Hearing that, Ajax could only mourn the fact that he had not absorbed any mana from his own artifact yet. The moment the door closed, Isaac sprang up and decided to drain every mana core in the annex instead. With his tiny body, he struggled to climb out of the cradle. The spirit asked whether Isaac seriously planned to sneak into the annex, but he simply said he had a plan and ordered it to open the door. Following the order, the spirit immediately rushed toward the exit and quickly agreed to do it. Still, the ghost kept grumbling that Isaac better not expect a ride there. But the moment they arrived, it froze as Isaac slipped from the cradle and landed flat on his back. Before the pain even hit, the ghost revealed that the uncle had locked the door from outside and even placed a spell on it. Isaac immediately ordered it to find a way out. But the ghost warned that guards were outside. Making noise now would alert everyone that something was wrong inside. Isaac could only curse under his breath. With nowhere to vent his anger, Isaac slammed his fist into the door. The more Isaac thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Listening to whispers the whole way there was unbearable, but using magic could make things worse. Then the door suddenly made a sound. Isaac was still planning his escape when the door flew open and smacked him right in the face. The one who walked in was a boy around 5 or 6 years old. The child carried a bandage-wrapped prosthetic arm, while his eyes locked onto Isaac, lying on the floor. Seeing a baby too young to even walk here left him stunned. This boy was Suri Joshua, 5 years old, son of Goel Joshua, and a candidate for sainthood in the Joshua family. Isaac quickly checked his battered nose before studying Suri. Meanwhile, Suri instantly saw the baby before him as a rival. Isaac noticed the item in Sura's hand and immediately saw the problem. Even a genius like him could not craft a totem yet, so there was no way this kid had made it himself. Suri opened his palm, and a golden glow instantly appeared. The sight immediately got Isaac excited. Suri raised his hand with open hostility and declared that he was the one worthy of becoming a saint. Isaac immediately played the harmless baby and crawled towards Sura's feet. Meanwhile, he secretly watched Suri cast magic on a nearby object as the boy muttered that Isaac dared touch what belonged to him. Suri was still bragging that this would help him escape Joshua Hackett when he suddenly screamed. The toy had flown back and smashed him in the head. Isaac laughed to himself. Looks like he had just found himself a free mount. Sura's face darkened as he demanded to know whether Isaac knew who he was. Unable to speak in his infant body, Isaac simply noted that the kid looked exactly like that uncle. He had to be his son. Before Suri could react, Isaac grabbed the object with a smug look. He had already seen Suri channel mana into it, which was enough to expose the kid's weakness. Isaac immediately used the same object to beat Suri over and over, enjoying every second of it. Even the ghost enthusiastically cheered on every hit. Isaac enjoyed it so much that he decided this arrogant brat would soon become his personal mount. Suri was completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back, leaving him helpless against the beating. With no other choice, Suri finally used holy power to defend himself while mocking Isaac for thinking he was impressive. Isaac rested his chin on his hand and smiled as though genuinely surprised. That only made Suri prouder, since almost no one his age could use third-year defensive holy power. Maintaining the spell, Suri mocked Isaac and said it was far too early to be shocked. Isaac said nothing and carefully watched how Suri circulated his holy power. Then Suri unleashed the third-year offensive holy spell, Holy Light. Countless white rings of light formed in mid-air before Suri sent them rushing toward his target. Isaac stared with his mouth wide open, looking completely overwhelmed by the power before him. But the next moment, a delighted grin appeared on his face. Deep down, he thanked Suri for servicing him such a delicious meal. What happened next made Suri turn pale. A massive purple ring of light suddenly expanded and completely surrounded Isaac. Suri stared wide-eyed at the baby, unable to understand how a defensive spell could be amplified to such a terrifying level. Even worse, Isaac controlled the spell with effortless precision. Suri could not understand how this baby could use it when his own uncle had never even taught him. Isaac babbled a few sounds, as though thanking Suri for the useful lesson. Suri immediately spun around in disbelief, convinced that something like this should have been impossible. The boy could only stare blankly as Isaac happily pointed a finger straight at him. When Suri realized his own spell was flying back at him, he panicked so badly he could barely speak and desperately tried to stop it. Meanwhile, Isaac simply sat there and enjoyed the show with a smug expression. Watching everything unfold, the ghost remarked that this dragon family was completely insane for putting a bunch of young dragons together in one place. Still, even the ghost had to admit that its master's knowledge of dragons was astonishingly deep. Hearing that, Isaac suddenly grew nervous and bit the ghost's hand. The ghost panicked, wondering what was wrong with him. Isaac had just remembered that getting involved with dragons was seriously dangerous. After all, Isaac had scammed dragons countless times in the past. Curious, the ghost asked just how big those scams had been. The truth was, Isaac once cleaned out the fortunes of an entire group of young dragons. What could he possibly have sold to dragons, not even 300 years old? And that was not all. Plenty of adult dragons had fallen for his schemes too, with around 70 caught up in one incident alone. The thought of those dragons recognizing his soul made Isaac uneasy. Dragons were famous for holding grudges forever. The ghost happily suggested they switch roles for once, only for Isaac to snap that he heard every word. After thinking it over, Isaac slapped his hand down with determination. There was only one option left. Soon after, Suri froze as Isaac sat proudly on the shoulder of a massive demon spirit, its glowing red eyes locked directly onto him. Isaac babbled a few sounds as though asking why Suri was still standing there. Then his face lit up with excitement. The message was obvious. Suri needed to hurry over and become his ride. And so, Suri ended up carrying Isaac while the baby tightly grabbed his hair. He never took his eyes off the demon spirit, but still held Isaac's legs firmly to keep him from falling. Suri had only one goal now: survive and get out of here. Meanwhile, Isaac sat comfortably on his shoulders, occasionally messing up his hair. Trembling as he walked, Suri finally broke down and begged anyone nearby for help. Night covered the silent garden, with only moonlight shining from above, as Isaac's babbling echoed through the darkness. Isaac grabbed Suri's hair with one hand for balance and used the toy in the other to point the way, constantly ordering him to turn left. Suri could only carry him and follow every direction. After a while, Suri was so exhausted that he stopped to catch his breath. Isaac immediately frowned and urged him onward, while Suri bitterly asked where he was being dragged in the middle of the night. Just then, Suri instinctively took a step backward. He looked up at what stood ahead, and his expression instantly changed as a few shocked words escaped his mouth. Cold sweat covered Suri's body. Trembling, he realized this was the Joshua family's second annex, the place everyone called the haunted house. While Isaac considered the situation and the watcher looked thrilled, Suri panicked over why this lunatic had brought him here. So many people had died inside that the family head had forbidden anyone from approaching it. Unlike Suri, Isaac and the watcher immediately became excited. The ghost grinned after sensing dozens of targets inside. Looking at the glowing points scattered throughout the building, it told Isaac that the mana here would normally take decades of training to accumulate. Hearing that, Isaac immediately waved the toy and ordered Suri inside. Realizing what he wanted, Suri turned pale and insisted they absolutely could not enter. Suri tried using the adult's warning as an excuse, but a demon spirit suddenly appeared right in front of him. It threatened him to shut up and walk inside. The building was almost completely dark, with only faint moonlight slipping through the windows. Still carrying Isaac on his shoulders, Suri carefully stepped through the gloomy interior. Isaac rested a hand on Suri's head for support and slowly scanned the area. The inside was even worse than he expected. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a nearby door, as though he had noticed something interesting. The watcher appeared beside him and revealed that the entire building was sealed. Even worse, every door seemed protected by its own barrier. Isaac immediately sprawled across Suri's head, already exhausted by the trouble ahead. Suri already wanted to leave, and hearing that only made him more desperate to turn back. Everything inside the building was sealed anyway. Isaac ignored him and suddenly yanked Suri's hair to the left while babbling. Suri instantly turned that way from the pain and asked what was wrong. Suri shouted while trying to pry Isaac's tiny hand from his hair, but when he looked where Isaac was pointing, he suddenly froze. Moonlight streamed through the window, revealing rows of solemn portraits covered in dust along the old wall. Suri stared for a moment and realized they depicted generations of Joshua family heads. Seeing Isaac focused on the portraits, Suri misunderstood and asked whether the baby was even planning to steal the family head position. He confidently declared that it was pointless because he would definitely become the next family head. Isaac completely ignored him and spun the toy in his hand as a mischievous idea formed. Without warning, Isaac swung his arm and launched the toy straight at a portrait on the wall. The sound of shattering glass made Suri's eyes widen in complete disbelief. But Isaac was not stopping at one. He smashed every remaining portrait while Suri clutched his head and screamed that those were their ancestors and former family heads. Once every portrait was destroyed, Isaac recalled the toy and smiled in satisfaction. Those portraits had been protected by barriers for a reason. The watcher immediately appeared and confirmed that the seal was broken. Isaac grinned, knowing his gamble had paid off. Without wasting another second, Isaac jumped off Suri's back and prepared to move on. Startled, Suri quickly asked where he was going now. The moment Isaac landed safely, he used his favorite baby movement and rolled forward non-stop, with the watcher floating above him. Left behind in the chaos, Suri angrily shouted after him. Isaac rolled all the way to a room, then gathered his strength and forced the door open. The moment Isaac saw the glittering mana piled inside, his eyes lit up. After all that effort, the treasure he wanted was finally right before him. Suri immediately charged toward Isaac, but Isaac was one step faster and quietly ordered the ghost to shut the door. As the gap narrowed, Suri ran even faster, desperately yelling at Isaac to stop and asking what he was planning. Right before the door closed, Isaac looked back with a teasing grin. Adult business was none of Suri's concern, no matter how loudly he shouted outside. After finally ditching Suri, Isaac sat upright, placed both hands on his thighs, and breathed out in relief. Feeling the mana before him, Isaac prepared himself. It was finally time to harvest everything. Out in the hallway, Suri kept pounding on the door, threatening to tell the adults everything, unless Isaac came out immediately. Suri grew more furious and swore he would get Isaac kicked out, completely unaware of the figure silently watching behind him. Rely arrived with a group of people and called Suri's name. That familiar voice instantly made the furious boy freeze. Suri stiffly turned around just as Rely sternly asked why he was here. Seeing his uncle, Suri thought he was saved and immediately tried to expose Isaac as a monster. But before he could finish, the elder scolded him for carrying Isaac into a forbidden annex. Suddenly becoming the accused, Suri could only stand there dumbfounded, unable to understand how everything had turned against him. The elder pointed out that many people had seen Suri carrying Isaac on his back. Worse, traces of offensive holy magic had been found in Isaac's bedroom. With all that evidence, the blame naturally fell on Suri. He desperately admitted bringing Isaac here and using offensive holy magic, but insisted things were not what they seemed. Rely placed a hand on Suri's shoulder and said he had crossed the line. Whatever the reason, bullying a baby who had not even been weaned was unacceptable. Relay's expression grew even colder as he asked where Suri had locked Isaac up. Suri panicked and insisted he had never locked him anywhere. His answer stunned everyone because Suri claimed Isaac had entered that room entirely on his own. Rely immediately approached the door and called out to Isaac. When he tried opening it, he found it locked and grew even more worried. Just as everyone grew tense, the door in front of Rely suddenly opened by itself. Inside, Isaac was curled up and sobbing like he had just survived something terrifying. The sight made Rely immediately call his name in concern. The elder quickly checked on Isaac as well. Everyone assumed the baby had been terrified, while Suri stood frozen, unable to believe such a perfect performance. Rely picked up the sobbing Isaac and held him close, relieved that he was safe. Aside from looking frightened, Isaac seemed completely unharmed. Before leaving, Rely gave Suri such a cold look that the boy instantly knew he was in serious trouble. Rely told Suri he should be ashamed, then carried Isaac away. Suri burst into tears and desperately protested, but nobody wanted to listen anymore. Just then, a voice suddenly reached Suri, and he was the only one who could hear it. Isaac was secretly thanking him. Isaac's smile was anything but innocent. Thanks to Suri, he had just enjoyed a massive feast of mana. Seeing Isaac's true face, Suri exploded and screamed insults at him. The elder had no idea what was wrong, while the others wondered why Isaac's face was so red and even blamed the cold. While everyone pitied the young child, Isaac secretly touched the mana in his pocket, thrilled that one trip had earned him a century's worth of cultivation energy. Isaac gripped his prize and quickly considered what he could do with such a massive amount of mana. A calculating smile crept across his face, but Rely misunderstood it and assumed Ajak was still shaken by what happened. The scene then shifts to the family's magnificent castle. There, Ajak is summoned and told someone new will be introduced to him, but he barely looks up with any interest. Joshua Rely introduces the woman beside him as Asili, Ajak's new personal assistant. With a hand over her chest, Asili formally introduces herself as a holy knight serving the Joshua family. She kneels on one knee, bows her head, and swears to serve Ajak until her dying breath. Isaac gives her a casual glance, but immediately suspects she was sent to monitor him after the previous incident. Not wanting another tale around, he puts on an annoyed face and points straight at Asili. Isaac deliberately throws a tantrum, aggressively ordering her out of his sight. Asili looks confused at first, but instead of backing away, she steps even closer. She leans down with flushed cheeks and eagerly asks to pinch Isaac's cheeks, leaving him wondering if this entire family is full of weirdos. Just then, Rely smiles, pulls something out, and calls Isaac over. He presents Isaac with a small box containing a ring as a gift. The ring looks so plain that Isaac assumes Joshua grabbed some cheap trinket, while even the ghost mocks the family for giving their heir such a pathetic first birthday gift. But the moment Asili sees it, she rushes over in shock, recognizing it as the sacred relic passed down with the holy saintess. Joshua Rely gently pats Isaac's head and explains that his uncle obtained the holy saintess's treasure from the council specifically for him. Isaac's expression instantly changes when he realizes this ordinary-looking ring is actually the real deal. He remembers the holy saintess wearing the glowing ring during battle, an ancient relic still containing traces of holy magic. As Isaac picks it up, the glow reveals just how much holy power is stored inside. A calculating smile appears on Isaac's face. The relic may only survive 1 or 2 uses, but he already knows how to solve that problem. Then his gaze shifts towards someone else, because this gift comes with another interesting benefit. Under a nearby tree, Gowl stands there openly jealous, and Isaac quickly notices that he has been watching them the entire time. Gowl's bitter expression alone confirms the ring's value, and his glare at his little nephew looks almost murderous. After watching from afar, Gowel finally approaches the group, leaving Isaac curious about what his dear uncle is planning now. Completely changing his expression, Gowel arrives with a friendly smile and starts praising how adorable Isaac is. He keeps pretending to care and asks whether Isaac is comfortable here, leaving both Isaac and the ghost baffled by his sudden performance. Isaac gets chills listening to him, wondering why this guy is acting so disturbingly strange today. The longer he watches Goel's fake smile, the more suspicious he becomes. Things were already complicated, and now they are even harder to read. Isaac looks back at the ring. He secretly sabotaged the blessing device in the relic vault to avoid receiving a blessing, only for the family to compensate him with the Holy Saintess heirloom. Earlier, the elder gave the ring to Joshua Riley because Isaac missed the blessing ceremony, and Gowal immediately panicked when he recognized the Holy Saintess treasure. Unable to accept it, Gowal demanded that the elder give the relic to his own child instead, making her confirm that he meant Suri. The elder simply sighs and waves him away, reminding Ghoul that Suri already received a blessing from the Holy See, so he should stop coveting what does not belong to his child. After being rejected, Gowal grits his teeth in frustration. His original plan was to donate the ring to the Holy See and later seize it, believing Isaac would never understand its true value. Failing to get his way, Goel calls the gift useless and says a birthday deserves something practical. Joshua Riley immediately snaps, asking how his brother can insult the Holy Saintess relic. Goel quickly changes tactics, holding out a box with a scheming smile and claiming Isaac is his precious nephew too, so he deserves something truly valuable. The box reveals a much flashier ring, and Goel boasts that it received countless blessings directly from the Holy See. He keeps praising its abilities, claiming it is far more useful and so valuable that even Riley could barely obtain one. Gowel crouches down to Isaac's level and offers him the sparkling ring, certain its flashy appearance will win the child over. But the moment he reaches for the Holy Saintess's ring, Isaac punches his uncle straight in the face. Gowel still demands the old relic, but Isaac firmly tells him to stay away. Isaac picks up Gowel's ring with disgust, sensing that it reeks of the Pope's unpleasant aura. Without hesitation, Isaac tosses the flashy ring away, showing Gowel absolutely no respect. The expensive ring flies through the air and sinks straight into the lake as everyone watches. Gowel and Joshua are both stunned. Gowel frantically orders his men to retrieve it, while Joshua knows that ring was worth 1,000 times more than his own gift. But seeing Isaac still holding his ring fills Joshua Riley with joy. Even with a far more expensive choice, the boy still picked his gift. Overwhelmed with excitement, Joshua Riley reaches toward Ajak, desperate to hug his precious nephew. He throws both hands into the air and vows to give his nephew only the best from now on, while Asili happily joins in and cheers for young master Ajak. While they celebrate, Gowl's men struggle through the deep lake as he furiously orders them to recover the ring at any cost, even if they risk their lives. Isaac crosses his arms smugly because he secretly increased the ring's weight before throwing it, making it nearly impossible to find. Even the ghost praises him for refusing to touch that disgusting aura. Isaac immediately ruins the flattery by ordering the ghost to retrieve the ring tomorrow. When it protests, he asks whether it expects its master to do the dirty work instead. Remembering how Gowal Rutsua lost his mind over the ring, Isaac knows it must be worth a fortune, so he plans to recover it tomorrow and sell it. Elsewhere, Gowal slams his fist onto the table, furiously cursing the brat who ruined his plans. Still enraged, he lowers his head and clenches his fist, furious that Isaac has no idea how valuable the treasure he threw away truly was. Eventually, Gowal leans back and comforts himself. Even if Isaac kept the relic, the boy would never know how to activate it. The relic was designed for people unable to use holy magic, but activating it requires enough holy power from at least 20 people, making it nearly impossible. Gowal smirks again, doubting Isaac's birthday could even gather 10 people, much less meet that requirement. The scene quickly moves to the next day at the family's luxurious estate. Completely defying Gowal's expectations, the estate is now packed with guests, from adults to children. Asili is thrilled by the turnout. Over 148 Holy Saintess candidates have arrived, and with nobles and servants included, nearly 4,000 people are attending. Holding Isaac, she excitedly tells Joshua Riley that every ducal family and dozens of marquis families have arrived. Even foreign nations sent Holy Saintess candidates, and the emperor himself is here. Isaac is anything but happy. He cannot understand why there are so many Holy Saintess candidates and suspects the lazy gods simply scattered them everywhere. The ghost agrees that sounds exactly like them. Joshua Relay, however, grows serious because the turnout far exceeds his expectations. He thought most people would stay away, fearing this was a trap. Just then, the door opens, and a voice immediately rejects Relay assumption, saying nobody sees this event as a trap. The newcomer is Simon S., Relay, close friend, and leader of one of the Empire's 3 largest merchant associations, who warmly greets his old friend. Relay is surprised to see Simon here too, but Simon laughs and says the whole Empire has heard about this event, so of course he had to come. Simon's next words make Relay and Ashley frown. Everyone thinks this place is safe, so even the frail sons of the Rutsua family showed up. Simon also mentions the prize offered by Patriarch Joshua, something tempting enough that he could not miss this event. Simon even thinks the Papal family might appear, instantly catching Isaac's attention since he never expected them to get involved. Relay thinks Simon is joking. The Papal family would never come here, but Simon says it is only a guess since the royals dislike Joshua territory and its many commoners, especially with the Barissa family involved. Just then, someone appears outside the door and tells Simon to watch his mouth. Simon shrugs it off, saying his son Aramoner is also a saint candidate, and this is a Joshua family event, so the Papal side has no reason to interfere. The mysterious visitor grips the doorknob and warns Simon that he should learn when to keep quiet. As the door opens, everyone turns around. Simon mocks the newcomer for always looking miserable, then quotes an old saying about the danger of having a crude friend. The newcomer is Hire Barrett, and his arrival instantly proves that warning was not unnecessary. The moment they recognize him, Relay and Simon tense up. Standing before them is Cardinal Barrett. Barrett enters with an icy presence and not a trace of goodwill on his face. He slowly approaches and sneers that it is impressive for the supposedly weak Joshua branch to host such a grand event. He even hopes Relay Child finds something in the Holy Relic Vault to restore the family's honor. A malicious smile spreads across Barrett's face as he says he cannot wait to see what the Joshua Child claiming to be a saint candidate can actually do. Hearing that tone, Ashley immediately becomes wary and holds Isaac tighter. Barrett has not even formally met the child, yet his hostility is already obvious. Still, Barrett quickly changes his tone, saying that in a way, this is also an opportunity for Relay. He places a hand over his chest and solemnly prays that the saint candidate will raise the Joshua family's prestige, but his sinister expression makes every word sound fake. Relay starts sweating as he realizes this entire situation may be a trap prepared by the Holy See. More black-robed figures keep appearing, while the number of saint candidates has strangely jumped from 25 to 148 in just 1 week. The only logical explanation is that the Holy See deliberately allowed countless unknown candidates inside. Relay can already picture the bloodshed. Every family wants their child to become the saint candidate, so once they enter the Holy Relic Vault, weaker rivals will inevitably become targets. Realizing the danger, Relay clenches his fist. In that chaos, one deliberate attack could easily leave Isaac injured. He immediately looks toward Ashley, who is still holding Ajax, while imagining the worst possible outcome. Ashley and the child do not understand why Relay suddenly looks so tense. The uncle only fears Ajax could become a target in the coming struggle. Despite his Joshua bloodline, striking appearance, and powerful family name, others still see the pampered boy as a child who has proven nothing. But to those who crave the noble bloodline possessed by the Joshua family, those seeking favor with the Papal family, and those who hate the descendants of the Saintess, a child bearing the Joshua name means something entirely different. To them, Isaac is the perfect target to eliminate. In the shadows, a cloaked figure secretly approaches a child and urges them to make young Master Joshua suffer. A vial is secretly handed over with one order: keep Isaac alive, but leave him unable to resist. Mix this drug into his water, then use holy poison. Their plan is to slowly break Isaac and show him just how cruel this world can be. While empty glass bottles begin piling up on the floor, the surrounding children turn pale at the sight. Their original plan was to humiliate Isaac in front of everyone. They wanted him to collapse among the empty bottles, proving to everyone that this Joshua child could never be worthy of becoming a saint. But everything goes completely wrong. Isaac drains bottle after bottle without flinching, then wipes his mouth and grins because the stuff tastes way better than expected. The kids around him freeze in fear, and some nearly cry because they cannot even remember how many bottles Isaac has finished. Still unsatisfied, Isaac throws an empty bottle at one kid and demands more, declaring that this little poison could never kill him. Sitting right on the floor, he keeps reaching for more, as if the deadly poison were nothing but a soft drink. The kid who took a bottle to the head bursts into tears, wanting to go home because Isaac is simply too terrifying. Elsewhere, two conspirators start panicking. The drug was definitely added, so why is Isaac unaffected? Did they grab the wrong bottle? Rumors quickly spread over Isaac's bizarre behavior, while Joshua Suri can only hold his forehead, annoyed that Isaac keeps picking the tampered bottles. The longer Suri watches, the more embarrassed he gets, praying Isaac will stop giving everyone reasons to gossip about the Joshua name. Finally losing patience, Suri walks over, snatches the bottle from Isaac, and tells him to stop. If he drinks everything, there will be nothing left for anyone else. Suri then hands Isaac another bottle, telling him to drink this one if he is thirsty. But before Suri can finish, a bottle flies straight into his face. Isaac is furious because the drink he was given has no poison at all. When someone quickly pulls the dangerous bottle away, Isaac grabs their pant leg and refuses to let go, demanding his super poison back. The person can barely handle him, wondering how one child could have this much uncontrollable energy. Everyone desperately explains that the bottle contains holy poison and must never be consumed. A nearby woman even warns it could kill him, but hearing its name only excites Isaac. The words holy poison do not scare Isaac at all. Instead, they make him even more interested. He immediately lunges for the bottle with obsessive excitement, demanding that they hand it over. While one side wrestles over the holy poison, everyone else starts discussing the unbelievable scene before them. Someone suggests Isaac has extreme poison resistance. Legends say that enough holy power lets the body purge toxins naturally, leaving everyone wondering if Isaac has already reached that level. But Isaac only targeting poisoned bottles sparks another theory. Maybe he sensed the danger and drank them to protect everyone else. Hearing the crowd turn his madness into heroism, Joshua Suri can only laugh helplessly at the absurd idea. Just then, an intrigued voice suddenly speaks up, making Suri immediately look toward the source. Kina Barrett steps into view and asks whether Isaac is truly taking all the danger upon himself to protect the other children. The moment Suri recognizes him, he jumps up in shock, completely baffled by Kina Barrett's appearance here. There was never any news that the papal family would attend, yet a direct descendant of the Barrett family has personally arrived. The surrounding children quickly recognize Kina too, and the entire crowd erupts when a member of the papal family appears inside the Saintess treasure vault. Meanwhile, Isaac finally wins the struggle, casually sits on the back of the person guarding the bottle, and resumes drinking, like he just claimed a priceless trophy. Kina studies Isaac, the child already seen as having the potential to become a saint. But what catches his attention most is that pure hair color, something even the Barrett family could possess. To Kina, that trait stands out even more beside the other Joshua members, whose hair colors barely impress him at all. After observing for a moment, Kina smiles arrogantly and declares that someone from the papal family entering the Saintess's treasure vault is nothing unusual. He claims the Barrett family stands above the entire clergy, so by status alone, the Saintess Holy Relic Vault naturally falls under his family's authority. The shameless declaration leaves everyone stunned, and their reactions only make Kina laugh with satisfaction. According to Kina, he merely came to reclaim what already belongs to his family, so he cannot understand why everyone looks so surprised. Still drinking, Isaac gives Kina an annoyed glance. Just hearing the kid speak is enough to reveal the trademark arrogance of the papal family. Still, Kina has the power to back up that arrogance. Holy power blazes around him like fire, already surpassing that of an ordinary bishop. Isaac is quietly evaluating the top saint candidate when Kina suddenly turns on the other children, mocking them for using dirty tricks against their host, while still daring to call themselves saint candidates. Kina makes no effort to hide his contempt, calling it shameful for a whole group to gang up on one child. As Kina approaches Isaac, he is certain a baby could never resist the poison on his own. Crouching to Isaac's level, Kina assumes the Saintess's power must be protecting him. Isaac simply concludes that this family has been stupid for generations. With a confident smile, Kina summons two small flames in his hands, planning to purify the poison inside Isaac. The crowd erupts because Kina can already use holy detoxification magic, with holy power seemingly at level 5 or higher. Isaac instantly realizes the brat is using him as a stage. Watching Kina deliberately show off before everyone, Isaac has to admit the kid knows how to seize an opportunity. But Isaac has no intention of playing along. He keeps smiling, then suddenly smacks Kina across the face. The slap snaps Kina's head sideways, and one child notices that all the holy power he summoned has completely vanished. Kina freezes, eyes wide, unable to understand what just happened. He quickly puts Isaac down, unable to accept that a baby dispelled his magic so easily. Staring at his palm, Kina starts panicking at the thought that Isaac might actually possess greater power than him. Furious, Kina clenches his fist and glares at Isaac with murderous intent, seeing him as nothing more than vermin from the Rutsua family. Isaac is not intimidated at all. He even mocks Kina and asks why he is glaring so hard. He even considers grabbing the nearby bottle and smashing it over Kina's head. Just as Isaac is about to follow through, someone rushes over and grabs him tightly, refusing to let him start a fight. Being restrained only annoys Isaac more, since everyone still protects Kina just because he belongs to Family A. Ironically, Kina even slaps the person protecting him, making the scene even stranger. Kina believes nobody here can challenge Papal Family A, much less protect Isaac from him. Meanwhile, Suri holds Isaac tightly as he fumes, knowing these kids would have been poisoned without him. Kina quickly regains his composure and generously claims Isaac only reacted that way because he startled him. After all, Isaac is still just a baby. Kina then turns to leave, casually waving goodbye to the Joshua children while mocking them to at least bring home some mud so their family will not be humiliated. Isaac grits his teeth as Kina walks away, but Suris has him locked down so tightly that he cannot break free and deal with the brat. After walking a short distance, Kina suddenly stops, looks back at Isaac with a challenging stare, and declares that the greatest treasure here will definitely belong to him. He even mocks the Rutsua family for lacking the courage to approach the skeleton Demon King's corpse, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Hearing a child talk so arrogantly gives Suri a headache, and he cannot understand why Kina is trying so hard to stir up trouble. But Suri is startled when Isaac suddenly grabs his collar like he is ready to fight, making him wonder why the baby suddenly went berserk. As the two struggle, an important detail comes up. The patriarch promised to teach a secret technique to whoever brings back the skeleton Demon King's corpse. Suri immediately turns pale and asks Melissa in panic whether everyone is really competing for that corpse. The moment Isaac hears this, he freezes in shock. Seconds later, his whole body starts trembling before he collapses onto the floor. Isaac imagines the skeleton wrapped in red cloth with a bow, looking exactly like a gift waiting for someone to claim it. A while later, Isaac sits among the children again, idly playing with the bottles scattered around him. Even so, he looks so bored that all he can do is stare up at the sky. Thinking about the Corpse King, Isaac remembers the enormous amount of mana stored inside those bones for centuries. If he takes that power, reaching level 10 will no longer be far away. Isaac's eyes immediately light up, but children are everywhere, making it almost impossible to secretly take what he needs. Annoyed, Isaac crushes the bottle in his hand and tosses it aside, forgets sneaking around. Anyone blocking his path will simply be dealt with head-on. Just then, a voice suddenly calls out, ordering everyone to gather immediately. It is the elder, who announces that they will soon depart and tells all the children to listen carefully. He explains that the relic vault is sacred ground holding holy relics left by previous saints. Isaac gets bored after only a few words, knowing the history lesson could take forever. Refusing to listen any longer, Isaac quietly crawls away, making Suri call after him in surprise. Watching Ajax leave the group, Suri grows even more confused, wondering where the little brat is trying to crawl off to. Before anyone could react, a massive explosion erupted, making Suri cover his face in shock. Realizing something was wrong, he shouted for the elder and warned him that Ajak was causing trouble. Meanwhile, Ajak sped forward, thrilled to finally test the sacred art he had just learned. Seeing where he was headed, the elder panicked and yelled for Ajak to stop. That area was strictly forbidden. He warned that going any deeper would trigger every trap inside the relic vault, making the kids turn pale. Nobody could stay still anymore. They all rushed toward Isaac, shouting that they had to stop that troublemaker. At the same time, inside the Joshua family's banquet hall, Ashley anxiously turned to Riley, hoping the young master inside was still safe. Then everyone in the hall received word that a connection to the relic vault had finally been established. The magic orb reported that the spirit beast was tracking the third group of candidates. The first vault door had also opened, and participants were entering one by one. Hearing the trial had begun, Riley grew nervous. She never expected the kids to enter so quickly. The rankings were soon announced. Third place was Peter S. Simon Gothet, and his father immediately recognized his son's name. Second place went to Suri Joshua. Go Well froze mid-scratch before quickly confirming that was his son. But when announcing first place, the messenger suddenly hesitated, as if he could not believe the name before him, Isaac Joshua. The entire hall erupted in shock. Valet and Ashley were equally stunned as everyone repeated Isaac's name. Meanwhile, the person causing all this chaos kept charging forward, completely ignoring the voices, calling his name. Behind him, the elder chased Ajak while gasping for breath, begging him to change direction, because that area was absolutely off-limits. But while chasing him, the elder accidentally stepped on a hidden mechanism. Lightning instantly struck the elder, yet he still warned that more traps would awaken if Ajak kept going. Suri could only flinch and apologize. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Suri ran in panic, wondering why that lunatic had charged into a forbidden zone and dragged everyone into this mess. Despite turning pale with fear, he kept running. The vault trials were already deadly enough, and now everything was even more chaotic. Suri reached toward Isaac, desperate to stop him. Besides the normal trials, they now had to dodge traps designed to kill intruders. Isaac remained completely unfazed and eagerly approached another door. He recognized it as the entrance to the second vault, just as the next trap warning appeared. The system confirmed the second trap had activated, and someone was approaching the second vault's side entrance. Suri panicked and yelled for Isaac to stop. Meanwhile, the ghost Hap reported that absorbing the massive mana from the annex had raised it by 1 level. Isaac was delighted, since he could now make his servant work even harder, leaving the ghost to silently curse its fate. Without giving it a break, Isaac ordered the ghost to gather all the kids here. It accepted the mission and quickly flew away. Before long, it found a group of kids resting nearby, while complaining that the trial was far harder than expected. One kid was sighing about how brutal this place was, when another spotted something strange in the distance and muttered that no wonder the saints were so powerful. He pointed into the air at the floating Suri and asked in shock if that was the Joshua family's kid. The kid beside him took a closer look and confirmed it really was Suri. Everyone immediately complained that Suri must have secretly learned to fly from his family, calling it completely unfair. Meanwhile, Suri wanted to scream that nobody had ever taught him this. The truth was much simpler. The ghost was dragging him through the air, and Suri had absolutely no control over his body. It quickly brought Suri back to Isaac, dumped him onto the ground, and reported that the messenger had been captured. After landing face first, Suri demanded that Isaac stop this madness. He had no idea how Isaac cleared the first trial of destiny, but one mistake from the second vault onward could mean death. Suri seriously lectured him that growing stronger meant facing fear and choosing the harder path. Isaac quickly got annoyed and smacked him for talking way too much. While Suri was still aching, Isaac ignored the lecture and told him to explain the rules of the second vault. Flat on the ground, Suri warns Isaac about the one rule that matters most. Once inside, he must not attack the enemy no matter what happens. Isaac freezes in confusion. To him, meeting an enemy and not fighting back sounds completely absurd. Suri explains that this is the key to clearing the trial. No matter what appears, they just have to endure for 3 minutes, and it will disappear. Afraid Isaac will mess things up, Suri begs him to confirm he understands. Breaking the rule could get them both killed, but Isaac already hates this test of patience. Still worried, Suri reminds him that people have actually died from breaking this rule. Isaac simply walks toward the gate, convinced this will be easy. Isaac places his hand on the door with a faint smile. Going 3 minutes without hitting anyone sounds simple enough. The next moment, mana begins gathering around Isaac's hand. The door slowly opens as a voice welcomes them to the floor of serenity, where patience, reason, and mental control will determine the outcome. Light appears before Ajak as a message declares that only perseverance can lead a challenger to the exit. Elsewhere in the vast space, steady footsteps continue marching forward. Kina leads the way with his entire group following close behind. One follower grows nervous and asks if this plan will really work, since their group has fallen all the way to the back. Kina only gives a calculating smile. Why risk going first when the people ahead can test the path and serve as shields for them? Kina reminds everyone that an 8th-rank demon guards the entrance to the second storage vault. The groups ahead are bound to get stuck there. Kina points forward, looking completely confident that everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts ahead, forcing the confused follower beside him to shield his eyes. Kina looks even more pleased. The light proves that the trial inside has officially begun. Sure enough, the door ahead slowly opens, revealing the path to the next area. Inside, a calm voice tells the challengers to stay focused, but Ajak is already getting annoyed. From the light, the flawless figure of a man slowly takes shape. He is the god overseeing the trial, calmly explaining that only patience can reveal the path toward the light. The god starts explaining the punishment for failure, but Isaac does not let him finish. Irritated by the sight of him, Isaac instantly blasts the image away. Suri freezes in horror. Isaac just broke the single most important rule. Suri remembers Isaac confidently claiming just minutes ago that enduring 3 minutes would be easy, leaving him utterly speechless. Finally, Suri snaps and screams that Isaac is completely hopeless. Isaac clenches his fist, saying there is no way he can stay calm after seeing a god. The Phantom adds that 3 seconds of patience is already impressive for its master. Immediately, the cold voice of the second floor announces that the challenger has failed the trial. As the judgment continues against the one who lacked patience, a gigantic wooden arm begins emerging. Moments later, a massive wooden monster appears to deliver divine punishment for breaking the rule. Staring at the enormous creature, Suri is so terrified he can barely speak. Isaac reacts completely differently, gathering his power to deal with the summoned monster immediately. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating strike powerful enough to tear the creature apart. Suri is stunned once again, barely able to process what just happened. With a single attack, Isaac completely destroys the power core inside the monster. Seeing the result, Suri is even more shocked. He can only wonder what kind of monster Isaac really is. The massive wooden golem is completely destroyed, leaving nothing but shattered wood scattered everywhere. Isaac is not impressed at all. He even questions whether that thing was truly 8th rank or just meant to scare people. But the golem's strength is not what unsettles him. Isaac recognizes the magic that created it as a technique once used by one of his own subordinates. Old memories return. The skeleton demon king once commanded 14 elite spirit beasts, and this ability belonged to one of them. Watching the wooden fragments disappear, Isaac suspects his former subordinates once served Joshua's family, or worse, this relic vault is directly connected to his old body. To uncover the truth, Isaac decides to investigate personally and heads deeper inside. Suri panics and asks where he is running off to now. Just as they are about to leave, a smug voice suddenly thanks the Joshua kids for doing him such a huge favor. A hand pushes aside the nearby branches, revealing a group that had been hiding behind them. A reed-haired boy leads the group and points at Isaac and Suri, bragging that he knew the Joshua family could clear the trial. He is Nizal Sepeth, third son of Duke Sepeth, from the Cardinal faction, one of the 5 faiths. Nizal thanks them for removing the Guardian and orders them aside. His group will be entering the second vault first. The other kids complain about how badly Otkon tormented them and warn that whoever leads will trigger the traps. Isaac only wonders how so many of them survived this long. One of them then accuses Suri, shocked that the Joshua kids would resort to such dirty tricks. While Isaac and Suri stare in confusion, Nizal insists that Suri must be working with Isaac. Suri desperately denies it again and again, but none of them listen. Ignoring every objection, Sepeth decides Isaac must be the one disabling the mechanisms. After all, an ordinary child could never do that alone. Then Sepeth notices the ring hanging around Isaac's neck and assumes it must be the special artifact behind everything. Without permission, Sepeth snatches the ring away, convinced some hidden power lies within it. Holding his prize, Sepeth proudly declares that they can now overcome every trap ahead. Suri can only watch helplessly because he has completely misunderstood everything. But Suri grows uneasy when Isaac remains completely still. From what he knows, Isaac would never quietly let someone steal his belongings. Sepeth senses no danger at all. He turns around and arrogantly tells the Joshua kids to follow behind him. He proudly declares that he will achieve the impossible and return with the skeleton demon king's corpse. But before the Cardinal Duke's third son can finish celebrating, his foot lands directly on a hidden mechanism. A flash of light appears before Sepeth, instantly wiping the smile from his face. The next second, a violent explosion erupts beneath him, followed by his agonized scream. The surrounding kids immediately panic and start shouting, but Suri suddenly realizes Ajak might be behind this. Seeing Ajak's satisfied expression confirms everything. He deliberately let Sepeth's group go first and turned them into trap detectors. After trap is triggered, smoke and dust quickly fill the vault. A while later, Suri carries Ajak on his back and calmly walks past the injured kids scattered across the floor toward the second vault. Ajak is extremely pleased. Thanks to that group, every mine along this path has already been triggered. But while enjoying the result, he suddenly notices something strange. From Suri's back, Ajak grabs his hair and looks behind them in confusion. Somehow, those battered kids are still following. A black-haired boy gazes at Ajak with admiration, convinced the child possesses divine intuition. Another agrees since he comes from the Saintess family. The kids convince themselves that nothing strange happened and that the Joshua family would never mistreat them. The Phantom happily says they finally recognize its master's greatness, but Isaac has no interest in their approval. Inside, Suri wants to scream at them to run while they still can. To him, Isaac is more terrifying than any demon lord. While Isaac is still confused, someone suddenly praises him, saying that if saints truly exist, Isaac must be what one looks like. The speaker is a friendly-looking blonde teenager. He introduces himself as Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom, and politely greets the youngest Joshua. Isaac overhears that Julius lies east of the Holy Hellen Empire, and Paris is rumored to have received a god's blessing. With that information, Isaac immediately sees him as a useful piece. Suddenly, Suri speaks hesitantly, drawing Isaac's attention. Suri tells him they have finally arrived. Looking at the door ahead, he confirms that this is the entrance to the third vault. The next moment, two magic circles flare to life as a voice welcomes the newly arrived candidates. From the light, winged angel-like beings slowly emerge and introduce this place as the trial of memory. The guardians sternly demand that everyone prove their resolve and courage. Unlike the uneasy Suri, the kids get excited about clearing another vault. They are glad they followed Isaac, believing the skeleton demon king's treasure is getting closer. The guardians reveal the rule. To claim glory, the challengers only need to defeat them. Hearing the word courage, the kids assume this means battle and eagerly prepare to fight. Isaac alone studies the guardians, sensing something is off. It only takes Isaac a moment to figure out the trick and confirm his suspicion. A dangerous grin appears on Isaac's face. This next part might be more entertaining than he expected. Without explaining anything, Isaac simply waves the kids over. Everyone calls out to him in confusion, while Suri suddenly gets it. Isaac must have realized the guardian's words are a trap. Suri recalls the first trial, which tested their ability to choose. Yet Isaac ignored the normal solution and simply forced his way through. The second vault tested composure, but nothing Isaac did back then could be called calm. With the third trial focused on memory, Suri realizes the key word is the clue. They need to remember what happened at the first two gates. Putting everything together, Suri concludes that they absolutely must not attack the guardians. Isaac keeps signaling for everyone to move aside. The kids remain confused, while Suri is shocked that Isaac actually seems to have chosen correctly this time. Suri even convinces himself that despite Isaac's twisted nature, he still carries the Saintess's blood. Maybe his kindness has finally awakened. Believing this, Suri hugs Isaac's leg and regrets ever judging him so harshly. But the moment Suri starts trusting him, Isaac throws him straight toward the guardian. Even then, Suri naively thinks Isaac is sacrificing himself to reveal the correct path. While Suri is frozen in shock, Isaac looks absolutely delighted. The guardian instantly unleashes a terrifying aura and turns its attention toward the kids. Tightening its grip on the weapon, it declares that they have made the wrong choice. Right after the warning, its weapon comes crashing toward the kids, sending everyone into panic. The entire group scatters, running for their lives while screaming for help. Cries for their mothers fill the area, while Suri can only stare in disbelief at how everything went so wrong. Growing uneasy, Suri looks at Isaac and realizes one horrifying possibility. Sure enough, Isaac's delighted expression gives him the answer. Suri can only conclude that this guy is beyond saving. Isaac feels the exact opposite. It has been far too long since he last witnessed such a familiar scene. The guardians finally reveal their terrifying true forms and mock the kids for being so gullible. Isaac knows exactly what they are: deceptive puppets created by the magic of the 14 spirit beasts to test saint candidates. Instead of saving anyone, Isaac happily orders the monsters to teach the kids how cruel life can be, leaving Suri completely hopeless. A massive explosion suddenly shakes the area as raging flames erupt everywhere. Amid the chaos, one kid asks where Joshua disappeared to, while another cries that the two were just there. Nobody realizes they are invisible nearby, quietly watching everyone search for them. Isaac is casually sitting on Suri Joshua's shoulders, while Suri endures it in silence. Paris Julius stands nearby as all three are hidden by a 6th-rank holy spell called Useless Invisibility. Suri remembers his uncle giving him this spell for emergencies, and ironically, it is perfect right now. He is completely speechless, while Paris seems to have figured everything out. Paris walks over and thanks them for including him in the holy spell. Then he pats Suri's head and playfully urges him to explain what is really going on. Isaac then tosses Julius a ring and clumsily signals that it is for him. Julius catches it in confusion, unsure what the item even does. After examining it and slipping it onto his finger, Julius is even more surprised to realize it really is just a ring. Julius assumes Isaac gave it to help because he knows Paris is inexperienced against demons. Touched, he asks Isaac about it, but Isaac only scratches his ear like he has no idea what Paris means. Paris holds the ring dearly and sincerely thanks Isaac, promising he will never forget this favor. He is about to tell his father about it when a red glow suddenly surrounds the ring. Before Paris can finish speaking, he screams as something unexpected happens. Watching from behind, the ghost grinned at Isaac's scheme. Its master had targeted the prince, who held the strongest holy power. Seeing this, Suri Joshua could only wonder what kind of monster his uncle had brought into the family. On the other battlefield, the kids regrouped and asked if anyone could use holy power as a shield. An older boy stepped up to defend, while the others quickly moved behind him. The gatekeepers gave them no time, charging in and declaring that punishment had arrived. At the perfect moment, one kid gave the signal, and another prepared to strike back. As soon as the signal came, the boy activated his skill. But before his holy shield could form, his strength vanished. He slipped and collapsed, shocking the friend ahead. Confused by what happened, the other kid quickly turned around to check on him. Just then, the magic ring appeared from behind, and the boy realized something was seriously wrong. Before he could react, the ring drained his strength and forced him to his knees. Even the brutal gatekeeper froze, because this was completely unexpected. He jumped high to scan the area, suspecting someone else had fallen for their lies. The ghost quickly reported everything back to Isaac. The ring was draining the kid's holy power one by one. Isaac pointed toward the next target, and the ghost obeyed, telling its victims not to blame the game for being unfair. With its orders received, the ghost rushed toward its next target. Seeing their friend suddenly collapse, the others panicked and demanded answers, while the gatekeeper silently watched. He soon realized one of the lie-spreading puppets had been disabled. Still, passing out from losing holy power was better than getting beaten and injured. The ghost drained another boy dry and told Isaac the job was almost finished. But suddenly, a golden-red light appeared, putting the ghost on high alert. As a figure emerged from the light, the ghost immediately sensed danger. Before it could react, a powerful force blasted it away. While everyone stood stunned, a voice declared that he had finally found his target. The newcomer was Kina Barrett, and the person he had been hunting was Isaac Joshua. Isaac looked annoyed, thinking Kina had finally shown himself after disappearing for so long. Suri grew tense below. He knew Kina was a genius, but this strength was beyond anything he expected. Then a massive pair of wings appeared behind Kina. It was the eagle form of his holy spirit. Summoning such power at his age left everyone stunned. Kina pointed at Isaac and admitted he was impressed. He thought he was the only one here capable of dealing with demons. After dismissing his holy spirit, Kina accused Isaac of manipulating the other kids just like during the first trial. But before Kina could finish his theory, the kids immediately interrupted him. They explained that Isaac had faced the trial for everyone, and even showed them which path to take. To them, Isaac was their savior. Isaac thought these kids were hopeless, while the ghost wondered if this was what loyalty looked like. Kina Barrett stared at them in disbelief. He asked how saint candidates could shamelessly rely on a child like Isaac. Two kids instantly fired back, saying Kina was the one hiding behind everyone, while they had to uncover every trap themselves. The others joined in, saying Isaac acted more like a saint than Kina. They accused Kina of avoiding trouble and threatened to tell their parents everything. The criticism only got worse, with all the credit going to Isaac. Some even wanted their families to support the Joshua family. Isaac smiled proudly, while Suri could only watch them fall deeper into Isaac's trap. One boy even claimed they would have been doomed without Isaac. But right after that, the ground suddenly began shaking violently. Feeling the strange tremors, everyone turned toward the source. A gigantic sphere was rolling straight toward them, shaking the entire area with every rotation. Everyone rushed to the door ahead and confirmed it was the entrance to the third vault. Its appearance meant the second trial was already complete. As they watched the orb, a voice congratulated them on clearing the second trial. It introduced itself as the final guardian and demanded a decision. The children erupted into chatter while Kina Barrett quietly observed. The orb gave them two choices: take the current reward and stop, or face another trial to enter the third vault. One child immediately chose to continue, but the guardian warned them to think carefully. The orb repeated the choice: take the treasure and leave now, or risk everything for the third vault. Clearing the next trial would earn them the treasure inside the third vault. But failure came with a very different price. The moment the orb revealed that failure meant death, every child froze. The ghost quietly warned Isaac that the mana hidden within that voice was terrifying. After sensing it carefully, it realized the speaker was a dragon. Isaac's playful expression vanished. If this really was a dragon, the threat of death was definitely no empty warning. Even so, one child insisted on continuing after coming this far. The others agreed, believing the third vault's treasure could bring them closer to becoming saints. That determination quickly spread through the group, with one child after another choosing the third vault. Hearing their answer, the orb confirmed they still wanted the trial, despite knowing the danger ahead. After a brief silence, it declared itself pleased with their decision. Before anyone could figure out what came next, the voice ordered them to prepare for the next trial. The orb addressed everyone gathered here, with the goal of becoming a saint. Then, without warning, the orb exploded right before their eyes. Before disappearing completely, the voice left them with one command: accept the trial. The strange turn of events left most of the children uneasy. Isaac, however, looked excited. The guardian's voice echoed again, announcing that the final trial was actually very simple. A divine statue appeared before them. Their task was to show devotion to the god they worshipped. The group stared blankly at yet another statue. As they wondered if it depicted their god, the voice explained that only those who proved their faith could reach the third vault. One child thought kneeling and praying would be enough, but another doubted such an important trial could be that easy. While everyone discussed it, Isaac looked increasingly annoyed. Just thinking about obeying made him furious. To Isaac, kneeling before this god was unacceptable, especially after 5 years of torment followed by one final cruel trick. Another boy saw no problem with it. He stepped forward saying it was just a prayer to the god they already worshipped. With that thought, he immediately dropped to one knee before the statue. The child solemnly honored the Supreme One, praised the god's glory, and showed the devotion of a faithful believer. The voice immediately approved his flawless ritual and declared him the first to pass. Hearing that, the boy lit up with joy. Seeing how easy it was, the others were stunned. Apparently, all they had to do was pray. Just then, Isaac suddenly jumped off Suri, making the boy beneath him call out in surprise. Suri told Isaac to just finish the ritual, but Isaac answered with an annoyed kick. He saw absolutely no reason to pray. Taking the kick head-on, Suri grabbed his aching leg and rolled across the ground before glaring at Isaac. Kina Barrett finally spoke up, reminding everyone that the Holy Church had taught them how to pray. They simply needed to follow what they had learned. Kina then knelt down and raised both hands to demonstrate. With a solemn expression, he performed the full ritual and declared this the proper posture for worshiping their god. After watching Kina, the other children immediately rushed to copy him. Soon, prayers to the Supreme One echoed throughout the entire area. Only one child still hesitated, prompting the voice to ask whether he planned to give up and accept death. Hearing that, the child quickly denied it and joined the ritual while everyone else continued praying. Finally, the guardian noticed one person who still refused to kneel and directly demanded an explanation. Of course, it was Isaac. He stayed seated with pure disgust, refusing to take part in something he considered utterly stupid. Isaac's attitude immediately drew confused stares. The children questioned his faith and recalled rumors that the Joshua family had lost its devotion. The whispers only made things worse. Isaac was damaging his family's reputation over what everyone else saw as a simple prayer. Kina Barrett secretly enjoyed the scene. Everything here would be recorded, and Isaac was throwing away his chance to become a saint. Talent meant nothing without faith. Kina became convinced he had overestimated Isaac and never needed to worry about him. The guardian also condemned Isaac for disgracing a descendant of a saint family, but Isaac angrily raised his hand and even called the guardian a dog. He declared that he would rather die than bow before something he despised. The guardian fell silent. Isaac even dared it to kill him, but suddenly his body stopped obeying him as powerful mana forced his legs to kneel. As Isaac was forced down, the statue declared his words blasphemous and demanded punishment for the offender. Even while restrained, Isaac refused to back down and angrily told it to get lost. Furious, Isaac unleashed holy power to smash the statue, but the observer quickly warned its master that this was far too reckless. Still enraged, Isaac clenched his fist and prepared to finish it off. But at that exact moment, the other side suddenly praised him for an excellent performance. Isaac froze and lowered his hand, completely confused by the sudden turn of events. The orb announced that Isaac had passed and could enter the third vault. Stunned, Kina Barrett immediately demanded an explanation. Kina pointed at Isaac in outrage. The trial required proof of faith, so why did a child who never prayed get to pass? The answer confused Isaac even more. Of everyone here, only he qualified to pass through the door, because only he had truly proven his faith in God. The voice then asked Kina Barrett if he still had not realized the problem. From the very beginning, Kina Barrett had been worshipping nothing more than the statue before him, not God himself. Everyone went silent. Their faith had been directed toward an object representing God, nothing more than an image created for worship. Suri realized that even if it looked exactly like the god they revered, it was still just a statue. The children finally realized they had been tricked. One argued it matched God's image in holy paintings, but another remembered that scripture forbade worshipping idols. The voice pointed to Isaac as proof. Even with death before him, he refused to bow and stayed true to his faith. That made him the only one worthy of entering the third vault. Behind them, the observer ghost chuckled at the mention of faith. Annoyed, Ajax immediately jumped up and yelled at it to shut up. Kina Barrett still refused to accept the result. He stepped forward and argued that Isaac could not even speak yet. So how could anyone prove his refusal to kneel actually came from faith? Even the observer ghost muttered that the argument made sense, and the others quickly agreed. Kina Barrett seized the chance to press further. If Isaac truly possessed such powerful faith, then why did he have no holy mark? The question left Isaac speechless. Another candidate was shocked and proudly showed off his own holy mark. A saint candidate without one seemed completely absurd. Kina Barrett looked toward Isaac with a knowing smile. In his mind, Isaac was the only candidate without a holy mark. Someone like that should simply give up on becoming a saint. But the voice immediately answered why Isaac lacked a holy mark. The reason was simple. Isaac was still too young. That answer left Kina Barrett with nothing to say. Just then, the statue suddenly changed its posture before everyone's stunned eyes. Kina Barrett was even more shocked to see it could move. The statue insisted it was serious. Isaac lacked a holy mark only because he was still a baby. Refusing to give up, Kina Barrett demanded to come along. If someone without a holy mark could enter, then someone with one deserved to enter even more. The others quickly agreed and pointed to their holy marks as proof of being candidates. But the voice warned them not to think those marks made them special. The guardian asked if everyone felt the same, and they all agreed. When asked if they truly wanted to enter the third vault, not one backed down. After a moment of thought, it suddenly changed its mind and allowed every child to enter. The sudden decision left everyone stunned. Nobody expected it to be that easy. Kina Barrett happily declared they could finally enter the third vault, while Suri quietly wondered why the guardian gave in so easily. But it was not over. The voice coldly said that if they wanted to fly into the flames like moths, so be it. Everyone's excitement instantly vanished. The statue began to disappear, leaving one final message that the door would open for everyone. Right after that, the entrance to the third vault slowly opened before them. A dense curtain of black energy poured out, radiating danger like deadly poison. The moment the children breathed it in, their chests grew heavy, and even breathing became difficult. The voice explained that this was dark mana leaking from the skeleton demon king's body. It mocked their arrogance, saying those unable to endure it were originally meant to retreat. The crushing pressure quickly forced everyone to the ground. Even Hokan admitted he could barely endure it. Isaac reacted completely differently, bursting into excited laughter. What he had been waiting for was finally here. The skeleton demon king's body that once belonged to him. After everything he had been through, the body Isaac wanted was finally right before him. He wiped the corner of his mouth as his eyes turned wild, like someone staring at a feast. The massive flood of dark mana only excited him more. Isaac's grin looked terrifying, but the other children completely misunderstood it. They praised his courage as the one who had proven his faith. Soon, they realized something was wrong. Isaac's eyes were almost completely unfocused, leaving everyone wondering what kind of baby could look this terrifying. Amid the chaos, the golden crystal orb spoke again and announced that the trial was not over. Divine pressure crushed down on the children as the voice declared that anyone unable to smile before death could turn back now. The voice offered them one last escape. Anyone who quit could return to the second vault and choose a treasure. Staring at the dense dark mana ahead, Suri wondered how he could possibly survive it. The other children were no better. They trembled on the ground, and some even cried, already thinking about returning for the best treasure in the second vault. Just as everyone's resolve began to collapse, one person calmly stepped forward and declared he wanted nothing from the second vault. It was Kina Barrett. He boldly faced the trial and declared that they would continue into the third vault. Kina Barrett went even further and demanded that every trap inside the third vault be activated. Two terrified children wanted to call him insane. The orb, however, sounded intrigued and asked whether Kina Barrett was truly serious. Kina Barrett spread his arms and explained that no saint had ever recovered the skeleton demon king's remains. Even the famous saintess Melissa had failed. The crystal orb realized he knew quite a lot about the third vault. Kina Barrett trusted his theory completely. Melissa would never let children die here, so there had to be a protection mechanism. Kina Barrett raised his hand and declared he had no interest in winning easily and taking the treasure without facing a real trial. With determination in his eyes, he demanded the third vault be restored to its original danger level so he could achieve something even Saintess Melissa could not. Isaac watched the whole performance while leaning on his hand. Even he had to admit this kid was going all in. Faced with such a confident request, the orb finally agreed to give Kina Barrett exactly what he wanted. The moment it confirmed the decision, brilliant golden light erupted from the orb. As energy spread around them, the children immediately braced themselves. According to the orb, this version of the trial would make it much clearer who truly deserved to become a saint. One child angrily shoved Kina Barrett forward while crying, telling him to go alone if he loved danger so much. But nobody got to stay behind. Black mana engulfed the entire group and dragged them into the air. The children panicked since Kina Barrett caused this mess, yet everyone was being dragged along. No matter how desperately they struggled in mid-air, the power lifted them with ease. In an instant, the entire group was transported to another room. The moment they landed, the children collapsed and gasped for breath. Isaac was the complete opposite. He excitedly scanned the chaos until the observer ghost spotted something and urgently called its master over. In the direction it pointed, a bone fragment was on display, radiating an unmistakably dark aura. The ghost nearly went crazy with joy and told Isaac that its master's remains had finally appeared. Isaac clenched his fists with a terrifying grin. He almost called the body part his child before correcting himself, thrilled that his remains had absorbed energy inside the third vault. The kids shuddered at the dark aura around the exhibit, stunned that one hand of the skeleton demon king could release so much mana. Isaac silently rejected that idea. The real relic was not even a whole hand, just one thumb. Everything else was fake. Sure enough, the hand on the pedestal was made of stone. Only one finger truly belonged to the demon king. Even more terrifying, that tiny fragment alone released enough demonic power to overwhelm nearly the entire room. Suddenly, a bull-like demon appeared, leaping into the air before unleashing a roar that shook the entire chamber. The two kids grabbed their heads in terror. Demons were never supposed to appear after the second trial, but Kina Barrett had personally ordered every safety mechanism disabled. Isaac stared at the bull-like creature, and a familiar feeling immediately helped him recognize its identity. The demon landed with overwhelming force and contemptuously called everyone before it mere insects. Its muscular body tensed with rage, furious that these people dared touch the remains it had sworn to protect. One terrified kid immediately pointed at Kina Barrett, blaming him for everything and demanding that he take responsibility. Yet Kina Barrett remained strangely calm. He waved it off, stepped forward, and promised everyone would leave with a treasure. His confidence came from what he already knew. This enemy was one of the 14 spirit beasts, elite servants trained by the skeleton demon king before falling into the papal family's hands. Armed with high-level equipment and careful preparation, Kina Barrett showed no fear. He had prepared a holy spell specifically to counter this demon, and was certain the treasure would be his. Kina Barrett's gaze instantly sharpened, locking onto the target like a predator eyeing its prey. A solemn, righteous pressure erupted from his eyes, bearing down on the demon and making its aura begin to waver. Isaac remained seated without much interest, but the other kids stared in shock. Kina Barrett had just used the inherited light of the papal family. Even Kina Barrett was surprised by the effect, growing excited when he realized his power truly countered the demon. Believing his plan had worked, Kina Barrett prepared his next move to claim the prize. Then everything suddenly changed. A voice suddenly came from right in front of him, and Kina Barrett's face instantly turned pale. The demon stared at him like it had found its enemy. The suppression had not weakened it at all. Its rage only made its aura even fiercer. Hatred filled its eyes as it prepared to fight the one trying to steal the remains of the king it served. While danger erupted inside, trouble also began outside the massive gate leading into the relic vault. The representatives gathered at the entrance grew restless. Communication with those inside had suddenly been cut off, and no one knew what was happening. A young man rushed over with a report, announcing that things had gone beyond expectations. The seal imprisoning the demon in the third vault had been broken. The moment they heard the news, the two members of the Relay family immediately realized how serious the situation was. Simon S. covered his mouth in shock and asked Riley whether that demon was one of the 14 spirit beasts, but Riley could not answer. Riley was equally stunned. If one of the 14 spirit beasts had truly been released, everyone inside the vault was in danger. The representatives immediately asked about the supervising elders. The two elders outside explained that someone inside had disabled the traps before contact was lost, meaning the children's lives could now be at risk. Tension quickly rose. No one believed a group of children could fight a monster at that level. So many demanded the trial be stopped immediately. Just as everyone prepared to act, the gate behind them suddenly erupted with blinding light. The light swept across the area, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes as they stared in confusion at the strange phenomenon. Joshua Rely widened his eyes when he realized the relic vault itself was opening an exit. The light from the gate grew stronger, swallowing everything around it. As everyone wondered what this intense glow meant, fearing dark mana might spill out, they warned everyone to stay back. But someone quickly noticed something was off. One person pointed at the gate and confirmed there was no trace of demonic energy at all. An elder wondered if the demon had been defeated, while Hire Berit smirked, certain Kina was responsible. The crowd discussed the demon, guarding the skeleton demon king's remains, guessing one of the children had defeated it. Meanwhile, Simon S. sensed something was wrong and turned to Riley. Riley clenched his lips with a grim expression, while everyone else declared Kina Barrett must be the hero. The papal family's heir truly was exceptional. Everyone rushed to congratulate Hire Berit, saying such a feat was fitting for the strongest candidate to become a saint. Hire Berit grew more pleased with every word, staring at the gate and believing Kina had completed his mission perfectly. But beneath that satisfaction, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked elsewhere. The cardinal glanced at Joshua Rely with a calculating smile. Once the demon king's remains were theirs, the balance of power would shift entirely toward the Barrett family. Hirai was already thinking further ahead, seeing this as the perfect chance to strip away the noble power supporting the opposing faction. Just then, a loud shout from the crowd caught both Riley and Hire's attention. They turned toward the gate with completely different emotions as the first children began walking out. Joshua Rely nervously bit his lip, praying that Ajax and Suri would both return safely. Small figures gradually emerged through the light, leaving him only hoping nothing terrible had happened to them. The representatives waited silently before the gate, each carrying their own worries and expectations. The children returned one by one, many crying as they ran into their families' arms. Seeing mostly minor injuries, Joshua finally felt some relief. But the one he awaited most was still missing. Riley moved closer to the gate, especially worried because the third vault group was still incomplete. His eyes remained fixed on the entrance, fearing something had happened to the remaining children. Suddenly, someone shouted that the final group had appeared, drawing everyone's attention toward the exit. The remaining children stumbled out, looking exhausted, every step heavy. Their families immediately spotted Peter and Suri and called their names. Their fathers rushed over to check on them, relieved they had returned while urgently asking whether Peter and Suri were all right. After everything she had endured, Suri finally reunited with her father, and the two immediately embraced. Her father kept checking her condition, anxiously asking whether Han was injured or feeling unwell. But Riley still could not relax. His expression turned cold when he realized Ajax had yet to appear. Watching every family reunite while his nephew remained missing only worsened Relay anxiety. He quickly asked why Ajax had not returned with everyone else. Elsewhere, the cardinal spotted Kina and immediately called his son over. But seeing Kina trembling, Hirai cared less about his injuries and more about what he was carrying and what he had accomplished. Hirai immediately demanded to know where the skeleton demon king's remains were. Kina knew he had failed his father's expectations and could barely answer. Hirai angrily demanded to know why his son had brought back something useless. But at that moment, a light suddenly appeared above them. A glowing Li appeared in the sky and expanded into a dazzling portal, instantly drawing everyone's attention upward. Within seconds, someone spotted something inside and quickly pointed toward the sky. A golden wolf emerged from the portal, its radiant fur almost divine, while gently carrying a small child in its mouth. Everyone froze at the bizarre sight, but the longer they stared, the more familiar that child seemed. Once they saw the small face wearing a mischievous grin, everyone recognized him and shouted Ajax's name. The golden wolf slowly descended, and Joshua Rely and Ashley immediately rushed over, joyfully checking Ajax's condition. Ashley quickly recognized the creature and reminded Riley that this was the guardian responsible for protecting the relic vault. The wolf's identity stunned everyone even more, while Isaac happily clapped, as though applauding her explanation. The wolf was only its outer form. The majestic, holy aura around it revealed a young holy dragon guarding the treasure vault. Joshua Rely grew even more shocked. This creature had deep ties to the dragon race, and its bloodline alone proved its extraordinary status. As he approached to retrieve his nephew, Joshua suddenly heard a strange sound and immediately searched for its source. It was Isaac, lying comfortably with both hands behind his head while casually sucking on the Demon King's thumb. The moment everyone recognized what was in his mouth, their faces went pale, and they hurriedly called the elders over. After checking repeatedly, everyone froze. The object truly seemed to be part of the skeleton Demon King's remains. the female elder panicked and told Isaac to get that terrifying thing out of his mouth, while the other elder was thrilled that he had actually brought back the Demon King's remains. Just then, a chilling voice rang out, making the white-haired Kina flinch. The cardinal glared at his son and demanded to know whether Kina had given the skeleton Demon King's remains to that child. Kina could only quietly admit it. His icy gaze bore down on Kina, making it clear he did not consider his son's actions a smart move. Hirai Berit then spoke sarcastically, claiming it was merely the saint's generosity to let the host family save face. The elders immediately grew furious. Isaac was clearly the one who obtained the Demon King's remains, while the boy himself proudly struck a ridiculous pose. Hirai refused to back down and even called everyone fools, leaving Kina even more confused about what was happening. Terrifying memories suddenly returned to Kina, along with one question he still could not answer. Kina had unleashed his strongest magic, yet the demon shattered it effortlessly. He could not understand why his holy spell had completely failed. The enraged demon had locked its blood-red eyes onto Kina like it wanted to tear him apart, contemptuously calling everyone insects. Its murderous aura alone overwhelmed the children and forced them to their knees, instantly putting their lives in danger. Without giving them time to react, the demon charged forward, determined to kill Kina on the spot. The other children desperately tried to escape, but Kina remained frozen, helplessly watching the enemy close in. Just before the attack landed, a violent explosion erupted, covering the entire area in thick smoke. Kina finally opened his eyes, but the scene before him left him completely confused. A barrier had appeared between the demon and the children, saving everyone from the attack. Seeing the blue glow surrounding the barrier, everyone realized something unbelievable and turned toward the child, releasing that energy. Isaac had created the barrier. Despite being only a child of the Joshua family, he angrily stepped forward to protect everyone. This drove the demon even crazier. It cursed the filthy priests for targeting the great skeleton Demon King's remains, then threw another punch at Isaac. Isaac showed no fear. Energy gathered in his tiny hand as he angrily called the demon an idiot. Their powers collided in a massive explosion, sending blue smoke everywhere, as Isaac yelled that the fool could not even recognize its own master. Back in the present, everyone was stunned by the truth. The Holy Dragon had no reason to lie, meaning Isaac of the Joshua family had retrieved the remains, while Kina's actual role became highly suspicious. Someone immediately questioned how the seal was broken, since the 14 spirit beasts were far beyond what children could handle. The Holy Dragon looked confused, seemingly having no idea which 14 spirit beasts they were talking about. Then accusations erupted from every direction. Everyone pointed at Kina, claiming the white-haired boy had ordered their release. The children from the third vault still trembled as they confirmed. Kina had ordered the dragon to activate every trap, forcing the group onward and putting everyone in danger. After learning the truth, the crowd glared furiously at Hirai and Kina. The parents could not accept that Kina had nearly gotten their children killed. Had Isaac not defeated the demon, the consequences would have been disastrous. More blame fell on the cardinal, while the crowd praised Isaac. He was furious that Joshua's son had outshined the papal family's heir. Isaac instantly became the center of attention, and everyone saw Joshua Rayleigh differently. Even without the potential to become a saint, Isaac's power made the Joshua family's revival seem very real. His uncle could not have been prouder. The elders quickly softened their tone, coaxing Isaac to spit out what he was holding because it was dangerous. But Isaac refused and casually shoved their hands away. His absurd strength left everyone stunned. Sitting proudly on the Holy Dragon's back, Isaac focused on the massive amount of mana below. He wondered if his survival ability could absorb it instantly. The female elder approached and praised Isaac's achievement, saying the matriarch would surely be pleased. Joshua Rayleigh could only reluctantly agree, but the smile slowly spreading across her face was anything but gentle. She clearly had another plan in mind. Sure enough, she wanted a chance to eliminate the Demon King. With these remains, they finally had a lead on the skeleton Demon King, and could even use tracking magic to locate his soul. The moment Isaac heard that plan, he pouted in annoyance. He suddenly remembered his grandmother and connected the dots. Now he understood why these people wanted the Demon King's body so badly. The elders could barely hide their greed. They crowded around Isaac and demanded that he hand over what he had. Their voices grew more intense as everyone talked about hunting down the skeleton Demon King. Surrounded by crazed adults, Isaac wondered what was wrong with these people. One excited elder reached toward Isaac like he was staring at treasure. That item could settle a 150-year-old grudge, so he desperately urged Isaac to hand it over. Just then, the holy dragon lowered its body, and Isaac did something that left everyone speechless. He swallowed the demon king's finger. As if that was not enough, Isaac pointed straight at his mouth to provoke them. The elders completely froze in horror. Isaac then rode the golden wolf into the sky, convinced everyone below was insane. Behind him, their desperate cries of his name echoed non-stop. Sometime later, tense discussions filled the magnificent palace. One elder impatiently asked whether they had found it, but the female elder admitted the item was probably not here. The others grew even more desperate. No one understood why they still could not find it. Sitting nearby, Isaac secretly grinned. They could search all day, because there was no chance they would ever find it. But as Isaac looked away, his thoughts returned to what happened inside the relic vault. That incident bothered him far more than their current search. Memories of the battle flashed through his mind. During their violent clash, Isaac had shouted at the demon for failing to recognize its own master. After taking another attack, the demon sensed a familiar mana. Its attitude instantly changed as it realized Isaac might be the master it once served. Isaac was stunned too. He never expected the demon to call him its master. The demon immediately showed absolute loyalty. News of its master's death had shattered its world, yet it always believed he would someday return. Unfortunately, its body was already fading, making every word harder to speak. Even so, it begged to serve its master again before disappearing. Isaac reached out to stop it, but the demon only managed to reveal that the church had once captured it. The story ended at the worst possible moment, leaving Isaac furious with countless questions unanswered. Back in the present, Isaac suspected the ones who captured that demon were likely members of the papal family. Just as he decided to investigate everything, a hand suddenly held a bottle of milk in front of him, breaking his concentration. Joshua Rayleigh was drunkenly shouting for Isaac, while the ghost beside him laughed hysterically. Rayleigh even ordered a servant to bring more laxatives, this time something stronger. The more the ghost laughed, the angrier Isaac became. He silently swore that before long, he would turn this troublesome family completely upside down. One elder nervously bit his nails. Just imagining the matriarch finding out sent chills down his spine. He feared she might deal with Isaac brutally, while Rayleigh insisted everything would be fine. But Rayleigh was trembling too. He reminded himself that although she once dissected her own son, Isaac was still her grandson. Isaac froze when he heard she had experimented on her own child. The ghost reminded him that Melissa was away on a pilgrimage with the Grand Matriarch. Isaac calculated that they still had time. He just needed to absorb all the mana and escape before Melissa returned. Just as Isaac felt confident about his plan, Gowl suddenly opened the door and walked in. He walked straight over with a summons for Rayleigh, leaving everyone confused. Gowl announced that the matriarch wanted to see him. Isaac instantly spun around in disbelief. Rayleigh panicked and asked if his mother had really returned. Her previous pilgrimages had never ended this early. Isaac clenched his fists as unease washed over him. His plan was already falling apart, and worse, he suspected her early return was because of him. Ajax touched his chest, where the mana was still stored, and grew uneasy. He had not even finished absorbing it, yet things were already going wrong. Thinking about Melissa's personality made Ajax panic even more. If she caught him, she might dissect him from head to toe for research. But suddenly, amazed voices echoed throughout the room. Mountains of gold, silver, and dazzling treasures filled everyone's view. They were stunned to learn that all these gifts were for Ajax. Rayleigh finally relaxed when he realized the matriarch had not actually arrived. Seeing his reaction, Gowl teasingly asked whether his little brother was afraid of her. Gowl kept teasing him, explaining that she only sent word that she would return with the family head. He never said the matriarch was already here. Realizing Gowl had scared him for nothing, Isaac silently cursed the annoying bastard. Just then, the Blue Knight commander respectfully reported that the Pope had also sent gifts. One elder barely cared and casually suggested selling everything. The commander immediately broke into a sweat and reminded him that the Pope's envoy was standing nearby and could hear him. A man slowly approached and revealed that even the emperor was paying close attention to this incident. These gifts from the Pope were both an apology and a gesture of gratitude toward the Joshua family. The envoy kept his calm smile and remarked that the Joshua family did not seem very excited about the Pope's gifts. He then opened another box, confidently claiming that what was inside would change their minds. Brilliant light burst from the box as the envoy explained that, according to the cardinal, this item would greatly benefit Ajax. One elder froze the moment he saw it, seemingly recognizing the item immediately. Inside was a medal engraved with a unique flower. The elder stared in shock and called it the Triple Crown. Isaac saw nothing special about it and asked the ghost. The ghost bitterly explained that this medal bore the Pope's personal insignia, Hearing that the Pope himself had bestowed it, the elders looked stunned. Something like this was clearly far from normal. While everyone was still discussing it, the envoy suddenly called out to Rayleigh, drawing everyone's attention. He casually told Rayleigh to accept the medal, then declared that the gift was meant for Isaac. Rayleigh was immediately surprised. Isaac looked up curiously too. He was the one being rewarded, so why did the envoy want Rayleigh to receive it? Rayleigh asked for confirmation. Was the order really to hand the medal to him instead of Isaac directly? The envoy confirmed without hesitation. He emphasized that his orders were to ensure the medal reached Rayleigh personally. Rayleigh's expression instantly turned cold as he glared at the envoy. An elder stepped forward and demanded an explanation. Giving Isaac's reward to another family member was practically asking for trouble. Furious, he pointed at the envoy and reminded him of the rule. If a medal was given to a relative, it meant the original recipient was already dead. Both Isaac and the ghost froze in shock. So this strange way of presenting the gift carried a hidden meaning. Despite the accusations, the envoy kept his fake smile and urged everyone not to misunderstand the Pope's goodwill. He claimed Isaac was simply too young, so the medal had to go through Rayleigh. But the elder was not convinced and immediately questioned the ribbon attached to it. Furious, he pointed out that the Pope's people had to know the sunflower symbol was meant for someone already dead. Isaac immediately understood the real message. The Pope was basically saying he wanted Isaac in the grave. The female elder was furious too, accusing the Pope and his family of mocking the Joshua family's curse. Gowl urged everyone to calm down, but that only angered the elders more. After such a blatant insult, how could they stay calm? Gowl warned that reacting too strongly could look like an open declaration of war between Joshua and the Pope's family. If things escalated, their family would gain nothing. Despite playing peacemaker, Gowl found the insult outrageous. He suspected the cardinal was behind it, since even his marriage into that family had earned Joshua no respect. But after thinking it over, Gowl realized this could benefit him. If pressure from the Pope crushed Rayleigh and the boy, two problems would disappear at once. Gowl urged Rayleigh to accept the gift and thank them. When Rayleigh tried to object, Gowl cut him off with fake calm, saying it was not worth getting angry over. Just then, Isaac sighed and raised his tiny hand. He clearly had no intention of letting this insult continue. The envoy suddenly noticed something strange happening inside the metal box. Looking closer, he was shocked to see blue flames quietly burning around the metal. Before he could react, the flames reached both hands. Screaming in pain, he quickly threw the box away. Gowl's expression changed instantly. Even he could not believe what had just appeared. The blue flames rapidly grew and floated in midair. Everyone finally recognized them as holy fire. The crowd frantically searched for whoever summoned it, while the envoy clutched his burned hands and stared at the metal. Following his gaze, everyone turned and froze. The same blue flames were burning on Ajax's hand. As the crowd cried out in disbelief, the baby simply smiled in satisfaction. The church envoy immediately panicked. He could not believe they dared damage a gift from the Pope himself, and wondered if Joshua was openly defying him. The elders showed no fear and were ready to fight back. Besides, a baby caused this. Would the church really punish a child too young to even receive a medal? Joshua Rayleigh picked up the ruined medal and calmly declared that since it broke before the ceremony was completed, they could simply consider the reward never received. The envoy was stunned by his bold declaration. Rayleigh's expression turned ice cold, and his pressure made the envoy pale. His message was clear. Joshua had no reason to obey the church. Holding up the warped medal, Rayleigh asked why he should happily accept a gift in the Pope's name when even a newborn could destroy it. With Rayleigh leading the charge, the female elder joined in, mockingly acting shocked that such a prestigious medal had actually melted. Realizing he could not pressure them, the envoy finally backed down. He asked to take the medal back, claiming he might have brought the wrong one. Just then, another burst of blue fire flashed from Isaac's hand, ready to launch. Before the envoy could react, the blue flames swallowed him whole, leaving him screaming in agony. An elder rushed over and pinched Isaac's mouth, affectionately scolding the naughty baby. Meanwhile, Ajax was furious and silently threatened to burn everyone's butts if they did not let go. After taking that brutal hit, the Pope's envoy struggled back to his feet, burning with pain and rage. But instead of causing more trouble, he could only flee in panic while cursing the Joshua family non-stop. In complete contrast, the elders excitedly lifted Ajax high into the air like a hero, their faces filled with approval. Years of resentment toward the church finally felt avenged. One elder even happily demanded that the annoying medal be thrown away. Someone was so happy they cried, only regretting that the matriarch had missed the Pope's lackey getting humiliated. After celebrating, everyone praised Rayleigh, believing the perfectly timed holy fire was a brilliant move that gave them the upper hand. Rayleigh just froze, completely confused about why he was suddenly getting all the credit. One elder approached with a grin, thinking Rayleigh was playing dumb. After all, who else could have used holy fire on the envoy? But the more Rayleigh listened, the more confused he became. As far as he knew, the elders were the ones using the sacred arts. That answer instantly silenced the room, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. They began comparing what happened. Some thought Rayleigh did it, while others remembered mysterious sacred arts appearing the moment they entered the treasury. One claimed he only used invisibility, so suspicion shifted to Isaac after Shadow Step appeared. But a child using that skill sounded impossible. Once they connected all the clues, every eye turned toward Isaac as a terrifying possibility emerged. Meanwhile, Isaac casually sat there picking his ear, while everyone wondered if every sacred art had actually come from him. The secret was the ultimate skill manual he obtained earlier. This mythical treasure let its owner instantly master and use an ultimate skill without training. Thinking about his treasury loot made Isaac grin. He was far weaker than when he was the skeleton demon king, but at least he could still use his old abilities. The elders still could not process it and searched for another explanation. They even suspected Isaac's mother taught him sacred arts, but her attribute was completely opposed to fire. The more they analyzed it, the more absurd Isaac's talent seemed. It was like someone writing poetry before learning to read. Even the gifted Saintess Melissa needed the basics before using sacred arts. As the situation grew more serious, Isaac started sweating. Being called a genius suddenly felt like a huge burden. But Ashley noticed something even crazier. Isaac had not only used sacred arts, he had also destroyed the Pope's blessing. The two elders finally remembered that crucial detail. Their eyes lit up as they praised Ashley for catching the key point. Without wasting time, one elder ordered the medal brought over for inspection, and Rayleigh immediately went to get it. But when Rayleigh looked at the box on the table, the medal was already gone. The elder instantly exploded, refusing to believe the medal had disappeared. He demanded another search because he clearly remembered leaving it there. Then Gowl scratched his head and admitted he had thrown it away. Everyone suddenly remembered that one elder had personally ordered the troublesome medal thrown out earlier. With everyone glaring at him, Gowl quickly defended himself. He had only followed the elder's orders. But the elder immediately changed his story. Even if Gowl was told to throw it away, he should not have actually done it. He then ordered everyone to find the medal. Gowl quietly looked at Isaac differently. This child had melted the Pope's medal, an artifact ordinary flames could barely damage. In truth, Gowl never threw it away. The medal was still inside his pocket, and he had one thought. The family head could never learn about this. Knowing nobody had physical evidence, Gowl felt relieved. As long as the medal stayed hidden, the whole incident would remain nothing more than a rumor. Several days later, in the western region of the Edgua Duchy, a group traveled through peaceful mountains and calm waters. The wind swept past, sending the leader's cloak billowing behind him. The man was Eli Joshua, head of the Joshua family, standing proudly as he watched the road ahead. Knowing the estate was close, he ordered his men to stay alert until the journey was over. Everyone immediately acknowledged the command. Just then, Eli seemed to sense something strange and suddenly looked back. Suspicion filled his eyes, as though he had noticed something he could not quite identify. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious estate where Isaac was staying, the elders surrounded the boy, growing increasingly anxious as they waited for results. Isaac had already emptied dozens of bottles of milk, yet the Demon King's corpse still had not appeared. Instead, he happily rubbed his full belly, feeling better from all the supplements. The elders were devastated. They had burned through 300 pills and 500 Shengwen fruits from the Julius Kingdom with no results. Isaac, however, was thrilled because those fruits could strengthen his bond with divine beasts. Isaac could not hide his smile. Divine beasts could fight beside him and become companions, so strengthening their bond was worth it, especially when his ultimate goal was defeating the Pope and the gods. That made Isaac wonder if a family like Isur had a divine beast of its own. But the next moment, he sensed a strange presence, and his expression instantly changed. Outside, a massive whale-like creature soared through the sky, sending water spraying everywhere. Even stranger, a huge horn grew from its head. There was no mistake. It was Terran Bloom, the divine beast of the Asur family. Isaac immediately went on guard as a terrifying presence approached. While everyone else discussed the upcoming banquet, he knew something big was coming. Sure enough, the door suddenly burst open. Eli Joshua entered with overwhelming authority. The family head had returned. Every step he took carried such authority that the entire room instantly grew tense. The elders bowed together and respectfully welcomed the family head, while Eli returned their greeting. Isaac looked up at the man and quickly realized who he was. If Eli led the Joshua family, then technically this man was his grandfather. Isaac raised his hand and felt even more confident when Survival Origin gave a clear signal. This meeting looked promising. Isaac was still smiling confidently when Riley rushed forward and begged his father for more time. He insisted cutting Isaac open would solve nothing. Isaac stayed calm, certain his grandfather would not gut him right after meeting him. Eli did not bother arguing. He simply raised his hand, already having made his decision. With a cold expression, he pointed at Isaac and ordered them to burn him, instantly sending Riley into a panic. Isaac completely froze. All his confidence vanished on the spot. Riley desperately tried to stop him, refusing to let his father carry out the order. Now Isaac truly panicked. Was Survival Origin broken? Why did his grandfather want him burned the moment they met? At this point, Uncle Riley seemed like the only trustworthy person here. Riley argued that Isaac was still too young for the burning ritual. That only made Isaac speechless. Apparently, getting older just meant he would be roasted later. Riley kept begging his father to reconsider, and Gowell agreed, but his reason was that such a reward was far too valuable for a child like Isaac. That made Isaac even angrier. They wanted to burn him alive and were calling it a reward. They explained that burning Isaac could retrieve the skeleton demon king's corpse, while also strengthening his flame blessing. Hearing that, Isaac finally focused on the word blessing. Riley kept asking for more time, but Gowell suggested something even worse. If they would not burn Isaac, they could simply cut his stomach open. Riley did not want his nephew suffering through something so painful, so he desperately searched for another option. Finally, he suggested submerging Isaac in water instead of using fire. Hearing one insane idea after another, Isaac wanted this crazy family to wipe itself out. Gowell immediately rejected it. The temple's fire and water were Aesir's supreme secret arts, reserved for nurturing the saintess. Wasting something so precious on a useless child was absurd. Riley instantly snapped when Gowell called Isaac useless. Meanwhile, Isaac quietly watched Gowell and realized something. Whatever his uncle desperately wanted to deny him was probably extremely beneficial. Eli silently watched his two sons argue. Gowell insisted Suri deserved the blessing because she was the one who defeated the demon in the treasury. Riley fired back that Isaac did it, and even the sacred dragon confirmed it. Their argument only grew fiercer. Gowell insisted the sacred dragon was mistaken. How could a baby who could not even walk defeat a demon? Riley snapped back that his brother was being ridiculous. Neither side backed down. Riley brought up Isaac destroying the Pope's medal with sacred fire, something everyone witnessed. Gowell still denied it, even accusing the elders of secretly staging the whole thing. Gowell crossed his arms confidently, knowing the physical evidence was gone. But then Eli suddenly asked if they were talking about a medal. As he spoke, Eli raised an object for everyone to see. Calmly, he asked if this was the very item they had been arguing about. The medal in the family head's hand was no ordinary artifact. Its status was directly tied to the church's highest authority. In this world, the Pope was the only person believed capable of directly communicating with the gods. Any object personally blessed by the Pope would become a special material known as blessed metal. Isaac stared at the object in his grandfather's hand in shock. Even as the skeleton demon king, he could barely melt this material, yet his current body somehow did it. This made Isaac wonder if his new life had given him far greater potential than before. Riley cared about something else, and quickly asked his father where he found the missing medal. Eli casually said he found it on the way to the estate. Apparently, it had been lying at the bottom of Lake Elasiva. Riley grew even more excited, pointing out that Isaac's flames could destroy something blessed by the Pope. Isaac secretly felt proud too, since this could prove the Joshua family could surpass the church. Riley then added that Isaac had even endured the skeleton demon king's flames. The elder beside him immediately agreed, nodding excitedly in front of the family head. From everything Isaac had shown, the elder believed he could become an exceptional skeleton demon king hunter. Riley then mentioned how many civilians had recently fallen victim to people calling themselves skeleton demon kings. Eli confirmed the threat was real and warned that their era could rise again. Isaac froze. He had no idea why the conversation had suddenly shifted to his old title. Just then, the Watcher's ghost appeared beside Isaac and mocked how people kept stealing its master's name, both in the past and present. Isaac had no idea who these imposters were, but quickly realized this could help him. The more attention they drew, the easier his true identity was to hide. Even the Watcher agreed. Suddenly, Relay's voice echoed through the hall. He reminded his father of what happened 70 years ago, when a self-proclaimed skeleton demon king came to the Joshua family and cursed their entire bloodline. Isaac's eyes widened as cold sweat ran down his face. That timeline made absolutely no sense. Gowel gritted his teeth while recalling the incident. That man came here and declared he would destroy the Sintessa's bloodline. Just remembering the threat made Gowel furious. The Watcher burst out laughing. Something from 70 years ago could not involve Isaac. Its master died 150 years ago. Isaac finally understood why everyone said he would not live long. His bloodline was cursed. But Isaac did not take it seriously. To a former demon king like him, a curse from some pathetic impostor was hardly a threat. Isaac figured that mana of a higher level could suppress the curse and basically neutralize its effects. The elders explained that the curse was still nasty. It could suppress vitality, disrupt growth, and even damage fertility. One family member supposedly lived his entire life without growing a single hair. The moment Isaac heard about baldness, his attitude completely changed. That impostor had to die. The Watcher even joked that baldness could be inherited, making Isaac crack his knuckles before pointing at Eli and Ghoul's full heads of hair. While Isaac was still annoyed, Eli suddenly walked closer, seemingly having reached his own conclusion about the curse. The family head examined Isaac's tiny body, then looked at his red eyes and concluded that the child was probably affected too. Isaac could only stare blankly. He had no idea how his grandfather reached that conclusion just by looking at him. Eli turned around and spoke seriously. Fire and water alone would not be enough to treat Isaac. That instantly made Isaac nervous, because the old man clearly had something even bigger planned. Sure enough, Eli declared that he would grant Isaac a Holy Spirit. The elder beside him stared in shock, thinking he had misheard. Even Kim Isaac froze when he heard the words Holy Spirit. His mind immediately started racing. Could this be the special being that could only be obtained through a bestowal? More importantly, it was the missing key Isaac needed to reach the transcendent realm, a level where even the gods would struggle against him. Just imagining that future made Isaac excited. With a Holy Spirit, the day he surpassed his limits and settled the score with those arrogant gods was finally within reach. But Gowel Joshua immediately objected, calling it blatant favoritism. A Holy Spirit was reserved for those who earned great merit and raised the family's prestige, while Isaac had done nothing worthy of such a reward. He also brought up the medal. Even if Isaac truly melted it, that was basically an open challenge to the Pope, and the Church would never ignore it. Listening to Ghoul ramble on only irritated Isaac. This annoying guy was getting in his way again. Eli Joshua immediately frowned, clearly displeased by what Gowel had just said. He turned to Goel and demanded to know what he had done when those people brazenly sent their so-called gift here. Ella's anger erupted as he recalled how they came to the Joshua estate and humiliated the family, yet Goel let them walk away and now even defended them. Goel trembled as Eli asked what he had ever achieved besides bullying his own young nephew, and now he even wanted to stand in Isaac's way. Ella's icy gaze pinned him down. Even beasts protect their own, and the Joshua family was founded on protecting the weak. Isaac was a child the family should have protected, yet he restored Joshua's honor himself. That alone brought glory back to the family. Eli ended the argument and ordered everyone to gather at the main estate. He then publicly declared that Isaac would receive the blessing. A few days later, soft sunlight gave the castle a rare, peaceful look, completely unlike the tension inside. Riley Joshua entered the room and immediately questioned his father, sensing this was more than simply giving Isaac a blessing. Eli explained that forcing the skeleton demon king out with fire or water would only injure Isaac first. Both temple powers were highly effective against demons, meaning Isaac could not use them for the exorcism rituals he needed. Riley understood immediately. Isaac could never advance far as a priest, and Eli confirmed he would remain stuck at Tier 4 forever. Eli then revealed 3 spiritual cores and let Isaac choose between fire, water, and a Holy Spirit as a test. Goel Joshua secretly rejoiced. Just as he expected, Eli would never hand such a precious Holy Spirit directly to that kid. The 3 orbs were placed before Isaac, and Eli simply told him to choose for himself. Riley clenched his fists nervously. Among fire, water, and the Holy Spirit, he desperately hoped Isaac would realize the white orb was the right choice. Riley kept staring at the 3 cores, silently praying Isaac would reach for the white one. But against all expectations, Isaac suddenly grabbed the red orb. He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the spiritual core in his hand. Seeing Riley's disappointment, Goel patted his shoulder and mocked him, as though the result had been obvious from the start. But before Goel could finish, a brilliant golden light swept across the room and froze him stiff. This was nothing like he expected. The red orb in Isaac's hand cracked apart, releasing all the spiritual power sealed inside. The unleashed power erupted violently as golden flames surged out and quickly filled the entire space. Everyone stared in shock. The aura before them clearly belonged to the temple's sacred flames. Amid the surging spiritual energy, the figure of a creature slowly began to take shape. Riley stood frozen, his eyes widening as he recognized what was emerging from the light. His pupils shrank in disbelief, and his voice caught in his throat. It was a holy spirit. The moment Salak appeared, she unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending everyone around her fleeing in panic. Goel Joshua had no idea what was happening, and demanded to know why a holy spirit was inside that orb. Eli calmly told him not to panic. Eli had never said there was only one Holy Spirit here. Joshua's roots were tied to water, but Isaac had once produced heat powerful enough to melt the Pope's gold. Because of that strange trait, Eli secretly added another layer to the test, and Isaac had found the power meant for him. Even so, Eli admitted that what happened had gone far beyond his expectations. The moment Eli finished speaking, Salak exploded in rage and called him completely insane. She glared at Eli with murderous fury, unable to accept that an emperor-class being like her had been summoned to the mortal realm. Her rage instantly erupted into a raging sea of flames. Salak's eyes burned red with fury as the surrounding flames whipped her hair through the air. A moment later, fireballs blasted in every direction, and her crushing pressure made the entire area seem to shake. Terrified by her power, an elder urgently ordered everyone to activate defensive holy arts. Goel Joshua was both terrified and furious. Why would his father summon an emperor-class Holy Spirit? Was he trying to burn the entire Joshua territory to ashes? Eli remained unfazed. He slowly raised a hand and denied being the one who summoned her. Everyone followed his finger and saw Kim Isaac standing amid the sea of flames. He was the one who had brought Salak here. Seeing that tiny figure from afar, Eli could not hide his satisfied smile. Rare approval flashed in his eyes, even though Isaac had basically summoned a disaster, capable of burying them all. On the other side, Salak kept unleashing her power, waves of scorching heat, burning through everything nearby. Even Isaac frowned. He only added some holy power to improve the summon, yet somehow pulled out an emperor-class being. Even the Watcher's phantom was speechless. Isaac remembered wondering months ago what he could summon if he seriously boosted his power. But after studying the scene, he suddenly realized something. The Holy Spirit he summoned was actually the anti-demon flame. The Watcher's phantom immediately cheered, because this flame could convert mana into holy power. It excitedly circled Isaac, saying this ability would be incredibly useful. Isaac quickly realized Salak's true value, but one problem remained. Getting that ability depended on whether he could make Salak submit. Judging by her current state, Isaac knew ordinary methods would hardly work on her. Another problem came to mind. Emperor-class holy spirits were usually tied to the celestial realm, and Isaac wanted nothing to do with the gods. The Watcher's phantom agreed. It added that all holy spirits had deep connections to the gods. Just then, someone shouted in panic, begging the family head to send Salak away. A trembling man pointed at her, revealing that Salak was so infamous for her madness that even the gods wanted nothing to do with her. Eli rubbed his chin and recalled that Salak was supposedly abandoned because of her hair color. There was even a belief that black-haired people could never be trusted. Isaac was surprised, so that was why this emperor-class Holy Spirit had been cast aside. As everyone kept talking, Salak grew even angrier and flames rained around her. She silenced the weak humans, then accused Eli of using a subjugation ritual to summon her by force. Eli calmly crossed his arms and reminded her that he was not the summoner. Salak refused to believe him, convinced the Joshua family head had used his authority to perform the ritual. Eli did not bother arguing. He simply shrugged and pointed at the child behind him. Salak turned toward Isaac, and the moment she realized the summoner was just a child, her furious expression froze. A second later, her flames erupted even harder. She assumed Eli had sacrificed a child to summon her, but he immediately denied doing anything like that. Salak became even more furious, saying Joshua could not have fallen so low as to sacrifice a child. She demanded to know what Eli had done to Isaac. But when she saw Isaac's almost emotionless face, even Salak froze, wondering what was wrong with this kid. Isaac ignored the entire argument. Salak had the ability he needed and hated the gods, so he had to make her his mana conversion tool. Just then, Salak's spiritual power erupted again. She decided to test the truth herself. If Isaac really summoned her through the subjugation ritual, he should survive this attack. The next instant, a blazing torrent ripped through the air and shot straight toward Kim Isaac at terrifying speed. Riley Joshua went pale and shouted Isaac's name as the attack rushed toward him. Suk remained cold, believing a quick death by her hand was better than letting the child keep suffering. But what happened next left even Salak stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Eli finally asked if she believed him now. The one who summoned an Emperor-class Holy Spirit like her really was that little child. He stared at Salak and gave her two choices: sign a contract with Isaac, or refuse and face the punishment for rejecting the ritual. Salak gritted her teeth, rage and hatred burning in her eyes. Yet she still smirked arrogantly, claiming an Emperor-class Holy Spirit like her would never fear some so-called punishment. In fact, Salak liked the situation. Since she was already in the human world, she could burn Joshua to the ground, break free, and finally live however she wanted. With that thought, she pointed ahead and declared that the Joshua family would watch their territory turn to ashes. Salak kept making threats, completely unaware that a gigantic mouth had appeared behind her, silently opening wide for its prey. Before she could react, the giant mouth swallowed her entire upper body. Salak struggled wildly, while Riley rushed over to stop Isaac from eating her. When he yelled not to swallow her this time, Salak froze, realizing this had happened before. A terrible feeling hit her. Still struggling, Salak demanded to know how the Joshua family had raised such a monstrous child. Even while trapped, she kept threatening them, saying she would retreat today, but return someday to settle everything. The moment Salak's spiritual power shifted, Isaac realized she was preparing to teleport away. Certain her escape had worked, Salak gave them a smug farewell and waited to disappear. But seconds passed without any portal opening. Salak remained stuck while everyone silently looked at Isaac. The Watcher's phantom covered its mouth, desperately holding back laughter at her pathetic escape attempt. Salak was completely baffled, unable to understand why her teleportation would not activate. Before she could finish speaking, strange lights wrapped around her body and began draining her power at terrifying speed. Realizing what kind of energy was attacking her, Salak went pale. It was dark mana. Eli cheerfully gave a thumbs up, revealing that Isaac had once swallowed the skeleton demon king's thumb. Salak nearly lost her mind, wondering what the Joshua family had been feeding this kid. Isaac was secretly delighted. Holy spirits were among the purest beings of the holy realm, with bodies made almost entirely of holy power. That made dark mana their greatest weakness. Sure enough, Salak soon turned deathly pale. She covered her mouth in nausea as her power kept rapidly disappearing. Her arrogance completely gone, Salak weakly begged them to stop it. Eli simply cleaned his ear, pretending he heard nothing. He claimed the skeleton demon king's power was too dangerous for anyone to approach. Salak snapped, knowing these people would normally charge into battle at the mere mention of a demon king. Eli calmly sat down and offered a deal. Stay with Isaac, purify all the skeleton demon king's dark mana inside him, and he would send her back. Salak trembled with rage at such a one-sided demand, asking if Eli even knew what kind of being he was negotiating with. Eli did not care. He simply waved her off, saying she could refuse and wait for Isaac to eat her completely. Salak's eye twitched with fury. She called the entire Joshua family insane, adding that she would have cut ties with them long ago if they did not carry the saintess's bloodline. In the end, Salak changed her mind. Since they had pushed her this far, she would use Isaac to deal with the people she hated. Isaac was still clinging to Salak and refused to let go. Curious, he spun her around and asked who those bastards she mentioned were. Unable to endure anymore, Salak finally gave in and agreed to stay with Isaac for exactly 4 days. Even after compromising, she kept her pride, claiming 4 days was more than enough to purify the mana from one finger. Eli looked disappointed by how short that was. He immediately stood and ordered the Eastern Mansion opened. Isaac and Salak would stay there, with the entire area sealed until the purification was complete. Riley tried to stop the family head, while Goel also went pale at the mention of the Eastern Mansion, but Eli cut them off immediately. With one cold glare, he ended the discussion and declared that he would hear no more objections. Once the decision was made, Isaac finally released Salak from his mouth. Instead, he smiled excitedly, remembering that the Eastern Mansion was beside the annex, where plenty of mana cores were supposedly stored. Soon after, the scene shifted to Joshua's Eastern Mansion, a magnificent estate glowing beneath the golden sunlight. The peace did not last long before a massive explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave through the mansion. Strangely, the nearby servants did not panic at all. They seemed used to this kind of chaos and simply kept working. One servant guessed Isaac was causing trouble again, but another blamed the skeleton demon king and his mana. Some even thought the family head had given up on saving Isaac. The conversation quickly turned to succession. Some believed Goel, who carried the Pope's bloodline, or his older brother would become the next heir, since Isaac was supposedly cursed and had lost his claim. Others still doubted the curse was real. One servant excitedly recalled what happened just yesterday. Someone was sent to check on the young master, but the moment he saw what was inside, he turned pale and ran for his life. He added that the witness saw the young master looking like a bald old man. The other servant was stunned, expecting some hideous monster or terrifying skeleton. The girl suddenly remembered something important. The young master had not been alone all this time. A Holy Spirit was with him too. Thinking about it, the servant grew nostalgic. Somehow, 10 whole years had already passed. Meanwhile, inside the eastern mansion of the Joshua estate, the silence was suddenly shattered by terrified screams. Two servants burst from a room and fled down the hallway, screaming like they had just witnessed something horrifying. Unlike everyone else, Ashley calmly approached the room they had fled from. Standing at the door, she placed her hand on the handle and gently turned it. The heavy wooden door slowly opened as Ashley stepped inside and announced that she had come to see young Master Isaac, but the room was completely silent. With no response, Ashley frowned slightly, worried that all the noise outside had bothered him. In reality, Kim Isaac did not care at all. He simply sat there, casually chewing candy like nothing had happened. Only after noticing someone enter did he stop eating and look up. Ashley froze at the sight of his tiny body. 10 years had passed, yet Isaac had barely grown, showing just how powerful the skeleton demon king's curse was. Isaac only gave a knowing smile. Ashley had it completely backward because he was deliberately keeping his body this way. Isaac had planned this long ago. An infant body absorbed power most efficiently, and certain innate abilities could only awaken around the time of birth. Nearby, Salak woke from a long sleep and stretched her stiff body. The girl beside her gently asked if she had rested well. Salak wiped the drool from her mouth and grumpily declared that today she would finally purge all that troublesome mana. Pointing straight at Isaac, she insisted that she had already purified almost all of it yesterday. But the moment Salak checked him, her expression changed. Instead of shrinking, the mma had grown even stronger, making her demand to know what was wrong with this brat. Salak finally snapped and grabbed Kim Isaac by the collar. After 15 purifications, the skeleton demon king's mana kept growing stronger. Isaac acted innocent, but for 10 years he had secretly drained the mana cores stored in the annex every night. The Watcher's Phantom excitedly announced that they were far ahead of schedule. A plan expected to take 40 years had been completed in just 10, leaving Salak speechless and Isaac relieved. Looking at his progress, Isaac's eyes grew determined. Despite learning everything himself, he had already raised his holy arts to level 6. Just then, Ashley reassured the young master that the Holy See was about to make its move. Hearing about the Holy See, Isaac frowned, unsure what she was talking about. Her answer immediately shocked him. All 14 followers of the skeleton demon king were about to be executed. Ashley gently explained that once they were gone, the skeleton demon king's mana could finally be purified completely. Isaac froze. Those followers still held valuable information, yet the Holy See was about to kill them all. Ashley noticed nothing and cheerfully offered Isaac candy to help him relax. Isaac could only hold his forehead and search for a solution, especially now with that troublesome imposter still needing to be dealt with. Just then, satisfied laughter came from outside, followed by praise for Suri. Outside the mansion, Goel Joshua was walking with his son. He proudly praised Suri for advancing early and becoming the youngest ordained priest. During their conversation, Goel Joshua remembered the upcoming ordination ceremony and asked whether the princess would attend as well. Praised by his father, Joshua Suri could barely hide his pride. Graduating at the top of his class and being chosen as the princess's guard was a tremendous honor. Suri grew even more confident, saying that as his father's son, achievements like these were nothing extraordinary. Goel Joshua laughed proudly, mistaking it for humility. He praised Suri for becoming more dependable and being just as clever as himself. But the joy did not last. Suri suddenly vanished right beside him. Goel Joshua froze and desperately called his son's name, but got no response. Joshua Suri had been dragged away by a mysterious force and thrown into a completely different space. Terrified, he could only scream. Before Suri could figure out what happened, he lost his balance, plunged downward, and slammed into the ground. Still shaken from the fall, Suri heard a cold voice ahead calling his name. Kim Isaac stared at him with an unfriendly gaze and asked if Suri had a death wish. Isaac immediately brought up their old score, since Suri always exaggerated everything he said. He reminded Suri that graduating from the academy did not mean everything was over. Realizing who stood before him, Joshua Suri silently cursed his luck for running into this lunatic again. Isaac quickly reminded him that his early graduation and high exam scores were largely thanks to Isaac's training. Suri tried to save face, insisting he had worked hard to become the top student. Isaac scoffed, saying an idiot like him could never have done it alone. Suri wanted to argue, but the logic was annoyingly solid. Isaac stopped arguing and focused on his own plans. He needed to aim for the priest ordination ceremony, since many holy arts could only be used after officially becoming a priest. With his mind made up, Isaac jumped out of the cradle and called Suri over, saying he needed his help. Joshua immediately grimaced, wondering what he would be forced to do this time. That attitude vanished the moment Suri met Isaac's intimidating crimson eyes. He instantly softened his tone and obediently asked what the young master needed. Isaac's request was simple but painful. Suri had to hand over every coin he had, including his oral exam reward and the allowance from Gowl. Suri's face twitched as he gritted his teeth in frustration, but he did not dare resist. To him, this kid was basically a devil in human skin. Even so, Suri started massaging Isaac's shoulders to stay on his good side. He also asked what was going on with the Skeleton Demon King's followers who were about to be executed. According to Suri, after the incident at the Holy Relic storage, those followers had nearly stopped obeying orders and seemed ready to die. That was why the higher-ups decided to execute them all. But Isaac still felt something was off. After thinking in silence, Isaac decided there was no other choice. Whatever he needed had to be obtained this year. Confused by the vague statement, Suri asked what he meant. Isaac gave an answer that nearly made Joshua burst out laughing: the priest ordination ceremony. Suri immediately mocked him. Isaac had not even entered the academy yet, but he was already dreaming about ordination. Right after those words, a sharp smack suddenly rang out. Isaac narrowed his eyes and coldly told him to laugh one more time. Joshua instantly dropped the teasing and obediently said he would not dare. Suri then cautiously revealed another path: the recommendation system. Since academy professors were already here, Isaac could get a recommendation letter, pass the evaluation, and still qualify for priest ordination. Isaac immediately called it a system made for people to take shortcuts, but Suri added that recommendation letters were not easy to obtain. A candidate first needed a major achievement, proving their virtue. Suri grew less confident as he spoke, because Isaac's planned method sounded anything but virtuous. Even the Watcher Ghost agreed with him for once. Apparently, Suri could judge people correctly after all. Joshua explained that the requirement was to save someone. The higher that person's status, the better the chance of getting a recommendation letter. The problem was finding an important noble in danger at exactly the right time for Isaac to save them. Isaac was not disappointed at all, simply crossed his arms and confirmed that exactly 1 month remained. Resting his chin on his hand, Isaac asked whether the princess would definitely attend the ordination ceremony. Joshua confirmed she would, but before he could finish, he sensed something was wrong. A devious grin appeared on Isaac's face. After all, who could be more important than a princess? While Isaac formed a new scheme, the sky above the training grounds of the Joshua estate was perfectly clear. Eli Joshua stood at the gate, repeatedly ordering the 2 visitors before him to leave. His stance was firm. Isaac was absolutely not going to the capital. The man refused to give up, stressing that this year was different. Bella agreed, saying Isaac had to attend the founding festival because the saint candidates would receive priest ordination there. Hearing this, Eli Joshua stopped refusing and quietly considered it. Bella pressed on. Over the past 10 years, the other candidates had built up countless impressive achievements. Meanwhile, young Master Isaac had never appeared in public even once. Seeing Eli waver, the man beside Bella quickly backed her up. He brought up the incident at the Holy Relic storage 10 years ago, when Isaac shocked everyone with his extraordinary abilities. He had also heard Isaac now lived in the Eastern Estate, like the Saintesses. Naturally, he wanted to see how much that child had grown after 10 years. Bella kept giving Eli reasons to agree. As an academy professor, she had always wanted to personally train Isaac. Better yet, this year's ordination fell on the princess's birthday, so the Pope himself would lead the ceremony. That final detail made Ella's expression shift. The Pope appearing in person was no small matter. Bella then revealed something even more important. Those ordained this time would receive the title of hero directly from the Pope. Eli quickly considered the benefits. The hero title could greatly expand the holder's domain of power, making it extremely valuable. Still, one problem remained. Isaac was not old enough for ordination. Bella immediately argued that with his talent, a simple age restriction should hardly matter. Facing 2 people eagerly awaiting his answer, Eli could only feel his headache getting worse. After thinking it over and failing to send them away, Eli Joshua finally gave in and agreed. But he set one condition: if anything went wrong, those 2 would take full responsibility. Back at the Eastern Estate, Kim Isaac remained focused on his own plans, unaware that another problem was already coming for him. Outside the estate, towering pillars of fire continued raging, making the scene even more unusual. From nearby, a noble-looking man secretly watched everything. Zem narrowed his eyes ahead, finally confirming that his target was right there. What shocked him most was that even the Pope could only summon a spirit king once, yet Isaac had achieved something similar through a subjugation ritual, and his target was an exorcist holy spirit. Zem quickly connected the clues. That black-haired fire spirit was likely the celestial guardian, a holy spirit too sinister by nature to ever become a spirit king. A greedy plan formed in his mind. The Pope and his family were obsessed with collecting spirits, so stealing this holy spirit as a gift would surely earn him a massive reward. Just thinking about it, James could already picture piles of glowing holy spirit stones in his hands. He looked down at the item prepared in his palm. It was a tool designed to neutralize divine mana. Zem's eyes turned sinister. He only needed to suppress the divine mana surrounding Isaac. Then the skeleton demon king's dark energy would lose balance and erupt. Once chaos broke out, he could steal the Holy Spirit and escape. While the outsider plotted, Joshua Suri led the guests through the hallway and stopped before a room, telling the professor they had arrived. Bella could barely contain her excitement at finally meeting Isaac. The man beside her looked just as eager. But the moment Bella entered and saw the chit sitting in a cradle, she called out to the young master in shock. Her companion also realized the rumors were true. Isaac looked almost identical to how he did 10 years ago. Drawn by the noise, Isaac turned around, completely confused by what was happening. A moment later, he flashed a bright smile. In his mind, these guests were nothing more than his ticket to a recommendation letter. His tiny appearance and cheerful smile instantly struck the guests' weak spot, nearly defeating them with pure cuteness. Bella was so excited she wanted to take Isaac straight to the academy. James silently watched, annoyed that this little fox was charming everyone, while preparing to trigger the skeleton demon king's dark mana. Without warning, James reached out and touched Isaac directly. The next instant, Zem lifted Isaac into his arms, while secretly channeling spiritual energy into him. Now he only had to wait for that power to spiral out of control. But seconds passed, and the room stayed strangely calm with no sign of an outbreak. Isaac peeked out from his arms, blinking innocently as if he had no idea what the man had just done. Zem immediately panicked. That divine mana should have triggered the dark energy, so why was nothing happening? Salak saw through the trick instantly. Furious, she urged Isaac to deal with the suspicious priest for releasing so much divine mana on purpose. But the moment Zem saw Salak, his eyes lit up. An Emperor-rank Holy Spirit had appeared right before him, exactly the chance he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a cloth he had prepared beforehand. Zem played the caring man, wiping Isaac's face while blaming the hot weather. But the moment the cloth touched him, Isaac caught a strange scent and went on alert. Cold sweat ran down Isaac's face. He now knew this bastard was definitely plotting something. At almost the same moment, Salak suddenly grabbed her throat. She gasped for air, as if an invisible force was choking her. Seeing this, the man pretended to panic and quickly asked what was wrong with the Holy Spirit. But a moment later, violent power suddenly erupted from Salak's body. She quickly lost control. Veins bulged across her body as her expression twisted into something terrifying. Zem stared in delight. The skeleton demon king's dark mana had finally gone berserk. Bella turned pale and quickly warned the professor. James seized the chance and pulled out a black Holy Spirit stone. Now he only needed it to take the rampaging Salak away. Without hesitation, he crushed the stone in his hand, convinced his plan had reached its final stage. James immediately activated the soul-severing axe. Blinding golden light exploded across the room. The terrifying force tore through the air and shot straight towards Salak. In an instant, golden flames completely engulfed her body. But suddenly, everything reversed. The flames attacking Salak turned around and blasted back toward their caster. James had no time to dodge before the sea of flames swallowed him, and his screams filled the room. Isaac calmly watched the counterattack, a faint smirk on his lips as if mocking his opponent's naive scheme. The commotion quickly drew everyone outside. Riley Joshua burst through the door, calling for Isaac, while Ashley rushed in behind him, searching for her young master. Isaac quietly checked the prize in his hand. Everything had gone according to plan, and now there were enough witnesses for what came next. He closed his eyes and focused, slowly merging the newly absorbed power into his body. A massive aura suddenly filled the room, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Looking closer, they realized Isaac was directly absorbing Manasa while suppressing its chaotic energy. After some time, the violent power swirling around him finally settled. Once everything was stable, Isaac opened his eyes. he quickly confirmed that the mana problem had been completely resolved. With a single snap of his fingers, Isaac ordered the rampaging Salak to stop. At the same time, streams of blue spiritual energy poured from Salak, surrounding and neutralizing the raging red energy. Riley Joshua staggered back in shock after recognizing the azure divine power, while Ashley covered her mouth in disbelief. Once the power settled, Salak slowly descended to the floor, completely drained before falling unconscious. She woke up a while later, looking completely confused about what had just happened. Riley's eyes turned red with emotion. Isaac had suppressed the skeleton demon king's dark mana, and according to Bella, he had also calmed the Holy Spirit using the Joshua family's azure divine power. Salak kept rubbing her eyes, clearly unable to understand what had just happened. After calming down, Bella declared it nothing short of a miracle. Riley Joshua approached Isaac, with everyone else following behind. Riley looked at him emotionally. More than anything, he was thrilled that Isaac could finally speak, and he was truly proud of the boy. Isaac could only hold his forehead in disbelief. After everything that just happened, was everyone seriously focused on the fact that he could talk? The entire room erupted in celebration as everyone lifted Isaac into the air and chanted his name. Just as the celebration peaked, James woke up, still completely confused about what the hell had happened. The one who needed questioning was him, a servant of the Golden Faith. Refusing to let him dodge the issue, Salak demanded to know who was really behind this entire scheme. James turned pale and insisted nobody was behind it. He only came to meet Isaac, but Salak clearly did not buy that excuse. She pointed out the obvious flaw. Who would believe a man covered head to toe in fireproof gear was here by coincidence? Salak immediately cut all ties between the fire spirits and the priests of the papal family. Then she sarcastically claimed she dressed like this because she was cold. James instantly panicked and begged her not to make such a decision. His face went white. Normally, a Holy Spirit could never sever its bond with priests serving the gods, especially priests from the papal family. James insisted it was impossible, but Salak simply kicked him out. She no longer had ties to the gods, so their old rules could not bind her. While the two argued, Isaac relaxed comfortably in Ashley's arms and enjoyed the show. Salak finally lost patience. Her aura turned terrifying as she ordered James to disappear from her sight. Once that was settled, she turned around and walked straight toward Isaac. Salak admitted Isaac had saved her with divine mana and even suppressed the skeleton demon king's dark mana. Slightly embarrassed, she said the dark mana was now purified, so their contract was complete. Still, Salak chose to stay with Isaac until she repaid this debt. After everything was settled, Bella announced that her group would return to the Holy See and report the entire incident. Bella said Isaac's achievements clearly deserved an official ordination. She also thanked everyone for sending his recommendation letter. Not long after, Riley Joshua met with his father to discuss the matter. Eli Joshua carefully read the document and confirmed that the Holy See had officially approved Isaac's ordination. They even wanted Isaac to attend the ceremony in person. Riley was surprised by how quickly everything had been approved. Eli explained the real reason. Isaac had saved an Emperor-rank Holy Spirit, an achievement nobody could possibly oppose. Eli then showed Riley the rest of the report. Ordination also meant graduating from the academy, so Isaac's knowledge had already been tested. Eli could barely hide his pride. Isaac had answered all 1,600 questions correctly. Riley's jaw dropped at Isaac's perfect score, and he could barely contain his excitement. Isaac could now walk and speak normally too. Ella's only headache was that the boy's personality was still difficult. Eli Joshua said only Isaac's personality evaluation remained. Normally, only criminals or serious disturbed people would fail it. Riley remembered that the test used holy magic to prevent lying. Eli opened the file, curious to see Isaac's answers. One answer immediately caught his eye. Asked how he felt about the family that raised him, Isaac wrote that he would eventually make the entire family his property. Riley saw nothing wrong with that. He even praised the boy for being ambitious. Eli agreed. It shocked him at first, but wanting to take control of the entire family was perfectly fitting for a Joshua. But the next question changed everything. Asked what he planned to do after ordination, Isaac answered that he wanted to deal with those annoying gods. The file then asked what ideals and goals Isaac would pursue after becoming a priest of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. Riley's eyes widened at the answer. Isaac's goal was to wipe out the entire country. Seeing Riley frozen in shock, Eli cleared his throat and reminded him that only the two of them knew what was written here. Then came the terrifying part. If Isaac was forced to retake this test, he would be branded a heretic and could be executed immediately. Eli slammed the table and decided Riley would attend the ordination ceremony in Isaac's place. Isaac was absolutely forbidden from leaving the house. Before Isaac could freely appear outside, Eli was determined to straighten out that uncontrollable personality. By nightfall, the entire palace was swallowed by darkness, and the surroundings had fallen completely silent. Wind slipped through the window, making the curtains sway as a familiar voice called out to its master. The observer ghost appeared excitedly and asked if Isaac had made his choice. Isaac calmly confirmed that he had. Judging by the huge bag already on Isaac's shoulder, he had clearly prepared everything in advance. Without hesitation, Isaac climbed through the window and declared it was time to leave. Ella's house arrest had already failed. Meanwhile, at Roman Capital Academy, grand white buildings stretched across the prestigious campus. In the Holy Arts Department, everyone was talking about a 10-year-old child joining this year's ordination. Some wondered what Isaac had accomplished to be recognized so early, making everyone even more excited for this year's graduation. Amid the discussion, Seps Nizel smirked with undisguised contempt. In his eyes, a child who could barely even walk had no right to be ordained. When questioned, Nizel explained that Isaac had barely developed for 10 years because of the skeleton demon king's curse. Nizel then deliberately turned toward Suri, dragging him into the conversation, as if expecting him to confirm it. He kept mocking Isaac, saying the ordination was probably just symbolic, making the student across from him laugh. Joshua Suri could only sigh. Nizel had barely stayed quiet before starting trouble again. Nizel then mocked the Saintess family, claiming the Joshuas were so favored that even a useless child could be ordained. Sura's face darkened as he slammed his hands on the desk and stood up, barely holding back his anger. Just as things were about to explode, Kina Barrett entered. Hearing everything, he asked if Nizel considered the Holy See's decisions a joke. With his hands still in his pockets, Kina reminded him that Duke Leon Sepet, Nizel's own father, had approved Isaac's recommendation. Kina stared straight at him and added that surely Nizel was not stupid enough to insult his own father's decision. Nizel angrily told Kina to shut up and asked why a former student was even here. Kina simply smiled and said he had been invited. Kina then revealed his new position, shocking the entire room. He would serve as their advisor and holy arts instructor. Kina's voice suddenly turned cold as he looked at Suri, saying Suri's situation was what truly concerned him. Kina sneered that the cursed Isaac could never become a priest. He even doubted the Joshua family would survive until Suri became its head. He mockingly offered Suri a backup plan. If the Joshua family collapsed, the papal family could always give him a job as a servant. Suri was furious, but forced himself to stay calm. He knew this was not the right time to cause trouble. He stepped closer to Kina and firmly rejected his so-called kindness. Suri slammed his shoulder into Kina as he passed, then headed straight for the door without looking back. Before leaving, Suri warned Kina to worry about his own problems first. The academy dormitory stood inside a tall building, equipped with everything the students needed. The moment Suri entered his room, he stopped holding back and hurled the book in his hand onto the floor. Joshua Suri collapsed onto his bed and grabbed his head, frustrated that so many problems had suddenly fallen on him. His eyes turned red as tears began to fall. Isaac had run away, and now even the family refused to show up for the ordination. Suri finally broke down crying, calling Isaac useless and cursing him to go bald like the skeleton demon king. Ironically, at that exact moment, a spatial portal opened and Isaac walked straight into the room. Hearing that curse, Isaac's eyes instantly sharpened as he coldly asked Suri what he had just said. The moment he heard the part about going bald, Isaac released a murderous aura and asked if Suri had a death wish. After recovering from the shock, Suri became even more confused. He had no idea how Isaac had reached the academy. Isaac casually explained that he came for his ordination. Since the family head and his uncle tried to keep him home, he simply escaped. As he spoke, Isaac reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and turned his attention towards Suri. Seeing that suspicious move, Suri instantly tensed up, while Isaac clicked his tongue at his cowardice. What annoyed Isaac even more was hearing that Suri planned to become an errand boy for the papal family. Suri hurried to explain that he never agreed, but Isaac smacked him before he could finish and told him to shut up. Isaac kept beating Suri without mercy, furious that those people dared drag the Joshua name through the mud. By Isaac's twisted logic, the Joshua family belonged to him, so only he had the right to insult or destroy it. Beaten to tears, Suri could only scream and ask what kind of insane logic that was. After giving Suri a brutal beating, Isaac finally stopped, pointed at him, and told him to remember what came next. Isaac declared that if Joshua ever burned to ashes, he would be the one to do it. Suri could only pray this lunatic vanished from his life. Isaac jumped off the bed, told Suri to stop being weak, and ordered him to lead the way. Suri had no clue where he wanted to go. Isaac cracked his knuckles with a dangerous look. He was obviously going after the bastards who bullied Suri. Meanwhile, the academy hall was packed with students, some cat-chatting, while others reviewed their notes before the ceremony. A small figure at the entrance quickly drew everyone's attention. Some wondered who brought a child, while others noticed his striking hair. Ignoring the whispers, Isaac slammed his cane against a desk and demanded to know who started the trouble. His smile turned dangerous as he mentioned someone daring to mess with a member of the Joshua family. While searching for his target, Isaac suddenly noticed a familiar head of red hair. He vaguely remembered meeting this red-haired girl at the Holy Relic Archive 10 years ago and immediately assumed she was the culprit. Suri rushed to stop him. Suri had only one thought: stop Isaac before this lunatic turned the academy into a battlefield and dragged them both into trouble. Making things worse, the girl was Nizel's younger sister. Just then, the red-haired Naki Sepet turned toward them. But before Suri could stop anything, he suddenly tripped and crashed to the floor. Even worse, he slammed right into Isaac, sending the small boy flying forward. In an instant, Isaac landed right in front of Naki Sepet and called out to the red-haired girl. Isaac pointed his wooden cane at Naki and bluntly asked if she was the one who messed with Suri. Naki frowned and denied it, saying she never touched Joshua Suri. Nizel was the one responsible. Isaac immediately claimed she had confessed. Furious, Naki repeated that Nizel Sepet was the culprit and wondered if Isaac was deaf. As they argued, the Watcher ghost appeared beside Isaac and secretly reported a familiar power coming from Naki. Isaac sensed it too. After checking carefully, he became certain that the energy came from one of the 5 great gods. Naki pointed at him as well, realizing the child before her was the Isaac everyone had been talking about. She mocked them with a smirk. One was a cursed child, the other a descendant of the papal family. This year's Holy Kingdom looked hopeless. Naki even declared that the Joshua family would eventually be removed from the 5 faiths. Isaac's face darkened. That arrogance was typical of servants of the 5 great gods. Knowing Isaac's anger would cause chaos, Suri urged him to avoid fighting a rival family and go back. Isaac cut him off, determined to claim his investiture. Naki suddenly stood and crushed his hopes, saying Isaac would never receive it because Nizel planned to petition the Pope and overturn the decision. According to Naki, a child who had not been officially recognized had no right to receive an investiture. Isaac instantly exploded, directing all his rage at Nizel. Naki's mocking smile remained. At this rate, the whole thing might collapse before Nizel even objected. Just then, a servant approached and bowed respectfully. The servant asked Naki Sepet whether they should summon the inspectors. Joshua Suri immediately panicked, since nearly 70% of them sided with the rival family. Refusing to stay any longer, Suri grabbed Isaac and dragged him away, urging the boy to leave immediately. But before they could escape, a terrified scream suddenly came from outside. Before anyone understood what was happening, a gigantic monster appeared, radiating enough menace to send chills through the entire hall. The monster threw back its head and roared, shaking the entire hall. The crowd instantly broke into chaos, everyone scrambling to escape while screaming warnings about the monster. Unlike everyone else, Kim Isaac lit up the moment he saw it. His backup plan had finally arrived. Naki Sepet froze, suspecting the creature had escaped from the training room. Her guard rushed forward and told her to stay back. But the warning came too late, as the monster's massive claw swept toward them. The guard took the full hit and was sent flying, before crashing hard into the ground. With no one left to protect her, Naki Sepet froze as the razor-sharp claws closed in. She never even saw it approach. At the critical moment, Kim Isaac raised his wooden cane and shouted to draw the monster's attention. He hurled the cane through the air, smashing it straight into the beast. Killing someone in front of him would not be that easy. Isaac glared at the creature, annoyed that after all his preparation, it had taken this long to finally show up. After taking the hit, the monster slowly pushed itself back to its feet. Drool dripped from its vicious fangs as hunger filled its eyes. Its low growls made the atmosphere even more tense. Naki Sepet gathered her spiritual power to face the terrifying beast. But just as she prepared to attack, Isaac called out to it. A cold look flashed through Kim Isaac's eyes as he ordered the monster to get lost. Then something unbelievable happened. The savage beast suddenly froze and trembled uncontrollably, its fur standing on end as if facing its natural predator. It stared wide-eyed at Isaac, letting out nothing but terrified whimpers. Without another word, the monster turned around and fled, as if escaping the most terrifying thing it had ever seen. The Watcher ghost proudly praised its master. Isaac had awakened the beast, beaten it down, then brought it here for the perfect show. Kim Isaac simply thought he had done what needed to be done. As things finally calmed down, an inspector rushed in with soldiers. After scanning the area, he immediately asked where the monster had gone. Taiho quickly took control of the scene and ordered everyone to clear the dangerous area. Hearing which direction the target had fled, he immediately ordered the monster response team to be contacted. Once everything was arranged, Taiho hurried over to check on Naki Sepet. From his behavior alone, Isaac realized this man was the inspector. Meanwhile, Joshua Suri picked up Kim Isaac, hoping to use the chaos as a chance to quietly slip away. But after only a few steps, Taiho grabbed his shoulder. No one could leave until the investigation was over. Joshua Suri instantly went pale. Panicking, Suri quickly insisted that neither of them knew anything about what had just happened. Before Taiho could question them further, Naki Sepet suddenly stopped him and said there was no need. She then confirmed that the child had just saved her life. Her words left both of them completely stunned, their minds instantly filling with questions. Naki Sepet walked closer, looked at the boy, and confirmed that his name was Isaac. She lowered her head slightly, her earlier arrogance now mixed with embarrassment, and apologized for what she had said before. Even after admitting she was wrong, Naki Sepet tried to save face, insisting she was not especially grateful to him. Isaac had no idea what was going through her head. Meanwhile, the surrounding students began whispering, finally realizing this child was no ordinary kid. Some were shocked that saving her had earned him recognition. Nearby, a beautiful blonde girl silently watched everything, paying special attention to Isaac. She suddenly realized he was the boy her brother had mentioned. She was no ordinary girl either, but the princess of the Azure Kingdom, Helen Charlotte Alefric Hela. The story then shifts back to the Joshua estate, inside Ella's office. An irritated voice came through the communication orb. The caller could not understand Ella's constant refusals, since his grandson receiving an investiture should be good news for the Azure Cardinal. The caller kept urging Eli to let the boy attend the investiture ceremony. Eli Joshua coldly refused and told him to leave them alone. The caller nearly lost his mind, warning that the Pope would surely be furious. Eli did not care, insisting his grandson would remain at the Joshua estate until he came of age. The caller argued that keeping a child locked inside too long could warp his personality. That instantly annoyed Eli, since Isaac's personality was already terrible. Unable to change Ella's mind, the caller switched topics and asked if he had heard the latest news. The voice from the orb lowered, revealing that a golden-haired child had recently appeared at the academy. Eli shot to his feet with one name in mind, Isaac. Losing his composure, Eli Joshua immediately shouted for Riley. Outside, Riley Joshua jumped at his father's voice and quickly answered. Moments later, Riley reached the office. Before he could ask what was happening, Eli threw on his coat and ordered them to leave for the capital. What came next stunned Riley even more. No matter what, they had to arrive before tomorrow. Riley reminded him that even the fastest route would take a week. Eli checked the clock and froze. They had only 23 hours and 48 minutes left. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. With no other choice, they would have to race there at full speed. The next morning, gentle sunlight covered the academy dorms, beginning what seemed like an ordinary day. Outside one room, Joshua Suri kept knocking impatiently, wondering what Isaac was taking so long to do. He told the tiny boy to stop squeezing himself into a priest-A ceremonial outfit and hurry out since everyone was already waiting. Suri grumbled that people would mock him anyway, so wasting more time would change nothing. Just as Suri lost patience, Isaac announced that he was ready. Suri covered his face and practically begged him to give up and go home. But the moment the door opened, Joshua Suri fell silent. What he saw was completely unexpected. Every word he planned to say got stuck in his throat as he froze on the spot. Suri stared speechlessly, unable to form a sentence. Isaac simply smirked with confidence and told him it was time to go. Soon came the final night of the founding festival, when the investiture ceremony would be held in the grand hall. The guests took their seats one by one, filling the massive hall with lively conversation. Suddenly, a booming announcement silenced the hall and ordered everyone to stand. At that command, the enormous doors of the grand hall slowly opened. Thunderous applause immediately erupted. The heads of the great families entered the ceremony one after another. Below, Gold Joshua watched the procession with undisguised pride. Just seeing them in person thrilled him, because these were the heads of the 5 great families. Just then, Riley Joshua rushed over, gasping as he asked if he was late. Goel was stunned to see his younger brother. Riley had no time to explain and immediately asked where Isaac was. Goel was confused, since the boy should have been back home. Seeing Riley completely exhausted, Goel asked if he had run all the way to the capital. Riley admitted it, then asked about Suri, guessing Isaac might be with him. Goel said he had not seen Suri either. Before he could finish, a solemn announcement echoed through the hall. The Pope had arrived. At once, everyone was ordered to prepare for the formal greeting. Entering under everyone's respectful gaze was Pope Julio Barret. Every guest bowed together as the grand welcoming ceremony began. Prayers asking the gods to protect Hiola echoed through the hall again and again. Only after Julio Barret took his seat did the prayers slowly fade away. The Pope calmly surveyed the crowd. His gaze was gentle, but his authority made the entire hall fall serious. Julio Barret allowed the guests to sit. Meanwhile, Eli Joshua searched the crowd repeatedly but found no sign of Isaac. A priest stepped forward and announced the start of the investiture ceremony. Anyone whose name was called had to come forward. Eli raised his glass, thinking Isaac's absence might be for the best. But the very next moment, the name Isaac Joshua rang through the hall, making Eli freeze. When nobody appeared, the priest called Isaac's name again. Eli calmly sipped his wine, hoping they would skip the absent boy and move on. But the instant he thought that, a clear voice came from the very back of the hall. Present. Goel Joshua clenched his teeth, unable to believe that annoying brat had actually dared to show up. Under countless stunned gazes, Kim Isaac calmly walked forward from the back of the hall, radiating confidence unlike anything before. The officiating priest raised his voice once more, announcing Isaac's name to every guest present. In the VIP section, Higher Barry shot out of his seat, unable to believe what he was seeing. The announcement continued, officially calling Isaac Joshua forward to receive his ordination. Riley Joshua was just as shocked, completely frozen by Isaac's current appearance. Seconds later, his eyes turned red and tears poured out as he finally realized the young man before him was Isaac. Riley could barely believe how much his grandson had changed, even wearing the ceremonial outfit he had prepared. The hall instantly erupted. Some remembered Isaac as a little boy, others wondered if the skeleton demon king's curse had been broken, while many were stunned by the Joshua heir's power and appearance. Sepeth Nizer stared with his mouth wide open, unable to understand how Isaac had suddenly grown so tall. Meanwhile, Isaac remained perfectly calm and kept walking forward as whispers exploded around him. Eli Joshua was so furious that his grip nearly crushed the armrest. He immediately suspected the skeleton demon king and wondered what that hellish monster had done to Isaac. Killing intent filled Ella's face. What alarmed him most was his grandson's smile, because the Isaac he knew had never smiled like that. A terrifying thought hit him. Had the skeleton demon king taken over the boy's body? Keena Barrett crossed her arms and listened to the whispers, wondering if the curse haunting the Joshua family had finally ended. Below, people began debating. If someone like him was not worthy of being called a saint, then who was? Others said he looked nothing like someone cursed. He looked blessed instead. Julio Barret quickly called out Isaac Joshua's name. Kim Isaac immediately focused on the figure ahead, so that old man was the Pope. He looked well over 70, yet his presence was terrifyingly powerful. Worse, his face reminded Kim Isaac of the popes he had beheaded in the past. A dangerous thought instantly crossed his mind. Maybe he should take this one's head, too. As the atmosphere grew tense, Eli Joshua and his son suddenly remembered Isaac's answer from the previous exam. The question had asked what a new priest would say to the Pope. Isaac had written only one thing: tell the Pope to kneel so he could cut off his head. Remembering that answer made both father and son turn pale. Eli clenched his fist with only one thought in mind. He absolutely could not let that brat cause trouble. So he suddenly slammed the table, making a loud noise before pretending his hand had somehow slipped. Riley Joshua immediately played along, flipping the entire table and shouting that he had seen a cockroach. Goel Joshua stared at them like they had lost their minds. Riley kept acting, insisting the cockroach was real and as big as Goel's head. The pointless chaos left the officiating priest sweating, forcing him to ask everyone to settle down. Then, Joshua Surah's name was announced. Kim Isaac had already seen through their act. Those two were clearly causing trouble to stop him from making a move. Hearing his name, Joshua Suri nervously walked toward the ceremonial platform. Julio Barret silently watched the two figures ahead, his gaze darkening as he considered something important. The priest then announced the next stage of the ceremony. The newly ordained would now present their offerings before the gods. The hall immediately buzzed with excitement. The crucial moment had finally arrived, and everyone wondered which god would bless the tiny descendant. Not far from the ceremony, Eli Joshua and his son watched everything closely. Eli crossed his arms and guessed that the Azure Guardian Saint would most likely appear. Beside him, Riley clasped his hands and prayed that prediction was right. But Riley still felt uneasy and asked whether an evil god might take an interest in the boy. Eli answered without hesitation. If that happened, he would deal with it himself. Riley's face instantly twisted in panic. He turned to his father in horror, thinking Eli meant he would deal with Isaac. Eli quickly clarified that he meant the Holy Grail, not Isaac. On the ceremonial platform, Joshua Suri was the first to step forward. He quickly made a small cut on his fingertip to draw blood. Following the ritual, he dropped the blood into the Holy Grail. Within moments, the crimson drop completely dissolved into the water. The next instant, brilliant azure spiritual energy erupted as its light flooded the entire hall. Goyle Joshua shot out of his seat in excitement. His guess was right. The Azure Guardian Saint had answered his son. Only then did Kim Isaac realize the Joshua family served the God of Light, a poor but famously righteous deity. When his turn came, Isaac calmly repeated the exact same ritual as Joshua Suri. Kim Isaac simply sighed, showing little excitement. No matter which god appeared, he knew it would only annoy him. But the next moment, Julio Barrett's expression changed as his pupils suddenly contracted. He could barely believe his eyes. What was happening was completely unexpected. The moment Kim Isaac's blood dissolved into the Holy Grail, no divine light appeared. Instead, violent black energy erupted from within. The terrifying energy quickly formed a massive black vortex, spinning with suffocating pressure. Within seconds, darkness spread in every direction, swallowed the entire hall. Eli Joshua froze as his usual composure vanished. A horrifying possibility immediately crossed his mind. From the layers of black energy, a familiar figure slowly emerged. The moment Eli recognized it, he shouted in horror, "The Skeleton Demon King." That single name threw the entire hall into chaos, as everyone realized the Skeleton Demon King had appeared. Eli Joshua reacted instantly. The ground beneath him exploded as he charged toward the target at incredible speed. Kim Isaac was also startled by the sudden turn of events. His body tensed as he prepared for any danger. As Eli closed in, he poured massive spiritual power into his fist, covering his arm with brutal force and killing intent. He had no intention of testing his opponent. With a roar, Eli struck to kill him on the spot. But the giant skeleton moved first. Iron chains shot out, binding Kim Isaac and lifting him into the air. A cold voice came from the creature. It declared that it had waited a long time for this saint to appear, leaving Kim Isaac stunned. The skeleton continued its threat, declaring it would destroy the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, starting with Kim Isaac. Isaac had no idea what kind of insane scenario he had been dragged into, leaving his mind full of questions. After studying the skeleton for a few seconds, he noticed something even more irritating. This thing looked almost exactly like him in his previous life. At that moment, the Watcher's ghost also became furious, demanding to know what this imposter was trying to pull. It even tapped the skeleton and complained that this copy looked nothing like its master. The real Isaac should look far more stupid and pathetic. Kim Isaac's forehead immediately twitched as he wanted to kill the one insulting him. At the same time, Julio Barrett and Leon Sepet both began casting magic. Two devastating attacks instantly tore through the air toward the summoned enemy, with neither holding back. The collision triggered an explosion that shook the entire area, unleashing a blinding flash that covered the hall in white. Riley Joshua immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the dangerous area and get as far away as possible. At the same time, Eli Joshua unleashed his full spiritual power. His aura surged as his eyes burned red with killing intent. The raging energy quickly formed a gigantic azure serpent. Its massive body coiled in the air as its crimson jaws opened wide. In an instant, the azure serpent lunged forward and swallowed the giant skeleton whole. But when the dust cleared, the enemy was still standing there. The attack had not left a single mark on its body. The skeleton mocked Eli, saying the curse was preventing him from using his full power, so he might as well stand still and accept his fate. Eli remained calm, saying he had only held back because he did not want to accidentally flatten the entire place. The moment he finished speaking, a brilliant magic circle appeared beneath Ella's feet. His eyes turned deep crimson as an icy aura made the surrounding air feel unbearably heavy. Above the enemy, an enormous mass of magic quickly formed. Eli was finally angry. This bastard had pushed things too far. Even facing an attack powerful enough to crush him, the skeleton showed no fear and quickly found a way to turn the tables. Suddenly, it yanked Kim Isaac in front as a shield, then asked Eli whether he truly wanted this young saint to die here. Isaac instantly froze as cold sweat covered his body. For once, he desperately wanted to scream that the skeleton had a very good point. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. His grandson was already a hostage, yet Eli still unleashed such terrifying magic. But then Isaac froze as the sphere above suddenly transformed, almost like it was opening its mouth. Eli pointed at the skeleton with complete confidence, saying a saint could never die from an attack like this. Isaac nearly coughed blood from rage at his grandfather. He desperately struggled against the chains, screaming that this attack could actually kill him. The next instant, a massive explosion shook the entire hall as powerful shockwaves swept in every direction. The terrifying pressure shattered the ceiling, sending huge chunks of stone crashing down. Blinding light swallowed the skeleton as countless energy beams pierced deep into its bones. In an instant, its massive body faded away before completely disappearing. When the shockwaves finally stopped, the once grand hall had been reduced to ruins. Seeing things finally calm down, Goel Joshua cautiously peeked out and asked whether that monster was really dead. Another man crawled from cover with a pale face, terrified that the skeleton demon king had returned. After all, he had vanished after cursing the Joshua family 70 years ago. Everyone immediately wondered if the skeleton demon king had spent those 70 years secretly gathering power before returning. While the crowd argued, Kim Isaac struggled out from the rubble and immediately rejected that theory. Gritting his teeth, he declared that the thing they had just seen was nothing but an imposter. After saying that, Isaac collapsed from exhaustion. Riley Joshua immediately rushed over to check whether he was hurt. The crowd started whispering again. Even for a Joshua, surviving that devastating attack unharmed was unbelievable, and the skeleton demon king had apparently called Isaac a saint. The commotion only grew louder. Some feared the demon king was still alive, while others believed the Azure Patriarch had finished him with the Azure Whale Beast. Despite barely having any strength left, Isaac forced himself up and explained that the enemy was not dead. What they destroyed was only an illusion. That statement instantly left everyone speechless. The Watcher's ghost agreed with Isaac. The enemy had likely created some kind of clone and sent it here, but something about it was still strange. Isaac immediately realized they had noticed the same thing. What bothered him most was that the mana used to create that thing belonged to Isaac himself. Isaac began suspecting that his mana core from his previous life was still out there somewhere. If the Saintess relic vault still held part of his skeleton, then his mana core surviving until now was entirely possible. Isaac cracked his knuckles as his expression turned dangerous. If that imposter really had his mana core, even better. He just had to kill him and take back what was his. Behind him, Eli Joshua finally sighed in relief after seeing Isaac unharmed. But thinking back on what happened, he suddenly noticed something suspicious. Eli was certain that even without his attack, the fake Demon King had planned to use that opportunity to kill Isaac. He quietly glanced behind him, his eyes filled with caution. The more Eli thought about it, the more suspicious the whole situation became. What he could not understand was why Isaac had become the target. Meanwhile, Julio Barrett was still stunned by everything he had witnessed. But Julio's shock quickly turned into jealousy and resentment. The being that had answered Isaac was the very existence the Yellow family had sought for thousands of years. One terrifying title kept echoing through Julio's mind, the supreme god who stood above even the 5 great gods. Julio gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control. Resentment almost consumed Julio Barrett. His gaze turned cold, unable to accept that such a supreme being had chosen some Joshua brat. Just then, Eli Joshua left his position and calmly walked toward his grandson. He called out to Isaac, who could only weakly respond because he was completely exhausted. Eli gently placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke in an unusually warm voice, telling his grandson to come home with him. Eli smiled with satisfaction, proud that Isaac had overcome the skeleton demon king's curse and praising how handsome he had become. But that smile only sent chills down Isaac's spine. Eli even pulled out candy to lure his grandson along. Isaac's mouth twitched non-stop. There was no way he was falling for that when his grandfather looked ready to drag him off for slaughter. Before they could leave, someone suddenly called out to the Duke, stopping the two of them. Keena Barrett stepped forward and calmly stopped them, saying Isaac could not leave yet. Right after she spoke, the ground suddenly shook violently as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. From the cracks below, countless pitch-black arms suddenly burst through the ground. More demons rose from the ground behind them, instantly throwing the situation back into chaos. Keena remained unfazed. As far as he was concerned, the trouble here was far from over. Isaac sighed and pushed himself back up, so much for getting any rest. Spiritual power gathered in his hand, bursting into brilliant light. Isaac told his grandfather that now was not the time to return. He calmly walked toward the demons, looking like they were barely worth his attention. Watching Isaac from behind, Keena Barrett pursed his lips. This guy had grown unbelievably fast and was now even a saint. Keena quietly made up his mind. Whatever Isaac was hiding, he would use him for everything he was worth. Keena stepped forward while cracking his knuckles, determined to prove who truly deserved the title of saint. Meanwhile, Isaac began channeling his power as emerald spiritual energy swirled into his palm. Once everything was ready, he immediately activated purification. Blinding light erupted across the area, forcing the demons to cover their eyes as painful screams echoed everywhere. The crowd erupted in amazement. Some praised Isaac's purification holy art, while others said they had not seen such pure light in 100 years. But one man adjusted his glasses in confusion. Why use purification instead of an offensive holy art? Someone beside him guessed that purification could erase mana, meaning Isaac might be cutting off the energy summoning these monsters. Hearing about the holy art, Salak pointed at himself and wondered if Isaac learned it from him. Isaac silently admitted that purification Holy Spirit Salak was indeed his only teacher. More importantly, Isaac's purification holy art had already reached level 6. Isaac looked slightly smug. At level 6, purification was no longer just support magic and could continuously damage a wide area. But Isaac had another, far more important reason for using purification right now. Before he could continue, Kina Barrett shoved Isaac aside, claiming his holy art was nowhere near strong enough to handle these demons. Kina secretly looked down on him. Isaac might be a once-in-a-century genius, but Kina believed his holy art was only level 5. Spiritual power surged around Kina. Certain Isaac was less talented, he told him to watch closely because these monsters required powerful holy arts, attacking from multiple directions. But only seconds later, what happened left Kina completely frozen. Behind him, Isaac covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing and deliberately repeated Kina's words about attacking from multiple directions. His pride wounded, Kina snapped back. These monsters had incredible regeneration, so they had to be finished in a single strike. That serious explanation only made Isaac laugh so hard he nearly choked. Isaac mocked Kina for knowing nothing about their enemy. Kina's eye twitched as he regretted not letting the Azure family head take this annoying guy away earlier. After laughing enough, Isaac revealed that these monsters were only bait. Kina immediately froze in surprise. Isaac wasted no time explaining and headed toward a hidden corner of the hall. His real target was the true body hiding somewhere nearby. After narrowing down the suspicious area, Isaac spread his magic power around to track the target. Soon he smiled after locking onto its location. When Isaac pulled out a sharp object and aimed at a bug, Kina frowned in confusion. Isaac ignored him and drove the sharp object straight into the bug's back. A violent burst of spiritual power exploded instantly, flooding the room with chaotic magic and sending everyone into panic. Isaac twisted the object in his hand and explained that this bug could secretly poison everyone near it. The poison worked so silently that victims could be slowly eaten away without realizing anything until they were near death. As if proving Isaac right, someone across the hall suddenly grabbed his head and screamed in agony, completely unaware of what was happening to his body. Isaac reminded everyone of the skeleton demon king's earlier declaration. His goal was to destroy this entire place. A dangerous smile formed on Isaac's face. If the mastermind truly wanted to wipe out the Holy Kingdom, these trainee priests would naturally be the first targets. The moment he finished speaking, the entire hall sprang into action. Some hunted the hidden bugs, while others used holy arts to cleanse the poison. While everyone was busy, Kim Isaac suddenly stopped after sensing something was wrong. In a distant corner, he saw golden rays repeatedly striking the wall as if something was blocking them. And the exact same thing was happening on the other side of the hall. Kim Isaac's expression changed. If everything got resolved now, his plan would be ruined. Right then, black energy suddenly poured out and quickly engulfed the entire hall. The Watcher's ghost appeared and told Kim Isaac this was his chance. If he purified everyone's poison, his reputation would skyrocket. Isaac had to admit the guy thought fast. Kim Isaac immediately grinned. His chance to shine had finally arrived. But before he could act, Julio Barrett beat him to it, raising his staff and casting a level 9 holy art. Golden light formed a powerful vortex, using mana absorption to pull in all the black energy. Watching Julio steal his spotlight, Kim Isaac could only stand there speechless. Julio Barrett calmly announced that the threat was gone and no one else would be poisoned. Kim Isaac gritted his teeth, silently cursing the Pope over and over, and before things could settle down, the monster from earlier suddenly returned. It glared at its target with pure hatred, roaring that whoever captured their great king would pay the price. The monster planted its feet as every muscle in its body tightened. Then it launched forward at terrifying speed, determined to drag its enemy straight to hell. Kim Isaac instantly sensed the threat closing in from behind. He released his power, freezing the monster in midair as an invisible force crushed its entire body. Its rage quickly turned to terror when it realized just how overwhelming Isaac's power was. Kim Isaac did not even take it seriously. A nameless nobody like this had no right to dream of killing him. After all the chaos, things finally settled down. The remaining monsters were eliminated, while the wounded were rushed to the infirmary. But Keena Barrett still could not recover from what he had witnessed. One glance from Isaac had completely suppressed that monster. The overwhelming gap made Keena clench his fists so hard they trembled. Keena Barrett stared at Kim Isaac's departing back, unable to believe the power he had just displayed. As far as Keena knew, pulling off something like that required power on the Pope's level. The next day, the coronation incident dominated the headlines. News of the skeleton demon king's return threw the entire Holy Kingdom into panic. Reports also covered the skeleton demon king's escape after his defeat, while questioning the identity of the saint he had mentioned. During an emergency meeting, Hiray Barrett revealed that the Holy Grail showed abnormalities and contained illusion magic. Its origin was still under investigation. Leon Sepet asked whether an outsider had caused the incident, but Hirai shook his head and said that was only part of the problem. Hiray Barrett then pointed at the newspaper and mentioned the Holy Dragon, warning that the Holy Kingdom's barrier was weakening because the dragon maintained its defenses. Meanwhile, at the Rotsua estate, sunlight streamed gently through the window, giving the room a peaceful atmosphere completely unlike the chaos outside. Kim Isaac read the newspaper and quickly understood the situation. The weakened barrier allowed demons inside, while the Holy Dragon's ties to the imperial family kept the Pope's side mostly free of blame. Realizing how they shifted the blame, Isaac's mouth twitched at their shameless tactics. Then someone teased him for finally learning to read the newspaper. Nearby, Gawal Rotsua clapped and sarcastically congratulated Isaac on his coronation. Isaac grew even more annoyed, wondering how to deal with this guy, acting like someone had forced him into the performance. Before Isaac could respond, Riley Joshua excitedly jumped in. Seeing him speak fluently now, she asked him to recite the skeleton demon curse poem. Isaac frowned as the same old game started again. Just as things became awkward, the door suddenly swung open, and a tall man walked straight into the room. Eli Joshua approached and told Isaac to step outside so the adults could speak privately. Isaac obediently agreed and left his seat. The moment Isaac left, the door behind him was immediately shut tight. At almost the same moment, powerful spiritual energy began radiating from Eli Joshua. Faint light quickly filled the room as he cast the level 3 holy art, absolute sound isolation. The others were surprised that this conversation required such secrecy, but Eli sat down solemnly and said he wanted to make sure no one could hear them. After a few seconds of silence, Eli Joshua finally revealed the real topic he wanted to discuss. Isaac. Resting his chin on his hand, Eli gave his most troubling theory. During the coronation, Isaac may have been chosen by an evil god. Eli Joshua explained that Isaac's mark was completely abnormal and had never appeared in any previous coronation. Only the Pope and the Yellow Cardinal saw it, yet the Pope later tried to silence that cardinal. Riley Joshua shot to his feet in shock, unable to believe the head of the church would go that far. Eli sighed and confirmed it. If Isaac had not been chosen by an evil deity, the Pope had no reason to react so drastically. Meanwhile, Gawal Joshua remained silent in thought. After a while, Gawal looked at Eli and offered another possibility. Isaac might not have been chosen by an evil god, but by a deity connected to the Yellow family's faith. The room instantly fell silent. No one said it aloud, but they were all thinking about the same thing: the Yellow family's secret faith. Gawal explained that the family hated outsiders touching anything they considered theirs. If a Joshua was chosen by the very deity they worshipped, there was no way they would stay quiet. By that logic, the Pope's strange reaction made it even more likely that Isaac's deity had deep ties to the Yellow family. Eli fell into thought. With Eli offering no objection, Gawal pushed the theory further. Maybe Isaac had summoned an entity even the Yellow family had never reached. Remembering the boy's unusual abilities, Riley Joshua realized it was possible. That possibility only made Eli more uneasy. Knowing Isaac's nature, he wondered whether the boy could really summon a normal god at all. Gawal laughed helplessly and admitted the odds were extremely low, leaving Riley speechless. Tired of guessing, Eli decided to assign an investigation. He ordered Gawal to contact the Pope's family and uncover the identity of the deity that had chosen Isaac. The moment Gawal Rotsua got the assignment, he protested, clearly wanting nothing to do with this mess. When he asked why he had to do it, Eli offered a deal he could hardly refuse: complete the mission, and Suri would receive a holy relic. Gawal immediately stopped complaining, while Riley looked openly jealous. Eli then ordered Isaac to remain under special surveillance until his internship began. If Isaac's faith test produced the same result again, his path could lead him toward becoming a dark priest. The three immediately imagined the consequences. Just thinking about it made all their faces turn pale. Gowl gritted his teeth as sweat poured down his face. If Isaac became a dark priest, the Joshua family could be branded traitors, and even Suri would be dragged down with them. Riley Joshua also trembled in fear, unable to stop worrying about his nephew. Eli finally declared that no matter what it took, they had to prevent that future. Following the plan, Riley Joshua later gathered the children and announced that their internship would begin soon. He recalled how the seniors had once put him through hell, though those days were long behind him. Isaac immediately frowned. The way Riley described it made him feel like he was about to join the military all over again. Suri Joshua was not thrilled either, but she listened as Riley explained the internship. They would shadow seniors, gain real experience, discover their strengths, and learn what school could never teach. Their final results would also affect their future status and benefits. Riley added that once the internship ended, they would move on to forming a contract with a god. That reminded Isaac of something else. He immediately asked when he could attend the divine sacrifice ceremony. Riley Joshua was delighted, thinking his nephew was finally taking an interest in religion. Isaac clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, declaring that he was especially interested in executing the skeleton demon king's followers. Riley's face lit up. He pulled out his glasses, pleased that Isaac's faith was clearly improving, and decided to explain everything about the divine sacrifice ceremony. Isaac and Suri turned their attention to Riley, waiting for him to explain. Riley launched into a long explanation. The Divine Offering Festival was a huge gathering where people brought offerings to the gods, but at its core, it was about personal faith. Before Isaac could interrupt, Riley kept going, explaining that worshiping the gods together was the true foundation of the ritual. Riley kept using individual faith to support his argument, while Isaac's head started hurting. He even wondered where Riley got those glasses for this serious lecture. Eventually, Riley returned to the point. The Divine Offering Festival was also a celebration where people gathered to have fun, and since joy was part of faith, the gods would bless the festival with their power. The moment Isaac heard that, his interest shifted completely. That meant lesser gods or angels might appear at the festival. His killing intent quietly rose. If he caught any of them, he would show no mercy. While Isaac was plotting, Riley suddenly pointed at him. He excitedly claimed Isaac must be eager to personally execute the skeleton demon king's servants, praising his strong sense of justice. Gowl Joshua added that the highest-ranking team would earn the right to execute the skeleton demon king's servants. He told Suri to work hard, and she obediently agreed. But the moment Isaac heard the word team, he knew trouble was coming. Teamwork was the one thing Isaac hated most. Realizing he had to cooperate with others again, he could only cover his face in despair. Seeing his reaction, Riley Joshua immediately realized Isaac hated the idea. He sat beside him and encouraged the kids to do well so they could achieve their goal. Knowing Riley genuinely cared, Isaac hesitated before quietly agreeing, but inside, he had already accepted there was no escaping this time. He even came up with a shady plan: secretly eliminate a few teams, then play the hero by saving the rest. With that settled, Isaac flashed an innocent smile and promised to do his best. Seeing Isaac so determined, Riley finally relaxed. A cute kid like Isaac could never become a dark priest. Unlike Riley, Gowl Joshua was still nervous enough to bite his nails. Finally, he asked Isaac which god had chosen him during the recent ordination ceremony. The sudden question made Isaac grimace awkwardly, while Riley immediately turned toward him for an answer. Unable to dodge forever, Isaac sighed and pretended his memory was blurry. He only remembered that the mark had a bizarre and unsettling shape. Isaac made it sound terrifying, but deep down he was thrilled. To him, that strange mark clearly proved how special he was. While Isaac basked in pride, Riley and Gowl both went pale and broke into cold sweats. They reached the same conclusion: that god had to belong to the evil faction. Seconds later, Riley quickly stood up and reassured Isaac that even normal gods could have terrifying marks. Gowl immediately agreed, stressing that appearance mattered less than faith. Isaac turned away to hide his smug expression, calmly claiming he never cared much about it anyway. Remembering something else, Isaac announced that the Yellow Cardinal would soon come to meet him. Everyone was confused, wondering why the Cardinal would seek Isaac out personally. Just as the conversation ended, an angry voice came from outside and called Isaac by name. Isaac wrote Sua, and everyone around him grew uneasy and confused when they saw the unexpected visitor. Seconds later, everyone recognized Kina Barrett in shock. Kina wasted no time and declared that he needed to speak with Isaac. The room instantly fell silent. After a moment, Riley Joshua leaned toward Gowl and quietly asked why Kina had suddenly come looking for Isaac. Gowl irritably ruffled his hair and admitted he had no idea what Kina was planning either. The more Riley thought about it, the more worried he became. He even suspected Kina had come to harm Isaac and might have been sent by the Pope. Gowell immediately considered the worst-case scenario too. If this was truly connected to the evil god, they could not ignore the possibility. But completely against their expectations, Kina Barrett walked straight up to Isaac and suddenly grabbed his hand with a desperate expression. Then Kina opened with words that practically sounded like a declaration of war. He admitted that he once considered Isaac completely worthless. Kina stressed that he was completely serious. Isaac could not see how any of this was a compliment. He wondered if Kina had gone insane and come looking for trouble. Even the Watcher ghost could not handle this bizarre situation. Kina became even more convinced of his theory. Isaac had vanished from the public eye for 10 years to train in secret, avoiding the academy and its mediocre students. Kina claimed he knew from the ordination that Isaac was far above everyone else. Making such a genius waste time on an internship was pointless. The more Isaac listened, the scarier Kina seemed. Even the Watcher quietly thought something was wrong with him. Completely unaware of their thoughts, Kina kept talking and reached out to Isaac. He invited Isaac to train with him under his mentor and enter the professional world early. Kina desperately wanted Isaac to join him. He even imagined them executing the skeleton demon king together and eventually leading the Holy Kingdom. Suri Joshua wondered if this was some new form of bullying from the Pope's family. But Kina looked completely serious, and his offer was unbelievably tempting. Suri thought she might accept such an offer herself, but then Isaac suddenly stood up in anger and told Kina Barrett to get lost. Kina froze in disbelief and let out a frustrated cry, unable to accept what he had just heard. Kina thought he had misheard, but Isaac did not back down. Gritting his teeth, he repeated himself, "Get lost." He would complete the internship like everyone else. Suri Joshua nervously clenched her fists. Only one thought crossed her mind. Isaac had definitely lost it. Kina Barrett immediately lost his composure, but Isaac casually said priest qualifications were no issue. Besides training, Kina could even grant him status equal to a priest with 10 years of experience. Isaac then returned to his seat and waved it off. Wanting this over with, Isaac pointed at Suri Joshua. If Kina needed someone, he could take her instead. Suri went pale and pointed at herself in confusion. Me? Isaac even said Suri Joshua was nowhere near Kina's level. He knew it was true, but hearing it said to her face still made Suri flush with anger as she silently cursed them both. Kina Barrett then started praising Isaac, claiming his talent was so overwhelming that monsters would flee from a single glance. The Watcher ghost immediately joked that Kina must have seen Isaac use intimidation to scare monsters away. Hearing that, Isaac began suspecting Kina was after his ability. The more Isaac understood Kina's goal, the less he wanted to cooperate. He kicked Kina out again, declaring that even thinking about studying under the Pope made him sick. Hearing his grandfather insulted, Kina Barrett's expression instantly darkened. He coldly asked whether Isaac had just said his grandfather disgusted him. Isaac confirmed it without hesitation and was about to insult him even further, but someone suddenly covered his mouth. Before anyone could understand what happened, the newcomer quickly dragged Isaac away. Once Isaac was safely out of trouble, the newcomer ended the conversation for him with a simple excuse. Their nephew was busy. The man was Eli Joshua. He held Isaac so tightly that Isaac could not even speak, then warned Kina to stay away from the kid from now on. Kina Barrett felt completely humiliated and immediately protested, even if Eli was the head of the Azure faction. But nobody cared enough to hear the rest. Eli turned to Isaac and sternly warned him that if he kept hanging around that kid, sooner or later, Kina would turn him into some kind of fanatic. The entire room responded with exhausted sighs. Kina Barrett alone let out a stunned gasp. Isaac struggled so hard against Eli Joshua that he left teeth marks on his arm, but still could not escape. Furious over what he heard, Isaac silently swore that one day he would burn those damn Joshuas to ashes. After that incident, Isaac turned his attention to the 5 colors, the mandatory examination for every apprentice priest: white, yellow, azure, black, and 6. These were also the 5 stages every participant had to clear in order. Each stage was overseen by the cardinal, representing its respective faith. In other words, only those who passed the entire examination could become official priests. Isaac headed toward the room marked by the team flag. As he arrived, he eagerly assumed his new teammates were already gathered inside. He quickly analyzed the setup. Around 30 people with similar backgrounds or beliefs were placed on each team. Isaac suspected the higher-ups deliberately designed it to encourage factional conflict. Still, he remembered Suri Joshua assuring him that everyone on their team was someone she knew, so there should be nothing to worry about. Isaac sighed at the thought. Sending Suri to school early had apparently paid off after all. Full of anticipation, Isaac closed his eyes and pushed the door open. He planned to use this team to clear the 5 colors and save his subordinates. First, he needed to get along with his teammates, but before Isaac could even start, someone inside shouted an alarm. Hez here. Another voice immediately yelled to tie that bastard up. Isaac opened his eyes and found everyone glaring at him. What the hell was going on? Before Isaac could understand, Henry stormed over and accused him of bullying Suri for years. Anbeck joined in, saying the older brothers would teach this brat some manners today. Another guy arrogantly told Isaac to treat this as some fun with his seniors. Then he warned that if Suri heard about it, Isaac was finished. Once Isaac pieced everything together, he sighed internally. The teammates Suri prepared for him were completely unreliable. Surrounded by the group, Isaac grabbed his bell for protection, but Henry thought he was joking and called it a friendly bonding session. Anbeck laughed so hard he clutched his stomach and cried, mocking Isaac's like he was playing some childish hand game. Another guy laughed to tears as well, joking that Isaac had been a baby not long ago. Apparently, those rumors were true. They were still discussing where to dump Isaac when his bell suddenly smashed straight into Henry's face. Anbeck's laughter instantly vanished. Everything had happened far too fast. Henry collapsed as blood sprayed everywhere. Anbeck froze with only one thought in his head. What the hell? Seeing Henry get smashed, the entire group erupted in anger, shouting that Isaac had completely lost his mind. Isaac mocked them instead. To score well, the team needed strong bonds, so why not start with some team-building exercises? Wearing a fake friendly smile, Isaac cheerfully suggested they use this chance to get to know each other properly. Before anyone could react, Isaac charged straight into the group and began bonding with his fists. Soon, the screams of his beaten teammates echoed throughout the area. Suri Joshua finally arrived later. One look at the scene left her helplessly calling Isaac's name, unable to understand what was happening. Isaac's team building involved stacking everyone into a human pyramid while they groaned in pain. Meanwhile, he sat comfortably on top. The moment they saw Suri, everyone treated her like their savior. Henry desperately begged for help, reminding her that the guy torturing them was her own relative. The moment they mentioned family, Suri's expression changed. She smiled and thanked everyone for playing so enthusiastically with her cousin. Seeing their last hope disappear, the group begged even harder. Suri had no intention of saving them, but the exam still mattered. She leaned toward Isaac and reminded him that the first round judged team coordination. Isaac immediately froze at the word harmony. Looking at the human pyramid, Isaac asked how this was not perfect harmony. Suri nearly snapped. This was clearly unity forced by a lunatic. Isaac did not bother arguing. He changed the subject and handed Suri something to read. She took it with a suspicious look. As Suri read the list, Isaac explained that these were the people who had spent years clinging to her for benefits. For 7 years, they had used every excuse to take advantage of Suri. The Joshua family might not expect repayment, but tolerating this much was going too far. Anbeck still argued back, claiming the Joshua family needed nothing from them. Even if they brought gifts, the family probably would not accept them. The moment Anbeck said they had nothing to give, Isaac's gaze turned dangerous. He coldly pointed out that their arms and legs were still intact, and even their organs were perfectly healthy. So how could they claim they had nothing? Isaac was not asking for anything unreasonable. He simply wanted their relationship to be fair. Whatever they received, they should repay in equal measure. And naturally, everything had to come from a pure and sincere heart. Isaac stared at the group and asked whether they could accept such a simple principle. After learning she had been exploited all this time, Suri Joshua fully sided with Isaac. She coldly asked why nobody was answering. Under pressure from both of them, the entire group fearfully agreed in unison. By the time the team building ended, everyone was exhausted and lying face down on the floor. Isaac offered no comfort and simply declared that Today's bonding session was over. Suri was still worried about the exam. She asked what they would do if the team failed because of this. Isaac remained calm and told her to follow him because he had something to show her. Even while following Isaac, Suri mutters that the first test is all about team harmony. Isaac is completely unfazed, confidently saying everything is already part of his plan. Before explaining, he leads Suri to a cabinet and quickly opens it. Inside is Paris Julius, tied up and gagged. He looks ready to cry as he stares at them in confusion. Paris can only make muffled cries for help. Suri turns pale while Isaac looks proud of his discovery. Fearing Isaac has gone too far, Suri grabs his collar and demands to know why their teammate is locked inside. Paris is the son of his uncle's friend, and they even met at the Holy Relic Ark. Isaac remembers, but that is exactly the problem. Paris is on their team, carrying a letter, and now claims he wants to quit being a spy. The revelation leaves Suri Joshua completely speechless. Seconds later, he slowly turns toward Paris. That stare sends chills down Paris' spine as sweat pours down his face. Wanting the truth himself, Suri steps forward and yanks off Paris' gag. The sudden move makes Paris freeze in panic. After a brief hesitation, Suri asks if Nizar was the one who ordered Paris to do all this. Paris immediately admits it, apologizing non-stop and saying he was forced into it for reasons of his own. Isaac ignores the excuses and demands to know Paris' mission. Terrified, Paris admits Nizar ordered him to completely tear Joshua's team apart. Nizar knew Suri would enter the exam, so he told Paris to make unreasonable demands and slowly destroy the team from within. Still crying, Paris reveals that his hostility toward Isaac at the welcome party was also Nizar's order. His ultimate goal was to personally execute the subordinates of the bald demon king. Isaac immediately remembers Sepeth Nizar's smug face. Targeting him was one thing, but now Sepeth is after his subordinates' lives too. Isaac decides he has let this slide long enough. Sepeth Nizar needs to be taught a proper lesson. A few days later, the scene shifts to Sepeth Nizar. The moment Stephen gives his report, Sepeth explodes in rage over another failed plan. Spying was supposed to be easy, yet his people keep quitting. Sepeth demands to know how many have dropped out, leaving Stephen awkwardly scratching his head. Stephen apologizes and says all that recent team building made him want to stay home and rest. Hearing that only annoys Sepeth more, with team building echoing in his head. Despite his frustration, Sepeth lets it go and angrily orders Stephen out of his sight. Once Stephen leaves, Robot reminds him that 3 loyal agents still remain inside Joshua's team. Daimuan agrees, saying the plan can still succeed as long as those 3 stay hidden. But Sepeth Nizar already hates Isaac to the bone. His very presence irritates him, so Sepeth decides Isaac must be removed soon. Even worse, Sepeth's father has started paying attention to Isaac, making him wonder if his father actually plans to bring Isaac into the family. Still, Sepeth quickly dismisses the thought. According to his calculations, everything will end today. Joshua's team is about to be eliminated in Today's trial anyway, so there is nothing else to worry about. Inside the Grand Hall, once every team has gathered, the Elder officially announces the start of the 5 Colors Harmony round. He explains that the White Faith uses spoken words to cast magic, but within a team, true strength comes from mutual trust and coordination. That is why the opening Harmony trial will not involve combat. Instead, the result will be decided by votes from the team members themselves. Watching Isaac yawn sleepily, Sepeth Nizar smiles to himself. Under the rules, 1 vote against the current lineup means the entire team fails, while the dissenter can join another team. That means the agents he planted can betray the blue team and still remain in the exam. Sepeth has prepared everything in advance, with spies already inside the enemy team. To him, victory is practically guaranteed. Just imagining Isaac getting eliminated brings a smug grin to Sepeth's face. Before long, Sackley begins announcing the results everyone has been waiting for. When the blue team's turn comes, every single member votes to stay together. The entire team officially passes the 5 Colors Harmony trial. The result hits Sepeth Nizar like lightning. He freezes as his entire plan falls apart. Isaac refuses to waste the chance. He looks straight at Sepeth and flashes him a provocative grin. After leaving the hall, Suri Joshua hurries after Isaac, repeatedly calling for him to wait. Suri still cannot understand how Isaac convinced everyone to vote for keeping the team together. Instead of explaining, Isaac asks if Suri remembers the yellow cardinal repeatedly trying to meet him a few days ago. Suri remembers perfectly, even pointing out that Isaac boldly ignored the cardinal's summons. That reminder instantly makes Isaac's gaze turn dangerous. Isaac asks if Suri has a death wish. Realizing his mistake, Suri immediately apologizes. Isaac then explains that he demanded yellow elixir in exchange for meeting the cardinal. Suri finds that absurd since the rare elixir is almost exclusive to the Yellow Faith. But Isaac confirms the cardinal really handed it over. He then used the yellow elixir to make a deal with his teammates. Suri assumes they received it after the vote. Isaac quickly corrects him. He gave everyone the elixir before the voting even started. Suri nearly freaks out, asking what Isaac would have done if they took it and betrayed him anyway. Before opening the door ahead, Isaac turns around and says there was nothing to worry about, because he completely trusts his teammates. Isaac happily walks on, while Suri wonders if this guy has finally changed and learned to trust others. If Isaac really has changed for the better, Suri would be more than happy. That fantasy dies the moment the door opens. Isaac has locked all the spies inside, and every one of them is suffering miserably. Henry struggles to raise his head, reminding Isaac that they followed every order. Everyone desperately begs for the antidote. Suri immediately asks what antidote they mean, while Henry clutches his stomach in unbearable pain. Seeing them sprawled across the room, Isaac gives a satisfied thumbs up and says this method makes him completely confident nobody will betray him. Suri finally understands what Isaac meant by trusting his teammates and can only scream internally over this lunatic scheme. Unable to hold back, Suri points at Isaac and asks if he disguised poison as yellow elixir. Isaac puts on an innocent face and insists that he really did give them yellow elixir. The formula is just 93 parts flour, 5 parts mana essence from the skeleton demon king, 1 part laxative, 0.5 parts hair extract, and 0.000001 parts real yellow elixir. Hearing that horrifying recipe, Suri nearly loses it, saying rinsing a real yellow elixir in water would probably contain more medicine. As Suri grabs his head in despair, Isaac happily watches the others suffer, saying it is finally time they repaid the debt from years of leeching off Suri. Dominic clasps his hands and tearfully begs Isaac to save him because he cannot take any more. Henry joins in, saying they already passed 5 colors harmony and begging for the antidote. With his goal achieved, Isaac searches through a cabinet, saying he always keeps his word. The only problem is that he cannot remember where he put the antidote. After searching around, Isaac suddenly pulls out a diaper and celebrates like he found treasure. Apparently, he finally found what he needed. The sight leaves Suri silently cursing Isaac as hopeless. That is clearly a used diaper, and nobody sane would hide an antidote there. Without any shame, Isaac raises his prize and teases everyone by wondering who he should save first. Suddenly, the door bursts open as someone angrily shouts at him. The newcomer is Sepith Neezer. Grinding his teeth in rage, he demands that Isaac return his subordinates. Sepith cannot understand how Isaac turned his own men against him. Isaac looks annoyed by the interruption, while Anbet nervously begs for mercy, and Henry has no idea what is happening. But Isaac holds the antidote, so everyone immediately turns against Sepith Neezer and confronts their former master. Betrayed right to his face, Sepith warns that this is not over. Before Sepith can do anything else, he suddenly cries out in pain. Everyone immediately warns him not to touch Isaac. Completely baffled, Sepith demands to know why his own subordinates are protecting Isaac and what Isaac did to them. A moment later, Isaac approaches Sepith Neezer sitting on the ground and repeats his own claim that people seek overwhelming power when pushed into danger. Isaac immediately rejects that idea. For these people, no power matters more than staying alive. Faced with death, few can resist their survival instinct. Sepith Neezer's smug expression slowly turns into unease. Fear creeps into Sepith's mind as he desperately tells himself this cannot be happening. Facing Isaac's chilling gaze, Sepith backs against the wall and wonders if those eyes even belong to a human. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an office inside the Holy See. A knock sounds at the door, and Hire Barrett immediately tells the visitor to enter. Seeing Theodore still hesitating outside annoys Hire Barrett. Making him wait 7 days just to meet a trainee priest feels downright disrespectful. Theodore finally enters, awkwardly apologizing before delivering some unpleasant news. Isaac flatly refused to come. Hire Barrett can hardly believe someone like Isaac would dare reject a meeting with him. He asks Theodore if Isaac took the yellow elixir and still refused to appear. Theodore awkwardly confirms that is exactly what happened. Worse, Isaac left a message. Theodore reluctantly explains that next time, Hire should skip the cheap gifts and prepare a massive block of gold instead. Hearing that outrageous demand, Hire Barrett grips his pen so hard it snaps in half. Theodore's expression instantly changes, knowing Hire's anger has reached another level. After suppressing his rage, Hire Barrett coldly orders Theodore to bring Isaac before him by any means necessary. Elsewhere, Sepith Neezer leaves while still furiously cursing Isaac in his head. But remembering his subordinate's report, Sepith realizes this was not a total loss. Isaac seems to be hiding something that makes him desperate to avoid the inspector. By following this clue, Sepith believes he can expose the true identity Isaac is trying so hard to hide. While plotting his next move, Sepith suddenly stops after noticing a group gathered ahead. Sepith immediately demands to know who they are. Theodore and John turn toward him with confused expressions. Without asking what happened, Sepith storms over and demands to know why the dormitory is so chaotic. Theodore wants to avoid conflict, so he explains they came to meet the young master. Internally, he curses his luck for running into someone from the Red family, sworn rivals of the Yellow family. Theodore just hopes Sepith leaves quickly. A member of the Blue family being summoned by the Yellow Cardinal is already sensitive enough, and rumors would cause serious trouble. Even after hearing the explanation, Sepith refuses to leave and keeps staring suspiciously at the group. As the tension rises, a voice suddenly interrupts, asking why they arrived so late. Everyone turns toward the voice in surprise. Isaac appears with Suri Joshua, deliberately acting like a young master. He reminds them that he ordered them to come early because he needs something prepared for a tea party. The group immediately realizes Isaac is giving them an escape route and rushes toward him. Joshua catches on too, saying they came to deliver something for the young master, and it is still being prepared. Isaac keeps acting, saying a social gathering needs refreshments, and ordering everything delivered before the day ends. Everyone happily accepts. Sepeth-Nezer is completely ignored, leaving him pale with rage. Hearing about the gathering, he suspects this is how Isaac turned his subordinates against him. Furious, Sepeth-Nezer immediately activates his magic, while Theodore takes the chance to excuse himself and lead everyone away. Before Theodore can finish speaking, Sepeth-Nezer suddenly attacks him from behind, making him cry out in pain. After taking down everyone nearby, Sepeth targets Isaac and casts the fifth-tier holy spell, Hell's Penance. He says his subordinates are only taking a short nap because the real issue is between them. Sepeth then challenges Isaac to a trial of faith. It sounds interesting, but the situation is anything but simple. Isaac knows exactly how serious this is. If he is found suspicious, he could be burned at the stake, and even his entire family could face destruction. Sepeth-Nezer refuses to stop. He pulls out a red pouch and tells Isaac to try another test. Just put a hand inside, and the item will react on its own. Before things go any further, Hirai Barrett suddenly appears and calls out Isaac Lusser's name. The moment he arrives, Hirai looks annoyed. Isaac ignored his summons just to waste time here. Isaac instantly recognizes that familiar voice, but instead of relaxing, he becomes wary and confused. Hirai Barrett stares straight at Isaac and asks if his orders mean nothing to him. Unlike Isaac, Sepeth-Nezer goes silent the moment he recognizes the newcomer. Facing a cardinal puts him instantly on guard. Hirai Barrett turns to Sepeth-Nezer and asks when Isaac became so close to the Scarlet family. Worse, one of their young masters just messed with his subordinate. Sepeth-Nezer freezes in confusion. He has no idea how the situation suddenly turned against him. He panics even more after realizing Isaac is connected to the Barrett faction. While Sepeth is still stunned, Isaac bows and apologizes to the cardinal. But that apology is only the start. Isaac plays innocent and claims young Master Nezers stopped him from meeting someone from the Yellow family, delaying his response to the summons. That single statement makes Sepeth-Nezer tense up as Hirai Barrett immediately gives him a suspicious look. Afraid he will take the blame, Sepeth-Nezer quickly denies it and insists he never said anything like that. He even asks why a cardinal summoned Isaac in the first place. During training, bishops are not supposed to contact students freely. Before Sepeth-Nezer can say more, Hirai Barrett cuts him off and pretends to be surprised. Seeing Sepeth walk straight into the trap, Isaac secretly grins. Hirai Barrett identifies him as the Scarlet Family's third son, then criticizes him for wasting the time meant for bonding with his teammates. Hirai says he can go easy on Sepeth because he knows his father. Sepeth immediately panics and insists this is all a misunderstanding. Hirai Barrett ignores the explanation and decides to assign Sepeth-Nezer's group extra missions from the Holy See. Hearing this disguised punishment, Sepeth-Nezer nearly loses hope. He can only grit his teeth and pray Hirai is not serious. Hirai Barrett ignores his bitter expression, turns to Isaac and orders him to return to his room. To everyone's surprise, Isaac refuses again. Sepeth whips around in shock as Isaac politely says the Scarlet Cardinal summoned him first. Isaac casually adds that he already has another appointment. If Hirai wants him, he needs a better offer. Hirai immediately asks if the Scarlet side truly summoned him. Isaac narrows his eyes with a smile and confidently confirms it. Sepeth-Nezer is stunned because he never told Isaac about that. Sepeth quickly weighs his options. If this continues, Hirai Barrett will hate him and his evaluation could suffer. He needs to get out now. He immediately throws an arm around Isaac and acts like they are close friends. Then he claims he came to escort Isaac and quickly asks permission to leave with him. Faced with this sudden act, Hirai Barrett gives only a brief response, revealing nothing about what he thinks. That vague reaction makes Sepeth-Nezer nervous. He starts wondering if his little trick just failed. As Sepeth hesitates to explain further, Hirai Barrett cuts him off and says there is nothing else to do but accept it. Hirai Barrett turns to leave. Since Isaac already has an appointment, he has no reason to keep him here. Seeing Hirai actually leave, Sepeth-Nezer finally relaxes. Even Barrett apparently does not want open conflict with the Scarlet family. But after a few steps, Hirai Barrett suddenly stops. He reminds Sepeth that causing trouble for the Yellow family still cannot be ignored. Starting tomorrow, Sepeth-Nezer will receive even more missions. Hearing that, Sepeth can barely stop himself from cursing. Still, Sepeth quickly calms down and plans to dump everything on Isaac. Once he hands Isaac to his father, the rest should be easy. But when he turns to speak, Isaac is already gone. Sepeth Nezer explodes in anger and demands that Suri Joshua tell him where Isaac went. Joshua calmly points behind him and says Isaac already went back to sleep. Isaac's excuse is simple. If he wants to grow taller, he needs to sleep early. Sepeth Nezer grits his teeth in frustration. It is only 2 in the afternoon, yet Isaac is already using bedtime as an excuse. Finally losing patience, Sepeth Nezer storms to Isaac's room and shouts for him to wake up and deal with this mess. No matter how loudly Sepeth yells, only Isaac's snoring answers him. Half asleep, Isaac occasionally mutters something about burning everything down. Even worse, Anbek's group turns on Nezer and orders everyone to drag this nuisance out of the area. 3 days later, Hiray Barrett's punishment is still in effect, leaving Sepeth Nezer stuck scrubbing floors. His hands keep working, but his mind stays on Isaac. Sepeth curses the brat with every scrub, wishing he could deal with him for good. Finally reaching his limit, Sepeth throws down his tools and grabs his head. Cleaning 18 hours a day is basically torture. Then Sepeth Leon's earlier words return to him. His father mocked him for failing to bring back one child, while his teammates complain about falling scores, and his father refuses to help. To escape this mess, Sepeth knows he must meet his father's condition and bring Isaac to him. First, he needs to find the brat. Sepeth Nezer suddenly remembers that Isaac still has to attend prayers. So he decides to camp outside the prayer room. Sooner or later, Isaac has to show up. Before long, Robert barges in and angrily asks why Sepeth is sitting around when their group still has mountains of work. Robert drags him away and warns that if their scores drop again, he will deal with Nezer himself. But Sepeth fights back, determined to meet Isaac first. During the struggle, Sepeth Nezer suddenly spots the person he has been waiting for nearby. Sepeth stares in disbelief, while Isaac simply narrows his eyes, smiles, and casually waves like nothing ever happened between them. That cheerful attitude only pours fuel on the fire, making Sepeth Nezer's anger explode. He tries to charge at Isaac, but Robert and Raymond grab him and drag him away. Sepeth screams to be released while Isaac watches with pure amusement. Later, Suri Joshua calls Isaac a real devil for deliberately showing up at the perfect moment to drive Nezer crazy. Isaac does not deny it and admits it was hilarious. Jokes aside, Suri Joshua turns serious. Meeting the Scarlet Cardinal could actually give them a major advantage. Isaac does not see the benefit, so he immediately asks why. Joshua explains that Cardinal Barrett will never help them reach King rank. Isaac only gets more confused because he does not even know what King rank is. Realizing Isaac knows nothing about the ranking system, Joshua tells him he should at least know the Academy's evaluation standards. Isaac shamelessly blames Joshua for not explaining something this important sooner. Joshua shows Isaac the ranking system. King is for irreplaceable talents, Queen for those capable of protecting a nation, then Bishop for model students, Knight for capable ones, Pawn for average students, and Skull for those considered useless. Even Isaac admits the top ranks have brutal standards. Joshua reveals his biggest concern. If the Cardinal gets angry and gives their group Skull rank, they could be transferred to another academy. He even suspects Hiray Barrett might want Isaac dead. Isaac calls that ridiculous. Who would hate a 10-year-old enough to kill him, especially after Barrett sent him the royal elixir? Joshua then reveals something Isaac never knew. His mother was once engaged to Hiray Barrett. Isaac instantly freezes. Worse, Isaac's father ended up marrying her, breaking the engagement, and caused conflict between both families. After hearing everything, Isaac becomes almost completely convinced Barrett really might want him dead. While Isaac's thoughts are in chaos, the Watcher's ghost suddenly appears behind him. Isaac jumps because he never sensed it approaching. A few seconds later, Joshua offers a practical solution. If Isaac can bring the Scarlet Cardinal to their side, they will have someone to counter the Yellow Cardinal. The Yellow family's descendants also face evaluations from the Scarlet side. If both factions agree not to deliberately give each other's people skull rank, things become much easier. But while Joshua is still explaining, someone secretly begins casting magic. A mana hand silently appears beside Isaac. Unaware of the danger, he agrees with Joshua and decides to meet the Scarlet Cardinal. The moment Isaac finishes speaking, the magic hand covers his mouth, leaving him stunned by what is happening. Joshua only hears half the sentence before Isaac suddenly goes silent, so he turns and asks what Isaac was about to say. But Isaac is already gone. Joshua freezes for a few seconds before calling his name in confusion. Meanwhile, Hiray Barrett is reading when someone knocks on the door. Without losing his stern expression, he orders them inside. The moment the door opens, a powerful surge of mana rushes into the room. The mana carries Isaac straight to Hiray Barrett, then disappears after completing its mission. After recovering, Isaac confronts Hirai. For someone who acts so righteous, he actually sent a subordinate to kidnap a child. Seeing Isaac's casual attitude, Hirai Barrett closes his book and gives the brat a stern warning. Knowing he cannot keep avoiding this, Isaac reluctantly plays along, but he already knows Hirai did not summon him for anything simple. Isaac bluntly assumes this meeting is about him constantly ignoring Hirai Barrett lately. But Hirai suddenly softens. He calls Isaac Loser by his full name, then shocks him by asking Isaac to become his adopted son. The proposal is so unexpected that Isaac freezes for several seconds, unable to process what he just heard. He looks calm outside, but his mind is racing. Being adopted by Hirai means joining the Yellow family. So is Hirai trying to steal him away? The more Isaac thinks, the more suspicious it feels. Either Hirai mocking him or trying to control the Loser family, and Isaac's expression turns furious. Realizing Isaac expects the worst, Hirai denies any conspiracy. He only wants Isaac to leave Loser and become a Barrett, but that explanation only makes Isaac more suspicious. Isaac even remembers the fake skeleton Demon King calling him a saint. Maybe that is the real reason they are targeting him. But guessing will get him nowhere. To uncover Hirai Barrett's true goal, Isaac decides to test him with a question. He directly asks what benefits he gets from becoming Hirai's adopted son. Hirai clearly never expected that and momentarily has no answer. Seeing him hesitate, Isaac pushes harder. If this is a negotiation, Hirai needs to put some real terms on the table. Hirai Barrett studies the brat in disbelief. He cannot believe a child this young is bargaining with him like an adult. Hirai finally promises everything Loser cannot provide, even offering the papal family's influence to give Isaac whatever he lacks. Before he finishes, Isaac laughs. As far as Isaac is concerned, the Loser family already gives him everything he needs, so Barrett has nothing to tempt him with. Hirai does not argue. Instead, he mentions hearing that the Loser family wants to keep Isaac confined to their estate. Following the Azure faith requires constant patience and self-restraint, forcing Isaac to live under countless restrictions. The Yellow side would give him complete freedom, never interfere with his choices, and even support whatever Isaac wants to do. Even that is not enough to sway Isaac. He raises the price, saying Hirai must back him as the next head of the Barrett family before he will consider the offer. Hirai thinks for a moment before responding. From what he knows, Isaac was aiming to become a saint, but now he seems to be reaching for the papal throne itself. If Isaac's ambition truly goes that far, Hirai believes joining the Yellow faction would clearly give him a major advantage. Isaac immediately refuses, insisting he still belongs with Joshua and would never switch sides for a few benefits. But before he finishes, Hirai makes another offer. Hirai piles on unbelievable rewards, territory named after Isaac, a treasury full of gold, his own army, tax exemption, an estate grander than Joshua's, and status equal to a direct heir. Faced with all that, Isaac finally says he will think about it. Hearing that, Hirai Barrett immediately brightens up, returns to his desk, and prepares to begin the adoption process right away. But before starting, Hirai remembers one crucial issue. Joshua absolutely cannot know about this yet. Isaac calmly agrees. To reassure Hirai, Isaac promises to keep their entire conversation secret. But Hirai suddenly realizes someone outside has been eavesdropping. Alarmed by the discovery, he immediately leaves the room to investigate. The one hiding outside was Suri Joshua. The moment Hirai Barrett appeared, he screamed in panic. Fear made Suri's legs give out, and he collapsed to the floor, trembling. He finally found the courage to run, shouting that he had not heard anything. Watching Suri Joshua disappear while still yelling, Hirai Barrett could only sigh helplessly. He returned to Isaac, saying only Isaac's decision mattered. Even if that kid reported everything to Joshua, nothing would change. Just when Hirai thought the matter was settled, Isaac suddenly spoke, as if remembering something. Isaac reminded him that he only promised to think about it. He never agreed to join, and he would rather die than enter the Pope's family. Hirai could not understand such resolve from a child. He asked if Isaac truly preferred death, and Isaac confirmed it without hesitation. Hirai's expression instantly turned frightening. Rage surged through him as he crushed the paper in his hand, barely suppressing his killing intent. He bitterly remarked that Isaac was exactly like his mother, from his appearance to his personality, and even the way he answered. Hirai then used his status to threaten him. One word could expel Isaac from the church forever, ending any chance of becoming pope or even being recognized as a saint. Hirai kept pressuring him with the pope's authority, saying one command could ban Isaac from the Holy Kingdom. But Isaac calmly declared he would build a nation with no priests and no pope, leaving Hirai stunned. Isaac confidently added that a nation never needed two people standing at the top, because that nation would eventually belong to him. Such an outrageous declaration from a child left Hirai Barrett completely speechless. After several seconds, Hirai finally recovered and stared at Isaac, struggling to ask what he was even talking about. Before Hirai could finish, Isaac scratched his head and laughed. To defeat the skeleton demon king, he needed at least that much ambition and courage. Hirai realized this kid had surpassed every expectation. Isaac then looked away and suggested they pretend the adoption talk never happened, saying it might actually benefit Hirai more. Without waiting for permission, Isaac walked to the desk, touched the crumpled paper, and revealed something he had been curious about for days. Isaac wanted to know exactly what had gone wrong during the investiture ceremony. Without a special reason, the Yellow family would never try to adopt direct grandson of a rival faction. And Isaac knew he was not the only one curious about such a huge secret. The entire Holy Kingdom would want answers. The story then shifts to the Joshua estate. After hearing Isaac pass the Five Colors Harmony trial, Eli Joshua immediately grew restless. He could not understand how Isaac succeeded because, according to his calculations, the boy should have failed. Eli even blamed his own weak faith. Worried things would stray further from his plans, he grabbed the Holy Grail and headed for the altar. The moment he arrived, Eli Joshua immediately knelt before the altar. With absolute devotion, he raised the Holy Grail high and began praying to the God he worshipped. But his prayer was hardly grandfatherly. After praising his God's power over heaven and earth, Eli begged for his damn grandson to fail. Most families pray for success, but the Joshua family clearly does things differently. Just then, Benjamin Joshua, the family's second son, witnessed the bizarre scene and wondered what had happened while he was away. Benjamin quickly found Riley Joshua, grabbed his hand, and asked when the Azure Faith started praying for other people's misfortune. Riley could only laugh. Benjamin immediately suspected Isaac and wondered how much trouble the kid had caused. Hearing that, Riley panicked and defended Isaac as obedient, pure, polite, and incredibly smart. That explanation only made Benjamin more suspicious. He looked at their father performing the ritual and asked why Eli was acting like this if Isaac was really that good. Riley quickly came up with an excuse, saying Eli was simply worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming Yellow and Crimson trials were both extremely dangerous. Even so, Benjamin could not shake his unease. As the second son, he could not inherit the family, so a talented successor should have been good news. Yet something still felt wrong. Just then, Eli Joshua walked over scratching his head. His blessing normally left people so drained they passed out for 3 days. Yet Isaac was completely unaffected. Benjamin thought that sounded more like a curse, and figured resisting it was actually a good thing. Suddenly, another voice said that no matter what, Isaac must now be extremely important to Eli. Everyone turned toward the unexpected visitor in surprise. The newcomer bowed to the family head and elders. It was Leah Joshua, a candidate for saintess, and Benjamin happily welcomed her home. Leah politely greeted everyone, but Eli barely noticed her. He was still wondering how Isaac passed the harmony trial when he should have failed. Being ignored mid-greeting left Leah standing there awkwardly. Eli remained deep in thought, especially wary of the Pope's family taking such an interest in Isaac. If they truly wanted the boy dead, Isaac should surrender and return home immediately. Eli believed that if the investiture could be delayed another year or two, the situation would remain manageable. The problem was Isaac performed far too well, making it difficult to delay the investiture through normal means. While Eli searched for a solution, Benjamin suddenly noticed something on the desk. He spotted a letter lying there and asked his father who had sent it. From the elaborate and luxurious envelope alone, Benjamin knew it was nothing like the letters normally sent to the Joshua family. Eli did not answer immediately. He only let out a heavy sigh, clearly troubled by the letter. Finally, he revealed that the sender was their fourth brother. Benjamin and Riley Joshua were instantly stunned. Riley found it even harder to believe and quickly asked whether Noena had really sent them a letter. Eli simply read the letter aloud. Noena urged him to retire as family head because of his age, and even asked when he planned to die and pass down his authority. Eli was furious because those were practically his exact words. Eli's anger exploded. He crushed the letter and tore it to pieces in front of everyone. Refusing to let that brother inherit the family, Eli declared they had to bring Isaac back and straighten him out at all costs. Benjamin immediately agreed. Eli even named a backup successor. If Isaac ultimately failed to meet his standards, Riley would inherit instead. Suddenly dragged into the succession battle, Riley Joshua choked on his own saliva and started coughing in shock. However, Eli said there was no need to think that far ahead. Isaac had passed the harmony trial, proving he could still become a suitable successor. Only then did everyone notice that Salak had somehow appeared nearby. After hearing the entire conversation, she immediately got angry and crushed whatever hope Eli still had. Unlike the furious Salak, Eli calmly crossed his arms and asked what Isaac had done this time. Salak revealed that Isaac was beating people down with a rattle and even healing them just so they could endure more punishment. Instead of getting angry, Eli burst out laughing because that sounded exactly like Isaac. Seeing his father actually pleased by such bizarre behavior, Benjamin Joshua could only watch helplessly. Salak was not finished. Isaac had also used poison and threatened his own teammates to clear the trial. At that point, even Riley Joshua had run out of excuses to defend him. Eli still saw no major problem. As long as the Pope's family had not heard about any of this, everything was fine. But the moment he said that, Suri Joshua rushed into the room, calling for Eli and warning that things were seriously bad this time. After running so hard, Suri needed a moment to catch his breath before revealing the key name behind everything, Cardinal Berit. When Suri revealed that Berit had offered to adopt Isaac, everyone's expression instantly changed. Eli clenched his fist and immediately asked how Isaac responded. Seeing his terrifying expression, Riley quickly assured him that Isaac belonged to Joshua and would never abandon the family so easily. But Eli's next words left Riley frozen. Isaac had responded that the offer sounded amazing. Riley grabbed Suri by both shoulders and desperately asked what Berit had used to tempt Isaac. When Suri revealed it was an irresistible fortune, Riley gritted his teeth in fury. As soon as the news spread, even the servants in the room gathered around to gossip. They marveled at the power of money. Even the impossible could apparently be bought, and everyone agreed. Eli trembled with rage. He was still alive, yet the Berit family already dared to pull something like this. Eli cracked his knuckles as his gaze turned cold. To him, this was basically stealing a Joshua family member right from his doorstep. Back at the academy, a mountain of gold and treasure sat before the trainee priests, leaving everyone stunned. Word quickly spread that the entire fortune came from the Berit family, and Isaac was the sole recipient. This made everyone believe Isaac really was connected to the Pope's family. But Kim Isaac knew the treasure was more like hush money than a gift. Whatever the Berit family's motive was, Isaac did not care. Gold was still gold once it reached his hands. Just then, Suri Joshua pushed through the crowd, carrying a huge banner declaring that Isaac Joshua belonged to the Azure faith. Seeing that ridiculous display, Kim Isaac froze, wondering what the Joshua family was trying to pull. He took the letter from Suri and guessed it was an order from the family head, while silently cursing that stingy old man. Without wasting time, Kim Isaac opened the letter to see what it said. There was only one neat sentence reminding Isaac that he and Eli were still family. His expression instantly darkened. Isaac was speechless, wondering what kind of act that old man was trying to put on. He crumpled the letter and tore it apart. While wondering why the Joshua family was here, Suri suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Suri narrowed his eyes for a moment before excitedly shouting that the person looked like Sister Leah. People in the crowd were equally shocked, saying even the female family head had appeared here. The moment Isaac heard that title, he spun around, thinking he must have misheard. The entire place quickly erupted as everyone started talking about the Joshua family's saintess. The moment Melissa's name was mentioned, Kim Isaac went pale. He had spent all this time trying to avoid meeting her. Without hesitation, Isaac hid behind Suri Joshua, already looking for somewhere safe to disappear. But then people said the image looked unbelievably real, despite only being a video transmitted through a communication orb. Isaac finally peeked out again. Realizing he had panicked over an image, Isaac angrily kicked the person in front of him for scaring him half to death. Still annoyed, Isaac told everyone to stop making such a fuss. He thought Melissa had actually come here, while the poor guy he kicked had no idea what he did wrong. But just as Isaac relaxed, a gentle voice came from behind, asking whether he was Isaac. Melissa Joshua stood there with a warm smile, studying Isaac and saying the rumors about his rapid growth were apparently true. Curious, Melissa asked whether Isaac had truly broken the Skeleton Demon King's curse, admitting that his achievement was quite impressive. Kim Isaac secretly relaxed. They were only speaking through the communication orb, so his identity as the Skeleton Demon King probably remained hidden. Melissa Joshua then checked on Han. She had heard that the boy was recently cornered by that man's subordinate, and it sounded like a rough experience. But the next moment, her voice suddenly turned serious as she called Isaac's name. Kim Isaac immediately felt uneasy. Could she somehow sense something about him even through the communication orb? Sure enough, Melissa Joshua's gaze turned sharp as she asked why her nephew carried the Skeleton Demon King's aura. Kim Isaac froze. If his identity was exposed, he was finished. Melissa kept staring, while Isaac desperately searched for an excuse. Then she suddenly remembered that Isaac had swallowed one of the skeleton demon king's fingers 10 years ago. The entire hall fell silent, while Kim Isaac stood frozen with cold sweat soaking his back. After thinking for a moment, Melissa Joshua clapped her hands as she finally remembered. Rai Lai had indeed told her about that incident. She concluded the skeleton demon king would never appear here. Kim Isaac finally relaxed, grateful that swallowing that finger years ago had actually paid off. Melissa Joshua added that if he ever appeared, she would skin him alive and hang him upside down. Kim Isaac could only smirk. How could she skin a skeleton? Elsewhere in the hall, someone wondered why such important figures had personally come just to meet a group of trainee priests. Sepeth Nizer was confused too. The saintess never cared about family disputes, so what was the real purpose of this visit? Leah Joshua smiled and said she was interested in the third son of the Crimson Shell family, making the boy point at himself in confusion. Leah kept smiling as she tore into him. Despite being chosen as heir, he lost his entire team in the harmony test and even got everyone punished for his reckless actions. The verbal blow was so brutal that Sepeth Nizer fainted on the spot. Everyone rushed over to shake Nizer awake, wondering how a few words had knocked him out. Back with Kim Isaac, Melissa Joshua revealed she had prepared a special reward for his recent achievements. Isaac's eyes lit up at the word reward, expecting money, but Melissa said she had something far more valuable. She planned to teach him her strongest technique, an ultimate holy art powerful enough to defeat the skeleton demon king. Isaac could only grimace since this was the last thing he wanted. Suri Joshua covered his mouth in shock as the hall erupted. The saintess' divine power was priceless and stood above ordinary holy power. Nearby, someone shook Sepeth Nizer and warned that the Azure faction would soon surpass them. Nizer gritted his teeth, convinced this reward would only make Isaac more arrogant. While everyone was still talking, a sudden objection rang through the hall. A young man stepped forward and knelt before Melissa Joshua, certain the saintess could not ignore the fact that Isaac had poisoned his teammates. He believed exposing everything would get Isaac expelled. After taking a breath, the eldest son of a count and Nizer's top spy asked permission to report Isaac. Looking confident, he publicly accused Isaac of forcing his entire team to drink poison during the harmony test. Melissa Joshua's eyes widened, as if she had just heard something completely unexpected. Seeing her reaction, Sepeth Nizer's spy pushed harder, forcing out tears as he complained that a saint candidate had actually used poison. Choking back fake tears, he asked the saintess how she could possibly accept such behavior. Melissa Joshua still looked stunned and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Once the poisoning was confirmed, Sepeth Nizer clenched his fist in excitement. His spy had finally proven useful, and he planned to take him back after Isaac was dealt with. But the next second, Melissa Joshua suddenly shouted Isaac's name in fury. She sternly demanded to know why her nephew thought using only poison was enough. Melissa was actually angry that Isaac had gone too easy on them. Poison barely trained their willpower, leaving Anbeck completely stunned by this unexpected reaction. Panicking, he forgot to keep crying, and quickly added that Isaac had also beaten them badly. Melissa immediately asked for details. She scolded Isaac again, but only because he had gone too easy. A few bruises meant nothing, so next time he should break some bones if he wanted his teammates to improve. Melissa even rolled up her sleeves, ready to finish Isaac's incomplete training herself. With her strength, the others might not survive. Just then, Leah stepped forward and calmly offered to handle the matter instead. Leah Joshua coldly assured everyone that she would finish it very quickly. Before she could act, Isaac stepped forward and asked to handle it himself. Surprised, Leah asked whether he was sure. Kim Isaac leaned close to Anbeck and quietly reminded him that none of this would have happened if he had simply obeyed the warning from the start. Isaac gripped Anbeck's shoulder and decided his fate on the spot. From now on, Anbeck would serve as his living shield. Anbeck could only stare in horror, convinced nobody in the Joshua family was normal. The story then shifts to the Joshua family estate. By midday, blazing sunlight covered the rooftops across the grounds. Inside the study, Leah Joshua suddenly asked Isaac whether he planned to become the family head someday. Isaac casually confirmed it while cleaning his ear. Leah then asked what he planned to do first, after taking control of the family. Without hesitation, Isaac declared he would get rid of every saintess. Suri Joshua's face darkened, convinced this guy was beyond saving. Someone beside Isaac grabbed his shoulders, practically begging him to stop saying such terrifying things. Even so, Isaac refused to change his mind and insisted he would deal with the skeleton demon king himself. His eyes flashed red as he turned to Melissa and asked why she could not simply give up being a saintess. The room instantly fell silent. Leah also watched Melissa Joshua, waiting for her answer. Melissa remained calm, but her answer was heavy. She could not abandon her position because of an unforgivable mistake she made long ago. Her confession brought back memories from years ago. Beneath a clear blue sky, she once told Leah Joshua that she had a chance to kill the skeleton demon king. Melissa reached forward, remembering how one more step could have erased him from this world forever. But while patting Leah's head, Melissa admitted she could not do it. Confused, Leah asked why she had let that chance slip away. Melissa admitted even she could not explain it. She only felt that what happened that day was something even the gods could never forgive. Back in the present, Melissa believed that mistake was the reason the entire Joshua family became cursed. To end the curse, Melissa believed they had to defeat the skeleton demon king, and that responsibility was a debt she had to repay herself. Isaac remained stuck on her earlier confession, wondering what unforgivable sin Melissa had committed. Melissa said nothing more. She simply lowered her head and stared heavily at the floor. Seeing her reaction, Leah suspected there was more to the story. Something must have stopped Melissa from killing the skeleton demon king when she had the chance. Melissa finally returned to the main topic, telling Isaac this was exactly why she had come to see him today. Leah Joshua opened a box, leaving Suri Joshua speechless when she recognized the saintess' sacred token inside. Inside was an exquisite necklace with an intricately carved blue gemstone at its center. Isaac studied it and immediately remembered its value. Only one saintess token existed in the world, making it practically priceless. Knowing how valuable it was only made Isaac more nervous, as cold sweat slowly rolled down his cheek. What confused him most was Melissa's intention. There was no obvious reason for her to give him such a priceless treasure. Melissa explained that Isaac's holy arts were still limited in combat, so she had stored her own power inside the token. With it, he could summon divine power whenever needed. Melissa Joshua winked playfully, reminding him that the remaining 5 color trials could not be cleared with purification alone, so this token would help him. After giving her instructions, Melissa's image slowly faded away. Before the connection ended, she revealed that she would soon arrive in the Holy Kingdom of Helen. Melissa promised to personally teach Isaac how to deal with the skeleton demon king. Isaac gritted his teeth, wishing she would leave and never come back. With the conversation over, Leah quickly rose from her seat and announced that she was leaving too. But just as she passed Isaac, Leah suddenly stopped. She slowly raised one hand, called Isaac's name, and told him to answer one question. Without warning, Leah pointed directly at Isaac and seriously asked whether he had a mana core inside his body. Isaac instantly went pale. Even Melissa had failed to detect his mana core, so how could Leah possibly know? In his panic, Isaac even considered silencing Leah right there. But she merely rested her chin on her hand, wondering whether her guess was wrong. Still uncertain, Leah asked whether Isaac was holding the mana core taken from the annex. Isaac realized he had scared himself and awkwardly confirmed it. He relaxed, remembering that core had never been absorbed, and even his holy arts had failed to break its seal. Thinking about that core annoyed Isaac again. He had tried everything but still could not make it work. Leah removed the necklace around her neck and revealed that it could break the seal. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. His shock quickly turned to joy. Leah knew about the mana core and even brought the exact method Isaac needed to break its seal. He had struck gold. Leah warned that even if the seal was broken, she could not guarantee Isaac could use the power inside. Still, she guessed he was trying to restore his family's lost secret art. Isaac stared at the necklace, still confused by her words, when Leah suddenly asked what he planned to do after eliminating all the syntesses. Isaac answered without hesitation. His dream was simple: become rich enough to live comfortably without doing anything. Hearing such a carefree goal, Leah Joshua burst out laughing and said goodbye, reminding Isaac to meet her again after his apprenticeship ended. Isaac watched Leah disappear from sight and concluded that she was definitely far from normal. Outside the mansion, Leah's trusted subordinate had already been waiting for quite some time. Leah quickly approached the carriage and ordered them to head back. Her subordinate respectfully obeyed. But when he noticed the necklace was missing from Leah's neck, he quickly reminded her that it was directly tied to an important family's secret art. Leah opened the carriage door and stepped inside, completely unfazed. She simply replied that she knew. Her subordinate warned that it was a family heirloom. Only the family head could pass down. The other direct descendants would definitely come after it. Leah rested her hand by the window and calmly watched the scenery outside. If Isaac let someone steal it, then that was simply the limit of his ability. Her subordinate could only sigh. If Isaac protected the necklace from every challenger, he would effectively prove himself worthy of becoming the successor. Leah only laughed. Even that outcome would be better than letting Isaac fall into the Holy Church's hands. Remembering their conversation, Leah found it amusing that Isaac had boldly declared he would eliminate the Saintesses and deal with the skeleton demon king himself. Leah softly whispered Isaac's name, hoping he would truly accomplish everything he had just promised. Back inside the mansion, Isaac carefully held the necklace, his eyes shining as if an entire treasure vault were sitting before him. The story then shifts to the Barit mansion at midnight. Heavy rain poured outside as fierce winds howled through the darkness. Amid the storm, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The servant opened it and froze upon seeing Gowel Joshua, a guest who had not visited in years. Gowel casually asked how she had been, and the servant replied that she was doing well while leading him inside. Along the way, she asked about the Joshua family. Brushing the rain from his clothes, Gowel coldly said nothing had changed. They were still as awful as ever. The servant immediately agreed, saying the Joshua family had always been full of hypocrites. Gowel smirked, admitting he once feared he might grow soft toward them. Though Gowel spoke calmly, his thoughts were elsewhere. The current clues only strengthened his belief that something had gone wrong during the recent ordination ceremony. Gowel quickly recalled the information he had recently gathered. The priest responsible for Isaac's ordination had been found dead in the monster forest, instantly turning Gowel's expression cold. He could not understand why the incident had been so tightly covered up. Even stranger, the Yellow family suddenly wanted to adopt Isaac, which made absolutely no sense. The more Gowel thought about it, the more suspicious everything became. Though his mother came from this family, he knew digging deeper into this secret could cost him his life. Before long, Gowel reached his room and announced that he wanted to rest for a while. He specifically ordered that no one enter until he called for them. The servant immediately bowed and obeyed. But shortly after the door closed, Gowel quietly cracked it open, checked the hallway, and slipped out. Thinking about growing soft made him laugh bitterly. After all, he was the one who had handed Joshua over to Hong Iberic. Gowel carefully moved through the empty hallway. He sometimes wondered if he had become too tied to the Joshua family, but clenching his fist reminded him that he felt nothing for this hateful clan. After walking a little farther, Gowel finally stopped outside Barrett's office. After making sure nobody was following him, he slipped inside and approached the hidden records. Gowel quickly searched through the files for anything related to Isaac Joshua's ordination. It did not take long to find what he needed. What Gowel wanted most was the mark confirming which God had chosen Isaac. But the moment Gowel read the page, he froze, unable to believe what was written before him. His face went pale. "Everything belongs to me" was actually the title of the Supreme God. After the initial shock, Gowel angrily slammed the file shut. He rushed out of the office as everything finally clicked. The Pope's family was acting strangely because the real threat concerned the survival of the Barit family. But the deeper Gowel thought, the bigger it became. Whatever happened to Isaac could determine the fate of the entire empire. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Kim Isaac's dorm room was a complete mess, with clothes scattered everywhere. Facing a huge pile of treasure, the Observer Ghost figured they finally had enough to buy the weapon needed to destroy the orb imprisoning its subordinate. Isaac wiped his sweat and agreed. But Isaac quickly remembered their biggest obstacle, anti-magic stone. It could nullify mana while resisting magic, aura, and holy power. The thought only irritated Isaac more. His enemy had actually used anti-magic stone to create the orb imprisoning his subordinate. After thinking it over, the Observer Ghost admitted they probably had no choice. Only such a troublesome material could restrain a level 9 Demon King. Isaac decided to leave that problem for later and deal with the seal on his mana core first. The moment Isaac mentioned absorbing the mana core, the ghost immediately lit up. Its long-awaited chance had finally arrived. Isaac sat on the edge of his bed and examined the necklace. Leah said it could break the seal, though he had never seen anything like it before. The moment the pendant approached the mana core, the surrounding seal began collapsing, with each layer rapidly disappearing. Seeing that it actually worked, Isaac grew excited and watched as the mana core was gradually unlocked. Before long, the mana trapped inside finally burst free, releasing violent waves of energy. Isaac immediately ordered the ghost to absorb it, and the observer eagerly obeyed. Its mouth stretched wide as it devoured every wave of mana, refusing to waste even a single drop. The enormous amount of energy exceeded Isaac's expectations. The core contained far more mana than he had imagined. With this much mana, Isaac figured his magic could rank up, and advanced spells would become much easier to cast. Mana kept surging until it nearly filled the entire room, making Isaac laugh with excitement. The observer kept absorbing everything, its cheeks swelling until they looked ready to burst. Everything was going exactly as planned, making Isaac believe the operation was a complete success. But his excitement quickly vanished when a disturbing change suddenly appeared in his body. Isaac slowly looked down at his hand and froze at what he saw. The sight instantly shattered his composure, leaving him staring in disbelief. After the brief commotion, the room quickly fell silent again. Isaac sat heavily on the bed and grabbed his head, unsure how to deal with the situation. His normal hand had become nothing but dry, white bones. That troublesome condition had returned. Isaac gritted his teeth in frustration. There was no doubt the curse was responsible. His expression darkened as he remembered the power that once made the skeleton demon king the strongest, a curse that reversed the boundary between life and death. The observer angrily rushed over and smacked its master on the head, warning that the curse would eventually steal his body. Isaac stayed calm since his many blessings would not let it take control so easily. Isaac believed the sudden surge in mana had triggered the curse. The observer immediately realized the balance inside his body had been disrupted. Isaac could suppress the curse by increasing his holy power, but then he would have to keep living as a devoted believer. Just thinking about that gave Isaac a headache. Meanwhile, the observer pointed out that Isaac's body could naturally convert mana into divine energy. It suggested waiting for his body to rebalance itself, but Isaac had no idea how long that would take. The observer then suggested draining mana from the Saintess symbol, even if getting caught could mean being burned alive. With no better option, Isaac decided to turn the 5 colors test into an opportunity. The observer had no idea what he was planning. Isaac explained that the Red family's heresy test could help him accumulate a huge amount of holy power if used correctly. As he spoke, Isaac wrapped his skeletal hand in bandages, temporarily sealing his right hand to prevent more trouble. Just as he finished hiding it, a familiar voice suddenly called Isaac's name from outside. Joshua Suri appeared and asked what he was doing. The moment Isaac saw him, he knew trouble was coming. Isaac forced a smile and asked why Joshua was there. But that awkward expression only made Joshua more suspicious, saying Isaac looked terrifying, smiling alone. Joshua quickly noticed Isaac hiding one hand behind his back and asked if he was injured. Isaac awkwardly denied it and insisted he was perfectly fine. Of course, Joshua did not believe him and immediately grabbed Isaac's bandaged arm to check it himself. The moment he saw the hand, Joshua jumped back in horror. Beneath the bandages was no flesh, only bare bone. The observer quickly suggested erasing Joshua's memory with magic, but Isaac refused. Memory magic could leave traces and expose his secret. Joshua kept trembling, but his thoughts went somewhere else. Apparently, Ike had problems with both his morals and his body. He even wondered if Isaac's twisted personality came from his rotting body, leaving Isaac speechless. Joshua then scolded him for hiding his condition. Had Isaac revealed it earlier, nobody would have thought he suddenly became such a terrible person. Isaac paused when he realized Joshua had linked it to their family curse. Descendants were either born powerless or gifted with talent at the cost of a severe defect. Joshua grabbed his head in concern. Their ancestors had actually recorded cases with similar conditions. Still, he muttered that Isaac was truly rare, suffering from both a physical defect and terrible morals. Isaac's eye twitched as he briefly considered getting rid of him. Joshua seriously suggested telling their grandfather and finding treatment. Even if Isaac had little time left, they should at least try extending his life. Isaac immediately frowned. Telling the elders would be the same as exposing Zaihat's identity as the skeleton demon king. Realizing the danger, Isaac placed a hand on Joshua's shoulder and firmly told him not to tell their grandfather or uncles. To avoid suspicion, Isaac calmly claimed he simply did not want the whole family worrying about his condition. With unusual seriousness, Isaac emphasized that the 5 colors test was their top priority for now. Isaac even declared that before he died, he wanted to personally eliminate the skeleton demon king's subordinate. Joshua Suri's eyes turned red, as if he were seeing a completely different Isaac. Seeing Joshua believe him, Isaac assured him he would not die that easily and already had a plan. Joshua immediately moved closer, eager to help. That enthusiastic reaction was exactly what Isaac wanted, and a satisfied grin appeared on his face. Isaac happily gave him his first mission, deliver something to the Red Cardinal on his behalf. 20 days later, a normally quiet hall was filled with angry complaints, and Isaac was the name everyone cursed the most. One complained that Isaac booby-trapped the bathroom. Another found something horrible inside his pillow, while someone else claimed Isaac had tampered with yesterday's food. While everyone was furious, Isaac calmly ate his bread and asked if they were unhappy with the special training program he had prepared. That question made everyone explode. What Isaac called training looked more like repeated attempts to kill them. David raised a page packed with horrifying objectives: die falling from a cliff, die to a demon, get beaten to death, and the final one simply said to die however possible. Isaac saw nothing strange about it. He sighed and said those were exactly the dangers they needed to prepare for, leaving David speechless. Isaac then pointed toward a corner, filled with strange equipment, telling everyone to grab some gear as soon as they finished eating. Chip stared at the pile, having no idea what any of it was for. David was equally shocked when he noticed sandbags among the equipment. Realizing Isaac's plan, he immediately protested. They were priests, not knights trained for close combat. Isaac picked out some gear and explained that the next 5 colors test was approaching, so physical training was necessary. Chip was confused because the next round should belong to Yellow. Chip pointed out that Yellow's trial focused on intelligence, so physical training made no sense. Isaac calmly revealed that the order of the trials had changed. Isaac raised the gear he had just equipped and confirmed that the next round would now be Red's physical fitness test. Chip could not believe Isaac had changed the exam schedule. Then Isaac casually revealed that even the exam itself had been altered, leaving Chip furious. Isaac clapped to cut him off, declared talk time over, and ordered everyone to carry sandbags for 50 laps around the training field. David clenched his fists in anger. This was an important exam, so changing it on a whim made no sense. Chip had enough too, pointing at Isaac and demanding an explanation for the insane 50-lap punishment. Isaac slowly raised his wooden stick, then suddenly admitted he had misspoken. But there was no mercy. A dangerous smile appeared as Isaac corrected the number to 100 laps. Isaac coldly warned that if the team failed to take first place this time, they should prepare to meet the King of Hell. He then shouted for everyone to stop complaining and finish all 100 laps. That night at the dorm, David dropped his sandbag in exhaustion. He could not train anymore and saw no reason to push themselves this hard. By his math, they only needed 2 king rankings to qualify. They already had one, so they could simply wait for the cyan round to earn another. The moment David finished, a hand landed on his shoulder. Isaac had appeared behind him, asking if David was defying him and declaring they would take king rank in all 5 rounds. Chip called that nearly impossible, since Red and Yellow would never hand them king rank. Anbeck was confused too, because Yellow was supposed to be next. So, why were they training their bodies this hard? He added that the 5 colors order had been an imperial tradition for generations. What gave Isaac the right to change it? Just as the argument heated up, the door burst open and someone rushed inside with shocking news. After catching his breath, he announced that the next round had really been changed to red. The red cardinal had met the yellow cardinal, and they agreed to swap the order. Everyone in the room stared in disbelief. The impossible had actually happened. Chip grabbed his head in despair because the red faction was famous for one-unknown combat trials. David turned pale as he remembered the harsher rule: lose a single match and you are eliminated immediately. Only then did Isaac calmly ask whether they finally believed what the next exam would be. His gaze sharpened as he ordered everyone to stop whining and train while they still had time. A few days later, the Imperial Training Center was unusually crowded, with excitement filling the entire arena. Spectators packed the stands, and conversations about the exam echoed everywhere. The candidates were already gathered below, waiting for the round to begin. Sepeth Nizer stood with his arms crossed, still annoyed that his father had actually accepted Isaac's proposal. Sepeth Nizer remembered his father's words. Isaac had prepared something worth seeing, and Sepeth had to force him to reveal his full strength. Even worse, the solo matches had been changed into a team battle. Still, Sepeth's irritation quickly turned into excitement. Joshua Surah's Cyan team posed little threat, and Isaac was the only one worth watching. Everyone else seemed harmless to him. The Red family was famous for combat, so Sepeth already pictured his 30 fighters crushing Joshua's Cyan team. Overflowing with confidence, Sepeth led his team onto the field and called for everyone to prepare for battle. He was certain that once his entire team attacked, the enemy would be wiped out instantly. But that excitement lasted only a few more seconds before Sepeth's smile suddenly froze. He stopped dead in the arena, his eyes narrowing at the person who had just appeared across from him. In the judges' area, Red Cardinal Leon Sepeth could not stay calm after seeing this unexpected development. The moment Leon realized Kina Barrett was walking beside Isaac, he cried out in shock. Isaac awkwardly waved it off, explaining that his food-tasting servant had suddenly gotten a stomachache that morning and could not participate. He pointed at Kina and said he simply found a replacement. She was still technically a trainee, so this should not break any rules. That shameless excuse hit Sepeth hard, nearly wiping away all his earlier confidence. The stands erupted when everyone learned Kina Barrett was fighting for the Cyan team, since her strength already rivaled that of high-ranking priests. Leon Sepeth turned toward the Yellow Cardinal and said in a low voice that this had clearly gone too far. But seeing Hirai Barrett looking just as confused, Leon realized the Cardinal had been left out too. Even he had no idea why Kina joined the Cyan team. On the field, Kina confirmed their deal. If she wiped out these opponents, Isaac would train with her and teach her stronger techniques. Once Isaac agreed, her eyes lit up with fighting spirit. As Kina slowly approached, Sepeth Nizer lost all confidence. His legs went weak, leaving him frozen in place. Unable to accept this, Sepeth desperately shouted that the arrangement was completely unfair. He protested Kina joining a match for trainees, since her strength had surpassed that level long ago. Kina immediately corrected him. She had personally refused promotion to high-ranking priest. She had even voluntarily given up every special privilege that came with the promotion. Her reason was even harder to believe. Kina wanted to remain a trainee longer, just like Isaac Rosua. The entire audience was stunned. Nobody expected her to make such a strange choice. Even the referee fell silent, clearly troubled by this unusual case. Kina remained unfazed and directly asked whether she was allowed to participate. The referee checked the records and confirmed that Kina Barrett was officially still a low-ranking priest and had never entered a 5 colors exam. So by the rules, nothing prevented Kina from fighting. Sepeth immediately protested, calling the decision completely ridiculous. Sepeth was already panicking. Kina alone might beat his entire team, and with Isaac there too, the Cyan team now had a massive advantage. In desperation, Sepeth looked toward Joshua Suri. If the final stage still included a duel between the two captains, the red team still had a chance. Across the field, Isaac noticed Joshua repeatedly rubbing his neck with an uneasy look and frowned. Isaac walked over and teased that Joshua looked ready to cry, reminding him that he had told Joshua to step forward long ago. Joshua ignored the teasing. He was more concerned about whether Isaac's hand would return to normal after this battle. Isaac looked down at his injured arm and confirmed that gathering enough holy power would fix it. Hearing that, Joshua complained again that Isaac should have been the captain instead. Joshua seriously admitted that they had come this far, mostly because of Isaac, from becoming class leader and skipping ranks to taking first place in the exam. Even clearing the harmony trial had been thanks to Isaac. The sudden gratitude caught Isaac off guard, wondering why Joshua had become so serious. Isaac admitted his teaching skills were impressive, but reminded Joshua that not everyone he trained could keep up. Then Isaac pointed out what really mattered. Joshua was the one who had accomplished all those things, leaving him speechless. Joshua still warned that Nizer was not someone they could underestimate. Isaac snapped back that if Joshua followed his training, even that annoying redhead was nothing to fear. Hearing Isaac place so much faith in him, Joshua suddenly blushed while Isaac remained completely unfazed. Before the touching moment could last, Isaac raised his fist and warned that if Joshua lost, he would personally deal with him. Isaac coldly asked whether he understood, leaving the emotional Joshua stunned by the sudden change in attitude. After the preparations were complete, the referee announced that the match would begin in 5 minutes and ordered both teams to get ready. From the stands, Ashley sat almost motionless, but the anxiety on her face revealed how worried she was. Lord Isaka sat beside her, while Riley Joshua kept his arms crossed and his eyes fixed on the arena. Kina might be fighting on their side, but the situation was far from favorable. One glance was enough for him to see that Isaac and Suri were both in serious trouble. Riley Joshua's expression darkened. The Red family had actually used such a dangerous holy technique on these kids. Below, several fighters had completely lost their senses. With blood-red eyes and savage expressions, they looked like wild beasts. Kim Isaac lightly tightened the chain with a calm smile. The real show was still coming, so there was no need to rush. Asili blinked several times before cautiously speaking. What was happening looked strangely similar to a holy technique from the Cyan family. Avoiding everyone's gaze, she admitted that Lord Isaac had once asked her to teach him this technique. The technique she had taught him was called spirit stimulation. Riley Joshua immediately leaned forward in disbelief. He could not believe it was spirit stimulation, while Asili could only awkwardly confirm it. Even she found it strange, since this spell was only meant to boost morale and suppress fear. Riley Joshua pointed at the arena and snapped, "Then why did those people look like wild beasts?" Below, Kim Isaac gripped the chain and smiled. The real secret was combining spirit stimulation with a special herbal powder. In Kim Isaac's mind, there was only one name for this phenomenon: beastification. He looked even more pleased. Their bodies had already been prepared, and now the transformation was finally taking effect. Right then, countless magic circles suddenly opened above the arena. Kim Isaac's eyes lit up. What he had been waiting for was finally beginning. Moments later, every magic circle flared as crimson pillars of spiritual light crashed down. Within the blinding glow, the outline of a gigantic figure slowly emerged. In seconds, the vague silhouette fully materialized, radiating overwhelming majesty and pressure. The crowd instantly erupted when they recognized what had appeared. Someone shouted excitedly. It was the guardian god of the Crimson family, the god who symbolized justice. Joshua Suri immediately knelt and urged everyone to pray. The most devoted believer would receive the Crimson God's blessing and gain an advantage. He clasped his hands as well, desperately praying for his side to win. But before the prayer even ended, a massive explosion rocked the arena, blasting a huge hole through the statue. Before the stunned crowd, the statue's body shattered into countless pieces. Isaac could only mutter that this definitely was not part of his plan. As if things were not bad enough, the guardian god's head crashed to the ground seconds later. Joshua Suri grabbed Isaac by the collar and demanded to know why he never stopped causing trouble. Kim Isaac just laughed awkwardly and told everyone not to make a big deal of it. Over at Team Sepsneezer, everyone was still stunned. One member shakily confirmed that Isaac Joshua had just destroyed the Crimson God's statue. When someone added that Isaac even knocked its head off, Kina Barrett's face darkened as she called out Isaac Joshua's name. Kina demanded to know how someone like him could possibly destroy a divine statue. Then Kina Barrett grabbed Kim Isaac by the collar, convinced it was some kind of holy art, and demanding he teach her. Joshua Suri could not understand why she wanted a spell for destroying god statues. Kina shot him an icy look and declared that aside from the Yellow family's god, every other deity meant nothing to her. Rotsu Asuri was speechless and silently prayed that the gods would save the person standing before him too. Then someone suddenly hugged Isaac and burst out laughing, claiming this was merely a durability test for the arena floor, though even he admitted Isaac was insane. Rotsu Asuri told Isaac to apologize, but Kim Isaac's apology sounded completely insincere and forced. Unlike the chaos below, the highest section of the stands was dead silent, with none of the family heads speaking. Leon Sepet's face had turned dark with rage. That brat was a dangerous variable, and the thought of crushing him was almost exciting. Just hearing that sent chills down his spine. It was obvious Isaac was about to be dragged in for questioning. Right then, Hirai Barich Maya Mai turned the argument around. The statue was destroyed on Crimson family territory, so should the responsibility not fall on them? He cornered Leon further. If even a trainee priest could destroy their god's statue with magic, perhaps the Crimson family's faith was what truly needed investigation. And privately, he had already decided nobody would touch Isaac. The two silently stared each other down. Both looked calm, but the hidden confrontation between them had reached its peak. Leon Seps cursed his opponent's cunning, but eventually swallowed his anger and said an heresy investigation over a few trainee priests was excessive. The Five Colors trial should simply continue. Joshua Suri finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders, and his tense body relaxed slightly. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed inside Sebest-Neither's mind. "Neither, this is a direct order." Startled by the voice, he immediately looked toward the stands and focused on the person seated above. That person gave him one clear command: bring Isaac Joshua over to his side. Soon, both teams took their positions, and the referee stepped forward to explain the simple rules of the Crimson Trial. Among countless fake necklaces, only one is real. The first team to identify it wins. Each captain must secretly choose one member to carry the real necklace, and that choice cannot be changed. Joshua Suri immediately realized that choosing the carrier could decide the entire match. The referee then explained there were 3 ways to identify the real necklace: capture the enemy captain for information, or use observation and deduction to find the carrier. The final method was simple in theory: defeat the entire enemy team and check every necklace. With the rules explained, the referee ordered both captains to distribute the necklaces. Sepeth-Nizer immediately gathered his entire team. Seeing his teammates tense, he reassured them that their opponents were only the weak green team. Meanwhile, Joshua Suri suddenly asked the referee to give up his captain position, leaving the referee stunned by the timing. Kim Isaac immediately lost his temper, dragged Joshua Suri back, and told him to distribute the necklaces. Joshua Suri shouted back, telling Isaac to stop causing trouble. Watching this, Sepeth-Nizer mocked Suri for being weak and thought Isaac was an idiot for not taking the captain role himself. In his eyes, the green team was no threat at all. The only person worth watching was Kina. Even then, Sepeth-Nizer underestimated Kina, believing hunting monsters did not mean she could fight humans. The others were not even worth considering. Preparation time ended, and the referee loudly declared the match officially underway. The Crimson team entered with overwhelming confidence. Why fear the weak Green team? The instant signal was announced, they prepared to charge. But what they saw ahead made the entire Crimson team freeze. The moment they saw their opponents' vicious expressions, panic spread through the team. Nobody understood what was happening. Kim Isaac charged forward at terrifying speed. This was his perfect chance to openly beat up the priests he hated, so he planned to enjoy it. One Crimson member wondered if that was even a human face, while Sepith Nizer's teammate assumed the Green team was trying to scare them. Sepith quickly calmed everyone down, claiming the Green team's code of honor would never let them attack first. At most, they could only defend. Right then, Kim Isaac reached inside his clothes, ready to give those trainee priests a lesson they would never forget. He pulled out the golden flail, a modified spiked chain weapon. Kim Isaac raised the weapon high, his eyes glowing red with bloodlust, and demanded they hand over their captain. The flail smashed into the stone floor, unleashing a violent shockwave as dust and debris exploded everywhere. One Crimson member went pale, unable to believe these people were really from the Green team. The others began panicking too. This was nothing like the honorable Green team they had expected. Kim Isaac calmly walked toward them, warning that anyone who valued their life should cooperate. He even licked the golden flail with a bloodthirsty grin, demanding they reveal their captain's location. Sepith Nizer's expression darkened as he quickly sent one member to reinforce the threatened area. At the same time, he ordered everyone to hold formation and never retreat. That opening was exactly what Leah Joshua needed. She suddenly accelerated straight towards Sepith Nizer. Before the others understood what was happening, one girl spotted the danger and shouted for everyone to stop the enemy group. Only then did Sepith Nizer realize the earlier attack might have been a diversion, while he was the real target. He looked frozen and unsure what to do, but inwardly admitted Kina was every bit as dangerous as expected. Yet beneath that confusion, Sepith Nizer remained confident. This plan was nowhere near enough to fool him. Sepith had seemingly seen through everything. He vanished in an instant, leaving Leah Joshua striking empty air, convinced he had read her entire plan. Leah glanced aside and immediately suspected he had used the green clone art. After escaping the ambush, Sepith Nizer gave her no time to recover and immediately ordered his team to capture Leah. The Crimson members responded at once, unleashing spell after spell to trap Leah Joshua. Within moments, Leah was surrounded as the level 5 spell, Green Art, Penitent Binding, activated around her. With no immediate escape route, Leah gritted her teeth and desperately searched for a way out. But at that exact moment, Sepith Nizer suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. A moment later, he reappeared and slammed into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that distracted everyone nearby. Sepith Nizer grinned proudly and ordered his teammates to quickly subdue the entire enemy team. Following his command, the group rushed forward, attacking, while shouting for everyone to capture their opponents. As they fought, Sepith Nizer analyzed the enemy's condition. This transformation seemed like ordinary beastification, giving only a minor strength boost and posing no threat to him. Scanning the battlefield, Sepith Nizer quickly spotted Joshua Suri, frozen in the distance, and immediately chose his target. He activated his magic at once, forming an energy sphere in his hand while coldly planning to take one or two of Sura's arms as trophies. Recognizing the spell, Ashley's expression changed as she urgently shouted a warning, clearly knowing what Nizer was about to use. But before her warning could help, Sepith Nizer closed in on the unprepared Joshua Suri and launched his attack. As the warning rang out, Suri could only curse under his breath with danger already right in front of him. At that moment, he remembered Kim Isaac's reassurance, "Follow the plan, everything will work out, and victory will be theirs." Isaac had specifically warned Suri that Nizer would definitely seek an opportunity to force him into a one-on-one fight. Those words flashed through Joshua Sura's mind as he slowly raised his hand. Isaac had predicted the key detail perfectly. Nizer never saw him as a real opponent. The panic vanished from Sura's face as he took a serious fighting stance. Sepith Nizer only grew more excited, shouting that it was over as he swung his fist at the fool he had always looked down on. At that exact moment, an icy blue light suddenly flashed in Joshua Sura's eyes. Their powers collided head-on, unleashing a violent shockwave across the entire area. Riley Joshua watched anxiously and instinctively shouted Sura's name. Unlike her, Kim Isaac remained completely calm, watching with a satisfied smile. From Isaac's expression, this was clearly the exact moment he had been waiting for. Kim Isaac wanted Suri to prove through this fight that he was never weak. At the same time, Suri stopped Nizer's punch and shouted that Nizer was the real fool. Sepeth Nizer froze when the man he had always underestimated fought back. That brief opening was enough for Suri to grab his collar and throw him off balance. Before Nizer could react, Joshua Suri turned and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him straight into the ground. The brutal impact sent tremendous force through Sepeth Nizer's entire body. The crash echoed across the arena, sounding painful enough to make everyone watching wince. After that blow, Sepeth Nizer lay motionless, completely unconscious and unable to continue fighting. Joshua Suri was still fired up, gritting his teeth as though he wanted to finish Nizer off completely. Suri finally understood why his family's technique was forbidden against humans. It was not ineffective. Humans simply could not withstand its power. After taking down Sepeth Nizer, Suri was nearly exhausted, each breath growing heavier. While catching his breath, he suddenly remembered something, and quietly muttered to himself. Joshua Suri stood up and stared at Nizer lying on the floor. He had been wrong. Humans simply could not survive the full force of that technique. He remained there with a grim expression, almost waiting to see whether Sepeth Nizer would suddenly wake up. Suri kept his eyes locked on the unconscious Nizer, his jaw clenched with tension. Riley Joshua beamed with joy just as Suri suddenly shouted across the arena. Joshua Suri clenched his fist and declared with all his strength that nobody should ever look down on the green team again. His declaration instantly fired up the stands, and the excited crowd erupted into cheers for Suri. The entire arena thundered with cheers for the team that had just turned the match around. Leah Joshua was not swept up in the excitement. She knew Suri was never this strong, meaning someone must have secretly enhanced his body with holy arts. Leah kept watching Joshua Suri as he struggled to recover from the clash. Then her attention shifted to Kim Isaac, standing nearby with a suspicious smile, making her suspect he was behind Suri's enhancement. Right then, Isaac suddenly shouted at Joshua Suri, startling him before ordering him to finish the rest. Sweating nervously, Suri stammered that he understood and moved to take the necklace, but Kim Isaac immediately stopped him. Isaac angrily signaled for Suri to follow the plan properly, even ordering him to finish Nizer off. Joshua Suri reluctantly agreed. At that exact moment, Sepeth Nizer began waking up with a painful groan. Seeing his opponent wake up, Suri shouted Sepeth Nizer's name, jolting him awake. Joshua Suri immediately demanded the real necklace's location, while the confused Nizer asked what was happening. Once he understood, Nizer scoffed. As the future heir, no simple threat could make him talk. But Joshua Suri nearly begged him to confess, saying it was the only way Nizer would leave the arena intact. Nizer started wondering if Suri was insane. Sepeth Nizer snapped at him to shut up, boasting that an heir like him had been trained to withstand every kind of interrogation. Before he could finish, Joshua Suri raised his foot and aimed straight for Nizer's knee. Realizing Suri was serious, Nizer went pale and instantly begged him to stop. A sickening crack rang out as Joshua Suri crushed Sepeth Nizer's knee, twisting his face in agony. The crowd froze in horror. Some pointed at the arena while others covered their mouths after hearing that brutal sound. As whispers swept through the stands, Joshua Suri simply clenched his teeth and ignored them. No one expected the Azure Faith to be this ruthless. Meanwhile, Kim Isaac wore a devilish grin, looking completely satisfied with the result. Sepeth Nizer was utterly confused, with nothing but questions running through his head. Joshua Suri only muttered that he had warned Nizer to talk from the start. Before things settled down, Nizer's two teammates charged over while cursing Suri, leaving him helplessly watching them approach. Liar Ratchua glanced over and warned them not to take another step. She stomped the ground and activated her magic, instantly freezing every opposing contestant in place as they screamed in pain. She had used a wide area holy paralysis spell, designed to suppress enemies and stop all resistance. The spell's power spread beyond the battlefield, letting even the spectators feel its terrifying holy energy. Sepeth Nizer finally realized the Azure Faith getting captured earlier had been nothing but an act. Putting everything together, he grew uneasy. The enemy seemed to know where the necklace was hidden, so Nizer decided to retrieve it himself. But when he saw Kim Isaac standing there calmly, a terrifying thought struck him. Had Isaac planned everything from the beginning? Isaac made no effort to hide his satisfaction, grinning as everything went exactly his way. The restrained contestants cursed Isaac, claiming that even torture would never make Nizer reveal the necklace's location. Hearing that, Isaac stared at them as if they had just said something completely ridiculous. He casually approached with his mace and pointed out one simple fact. Nizer was not the only one who knew where the necklace was hidden. Isaac tightened his grip and activated the mace's unique effect, holy power absorption. Seeing the mace coming, they instantly panicked and surrendered, desperately offering to reveal the necklace's location. But that only excited Isaac more. He raised the mace toward them and declared that the real fun was about to begin. Not long after, Isaac raised the necklace high and shouted that they had finally found their objective. As he proudly showed off the prize, the announcer officially declared the Azure Faith victorious. The entire arena erupted as cheers for the Azure Faith thundered through the stands. Rumors quickly spread through the crowd. The legendary return of the Azure Faith was clearly no exaggeration. Even more shocking, they had managed to bring the Pope's own grandson into their ranks. Rely Joshua watched proudly from above, delighted that Isaac and Surya had performed so brilliantly. Just then, Charlize Alex Frigg Heller suddenly spoke, startling him as he praised the Empire's youngest priest. The Crown Prince then ordered his subordinate to prepare a fitting reward for the winners after their outstanding performance. Charlize Alex Frigg Heller approached with the calm dignity of royalty. He was the Crown Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. Rely Joshua immediately bowed to the Holy Kingdom's second son. Charlize simply replied that his nephews were truly exceptional. The Crown Prince even offered them priest uniforms. Rely gladly accepted, knowing the gift would make the two children stand out in the upcoming exam. Rely added that royal garments were precious enough to become family heirlooms. Pleased, Charlize asked if he could visit when the tailor arrived. Rely was surprised since the Crown Prince was always busy, but Charlize awkwardly admitted he genuinely wanted to meet the two of them. That left Rely confused. Isaac and Surya were only trainee priests, so why was the Crown Prince so interested in them? Suddenly remembering something else, Charlize mentioned that he had one more small gift for Rely. But his whispered warning made Rely freeze. His youngest nephew should abandon the yellow trial, because the Pope intended to kill Isaac. Hearing that, Rely immediately turned toward the arena, unable to hide his concern. He stared at Kim Isaac, chatting with Joshua Suri below, with only Isaac's name running through his mind. After a long silence, Rely quietly thanked the Crown Prince, while Charlize Alex Frigg Heller continued watching. Seeing Isaac casually teasing Joshua Suri, Rely hesitated as he thought about the danger awaiting his nephew. But seeing Isaac smiling happily below, Rely calmly said everything would be fine. The waiting room erupted in chatter after news spread that the Crown Prince would personally grant them new uniforms. Everyone grew more excited. They had won big, reached king rank, and their reputation was clearly spreading. Amid all the excitement, Kim Isaac rested his chin on his hand with an annoyed frown. The reason was Kina Barrett, who was still calmly drinking tea across from him. Isaac irritably asked why she had not gone home yet. He bluntly told her the trial was over, and she was no longer needed. Kina could only sigh at his attitude. Even Kina's servant urged her to return, saying the family head had people searching everywhere for her. Kina immediately slammed down her teacup and firmly refused to leave. Raising an eyebrow, she reminded Isaac that he was the one who told her to join the Azure Faith. That casual statement hit everyone in the room like a bolt from the blue. Isaac grimaced and asked when he had ever said that. Kina calmly reminded him it happened last night. Gritting his teeth, Isaac explained that yesterday was only for the red trial. It never meant she could officially join the Azure Faith. Kina had no answer to that, while her servant could only sigh helplessly beside her. But Kina quickly ignored everything and declared herself an Azure priest, nearly giving her servant a heart attack. She even announced that she would live here from now on, leaving her servant desperately calling out to her. Kina refused to budge and ordered them to tell her father she had no intention of returning for now. Her servant nearly cried while begging her to reconsider. Meanwhile, Isaac was also losing patience and wanted her gone. Kina stayed silent, but her mind returned to yesterday. Isaac had definitely used a holy spell on Suri, yet the true nature of that power remained a mystery. Watching the irritated Isaac, she remembered the Crown Prince's reward. Those uniforms were more than a prize. They publicly placed the group under his protection. Thinking about Charlize Alex Frigg Heller made Kina even more suspicious. All 5 faiths served the Pope, so was the Crown Prince challenging him directly? After thinking it over, Kina slammed the table and stood up. She helped with the red trial, so she deserved the reward, and would wait until Isaac was free. Her 2 servants nearly cried. Once the cardinal learned what their young lady was doing, the entire family would be thrown into chaos. Kina made things worse by offering to help Isaac clear every remaining trial, defeat the Yellow Priests, and wipe out the skeleton Demon King's forces. Isaac was unmoved and told her to leave. Kina snapped back, reminding him of his promise to teach her and refusing to go until he did. Kina even sprawled across the floor, daring Isaac to drag her outside himself. Her tantrum made Isaac grind his teeth. He bluntly admitted he had only used her before and told her to stop clinging to him. Kina did not care. She had fulfilled her side of the deal, so Isaac had to keep his promise too. Isaac reminded her that the lessons were postponed. He was busy, and she should leave before he changed his mind. Kina immediately suspected he planned to break his promise. In the end, Kina cleared her throat to save face and agreed to wait until the trainee period was over. But Isaac dealt the final blow, saying he had lost patience, and their deal was officially cancelled. He smugly added that he already had another disciple who was far more obedient than Kina. Hearing she had a rival, Kina immediately demanded to know who Isaac valued more. He calmly said there was only one obvious answer. Isaac pointed straight at Joshua Suri standing frozen nearby, revealing that Suri was his new disciple. Kina's face darkened as her murderous gaze locked onto the boy, while Isaac happily confirmed it was him. Kina coldly asked if Isaac truly thought Suri was better than her, making Joshua Suri instinctively back away. Kina proposed a new deal. If she proved herself better than Suri right now, Isaac had to teach her. Poor Suri had been dragged into this for no reason. Isaac raised an eyebrow in amusement and said he would decide after seeing what Kina could do. Kina's determination instantly became a deadly glare aimed at Joshua Suri, making the terrified boy want to run. The scene shifted to a lavish hall inside the Holy See, where the grand banquet was being held. A girl gasped upon entering, while the red-haired boy stared in awe at the luxurious section reserved for the Azure Faith. Behind Riley Joshua, the others kept talking excitedly. From food to lodging, everything had been upgraded for the top-ranked team. Riley Joshua ignored the excitement and quietly swirled the wine in his glass. He still could not understand why Isaac's team had suddenly been ranked first, or what standards the Holy See had used. Just then, Leon Sepet approached from afar and remarked that the Azure Faith's victory must have made Riley happy. Recognizing him, Riley Joshua immediately greeted the cardinal. Leon responded warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. After some small talk, Leon asked about relay strength and whether he was close to reaching rank 9. Riley nodded, and Leon admitted that reaching such a level at his age was truly impressive. But right after praising him, Leon placed a hand on Relay's shoulder and quietly said the Joshua family head must be deeply troubled. He hinted that Riley himself was the problem. The best candidate to inherit the family had very little time left, instantly putting Riley on guard. Leon pretended he had misspoken, then dug even deeper. Even without the lifespan issue, Riley would still struggle to become family head. His next remark was even harsher. Riley could never have children. Still, Leon praised his talented nephew, saying the Joshua family head must be proud. Hearing those loaded remarks, Riley frowned and coldly asked what Leon was really trying to say. Leon laughed it off as teasing. Even if Sepeth was only his third son, seeing his family's heir crushed before royalty and nobles was hard to ignore. Riley frowned helplessly. The other family was clearly skilled at uncovering secrets, meaning they likely knew about the curse haunting the Joshua family. Still, Riley calmly sipped his wine and ignored it. Leon was not entirely wrong, and Riley had never wanted to become family head anyway. But then Leon headed toward Kim Isaac, and Riley could only hope he would leave his nephew alone. Leon approached the dining table and called Isaac's name, while the boy kept eating like he had been starving for days. Someone beside Isaac quickly to him and said the cardinal was calling. Isaac kept chewing, annoyed that someone had interrupted his meal. Isaac finally turned around reluctantly, clearly uninterested in the conversation. He gave a minimal response out of courtesy, leaving Leon with an awkward smile. To break the tension, Leon asked about the interesting spectacle Isaac had promised to show him earlier. Leon bluntly said he had seen nothing special yet. Isaac finally remembered the promise and looked surprised. Then Isaac cheerfully explained that the spectacle was Sepeth getting his knee crushed. Still holding his food, Isaac happily asked Leon whether watching his own son get wrecked had been entertaining enough. Joshua Suri went pale and nearly cried. Isaac had actually said that right in front of someone from the Red Faith. Suri quickly grabbed Isaac and tried to cover his mouth, warning that the Red Faith hunted the skeleton Demon King's spies and should not become their enemy. Isaac still saw no problem. He had high hopes for the Azure family, then turned to a strange ability Isaac had just learned. Leon's gaze sharpened when he sensed something unusual. Dark mana was flowing inside Isaac's body. Isaac realized those eyes were using a holy detection art. Annoyed but smiling, he explained that he had eaten part of the skeleton Demon King as a child. Isaac then asked if dealing with Leon's son was not entertaining enough, he could put on another show during the Yellow trial. Leon frowned in surprise. Kina Barrett instantly caught his meaning. Was this guy planning to target someone from the Yellow Cardinals faction too? Even she was stunned. Leon simply smiled and asked what Isaac wanted from him this time. Isaac answered with an easy smile, while Joshua Suri could only hold his forehead and sigh. According to Isaac, his request was not difficult at all. What he truly wanted was to meet the demons serving under the skeleton Demon King. To do that, Isaac asked Leon for the key to where those demons were imprisoned. Leon's expression immediately darkened. Leon turned away to hide a flash of killing intent, then agreed to hand over the key if Isaac returned alive. Whether he could actually pull it off was another matter. Before leaving, Leon coldly warned that the Yellow Trial was not somewhere they could simply walk away from. Their entire team might never return. The warning left the other candidates trembling, while Kim Isaac quietly frowned, wondering what this cardinal was really hinting at. At the height of the tension, a candidate suddenly announced that the Yellow Trial mission had arrived. Everyone immediately demanded to know the details. Hearing this, Liar Joshua froze. So the upcoming trial was actually an expedition. From afar, Leon Sepet revealed the mission. Each team would enter a different region to recover relics, once lost by the holy nation of Hula. But did the Azure team want to know where they were going? The destination left almost everyone speechless, while Kim Isaac frowned in thought. They were heading to Krasiondia, an empire shrouded in mystery. Suri went cold. Krasiondia was openly hostile toward Helima. Sending priests, there was basically throwing them into a tiger's den. The entire table erupted, especially since the place bordered demon territory. No one understood why the higher-ups would send them somewhere so dangerous. Amid the chaos, Kim Isaac covered his face as if trembling in fear. He added that several holy knights and guards had recently vanished after being captured near that region. Rumor blamed a high-ranking demon that devoured priests during the Yellow Trial 14 years ago. The area was still sealed for investigation, yet Leon Sepet approached Isaac and offered to use his authority to change their destination. Hearing there was a way out, Joshua Suri quietly begged Isaac to accept. Someone beside him even grabbed his arm and pleaded for him to give in this once. Isaac instantly put on a pitiful face, widening his innocent eyes before timidly asking whether Leon would truly move them somewhere else. Meanwhile, at the Azure family estate in the capital, terrible news threw the entire household into chaos. Someone reported that the kids were being sent straight into the land of mages. Riley Joshua grew even more uneasy. They also had to rescue imprisoned holy knights. This was practically an ESMA rank mission, far beyond what trainees should handle. Furious, he clenched his fist and declared he would flatten the tower unless the mission was cancelled. Gowl Joshua stopped him, saying their father was just as angry and had already gone there personally. Thinking about the real motive behind this, he gritted his teeth. Those people were clearly trying to send Isaac to his death. Gowl Joshua remained calm, believing the trial would likely be changed now that their father had intervened. No one would risk diplomatic relations by giving such a mission to trainee priests. He believed this arrangement was probably just a warning to their family not to act too arrogantly. Riley Joshua could only frown and sigh. Gowl Joshua closed his eyes as Joshua Suri came to mind. Whatever happened, he did not want Suri dying in Krasiondia. He continued reassuring them that there was no need to panic yet. As long as Isaac was there and kept his sanity, things were not hopeless. Then a servant suddenly cried out in panic. A knight rushed inside, barely able to breathe, looking like disaster had struck. Then he frantically brought up young Master Isaac. Meanwhile, Leon Sepet smugly told Isaac that if he admitted he wanted to live, Leon would change the mission. Isaac flatly refused. It turned out, Isaac's frightened act had been nothing but a disguise for the excitement he was desperately hiding. Isaac glanced over with interest and casually said Krasiondia sounded far too exciting to trade for somewhere else. When the knight confirmed Isaac had officially accepted the mission, Riley Joshua and Gowl Joshua froze. What the hell had that kid just done? Over in demon territory, the world lay beneath a blood-red sky as violent winds swept clouds of dust across the dead land. Deep inside a ruined palace, white mist covered abandoned weapons and the remains of the defeated. Demon Ass sat on her throne, staring coldly at the servant kneeling below. The latest report immediately enraged her. The mission to assassinate the saint had failed, and the one sitting on that throne was the Demon Ass. The servant panicked, stumbling over his words as he bowed his head and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Demon Ass did not punish him. The failure hardly mattered since their original goal was simply to create chaos. Besides, Ada had gained something even more valuable. Flicking out her snake-like tongue, she said witnessing their king's power was already a success. Their magic device had also crossed the holy nation's supposedly impenetrable border. The servant remained pressed against the floor, drenched in sweat. Even if he was not fully convinced, he had to admit that the king's power was beyond imagination. Demon Ass no longer hid her excitement. What they had witnessed was only a tiny fraction of his power. Yet it was already terrifying enough to crush anyone's hope. As Ada praised their king, the servant suddenly revealed that he had sensed similar power during the ordination ceremony. Demon Ass immediately demanded to know who he meant. The servant answered without hesitation. He was talking about the great skeleton demon king. Ada instantly froze. Kim Isaac immediately came to Demon Ass's mind. If the servant had sensed the skeleton demon king's aura from him, it was likely because Isaac had once eaten part of his body. The servant confirmed her suspicion and added that Isaac had completed his ordination and was still undergoing training. Demon Ass was thrilled, as though luck had finally turned in their favor. Demon Ass lowered her head, trembling with excitement. Until now, they could never touch Isaac because he remained under his family's protection. But she knew the regular trials would eventually force Isaac out of safety. Sooner or later, he would have to take both the Yellow and Azure trials. Demon Ass slowly lowered her legs from the throne, seeing this as the perfect opportunity. A trial where young priests and demons hunted each other was the ideal place to strike. She placed a hand over her eye patch, her voice growing more excited. Absorbing a trace of the Demon King's power had already caused monstrous changes. So what would happen if she devoured part of his body directly? Demon Ass hunger was turning into madness. She began wondering what Kim Isaac would taste like and could barely wait any longer. Back at the academy, everyone was talking about one thing: the mission assigned to the Azure team. A group of male students kept discussing the trip to the mysterious empire. More importantly, the Azure team also had to rescue a captured Holy Knight. Those rumors soon reached Joshua Suri. To him, the Yellow family was clearly sending them to their deaths. Since the mages there could easily wipe them out. His aura grew darker at the thought. Suri looked so grim that nobody dared approach him. What bothered him most was that everyone already assumed the Azure team would die, with no one believing they could complete the mission. But Suri soon looked elsewhere, because his biggest headache was actually still ahead. Even those who were usually fearless now looked uneasy, deliberately keeping several meters away from Joshua Suri. Not even the Holy Knights wanted anything to do with the Azure team. Once they crossed the border, they would basically face every danger alone. Suri could already picture the entire team getting crushed. Demons and bandits would never miss the chance to attack once they left Imperial territory. While Joshua Suri was convinced their team was doomed, Kim Isaac suddenly complained beside him, saying those people were going way too far. But what really pissed Isaac off was that no one wanted to join his team. Suri instantly pointed at him and said Isaac was the reason. Fighting back tears, Joshua Suri stressed how bad things were. The mission was already brutal, and someone had clearly turned it into a death trap. Suri told Isaac to look around. Their teammates were sprawled on the floor crying, with all their morale completely gone. To make Isaac understand the danger, Joshua Suri brought up the tragedy from 14 years ago during another Yellow rank test. Back then, Uncle Riley led the green team, and not a single member survived. Yet Kim Isaac just cleaned his ear like it was nothing serious. Isaac immediately thought of Hire Barrett and saw the Cardinal's trap. Refuse the mission and the green team stays oppressed, but accept it and they could die. Then Isaac gave a calculating grin. Clearing this mission would silence everyone mocking the green team, and that mysterious empire full of greater demons was basically a massive manicore mine. Joshua Suri quickly pulled himself together and grabbed Isaac. They could still choose their paladins, so their best shot was securing someone from Squad 1 of the Royal Knights. Suri kept telling himself they could still pull this off when a sudden voice cut in with some very bad news. Count Moly appeared with a mocking smile and revealed that the Yellow team had already taken every paladin from Squad 1. Seeing everyone's reaction only made the Count happier. He added that his son and the boy's friend had also switched over to the Yellow team. With obvious contempt, he said he had made a mistake years ago by entrusting those kids to the green team just because of its glorious past. Kim Isaac merely raised an eyebrow and fired back. Once the green team cleared this mission, the Count would be the one everyone abandoned. Joshua Suri nervously grabbed Isaac's shoulder and returned to the real problem. Squad 2 or 3 was fine, but they absolutely had to avoid Squad 4. Isaac, however, only seemed interested in the word paladin. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Isaac's mind and his eyes lit up. He immediately wondered where those beautiful girls had come from. Isaac excitedly rushed forward. Behind him, Joshua Suri thought he had finally listened and kept yelling at him to sign with Paladin Squad 2. Isaac approached a man and announced his choice. The man froze for a moment, wondering if he had heard correctly. Despite his surprise, the man eventually followed Isaac's request. Once everything was settled, Isaac turned back toward the others. With a huge smile, he raised the confirmation paper high for everyone to see the choice he had just made. Seeing the paper, Joshua Suri thought everything was finally settled. The other two members also sighed in relief, believing the green team had found the right paladins. Then came the bombshell. Isaac had chosen Paladin Squad 4, leaving the entire group frozen in shock. Isaac saw absolutely nothing wrong with it. Instead, he happily announced that this was obviously great news. Grinning like he had scored the deal of a lifetime, Isaac proudly claimed he had signed with the strongest squad. Everyone immediately screamed, convinced he had gone insane. The reason was simple. The 5 members of Paladin Squad 4 were known as glorified errand runners. The Holy Kingdom barely acknowledged them and even used them to deliver letters. But in terms of strength, none of them were pushovers. Their skills could even surpass the Royal Knights. The problem was that they had almost zero respect for the church. News that Isaac had chosen Squad 4 soon reached Eli Joshua. He exploded in rage and demanded to know what Isaac was planning. One look at Eli told Isaac he was truly furious this time. Even the Watcher Ghost was shocked, since destroying an entire house had never made Eli this angry. But Isaac already had a plan and quickly said exactly what Eli wanted to hear. Asking to change missions because of danger would disgrace the Joshua family, and Isaac claimed he could never allow that. Somehow, that excuse only made Eli angrier. He refused to believe someone like Isaac suddenly cared about honor, while Isaac clenched his fist and insisted he was completely serious. Eli knew his grandson far too well. Someone who once used dark mana suddenly preaching about honor sounded ridiculous, and Isaac froze after being called out so perfectly. That brief reaction did not escape Eli. He frowned and demanded to know what Isaac was hiding from him. Ella's anger slowly turned into disappointment. He had always seen Isaac as special, but this decision had shaken his trust. Isaac clenched his fist and hesitated, then suddenly acted like he was carrying a deep hatred inside him. He boldly declared that the one he hated enough to kill with his own hands was the skeleton Demon King. Even the Watcher Ghost was stunned, wondering what kind of story its master was making up now. Isaac kept going with an emotional speech. He claimed his parents' deaths and his own curse were all caused by that damned skeleton Demon King. He even dragged the Joshua family into it, saying outsiders looked down on them because they failed to defeat him years ago. Eli could only stare in confusion. Isaac pushed his acting to the limit, claiming the humiliation kept him awake at night. His performance was so convincing that Eli started believing him. Isaac's eyes burned with vengeance. He swore to destroy the fake skeleton Demon King and claimed he only used the real Demon King's power to track down that imposter. He firmly declared that no matter what it took, he would personally finish that enemy. The Watcher Ghost could only watch in silence as its master began his usual performance again. Eli Joshua listened quietly, while Isaac's true goal was completely different. He needed the Joshua family intact so he could eventually make everything theirs his. Isaac placed a hand over his chest and declared that abandoning honor out of fear would doom the Joshua family to disgrace until it became nothing but a name from the past. Eli could only sigh at his stubbornness. He reminded Isaac that he had never asked him to sacrifice his life for the family. But Eli finally seemed to acknowledge him. He admitted Isaac had become a true member of the Joshua family, leaving even Isaac briefly stunned. Eli returned to his desk and gave one condition. The mission could fail, but Isaac and everyone else had to return alive. Even the Watcher Ghost could not believe the act had worked. Isaac lowered his head and listened as Eli explained what would happen once he safely returned from this journey. Finally, Eli made a major decision. Once Isaac returned safely, he would officially name him as his successor. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Isaac gave a calculating smile, politely thanked Eli, and said he understood. A few days later, the group reached the outskirts of Okindo and followed a narrow road covered in fallen leaves. With leaves stuck all over his head, Isaac cheerfully pointed ahead and said they would meet the knights at the next village. Behind him, everyone was covered in mud and barely walking from exhaustion. Joshua Suri dragged himself forward in tears, determined to survive no matter what. His two teammates were just as miserable, sniffling as they walked. The Watcher Ghost floated beside them and reported that it had investigated the demon behind the tragedy 14 years ago. Isaac immediately asked for its identity. The information brought Demon Ash to Isaac's mind. She was a high-ranking demon from the Western Legion, and while not one of the 14 generals, she might be a subordinate Isaac once knew. The Watcher added that the demon was infamous for brutality and had massacred many young priests. Isaac immediately gritted his teeth, realizing his subordinates had broken the rules he personally established. Isaac silently decided to punish every rule breaker. The Watcher quickly warned him not to get careless, since his power had not fully recovered, and so the group continued forward without stopping on their long journey. But none of them noticed Demon Ash hiding behind a tree. Her predatory gaze and hungry tongue showed she had finally found her target. Once the group disappeared from sight, Demon Ash stepped out with a sinister grin, recognizing the kid from Ishua. Meanwhile, under clear skies at the Imperial Palace, a shocked question echoed through the Crown Prince's residence. Had this really happened? Shablis Alephric Hella stared at the letter in his hand, confirming that young Master Isaac had chosen the Paladins from the Messenger faction. His subordinate immediately reported what they had learned. From the beginning, Isaac seemed completely uninterested in the knights sent by the Crown Prince. This made the subordinate question Isaac's judgment, while Shablis Alephric Hella remained silent and thought carefully. But the Crown Prince quickly rejected that idea. Choosing the Messenger faction might actually prove Isaac had seen far deeper into the situation. Shablis Alephric Hella smiled and explained that the knight commander he sent was a half-spirit, a bloodline especially vulnerable against demons. His subordinate was shocked to learn Shidlong was a half-spirit and assumed it was a test for Isaac, but Shablis denied it, saying Shidlong was chosen simply because his abilities were reliable. In fact, Chablis became even more curious about Isaac's choice. The Messenger faction was unique because every member carried demon blood. With that thought, he placed his hand on the file containing Squad 4's information. As sunlight filled the room, his subordinate remained uneasy. The Messenger faction was notoriously uncontrollable and had even forced priests into a demon's lair before. Chablis fell silent at those words, quietly thinking it over. Even so, the subordinate still worried about Kim Isaac. At this point, there was a good chance he was already. Meanwhile, Kim Isaac's group had finally reached the Blue family's meeting point. The mood there was anything but pleasant. One impatient knight slammed the table and demanded to know why those people still had not arrived. Derek looked equally furious. After waiting over 5 hours, his patience was nearly gone, and he suspected Isaac was deliberately challenging his Messenger faction. The squad grew increasingly angry, thinking Isaac made them wait because of their reputation. The Blue family was famous for punctuality, making this delay even more suspicious. Their complaints only made Derek angrier. He gritted his teeth, convinced those brats were deliberately disrespecting him. Refusing to be pushed around any longer, Derek made his decision. But Kim Isaac suddenly appeared beside him with a cheerful greeting. Derek jumped back several steps in shock. Isaac remained completely calm and casually admitted that his group was a little late. Derek quickly regained his stern expression and brought up the Blue family's reputation for punctuality, demanding whether Isaac knew how late he was. Isaac simply sighed and showed his injured hand. Bandits had ambushed them on the road and even broken his hand, so the delay was unavoidable. Knowing exactly what Derek was thinking, Isaac emphasized that someone seemed to have hired those bandits. He still rushed here despite the attack, making Derek nervously look away before continuing to complain about punctuality. Isaac immediately seized the advantage and asked whether Derek was so upset because he never wanted to work with them in the first place. Derek suddenly had no answer. Joshua Suri watched the confrontation from nearby as Isaac kept pushing. If their help was unnecessary, then perhaps there was no reason to protect Derek's group at all. Derek immediately stood up and coldly declared that his side had nothing to lose. They could simply turn back right now. Isaac was not intimidated. He hit Derek's weak spot instead, asking why he had waited 5 hours if there was truly nothing to gain. Derek's expression instantly changed. The tension exploded as Squad 4 reached for their swords. Isaac kept pressing, pointing out that a simple escort mission should never require this much manpower. A knowing smile appeared on Isaac's face as he exposed Derek's real goal. He planned to use Isaac's group as bait to rescue his missing comrades. Isaac then casually suggested they split up right here if Derek hated working together so much, making him grind his teeth in rage. Finally losing control, Derek drew his sword and charged at Isaac, demanding to know whether a knight named Honrak had revealed everything. Derek was furious, convinced Honrak had dragged Isaac into this just to ruin their plan. Meanwhile, Joshua Suri heard the name and nervously stepped back. Joshua finally realized how serious this was. Honrak was his fourth uncle's alias, making him wonder whether his uncle was involved in everything. Derek tightened his grip on his sword as power surged through his body. He knew that without Isaac's group, his people could not even enter Grashaya. Done negotiating, Derek swung his sword in warning and declared he would take Isaac along by force, even if he had to cut off his legs. Despite the violent winds unleashed by Derek, Kim Isaac stood perfectly still, as though nothing had happened. Then Isaac's gaze turned ice cold. His overwhelming presence crashed down, forcing Derek to lower his weapon. Under that sudden pressure, Derek froze completely, unable to react. From that tiny body, Derek sensed terrifying power. His instincts screamed as if he were facing the Demon Bone King. When Derek realized he was trembling and could not move, he understood he had no chance against Kim Isaac, even if he looked like a child. The observer ghost loved the sight. With demon blood himself, he knew demons instinctively submit to stronger beings. That was exactly why he targeted them. Knowing he could do nothing to Kim Isaac, Derek swallowed his anger and sheathed his sword. Kim Isaac turned to Joshua Surus Group and cheerfully said they could leave. Team 4 could not understand how they were still working together after everything that happened. Kim Isaac did not care. With the same goal, neither side had much choice. That answer only made the other side angrier. But Kim Isaac calmly revealed their common goal. Both sides wanted to find the demon from 14 years ago and rescue everyone who had been taken. He casually added that whether Team 4's comrades were among the victims changed nothing. Derek immediately grew serious. He suspected Kim Isaac had chosen them from the start because he already knew about their missing comrades. Despite Derek's suspicion, Kim Isaac calmly pretended he had no idea what he was talking about. He even claimed he knew absolutely nothing. Derek did not press him and quickly made his decision. Team 4 agreed to join him and called him Lord Isaac. Kim Isaac secretly grinned because he had known everything from the beginning. Someone asked what they would do next, assuming Kim Isaac already had a plan. Instead, he blankly asked why they even needed one. Meanwhile, another man noticed demonic energy leaking from Derek. Demon blood was hard to hide, making him fear Team 4 might eventually turn on them. His concern grew as he pointed out there was a reason Team 4 had only handled messenger duties before. Suddenly, demonic energy erupted around one member. Before anyone could react, the Team 4 member's hand began transforming. His sanity vanished as he entered demon form and charged wildly at the two people ahead. His first target was the man who had just doubted them, and his mutated arm lunged straight for him. Everyone else backed away in alarm. Their worst fear had come true, reinforcing their belief that demons could not be trusted. The group shouted for someone to restrain him. Kim Isaac casually struck the berserk man, leaving him dazed, and told him to snap out of it. That single hit instantly returned him to normal. As he clutched the bump on his head, Kim Isaac scolded him for losing control. He quickly apologized, saying his demon transformation was never usually that fast. He had felt invisible pressure on his head before his entire vision turned red. The blonde man suspected the mana around the Magic Empire's territory was affecting them. Then another member admitted his body also felt strange. But the man Kim Isaac struck was no longer afraid. He stared at Kim Isaac in admiration, amazed that one hit had ended his demon transformation. He immediately showered Kim Isaac with praise. Kim Isaac grew even more smug, thinking such a result was only natural. As Team 4 kept praising him, both Kim Isaac and the Observer Ghost looked delighted. The power he had shown was simply overwhelming. As they prepared to leave, Kim Isaac lifted his bag and noticed something strange about its weight. His order to move out stopped halfway. Opening the bag, he found a sparrow lying motionless inside like it was dead, instantly making him suspicious. One glance was enough for Kim Isaac to realize it was playing dead. The terrified sparrow was sweating, but desperately stayed still. The Observer Ghost found the act amusing, while Kim Isaac decided to tease it. He grabbed an object and pretended to finish it off, making the bird panic inside. Unfortunately, both of them could hear its muttering. It cursed the Bloodlord for sending it to find this annoying priest, and the title immediately caught Kim Isaac's attention. Kim Isaac stopped playing around and grabbed the bird by its leg. From that clue alone, he realized one of the high demons had sent a subordinate after him, terrifying the sparrow into dropping its act. Soon, sinister energy spread throughout the forest. The Observer Ghost sealed the entire area with a barrier and reported back to his master. As the Observer Ghost returned, Kim Isaac recalled the Bloodlord. He was once Kim Isaac's subordinate and was apparently still imprisoned beneath the Holy See. He must have heard about Kim Isaac and sent this bird as a messenger. Kim Isaac grabbed the sparrow and demanded answers. He realized the Bloodlord had probably hidden his identity as the skeleton demon king from it. The bird refused to betray anything to a priest, but one squeeze made it spill everything. With nowhere left to run, the sparrow confessed. The demon Kim Isaac was about to face was Atta, the same one who sabotaged his investiture ceremony. At the mention of that incident, Kim Isaac's expression darkened. It clearly brought back unpleasant memories. Connecting the clues, he asked whether Atta was the one who sent the skeleton demon king's clone to cause trouble back then. Afraid Kim Isak would lose patience, the sparrow quickly confirmed it. Atta secretly smuggled in the magic device and ordered her subordinates to attack the priests. She was behind everything. It also revealed that after taking the skeleton demon king's power, Atta became strong enough to breach the barrier of the holy kingdom of Helen. According to the Bloodlord, he would rather stay imprisoned than face the demon named Ash. Hearing this only made Kim Isak more annoyed with the Bloodlord. He silently cursed his subordinate. The sparrow had no idea danger was right beside it. It angrily wondered why its master would give such important information to this annoying priest. Of course, Kim Isak heard every word. He raised the object in his hand and threatened the bird, making it tremble before blurting out that the Bloodlord believed the current skeleton demon king was a fake. With nothing left to hide, it explained that the Bloodlord was arrested after publicly calling the current skeleton demon king an imposter. The sparrow also warned that Ash knew Kim Isak had absorbed part of the skeleton demon king's power and was likely waiting for him to enter her territory. If he wanted to live, he should turn back. Kim Isak released the sparrow and told it to report that the message was received. Before flying away, the bird warned him not to die, or the Bloodlord would surely be heartbroken. Not long after, Suri stormed over and loudly demanded to know where Kim Isak had gone, since everyone had been searching for him. But Suri's attitude instantly changed. He gave Kim Isak a thumbs up, thinking he had thoughtfully ordered food from the town inn for everyone. Kim Isak immediately sensed something was wrong, especially when he noticed someone following Suri. He had never ordered any food. The person approaching was Demon Ass, wearing a friendly smile. She explained that the food had been specially prepared for the group. Atta warmly invited everyone to eat, leaving Kim Isak briefly surprised by her sudden appearance. But a scheming grin soon appeared on his face. He had expected Atta to stay hidden and wait for her chance. Instead, she disguised herself as a young woman and came straight to him. She had just saved Kim Isak plenty of trouble. Later in the forest, someone could no longer stand the sight and asked Suri what was wrong with Isak today. His behavior was clearly beyond normal, but Joshua Suri helplessly told him to just let Kim Isak do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Kim Isak was deliberately giving Atta a hard time, becoming more demanding by the second. Sitting proudly on a rock, he kept ordering her around. A little dust in his water meant a new glass, and even a square plate had to be replaced. Then Kim Isak complained that the food was cold. Demon Ass turned pale from all the running around but still obeyed every demand. Kim Isak kept targeting Atta. First, the food was too salty, then even her breathing annoyed him. He finally ordered her to stop breathing altogether. Despite being furious, Demon Ass could only grit her teeth and reluctantly agree. Derek even joined Kim Isak. When Atta moved too slowly, he reminded her that Lord Isak wanted a replacement and angrily scolded her for making him repeat himself. Atta became completely confused. Why was everyone suddenly taking Kim Isak's side? Still, she could only bow and apologize. Demon Ass then brought over a tray of soup, secretly deciding to deal with the nuisances first. She smiled and offered it to the Holy Knights, acting concerned after all their hard work. Derek immediately refused. His team was working for Kim Isak now, so they would not casually share food with outsiders. Demon Ass was left speechless. Atta kept playing the kind girl, saying the town depended on the Holy Knights staying healthy and that she made this soup especially for them. Inside, she was screaming for them to just eat it already. While both sides argued, Kim Isak suddenly stepped in and suggested Atta taste it first. He gave Demon Ass a knowing smile and pointed out that nobody knew whether she had poisoned the food. Atta was furious. This brat had ruined her plans again and again. Kim Isak's companions finally stepped in to defend Demon Ass. Nothing seemed wrong to them, so they saw no reason for him to keep bullying the girl. The group grabbed bowls of soup and started eating, insisting Kim Isak had no reason to keep harassing her. They even took huge servings, determined to prove with their own bodies that Demon Ass was innocent. Less than 5 seconds later, everyone who defended her collapsed unconscious on the spot. Suri jumped in shock as the group fell. He desperately called out to them but got no response. Only then did Kim Isak calmly stand up. This was even more convenient than planned, since he already wanted everyone unconscious before making his move. The observer ghost asked whether they should summon a holy spirit to cleanse the poison. Kim Isak simply stretched and decided to leave them like that so they would learn their lesson. But as the observer ghost watched them, it suddenly noticed something unusual about the poison. It quickly reported that the poison was converting the victim's divine mana into dark mana. That immediately caught Kim Isak's attention. Instead of worrying, his eyes lit up. He asked whether that annoying divine mana could really become dark mana. The ghost eagerly confirmed it and identified the poison as parasitic. Looking at the unconscious Joshua Suri and the others, Kim Isak saw a flock of sheep he could harvest for years. If this conversion worked, he could create a steady supply of dark mana inside the Holy Kingdom. Demon Ass also believed her plan had succeeded. She smiled wickedly and absorbed all the dark mana that had just appeared. Atta proudly declared victory. Kim Isak merely wiped the drool from his mouth, because the stronger someone was, the more delicious they looked to him. With no reason to hide anymore, Demon Ass returned to her true form. She used the poisoned victims as hostages and ordered Kim Isak to follow her, promising the antidote once they arrived. Derek cursed in fury but did not dare draw his sword. His comrades' lives were still in her hands. Just as Atta believed everything was under control, a brilliant wave of light suddenly swept across the area and reversed the situation. Only after the blinding light faded did Demon Ass recover and realize what had happened. Kim Isak was already charging straight at her with his weapon, moving fast enough to terrify Atta. He struck without hesitation, but Demon Ass reacted quickly and barely dodged the attack. Atta immediately used her natural speed to escape, even taunting Kim Isak to chase her. Derek and everyone still able to fight gripped their swords, ready to pursue the demon with him. But Kim Isak immediately refused, saying he would go alone. He even acted completely righteous, explaining that the unconscious victims could not be abandoned. To keep them alive, Derek and the others had to stay and continuously supply them with mana. Derek was moved to tears. He immediately promised Lord Isaac that they would protect and care for the priests. Before Kim Isak left, Derek even gave him a formal military salute, grateful for the sacrifice he believed Kim Isak was making. Kim Isak sped off after Atta, secretly thrilled. With everyone staying behind to supply mana, he would soon have another source of dark mana to harvest. Night fell over the forest beneath the silver moon, while cold winds howled through the trees and filled the area with tension. Seeing Kim Isak arrive alone, Demon Ass mocked him for being brave but stupid enough to come without even a guard. Atta was now convinced her prey had walked straight into the trap. Her arrogance showed she no longer considered Kim Isak a threat. Seeing that confidence, Kim Isak gritted his teeth and coldly agreed that someone here was indeed incredibly stupid. Kim Isak pointed out Demon Ass's biggest mistake. She treated humans like food right in front of him without realizing who she was facing. Atta instantly froze. Kim Isak's entire presence suddenly changed. His eyes turned cold as he gave a single command, forcing her to kneel. The crushing pressure immediately made Atta sense danger, but even she could not understand why her instincts were suddenly terrified. Before Demon Ass could react, Kim Isak seized control of her body and forced her knees hard into the ground. For a moment, Atta saw the Demon Bombone King overlapping with him, and that familiar mana left her frozen. Kim Isak's pressure kept crushing down, making Demon Ass tremble no matter how hard she resisted. His aura now felt like a true Demon King, with overwhelming mana flooding the area. Atta could not understand how a child possessed a Demon King's power. Still, she clung to one theory. Kim Isak had gained this mana by devouring part of the Demon King she worshipped. Demon Ass dug her fingers into the ground, carving deep grooves as she resisted, thinking only of the Demon King's body inside Kim Isak. The moment Atta regained some control, she charged at him, swearing to rip her lord's remains out of the boy. Demon Ass struck straight at Kim Isak's face, screaming that she would free the Demon King. Their powers collided head-on, and two opposing waves of mana erupted across the forest. That single clash showed Atta the true gap between them. She was the one who had lost. Demon King power erupted violently, swallowing Demon Ass before she could turn things around. The overwhelming collision sent shockwaves in every direction, shaking the entire area. Kim Isak simply stared at Atta in annoyance, treating her like some lunatic. Fireballs instantly formed around him. Kim Isak was ready to show Demon Ass who truly deserved to stand at the top of demonkind. Before long, the battle ended, and the violently shaken forest returned to the silence of night. The Observer Ghost happily flew out and praised its master. Kim Isak had only used Tier 5 magic, yet its destructive power rivaled Tier 7. It excitedly circled around, calling the fusion of dark and divine mana a genius idea. Kim Isak was just as pleased and wondered if this was why the gods never wanted him to become human. While they were still celebrating, a weak groan nearby suddenly caught their attention. Demon Ass crawled along the ground, trembling as she weakly called him Your Majesty. The ghost wondered if Kim Isak had gone too far, but he disagreed. Kim Isak even questioned that and clapped once to test her reaction. The sound alone made Demon Ass cry out in terror. Atta immediately bowed low and repeatedly slammed her head into the ground, confessing that her actions deserved death. As Demon Ass desperately begged and offered the antidote, Kim Isak calmly said saving everyone could wait. He sat before Ada and gave a new order. Every holy knight she captured had to be brought back within 1 minute. Before Ada could process it, Kim Isak added that he had an even bigger request. He wanted full marks on this test. Saving the holy knights was not enough. Kim Isak needed proof of his achievement, making Demon Ass nervously ask what he wanted. Kim Isak gave Ada a chilling smile. He needed evidence proving that he had personally killed a demon. 2 days later, inside a restaurant, 2 people sat at a table, under a heavy atmosphere, still searching for answers. Joshua Suri rested his head on his hand, exhausted and wondering what had happened to Isaac after disappearing for so long. Derek forced a smile and reassured him. They had sent someone to follow Isaac that day, and someone like Isaac was not easy to mess with. Even so, Joshua Suri remained uneasy. According to Yuan Jiang, something serious must have happened for the mages to search so desperately. He cautiously looked at Derek, since Derek knew better than anyone that those mages never acted like this. Derek stroked his chin and said they had found bloodstains along Isaac's possible route, but that was not enough to declare him dead. Just as they were drowning in worry, Kim Isaac casually walked through the door, with a huge sack over his shoulder, and announced his return. Joshua Suri instinctively greeted him, not even realizing who had just walked in. A few seconds later, he finally snapped awake and jumped up in shock, while Derek immediately asked if Isaac was hurt. Kim Isaac kept it simple. He dropped the blood-stained bag onto the table and said he had brought back the antidote. Joshua Suri curiously checked inside and asked about the other item. Isaac only said it was extremely important and had to be kept safe. Joshua Suri was skeptical at first, but the moment he saw Demon Ass's head inside, his face went pale and he screamed in horror. Staring at the horrifying thing in the bag, Joshua Suri frantically asked what the hell it was, while Isaac calmly stretched like it was no big deal. Seeing their shock, Isaac casually explained that it was the kidnapper's head, and the proof they needed to get full marks on the test. Derek could not care less about the score, and quickly asked about the paladins and his teammates, while Isaac stretched and acted like he had almost forgotten about them. He then called toward the door, saying the paladins were too heavy, so he had left them in the bushes outside, and they just needed to carry them in. One man immediately rushed outside to check, then hurried back and reported to the commander that their comrades really had returned. Team 4 also cheered when they realized both Ken and Jen had been brought back safely. Joshua Suri stared at Kim Isaac like he was a monster as he began to realize what Isaac had done, while Derek connected it to the kidnapper's severed head. Isaac casually crossed his legs, openly looking proud, as he confirmed that he had gone straight to their hideout and taken the man's head. Joshua Suri slammed the table in anger, unable to believe Isaac had charged alone into a place packed with mages, while even Lung Tung was stunned that he had actually pulled it off. Unlike everyone else, Isaac was already thinking ahead, knowing he needed a believable story to hide what had really happened. So Isaac claimed the enemy had known about their mission and planned to kidnap them, then pose as rescuers who saved them from demons to gain leverage over the Holy Kingdom. He also claimed the woman who drugged them was a mage planning to sell them to the Arcane Empire because their identities were worth a fortune. According to Isaac, one threat involving the Holy See made her back down immediately. Isaac kept embellishing the story, saying even a child like him terrified them, proving just how fearsome the Pope's reputation was. After asking where the paladins were held, he conveniently learned about a secret passage leading there. Luckily, the captives were still alive because the demons were saving them as emergency food. That let Isaac rescue everyone with ease, and the demon guarding them happened to be asleep, so he simply killed it. Hearing this ridiculously easy story, Joshua Suri and Derek were left speechless. To make it even more convincing, Isaac raised his weapon and offered to demonstrate if they still doubted him. Joshua Suri finally relaxed, deciding the truth no longer mattered much, while Derek believed every word. Even so, Joshua Suri could not ignore how recklessly Isaac had endangered himself, because one mistake could have ended in disaster. Isaac instantly put on a righteous expression and declared that he had no better choice, since the only alternative was fighting the mages head-on. The injured men lying in bed were moved to tears, especially when Isaac declared that a battle would inevitably cost lives, and as a guardian of the faith, he could never allow that. Derek was completely overwhelmed by those words, bursting into tears and praising Isaac like a living saint. Joshua Suri could not stand the sight and was about to expose Isaac's grand speech, but the man beside him sternly warned him, forcing him to stay quiet. In the end, Joshua Suri rubbed his forehead and said what mattered was that Isaac had returned safely. He then mentioned how the mages had searched everywhere for him, genuinely afraid he had been kidnapped. Isaac only frowned, refusing to believe they cared about a priest like him. But the moment those harsh words left his mouth, another voice scolded him for going too far, making Kim Isaac turn suspiciously toward the speaker. Two stern mages walked in and explained that they had come all this way because they feared he might encounter a demon and die, only for their concern to be misunderstood. Isaac did not believe a word and immediately exposed them, saying they were desperately searching for the mana core, not because they cared about him. The mage kept a friendly smile and asked Isaac to cooperate with their investigation, saying they had received a report about a demon, but Isaac immediately denied ever seeing one. The mage refused to give up, insisting they had clearly sensed something unusual around this area, leaving Isaac to sigh and tell them they were looking in the wrong place. Isaac then pointed out the flaw in their theory. Demons were not something you randomly found on the street, and a trainee priest like him had no chance of killing one anyway. That made sense. So the older mage quietly told the younger one that even surviving an encounter with a demon would be unbelievable for a trainee. Joshua Suri grew even more confused because Halak had been certain that a demon was somewhere in this area. The moment Isaac heard the name Halak, he became alert and immediately thought of his fourth uncle. Joshua Suri secretly glanced at Isaac, then told himself he was overthinking it, since Halak was not exactly a rare name. Meanwhile, Isaac slowly stood up, done with the conversation. Before Joshua Suri could figure out what he was doing, Isaac casually waved them off, saying he needed rest and they could handle the rest themselves. Seeing Isaac head straight for the door, Joshua Suri angrily shouted after him, demanding he come back and finish the conversation first. Sometime later, gentle sunlight covered the forest, creating a peaceful scene that sharply contrasted with what was about to happen. Isaac left the inn and headed deep into the forest alone until he reached a small house hidden among the trees. Standing outside, he placed his hand on the old wooden door. A relaxed smile appeared on Isaac's face before he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he saw who was waiting inside, his expression turned meaningful, as if it was finally time to finish some unfinished business. Demon Ash could only tremble on the floor, too terrified to resist, while Isaac coldly decided it was time to settle things here. The story goes back to 2 nights earlier, when Isaac ordered Ash to provide proof that he had killed a demon. Ash had no idea what kind of proof he wanted, so Isaac sat across from her and brought up the one who devoured the Azure trainees 14 years ago. Isaac then revealed the truth. Ash was never the culprit behind that incident. He even mocked her weakness, saying that even 14 years ago, she would never have been strong enough to defeat Jai. Isaac's icy tone terrified Ash even more, as he explained that even if he brought back her head, the Holy See could still discover she was not the real culprit. So instead of killing Ash right there, Isaac gave her a mission: find proof of the truth herself and bring it back. With a chilling smile, he made his demand clear. He needed a head worthy of being presented to the Holy See as evidence. Back in the present, Isaac sat casually on a wooden crate, acting surprised that Ash had actually completed the mission and brought back the culprit's head. Isaac was quite satisfied with the result. He even praised Ash for not being completely useless and decided to spare her for now. Still kneeling with a pale face, Ash nervously asked whether Isaac had known the culprit's identity all along. Isaac openly mentioned a certain woman and the monster she had raised. Isaac smirked and asked whether Ash really thought he lacked even that much intelligence, making her panic and deny it repeatedly. But Isaac still had one question. Why had his source identified Ash as the demon from 14 years ago? Ash immediately bowed down and confessed that the real culprit was her older sister, who ordered her monster to hunt the priests and turn them into food. Isaac finally understood. Their blood relation probably gave the sisters similar energy signatures, causing the intelligence to mistake one for the other. Either way, Ash had brought him the creature that devoured Jailai's friend years ago. With that old matter settled, Isaac moved to something more important and ordered Ash to explain the demon's current hierarchy and power structure. Ash did not dare hide anything. She revealed that Demon King Hologramau now commanded the rank 9 true demons. After Isaac lost his power fighting the gods, Hologramau ordered his followers to hunt saints and reclaim the power that once belonged to Isaac. Isaac's expression darkened. Crossing his arms, he asked what the celestial realm had been doing all this time. But Ash could only guess that the gods had suffered such heavy losses that they still had not made a move. Isaac raised an eyebrow, wondering whether the consequences of his self-destruction back then had been far worse than he expected. Knowing the gods, there was no way they would simply disappear from the game for 150 years. Isaac recalled the previous clues and grew even more suspicious. Normally, they should have searched every world for his soul and realized that the sealed object never contained what they wanted to imprison. but the alternative made even less sense. The gods' supreme sealing art should not make such a mistake. Even if they failed to capture Isaac's soul, there was no way they could spend all these years without realizing the seal was empty. While rubbing his chin in thought, Isaac suddenly froze as a crucial piece fell into place, and an intrigued smile slowly formed on his face. A bold theory suddenly hit Isaac. Maybe the seal was never empty, and another person's soul had been trapped inside all along. Isaac sat silently, considering what could be sealed inside. A higher being with dark mana, a disaster on the level of the skeleton demon king, or even a lesser god. Below him, Ash remained kneeling without daring to look up. Just then, a plan formed in Isaac's mind. The theory alone was interesting enough that he had to find a way to confirm it. Once he made his decision, Isaac suddenly called Ash's name, making her flinch and immediately bow to the ground. Ash respectfully answered Her Majesty, while Isaac got straight to the point and ordered her to infiltrate the demons and become his spy. Soon after, the scene shifted elsewhere, where a man repeatedly thanked Isaac and said they could never repay him for saving their lives. Fighting back tears, the man could not believe Isaac had defeated that monster alone and personally brought every one of them to safety. After all that praise, Isaac proudly rubbed his nose and brushed it off, saying rescuing people was part of their mission anyway. That only moved the knights even more, bringing them to tears. To them, this was exactly how someone from the Azure family should carry themselves. Everyone immediately started discussing how to repay Isaac, since he had saved both them and their comrades. Only Derek stood nearby, silently thinking. It did not take long for Derek to reach what he considered the obvious answer. He walked straight up to Isaac and solemnly called his name, making Isaac turn to see what Derek was planning. The next moment, Derek and every knight dropped to their knees, swearing an oath in his name as a rank 7 knight and on behalf of the entire team. Derek declared that from now on, wherever Isaac ordered them to go, and whatever he asked them to do, they would obey. The unexpected results surprised Isaac, but he quickly saw the benefits. One rescue had earned him an entire team of powerful warriors for free, plus their network stretched across the continent, making them perfect for gathering information and traveling. Considering he had saved 11 lives for such a huge reward, Isaac felt like he had made an incredible deal. But while enjoying his victory, Isaac suddenly noticed a small figure standing behind the crowd. It was a dark-skinned blonde boy staring closely at Isaac, making him wonder why a child was with the group and why he kept watching him. Noticing Isaac's confusion, Derek excitedly said he probably had no idea who the boy was and promised the answer would surprise him. Right after Derek spoke, the boy ran over and introduced himself as Hypobrius, the youngest prince of the Graziandia magic empire. Hyborius sincerely thanked Isaac for saving his life, while Isaac was left stunned the moment he heard the boy was a prince. Isaac immediately remembered the two mages desperately searching for him earlier, and finally understood. The kidnapped prince was the real reason those mages had been panicking. Hyborius looked at Isaac with admiration, admitting he used to think everyone from the Holy Kingdom was useless, but Isaac had changed his mind. He also promised never to forget this life-saving debt. Those blunt words made Isaac pause and start looking at the young prince differently. As Isaac rubbed his chin and studied him, Hyborius kept talking, saying Isaac was far better than the people at the Holy See. They had only sent a few trainee priests instead of real reinforcements to save the knights. Hearing that, Isaac silently decided this kid had serious potential. Hyborius grew even more excited, his eyes shining as he declared that Isaac was far more worthy of serving the gods than those people, then asked for a chance to repay him. The moment Isaac heard the word repayment, the corner of his mouth curled up as he realized exactly how useful this could be. A calculating smile appeared on Isaac's face before he casually asked Hyborius to do one thing for him. Meanwhile, at the temple, a priest reported that the Azure team had entered Graziandia. The mages had blocked their observer from following them all the way, but they were certain the team had reached the mission area. Hiyari frowned while taking notes. He had chosen those useless paladins specifically to keep the Azure team out, yet things had gone differently than planned. The priest added that Isaac seemed to be the only one who infiltrated the area alone, making Hiyari stop writing and ask in shock whether Isaac had really gone by himself. After a few seconds, Hiyari sneered, convinced Isaac had failed to make the paladins obey him. If even they had failed, a kid like Isaac never stood a chance. Hiyari became certain Isaac would not only fail the mission, but probably lose his life as well, while the priest beside him confidently declared that Isaac would never return to Heola. Hiyari rubbed his nose and recalled Ruasua's fourth son. That man promised a special welcome for his precious nephews, so using mages to eliminate them was almost guaranteed. The priest suddenly remembered one problem. The royal family had been watching Isaac closely and might step in to help. Hiran simply leaned back and laughed, saying the royals could not openly support him. The reason was Graziandia, a sensitive region contested by both the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Empire. One mistake could give the empire an opening with disastrous consequences. Hiran coldly ordered that even if Isaac pulled off a miracle and completed the mission, they had to make sure he never returned. The priest immediately bowed and accepted. Imagining the outcome he wanted, Hiran smirked at the thought of the blue faction failing miserably and becoming everyone's laughingstock. Meanwhile, Isaac wore a chilling smile as danger flashed in his eyes. If that was the ending they wanted, he was ready to give them a lesson they would never forget. He eagerly pulled Hyperios forward and revealed their trump card against the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. The moment his identity was revealed, every trainee priest froze. Hyperios had no idea what was wrong and wondered why everyone kept staring at him. Suri nearly lost it and yelled at Isaac. No sane person would casually introduce the prince of an enemy nation like this. Hyperios awkwardly scratched his head and admitted this reaction was why he hid his identity. He even apologized for surprising the clueless priests. Watching this unfold, Suri began wondering what was really going on and even asked if Isaac had kidnapped the prince. Hyperios denied it immediately, which only made Suri think the kid had been abducted without realizing it. Isaac only grinned, saying the Holy See was in serious trouble now. Their mission was no longer just about rescuing the Holy Knights. They could earn an achievement impossible for the higher-ups to ignore. Suri wondered if they would be the ones in trouble first. Isaac then gave an argument that silenced the room. In politics, having someone owe you is always an advantage. Return the prince safely, and the Magic Empire would owe them a massive favor. Suri panicked even more. Isaac was openly discussing how to exploit that favor right in front of the prince. Yet Hyperios was impressed by Isaac's strategy, leaving Suri wondering whether this kid was sane. Exhausted by these two, Suri asked whether Isaac planned to publicly announce the rescue of the Magic Prince and return home like some great hero. Isaac immediately told everyone to keep it secret. That was exactly why he had gathered them here. He was certain the Yellow faction would prepare a trap designed to make their mission fail. Then Isaac dropped a shocking idea. What if the one caught in that trap was the Magic Empire's prince? Hyperios instantly lit up and praised Isaac's genius, even declaring he would jump into fire if his big bro told him to. The more Isaac thought about it, the more excited he became. This time, he was determined to make the Yellow faction pay dearly. In the meeting room, Isaac emphasized his trump card again. If the Magic Prince himself became the victim of the trap, everything would change. By his calculations, any incident involving the prince would trigger a massive investigation. Neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Magic Empire could stay out of it. Isaac casually shrugged. Once both powers started investigating, the Yellow faction members behind the trap would have nowhere to hide. Suri frowned. He understood Isaac's plan, but there was still a flaw. Iberic was not stupid enough to set a trap and leave evidence pointing straight back at himself. Isaac was not worried at all. After all, Iberic was not acting alone. The word accomplices immediately confused Suri. Seconds later, Suri realized who Isaac was targeting. His expression changed as he understood Isaac intended to drag the mages into this mess too. Isaac stood and explained that the mages had already caused enough trouble, so he planned to ruin their scheme along the way. But fighting them directly could trigger a diplomatic dispute, leaving Suri curious about his solution. Isaac simply gritted his teeth and let out a scheming laugh. Then he raised his hand and revealed the simple plan. No direct fight was needed. They would just trick them. Hyperios instantly sided with Isaac, enthusiastically supporting his big bro without a second thought. Meanwhile, the other trainee priests could only stare at each other in silence. These two were definitely not normal. Before they could discuss anything else, a sudden tremor shook the area and startled everyone in the room. Someone rushed to the window to see what had just happened outside. Thick black smoke was rising beyond the forest. Everyone quickly realized it was coming from the mages' camp. Isaac burst out laughing. Whoever struck first had the advantage, and the mages had just put themselves in a terrible position. He grabbed Hyperios and dragged him along. Since they dared target his mana cores, he was not letting this slide. Before anyone could stop him, Isaac charged outside, ready to crush them all. Suri went pale and cursed him for being completely insane. At the blast site, flames and screams filled the chaotic camp. Every stored mana core had been destroyed, along with the tools needed to build their magic formation. One mage gritted his teeth in fury. He immediately suspected the trainee priests had discovered their attack plan and sabotaged them first. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to attack the priests instead. The other mages immediately drew their weapons. Just as the clash was about to begin, someone suddenly appeared and shouted for everyone to stop. Hidden nearby, Isaac gave a sly grin and quietly signaled that the time had come. He immediately pushed Hyperios forward and handed the stage to His Highness. The young prince stepped out with his hands on his hips and angrily berated the mages. Hyperios demanded to know where they got the nerve to attack his group. The moment they recognized his face, every mage panicked. Nobody expected the prince himself to appear before them. The mage captain could not understand why His Highness was with the priests. He quickly invited the prince over and promised to escort him home safely. But Isaac cut him off with a threatening warning. If they wanted this kid to stay alive, they had better listen. Isaac grabbed Hyperios by the head and pressed a blade against his neck, demanding everything the mages had. Even funnier, the hostage crossed his arms and urged them to obey. When the mages kept hesitating, Isaac lost patience and gritted his teeth, ordering them to hurry up. He shouted again for them to hand everything over. Watching from behind a tree, Suri could only pray for the gods to deal with this madman. The entire scene became painfully awkward. The Joshua bloodline followed the Blue Faith, one of the 5 great faiths, known alongside the White Faith for its integrity and hatred of injustice. Hearers of the Blue Faith valued honor so highly that even with a blade at their throats, they would never surrender their weapons. Yet the scene before them was the complete opposite. A Blue Faith heir was holding the Magic Empire's youngest prince hostage in broad daylight. Isaac pressed the blade closer to Hyperios and asked if the mages really wanted to watch him behead the prince. Hyperios even nodded along, waiting for their answer. The mages grew more confused by the second. They could not understand why His Highness was with the other side, much less how he had been taken hostage. After all, they knew this young prince was strong enough to beat several grown men by himself. After thinking it over, the mage secretly signaled his teammates behind him. He assumed His Highness had been caught off guard, so rescuing him became their top priority. To create an opening, he drew Isaac's attention and addressed him as a direct Joshua descendant, suggesting they calmly negotiate. Isaac immediately pointed his sword at him and snapped back. There was nothing to negotiate. He wanted everything they owned. While the tense exchange continued, the mage assigned to the rescue secretly circled behind Isaac and Hyperios. Once he got close enough, he quietly called out to His Highness and announced his arrival. He reached toward Hyperios and urged the prince to grab his hand so he could escape the kidnapper. Instead of being grateful, Hyperios angrily called him an idiot and demanded to know why he still had not rescued him. The mage froze at his reaction. Hyperios then questioned whether these people even deserved to call themselves mages of the Empire. The mage still tried to reach for him, but Hyperios quickly climbed onto Isaac and hid behind him, calling his subordinates incompetent and useless. The mage could only stare helplessly. He hurriedly explained that he was clearly trying to rescue him. Hyperios crossed his arms and issued a direct order as the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Sitting proudly on Isaac's shoulders, Hyperios ordered every mage to hand over everything and leave immediately. Isaac burst out laughing and told them to obey His Highness and get lost. The negotiator was so furious his stomach hurt. He had no clue what the future prince was planning, but as a subordinate, he could only obey. In the end, the mages gave in and placed their mana cores on the ground, hoping Isaac would return His Highness afterward. Seeing the pile of mana cores, Isaac could barely hide his greed. His subordinate quietly reminded him to control his expression before he gave everything away. Once Isaac got what he wanted, he instantly became generous, saying he would let this slide since they knew their place. Hearing that condescending tone, the mage could only grind his teeth in rage. Isaac also warned them that their attack would be reported to the Empire. The mage immediately froze. He hurriedly claimed it was all a misunderstanding and that they were only hunting demons. Isaac instantly caught the flaw. Why bring equipment designed to capture priests on a demon hunt? Isaac calmly told them to ask the prince themselves once they returned. With no way to argue back, the mage could only curse in frustration. Isaac smirked and asked why they were still here. Hyperios immediately backed him up, using his authority as prince to order everyone to leave. By the time Isaac returned to the trainee priest's quarters, night had already fallen. The moment he entered the room, he dumped all the mana cores onto the bed and burst out laughing. Isaac hugged the treasures and rolled across the bed, chanting about mana cores like he had discovered an entire vault. Hyperios found nothing strange about it and admired his big brother even more. To him, the Magic Empire's mana cores far surpassed anything from the Holy Kingdom in color and patterns. Hyperios kept praising him. He once thought the Holy Kingdom was full of fools who could not stockpile mana cores, but then the Azure Faith produced someone incredible like Isaac. Hearing him praise the Azure Faith to the heavens, Suri could only sigh. Their group had gained another lunatic. Hyborius eagerly promised that once they returned to Kindle, he would make sure the Azure Faith received a massive reward. The moment Isaac heard about the benefits, he nodded in approval. Hyborius even invited his big brother to join the Magic Empire, promising Isaac exceptional treatment. Suri finally snapped and yelled at the two lunatics to stop. He walked over to the bed and said he needed to discuss something serious with Isaac. But before they began, Suri told him to wipe away the drool from obsessing over those mana cores. Then Suri asked the real question. Did Isaac truly plan to report that his fourth uncle had secretly deployed the mages? Isaac confirmed it without hesitation. He needed to eliminate a rival in the succession battle. Suri warned that one wrong judgment could cost Isaac his life. Suri looked uneasy, reminding Isaac that he had never met this uncle and had no idea how dangerous the man was. But the moment Suri mentioned harming an innocent man without evidence, Isaac sat upright with a cold smile. The word innocent reminded Isaac of what the mage had said earlier, especially when he called them direct descendants of Rusur. Isaac quickly connected the dots. Those mages identified them the moment they met, meaning the ambush was never random. They had been targeted from the start. Suri frowned, saying that proved nothing. The Rusur family had distinctive features, so recognizing them was not unusual. Isaac immediately tore that argument apart. Suri looked nothing like Joshua, from his face to his hair color, so nobody could identify his bloodline at a glance. Getting off the bed, Isaac insisted the enemy had information beforehand. Nearly brought to tears by the insults, Suri could only hold back and tell that bastard to shut up. From those clues, Isaac concluded that Suri's uncle was the mastermind. Suri still refused to believe it, arguing that nobody should know a direct descendant of Joshua was hiding among the trainee priests. Isaac immediately grabbed Suri by the shoulders, forcing him to face reality. The uncle he trusted had just nearly gotten him killed. Isaac added that Suri's father would never stay quiet after his son was attacked. He had probably already thrown everything into chaos. Suri tried convincing himself that his father knew nothing, but the mention of chaos suddenly made him think. Suri suddenly froze as he realized something was seriously wrong. Suri slowly turned toward Isaac and realized this bastard had deliberately thrown the entire board into chaos. Isaac only smiled knowingly. By now, the Azure Faith, Yellow Faith, Royal Family, and Holy See were probably all in turmoil. Sure enough, the Holy See erupted in shock the moment the latest report arrived. One priest could barely process the news and asked again if every Azure trainee had returned safely. The messenger confirmed it. They were already heading toward the capital, and their numbers had even increased, meaning Isaac's group had rescued the captives too. The long-haired priest immediately lost his temper, wondering how the mages had failed this badly. Hiri frowned as well. He could not understand how the fourth son of Rusur and those mages had still allowed Isaac to return alive. The short-haired priest cautiously explained that the mages reported they were unable to make a move. That answer instantly stunned everyone. But the reason made Hiri stop tapping the table. One of the rescued captives was actually a prince of the Magic Empire. The long-haired priest could hardly believe it. Then he heard the name Hyborius Britannia, Britannia's youngest prince, and the situation instantly became serious. The messenger then dropped another bombshell. Isaac Rusur had demanded a full investigation into the mages, and vowed to uncover whoever plotted to kill the prince. Hyrus' face darkened as he realized Isaac was using this incident to corner him. He quickly understood that Hyborius was the key. With a prince caught in the attack, the royal family would investigate everything to the bitter end. Hiri would not only look incompetent for failing, worse, he could be implicated in an assassination plot against the prince. Hiri clenched his fists until they trembled with rage. To him, that father and son brought disaster wherever they went. Just as things became chaotic enough, the door burst open. A priest rushed in and told the cardinal that Patriarch Joshua had appeared in Barrett and was causing an uproar. Joshua was demanding to see his fourth son immediately. Hiri could only grit his teeth. Isaac was bad enough, then his father joined in, and now even his grandfather had arrived. 3 generations had come to torment him. Meanwhile, in Hellenroman, the capital of the Holy Kingdom, someone's delighted laughter echoed non-stop. A few minutes earlier, Isaac had gone straight to his grandfather and put on a dramatic crying performance. He claimed he nearly died and accused his fourth uncle of working with the mages to kill the group. The moment Grandpa heard his grandson had been targeted, he flew into a rage and wanted the culprit punished immediately. Remembering that reaction, Isaac covered his face and kept laughing. He knew his grandfather was no saint, but causing chaos right in the Pope's territory exceeded all expectations. While Isaac was still enjoying himself, the maid beside him cautiously called out, clearly struggling to say something. Then she suddenly lowered herself and knelt on one knee before Isaac. Isaac stared in confusion, while the maid finally spoke seriously, about what had been weighing on her heart. She sincerely thanked Isaac. Because of him, the blood debt for her brother's murder 14 years ago had finally been repaid. Isaac had no idea she was connected to that incident, leaving him momentarily awkward. Still, he gently told her not to worry about it. Isaac then asked how everyone else had reacted. The maid smiled and said most of them felt the same way she did. Owl, however, was furious for another reason. After hearing everything, he raged that the lunatic had targeted Isaac while dragging his own nephew into the plan. Rayleigh found that strange since Isaac was also the man's nephew. Goel argued their hair colors were different, but Rayleigh pointed out that even their faces looked nothing alike. Red with anger, Goel yelled at him to shut up. Right as their argument heated up, a sudden sound made both Rayleigh and Goel turn toward its source. According to the maid, Benjamin, the family's financial manager, reacted even more harshly by disposing of every asset originally reserved for the fourth son. The sound they heard was Benjamin using magic to burn the documents. He declared that man would not receive a single coin, and all the assets would be returned to society. Isaac visibly winced at the waste. If they did not need the money anymore, they could have just given it all to him. But the maid was still worried. New Year was approaching, when all of Joshua's descendants would gather, and that reunion gave her a terrible feeling. Her concern was obvious. After everything that happened, the man might truly be after the young master's life. She suspected his ultimate goal was the patriarch's seat, making Isaac someone he needed to eliminate early. Isaac stayed calm, saying he had no plans to die anytime soon. Still, one detail bothered Isaac. By his calculations, another faction should be in chaos by now, yet there had been no movement. Just as he thought that, a small piece of paper flew toward him from nowhere. The people he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Isaac caught the paper instantly and tore it in half, smirking as if to say his guest had arrived. The moment the pieces left his hand, the floor lit up as a magic circle activated inside the room. The maid stared in shock and immediately recognized it as holy summoning magic. Isaac simply smiled. His guest was apparently too impatient to travel normally and had used holy magic to come straight here. The light inside the circle slowly formed into a human figure who stepped out and headed straight toward Isaac. The moment Leon appeared, he grabbed Isaac by the collar and growled that Isaac had promised him something entertaining. Despite Leon's fury, Isaac calmly asked about the Magic Empire's little prince, even acting surprised that Leon did not like the kid. That only poured fuel on the fire, making Leon grit his teeth in visible rage. But after a few seconds, Leon could only sigh and release Isaac, seemingly unsure how to deal with this brat. Leon coldly asked why Isaac had sent the Magic Empire's prince to him. Fixing his collar, Isaac casually replied that he had done it all to help Leon. Hearing the word help, Leon smirked, clearly not buying that excuse. But thinking back, Leon remembered being genuinely pleased when Isaac's letter first arrived. At the time, Leon saw it as a rare chance to squeeze enormous benefits from the other side. The letter claimed the mages were plotting against the prince. Isaac therefore asked the Crimson family, famous for interrogation, to investigate and uncover the true mastermind. Leon had gripped the letter in excitement. To him, the culprits were almost obvious. The Pope and Joshua's fourth son were likely working together to cripple Isaac. Leon had secretly celebrated because Isaac Joshua had handed him an incredible bargaining chip. Used properly, it could force both the Yellow and Azure factions into a weak position. The more Leon calculated, the more excited he became. The case was valuable enough to earn him a chance to face the 14 attendants, perhaps even more. Unfortunately, reality quickly crushed that dream. The interrogation had barely started when Hyborius mocked the Holy Kingdom's methods, leaving Leon completely baffled. Hyborius crossed his arms and looked around with contempt, mocking how a place calling itself the Holy Kingdom could behave so crudely. Then the kid threw himself onto the bed, kicking and flailing in protest. Even asking his identity became a violation of his rights. He insulted everyone from the priests to anyone who dared ask about Isaac. To Hyborius, they were beneath the Azure faction and could never understand Big Brother Isaac's vision, even after 10 years. Hyborius only grew more aggressive, driving one interrogator insane. The man struggled to charge at him, shouting that he did not care if they both went to hell. The others quickly restrained him before someone got killed. Leon could only close his eyes helplessly, finally realizing Isaac never wanted a confession. He wanted to pressure the Yellow faction. Hyborius' total refusal to cooperate only confirmed it. Isaac did not want Rusur losing ground to the fourth son, so he dumped an uncooperative prince here. As expected, the Yellow faction was dragged straight into chaos. Back in the present, Leon grew angry again just seeing Isaac's calm face. He demanded to know whether the brat really thought he could use Leon's entire family and walk away unharmed. Leon stressed that his subordinates had suffered endless trouble because of this scheme, and he was extremely annoyed. Isaac gave an innocent smile and calmly pointed out that Leon did not look remotely upset for his subordinates. He even exposed what Leon was hiding behind that mask. Leon was the type who enjoyed watching his own subordinates suffer. This time, Leon did not immediately get angry. He merely frowned, as if Isaac had said something completely unexpected. His expression slowly twisted into an ominous smile as crushing pressure filled the room. Leon was intrigued, since no one before Isaac had ever seen through that particular taste of his. The maid nearby instantly turned pale as Leon's terrifying pressure spread around her. His presence was so overwhelming that her legs gave out, forcing her to collapse on the spot. Leon had not forgotten what happened earlier. He studied Isaac and asked whether the Azure family head had revealed his secret. His voice turned threatening. With Leon's status, making an apprentice priest disappear would be easy, so he wanted to know who helped Isaac see through him. Isaac ignored the question and changed the subject. Since Leon had gotten what he wanted, it was time to pay up, he said while looking annoyed at the Crimson Cardinal. Seeing Isaac show no fear at all, Leon simply let out a cold laugh. He slowly reached toward Isaac's head. After everything that happened, this brat still seemed determined to court death. Ashley sensed the danger and hurriedly told her young master to dodge. But Isaac did not move. As Leon's hand approached, he casually slapped it aside with one hand, leaving Ashley completely stunned. Surprisingly, Leon did not get angry. Even the crushing pressure filling the room vanished, and Isaac calmly thanked him. A badge had already appeared in Isaac's hand, and a satisfied grin formed on his face. To him, this was more than enough payment. Leon Sepeth was briefly speechless at Isaac's shameless move. Still, before leaving, there was one thing he desperately wanted to know. Leon smiled and brought up the monster from earlier, asking whether Isaac had personally killed it. After all, an apprentice priest having that much power was highly unusual. Isaac calmly replied that it was a secret of his family. He then mocked the Crimson faction, saying they clearly were not as good at hunting monsters as the Azure faction, so Leon's curiosity made perfect sense. Then Isaac landed the final blow. With a provocative grin, he said that weakness was exactly why Leon's son had once gotten beaten so badly. Leon Sepeth showed no anger. He simply kept smiling while staring at Isaac for a long moment. In the end, Leon turned and left, thinking this brat was unbelievably insolent. Isaac cheerfully saw him off and even told him to watch his step. Once Leon disappeared from sight, Ashley anxiously approached and asked whether Isaac was all right. She was still furious about what happened. She could not understand why everyone in the Crimson family had such awful personalities. Watching Leon leave, Isaac calmly explained that the reason was simple. The Crimson family head had always been someone far from normal. Just then, Ashley noticed the item in Isaac's hand and curiously asked what it was. Isaac checked it and confirmed that it was an access card for the Holy Sea's prison. Running his fingers across the card, Isaac immediately realized its value. With this, he could finally meet his imprisoned subordinate again. The scene then shifted to a massive fortress, where the council was preparing to evaluate the Golden Faction's test. Inside, the guests were already debating which team would earn the king rank. Most assumed the Golden Faction would win, since history had almost never seen another outcome. Leon Sepeth listened in silent fury, especially when someone mocked the Crimson faction for losing to the Azure faction. Even so, he kept smiling and swallowed his anger. The hall suddenly erupted when someone spotted the apprentice priests arriving. Every eye turned toward the entrance to see which team would appear first. Under everyone's gaze, Isaac Rousseau entered with the Azure team, and the crowd immediately recognized him. Despite their calm faces, Isaac's teammates were cursing inside. Staying near this guy meant constantly flirting with death, and they wondered why Isaac could not just disappear already. Isaac seemed to read their minds. Gritting his teeth, he turned and warned the group, pretending to be innocent. They had better start smiling right now, or face the consequences. Before Isaac could finish, a nearby cheer suddenly pulled his attention elsewhere. As whispers filled the hall, the Golden team led by CP'd entered with absolute confidence, already acting like the winners. Two members even looked toward the Azure team with contempt, dismissing them as a bunch of fools not worth worrying about. They had every reason to be proud. With Kokina's help, they recovered a lost treasure of the Holy Kingdom of Helen from enemy hands, a feat they believed truly benefited the kingdom. Joshua Suri silently watched the group whispering across from him, clearly proud of what they had achieved in the Magic Empire. The Golden faction even dismissed the Azure faction's rescued survivors as nothing special. To them, real merit came from calculating benefits, not blindly saving people. Just then, a priest carrying documents stepped forward and formally greeted the apprentice priests and guests. The golden test evaluation was about to begin, and everyone was asked to stand. He then announced that the emperor and his son were entering the hall, and that the emperor himself would reveal the final results. The announcement immediately caused a stir among the clergy and royalty. It was extremely rare for the emperor to personally attend an evaluation like this. Many quickly assumed this year's achievements had to be extraordinary. Otherwise, the emperor would never come here himself. Hearing this, the Golden Team became even more smug. They were convinced recovering the Holy Kingdom's lost treasure was what brought the emperor here. Once everyone settled down, the presiding priest officially began announcing the evaluation results. The first result made Joshua Suri slightly frown. The White faction had recovered an ancient book that had been lost long ago. As the priest continued, the emperor reviewed each team's achievements. The Crimson faction had recovered an ancient sword forged by the genius at around 3 centuries ago. Learning its origin immediately caught his interest. Even after centuries, works bearing At's name still held immense value. The emperor's praise made the Golden Team even more confident. This year's apprentices had clearly surpassed the previous generation, bringing back truly remarkable treasures. Just as Hela impatiently turned around, the priest finally moved on to the Golden faction's achievement. Even the priest sounded shocked as he revealed they had recovered a national treasure of Helen, stolen hundreds of years ago. The entire audience erupted. That treasure had once been preserved by the royal family and passed down for generations. Many immediately recognized it as the necklace that had fallen into the Manza's hands long ago. Joshua Suri was secretly stunned. Now he understood why the emperor had personally attended this event. After examining it closely, the emperor confirmed its extraordinary value. It was a royal ceremonial treasure stolen during his grandfather's era. Recovering something thought lost forever greatly pleased the emperor, and he openly praised the Golden faction. The entire team immediately burst into celebration. With this achievement behind them, they looked at Joshua Suri with contempt. In their eyes, the Azure faction needed something greater than a national treasure to rival them. Joshua did not bother arguing. He simply turned away in irritation, finding them more annoying by the second. But the announcement was not over. The priest finally moved on to Kim Isaac and the last team on the list, the Azure faction. His very next sentence silenced the entire audience. The Azure faction had safely rescued every holy knight captured in Kraziandia. The crowd erupted in disbelief. These apprentices had entered mage territory, rescued the captives, and returned alive. Sepith Nazel still scoffed, thinking saving a few people proved nothing. That thought was instantly crushed by the next announcement. The Azure faction had also killed the monster, responsible for slaughtering countless priests 14 years ago. Even the priest struggled to contain his emotion. These apprentices had personally slain an old enemy that even the mages had once targeted. They had not only avenged the fallen, but also rescued every survivor. After 14 long years, Helen could finally close that painful chapter. The Golden Team started losing composure, but convinced themselves their national treasure was still more valuable. Then the priest revealed that the Azure faction was not finished yet. The two instantly froze. The Azure faction had also rescued Hyborius John Britannia, Prince of the Magic Empire, leaving them unable to believe who they had just heard. The priest explained that by saving Prince Hyborius, the Holy Kingdom of Helen now had grounds to demand proper compensation from the Magic Empire. The compensation was massive. The Magic Empire had to return a stolen treasure and abolish the unfair tax imposed on the disputed region of Graziandia. What made Kim Isaac even more smug was that the Magic Empire had accepted every single condition. The emperor immediately stood up, admitting the achievement was almost beyond praise. The Azure faction had brought Helen both glory and real benefits. He acknowledged that national treasures and sacred relics were important, since they strengthened Helen's prestige. But Heathcliff Heller emphasized something far more important. Compared to any treasure, the lives of his people were priceless. The Golden faction's faces instantly darkened. The Azure faction had saved holy knights, civilians, and even an enemy prince. To Heathcliff, protecting lives was the foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. Kim Isaac's side grew even more excited. Solving the trade dispute also improved people's lives, effectively helping thousands escape hardship. Heathcliff Heller then turned his attention to an achievement almost unheard of in previous tests. His expression turned serious as he looked toward the priests in charge, clearly expecting the council to understand how this result should be judged. Under that pressure, the priest could only cough awkwardly while pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the audience grew louder. Everyone still agreed that recovering the Golden Faction's national treasure was an incredible achievement. But compared to everything the Azure faction had done, the scales had completely tipped. Their achievements went far beyond anything expected from apprentices. The Golden Faction panicked as public opinion completely shifted. The Azure faction had reminded everyone of a priest's true duty, protecting the weak and serving the people. The other teams had mostly recovered symbols of past glory. In the audience, Kina Berich listened in growing frustration. Whether the Azure faction planned this or not, they had undeniably earned enormous merit for Helen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Knowing Isaac, Kina refused to believe everything was just a coincidence. He must have planned it all beforehand. Seeing Kim Isaac calmly standing below, Kina Barrach finally understood his move. By saving civilians, the Azure faction had left the Golden faction almost no chance of taking first place. Everything had gone according to Isaac's plan. Just then, Heathcliff Hewler stepped forward to announce the final verdict. Before everyone present, he praised this year's apprentices highly. The Azure faction stood above the rest, refusing to abandon their comrades even during a deadly mission. Joshua Suri immediately lit up. Their achievement made the Azure faction a role model, not only for their generation, but even for their seniors. After his remarks, Heathcliff Hewler finally reached the main point. The winner of this year's Golden Test was Kim Isaac's group erupted in celebration as the Azure faction was declared the winner. After the ceremony, the scene shifted back to the dormitory where the Azure faction was staying. In the hallway, Eli Joshua slowly made his way toward Isaac's room. As he walked, Eli felt both awkward and proud. He had only hoped Isaac would return safely, yet the boy exceeded every expectation. He might even become a saint and bring glory to the family. His personality was the only problem, but perhaps strict guidance could still fix it. With that thought, Eli knocked and entered Kim Isaac's room, still believing his grandson could change. But the moment he entered, Eli froze at what he heard. Isaac was casually bragging that becoming the heir was no big deal. Isaac claimed all he had to do was act sentimental about teamwork and repeat a few righteous lines. He laughed smugly, saying everything was easy as long as he told the family head exactly what he wanted to hear. Isaac even said he did not need to worry about claiming the Azure faction's king rank. He could just sit back, and his grandfather would hand it to him. Joshua Suris' smile instantly froze, while Isaac kept enjoying his supposed victory. Only when the room suddenly went silent did Isaac sense something was wrong. He turned around and asked why everyone had stopped talking. Eli Joshua's icy voice came from behind him, instantly draining all color from Isaac's face. Eli stared at his grandson in disappointment and decided Isaac still could not become the heir. With that personality, even strict discipline might not save him. Isaac's face twisted in despair. Only one thought remained in his head. He was completely screwed. Those bastards saw his grandfather enter and never warned him. Afterward, Isaac vented his frustration by slamming a pillow onto the floor. The more Isaac thought about it, the angrier he got. This whole thing was completely absurd. Isaac started listing his complaints, beginning with all the brutal training programs he was forced through. They even used treasures as bait to lure him into traps, only for those schemes to fail. Then they punished him by making him copy 100 pages of ancient texts that were painful to understand. Isaac saw nothing fair about that. The more he thought, the less he felt he deserved any of this. The observing ghost simply reminded him that he had talked nonsense right in front of the family head. It also reminded him that Eli had made things clear. Fail any requirement and Isaac would get the lowest score. He had no other way to pass, and his own mouth caused this mess. While fuming, Isaac suddenly got an idea. There was still a way to turn this around. He quickly went to Riley Joshua. The moment Isaac found the uncle who often stayed beside the family head, he immediately begged for help. Forgetting all dignity, Isaac threw himself at Riley and hugged him tight. Riley could only stare in confusion and call his name. Isaac kept up the act, eyes watering as if he might cry while pitifully calling him uncle. Riley instantly became protective. He demanded to know who made his nephew cry and even offered to bring Isaac their head. Seeing Riley take the bait, Isaac sadly claimed Grandpa seemed to hate him so much that maybe he should just leave the family. Riley panicked and dropped to his knees, demanding to know what his father had done. Isaac deliberately hesitated, dragging out the act before continuing. Then Isaac twisted Ellis' words, claiming Grandpa wanted him out of the dorm and back home, yet called him too young when he asked for alcohol. Riley grew more confused by the second. He could not understand his father's behavior and wondered if Eli was trying to train Isaac in his own way. Riley's expression darkened as old memories returned. His older brother and sister-in-law had been like parents to him, so losing them 10 years ago shattered his world. That was why learning Isaac was alive brought Riley indescribable joy. He would even trade his own life for his nephew. Meanwhile, the observing ghost still had no clue what Isaac was planning. When it asked, Isaac stayed in character. He only wanted to pass the Azure trial, become a full priest, and fight the skeleton demon king beside his uncle. Riley was already getting a headache. Isaac tearfully asked if he would never get to smash the skeleton demon king's skull with uncle again. The observing ghost was horrified that Isaac was even talking about himself like a child. Riley was completely speechless, looking like his entire world had just collapsed. In the end, Riley stood up and took responsibility, telling Isaac not to worry because his uncle would handle everything. Isaac looked up hopefully and asked if he really meant it. Riley did not hesitate. He proudly declared that some annoying test was nothing, and his precious nephew would pass easily once he stepped in. Riley immediately left to make preparations, reminding Isaac to leave everything to him. The observing ghost was worried since the exam was tomorrow. Could Riley really arrange everything that quickly? Isaac calmly fixed his clothes, certain his uncle could handle something this minor. Besides, Isaac's sly expression showed that the exam was not even his real priority. What truly mattered was visiting the dungeon. Before those subordinates were executed, Isaac had to meet them. The next day, he arrived at the Holy See prison. After checking his documents, Guard Nume confirmed the pass was issued by the Crimson Cardinal, but regulations required Isaac to wait 14 days before visiting prisoners. Once again, Isaac realized how useful privilege could be. Isaac immediately protested. The execution was only a month away, so waiting that long was basically asking him to visit a pile of severed heads. He started bargaining and demanded they cut the wait to 1 week, making the guard reject him instantly. Another guard cautiously explained that security procedures required at least 10 days, while his partner reminded Isaac that being allowed a visit was already a major exception. Isaac casually countered with 5 days. The guard was nearly at his limit. He firmly refused and tried explaining what could happen if anything went wrong. Before he could finish, Isaac pushed the price down again to 3 days. Finally, Isaac grabbed the bars and suggested they stop arguing and simply let him in right now. Cornered, the guards settled on tomorrow and insisted that was their absolute limit. Getting exactly what he wanted, Isaac instantly became agreeable and accepted the deal. The two guards could only curse their luck, wondering why the family head gave such a powerful pass to this lunatic. The observing ghost was confused, since it thought Isaac came to meet the prisoners today. Isaac smiled and explained that he still needed to claim something after taking the king rank in Today's exam, so tomorrow was perfect. Isaac had complete confidence in the Azure trial. After all, Riley promised to help his precious nephew pass with ease. The ghost emphasized precious nephew, making Isaac immediately tell it to shut up. Thinking about his uncle's support, Isaac happily imagined the exam would be ridiculously easy. Even the ghost agreed. With Riley arranging everything, a child could probably pass. Before long, the entire arena fell silent as the exam was about to begin. A priest stepped forward to welcome every trainee taking the Azure trial, along with the guests watching from the stands. But the moment the final mission was announced, Isaac's confidence vanished. The candidates had to personally eliminate monsters. Everyone around him reacted completely differently. To them, the challenge sounded almost too easy. Isaac's teammates were even happier, convinced he had influenced his family to make things easier for them. They joked that anyone failing this test might as well bite their tongue and die. Joshua Suri excitedly pointed ahead because the best part was the type of monster they had to defeat. The targets summoned into the arena were nothing but a group of skeletons. To the candidates, those skeletons posed almost no threat. They were only low-level monsters. But the skeletons saw things very differently. The moment they recognized Isaac, they erupted with joy, calling him their king and asking where his majesty had been all this time. The entire group jumped around excitedly, convinced their king had come to rescue them. Watching this, the ghost calmly concluded that Isaac would have to beat up his own people today. Isaac was no longer smiling. His face darkened as he realized he had landed in the worst possible situation. He immediately cursed Riley in his head. Ironically, elsewhere, Riley Joshua was extremely proud of his arrangements, believing everything was for his precious nephew as he silently wished Isaac good luck. To ordinary people, skeletons were pathetically weak demons with barely any intelligence. With almost no ability to resist, they were constantly looked down on and used by others, making them the absolute bottom of demon society. From priest exams and noble classes to children's festivals, skeletons were summoned just so people could practice by smashing them apart. Isaac knew this better than anyone because he had suffered through it countless times. Whenever a skeleton was destroyed like this, its soul was sent straight back to hell. and every return erased almost all its progress, forcing the skeleton to revive at level 1 and start over. Isaac had suffered through that nightmare himself. He would revive at level 1 only to die again, repeating the cycle 43,701,376 times. Just thinking about it made Isaac furious. As the skeleton demon king, he could not tolerate priests casually summoning these poor souls as targets for an exam. Meanwhile, the skeletons kept asking each other where they were. None of them knew, but they did not care. Their king was standing right in front of them. While Isaac struggled with the situation, his teammates excitedly discussed how to wipe out the skeletons. Everyone urged Isaac to use bone crushing. That basic holy spell alone could send every target back to hell. To them, this exam was practically free points, but Isaac wanted to explode because that very spell had killed him millions of times. Now they expected him to use the same spell on these skeletons. To Isaac, it felt like being forced to slaughter innocent children. As Isaac silently cursed whoever designed this exam, the skeletons happily charged toward him, shouting that His Majesty really had come for them. They were so excited that all they could do was keep repeating how happy they were. Seeing this, Joshua Suri immediately called out to Isaac in alarm. Before anyone could react, the skeletons completely surrounded Isaac, grabbing and crowding around him until he was practically buried beneath a mountain of bones. They excitedly complained that His Majesty had disappeared for so long and only returned today. Isaac understood they were happy, but with all of them piled on top of him, the weight was becoming unbearable. No one around them understood what was happening. Some thought the monsters were attacking Isaac, while others assumed they planned to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. But Joshua Suri sensed something was off. The skeletons looked happy to see Isaac, not eager to kill him. While the skeletons stared at him with joy, Isaac desperately searched for a way out. His identity could be exposed at this rate, so he planned to remove their pankles and temporarily disable them. Just as Isaac came up with a plan, the head priest officially announced the start of the exam. Isaac figured he could return their mana cores afterward and everything would be fine. But the examiner immediately banned touching the cores and ordered the trainees to destroy their targets with 10 bones. His plan was dead instantly, leaving Isaac cursing the priests under his breath. The Blue Knight's commander even cheered him on. The family had prepared such an easy trial, so Isaac had better take first place. Hearing that nearly drove Isaac insane. He was already cursing the entire Joshua family in his head. Others excitedly called this the easiest exam in history. 10 bones was extremely effective against undead, so a real challenge would have required removing the mana cores manually. With these rules, even a baby could pass. Every comment made Isaac feel worse. The easier this was for everyone else, the more impossible it became for him. In the end, Isaac refused to use 10 bones. He would attack them with ordinary holy magic instead, even though it was still devastating against undead. He silently apologized to his subordinates. At least this was better than sending them straight back to hell. The skeletons had no idea their king was suffering because of them. They happily cheered when Isaac looked over, eagerly asking what they should do. Just seeing him again was enough to make them thrilled. Seeing his innocent subordinates like this, Isaac suddenly dropped to his knees. With his head lowered, he quietly admitted that he could not attack them. His entire team stared at him in confusion. Joshua Suri immediately snapped. Even a child could clear this trial, so why was Isaac saying he could not do it? But no matter how Joshua questioned him, Isaac could only helplessly insist that he truly could not. Seeing their king acting strangely, several skeletons gathered around him in concern. They wondered if Isaac had run out of mana. After thinking it over, they innocently suggested taking him to the dragon flames to restore his mana like before. Isaac immediately refused. He reminded them that he had a human body now, not a skeleton. Throwing him into fire would hurt like hell. The nearby priests froze when they overheard him. They only caught the part about Isaac being human instead of a skeleton, leaving them completely confused. Then someone came up with another explanation. Could Isaac still see those skeletons as humans? Even Isaac froze after hearing that interpretation. A long-haired man thought the theory made sense. These skeletons had once been human, so perhaps Isaac refused to attack beings with human pasts. The blond man beside him went even further, claiming Isaac wanted to save the unfortunate people who had become monsters. Just like that, Isaac's refusal to hurt his subordinates was mistaken for extraordinary compassion. The unexpected praise even made Isaac awkward, while the crowd became convinced that Azure truly represented the faith of protecting all life from demons. Cheers erupted from the stands, praising Isaac as the saintess's son with a noble heart. Only Joshua Suri looked exhausted, because he knew Isaac was definitely not thinking anything that noble. Tired of wasting time, Joshua Suri stepped forward and told Isaac to move aside. If Isaac would not do it, Joshua would deal with the skeletons himself. But before Joshua could cast 10 bones, Isaac reacted first and punched him straight in the face. Isaac nervously watched the other candidates and realized the real problem. The moment anyone used 10 bones, his subordinates would be sent straight back to hell. He could never allow that. With no time left to hesitate, Isaac began chanting and summoned a blue sphere in the middle of the arena. At the same time, the other candidates advanced to destroy their targets. Isaac immediately crouched down and put his plan into action. The moment 10 bones activated, the entire arena was flooded with light. Isaac desperately controlled the spell so it would not accidentally hit his skeletons. The spectators erupted in shock. This 10 bones spell was so massive that many of them had never witnessed anything like it. Meanwhile, the skeletons casually admired the light in front of them. They had no idea what it was and simply thought the sparkling glow looked beautiful. At the critical moment, Isaac summoned the Dark Lich. Without hesitation, Isaac ordered the Lich to hide every skeleton in darkness, and it obeyed immediately. A dark veil quickly descended, swallowing the confused skeletons before they knew what was happening. The sudden scene stunned the entire crowd. No one understood what had just happened. Hearing the whispers around him, Isaac started sweating, worried that the skeletons might be discovered. But seeing the battlefield completely empty, the spectators assumed Isaac had wiped them all out with a single attack. The Blue Order soldiers erupted in cheers, claiming Isaac was already strong enough to rival a bishop. Some even believed he had the potential to become a saint, while Isaac silently swore to deal with those rotten priests one by one. Elsewhere, Eli Joshua believed the Crimson Cardinal was targeting Isaac because he expected the boy to summon an evil god during the divine ritual. After thinking it over, Eli decided he would already be satisfied if Isaac summoned a final-tier god. But Joshua hinted that if his father knew which god had truly chosen Isaac, simply fainting would be the mildest reaction. Those words immediately unsettled Eli Joshua. It sounded like whatever Isaac had encountered was even worse than an evil god. Goel insisted they were not even on the same level, leaving Eli Joshua speechless. He grabbed his head, imagining the worst, while someone cautiously wondered if it was a Calamitidier entity. Eli Joshua's expression darkened. Their priority was bringing Isaac home and setting him straight, and the person sent to find him should be reporting back soon. Right then, a servant entered and announced that he had just returned from meeting young Master Isaac. But his next report hit the three like lightning. Isaac was currently heading toward the Holy See prison. Eli Joshua immediately exploded, demanding to know why Isaac was entering Crimson territory when he should not even have permission to step inside. The servant nervously explained that the Crimson Cardinal had personally given Isaac a pass, causing Eli Joshua's mana to surge wildly with rage. A terrifying thought struck both Goel and Riley. Was that bastard trying to lure away their grandson with a few benefits? Seeing his father about to explode, the son quickly tried to stop him. But Eli Joshua was already radiating killing intent. He refused to lose at recruiting people, so he immediately decided they were all heading to the Holy See prison. Meanwhile, Isaac was in an extremely gloomy mood. Inside the Holy See prison grounds, every step Isaac took felt heavy, as though he wanted to go anywhere but forward. He complained that his reputation was ruined after using that shameful 10 bones spell. The Watcher Ghost could only reassure him that everything had worked out in the end. The Watcher Ghost suddenly asked whether Isaac had brought his exam reward. Isaac replied that he had suffered this much for it, so there was no way he would forget it. To the Watcher Ghost, it looked like an ordinary cord, but to Isaac, it was a treasure capable of purifying demonic energy and freeing anyone corrupted by it. More importantly, Isaac planned to use it to conceal his dark mana. Realizing his plan, the ghost guessed he wanted to hide that power before entering the prison. Before making his move, Isaac carefully scanned the area and quietly asked if anyone was nearby. The Watcher Ghost confirmed that it sensed absolutely no one. With that confirmation, Isaac snapped his fingers and signaled those hiding nearby to come out. The moment the skeletons were released, they excitedly surrounded their master. They had feared they would never get to see him again. But their happiness did not last long. Isaac summoned the Dark Lich and ordered it to take all the skeletons back home. Hearing that order, the skeletons immediately panicked. They could not understand why their master wanted them gone and begged to stay. They desperately asked what they had done wrong and promised to obey any command as long as Isaac did not send them away. Finally, Isaac could not take it anymore. He explained that if they stayed here, they could all be destroyed. Isaac did not want to force them away either. As the Lich prepared to take the skeletons away, Isaac ordered it to escort them home safely. The Lich immediately promised to complete the mission. With everything finally handled, Isaac composed himself and prepared to enter the prison. Just as he was about to move on, Kim Isaac suddenly noticed a tiny skeleton secretly clinging to his body. The mini-skeleton left Isaac speechless. He had no idea when it had sneaked aboard, while the little guy happily declared that it would never leave its master's side again. Even the Watcher ghost was helpless. The creature had so little mana that it never noticed the tiny skeleton at all. Before Isaac could deal with it, the prison guards arrived and called for Isaac Joshua. Visiting time had begun, catching Isaac completely off guard. With no other choice, he quickly hid the mini-skeleton. He had worked too hard to keep them alive, so he ordered it to hold tight and never show itself. The guards then opened the way and respectfully invited Kim Isaac inside. As they walked, Isaac recalled an incident from 50 years ago, when the Holy Kingdom successfully captured a level 9 demon. That demon was the Lich recorded in history. It had invaded the Holy Kingdom alone to reclaim the skeleton demon king's remains. But the clergy used those remains as leverage, forcing the demon to surrender in order to protect its master's body. The Watcher ghost recalled that the capture of a pureblood true demon from the primordial era had shaken the entire continent. At least, that was what history recorded. Putting everything together, Kim Isaac became certain that the prisoner here was truly the decaying Blood Lord. But after examining the place more carefully, the Watcher ghost suddenly noticed something strange. Isaac quickly realized it too, and the Holy See's arrangement for this visit immediately made him furious. They called this a meeting? The prisoner was so far away that Isaac could not even see him, making him want to curse whoever designed this place. Even worse, the Watcher ghost cheerfully added that even a telescope might not be enough to see the prisoner. The guards saw nothing wrong with it. In fact, he proudly claimed Isaac should be grateful they even allowed him this close. Isaac bluntly told him to get out of the way, leaving the guards silently cursing him. But the guards were not done yet. They demanded to search Isaac, suspecting he might be hiding something, and ordered him to cooperate. The moment one guard reached for Isaac's cloak, Isaac immediately stopped him. Isaac's gaze turned ice cold. He warned that touching him would mean death. The sudden pressure made both guards freeze and instinctively step back. They were horrified to realize Isaac's aura was so overwhelming that their bodies could barely move. Isaac immediately turned the tables, demanding how they dared suspect a Joshua descendant. He warned that forcing him could be considered a declaration of war against the family. He pushed even further, asking what two grown men planned to do to a child, and even threatening to bite off his own tongue. The guards panicked and begged him to stop saying things people could easily misunderstand. Just imagining Riley Joshua standing behind them with murderous intent was enough. They knew his uncle would never let this slide. Isaac kept pretending to be furious, saying Riley could turn even a minor incident into a war. After all, the man had even bragged about his nephew's private matters before. Even so, one guard tried to explain that the family head had ordered them to investigate why this kid had come here. Faced with Isaac's refusal to back down, the two finally gave up. The family head had personally granted him access anyway, so they decided to let him through. The guard cleared his throat and regained his serious expression. Then he changed his attitude and told Isaac to follow him. Isaac remained annoyed. In his mind, they should have known their place from the beginning. The deeper they went into the prison, the darker the corridors became. Only faint lights remained, making the atmosphere cold and suffocating. After walking for a while, the guard stopped and announced that they had arrived. He pointed toward the door ahead and explained that the demon's solitary cell was right beyond it. Before opening it, the guard warned that the prisoner's demonic energy was strong enough to cause a heart attack. Isaac Blood simply crossed his arms and told him to stop talking and open the door. At that exact moment, a violent roar suddenly tore through the air and echoed across the prison. The decaying Blood Lord's demonic energy surged out like a tidal wave. The crushing pressure instantly filled everyone nearby with fear. From deep inside, it locked its gaze on the group and began roaring wildly. The strange reaction confused the guards. Until now, this demon had always remained completely calm. It seemed the decaying Blood Lord had sensed a familiar presence, making it grow more agitated by the second. The guard immediately used the scene to warn Isaac. Now that he had witnessed the demon's terrifying power, he should turn back immediately. But against his expectations, Isaac was thrilled to see him and realized he was still as powerful as ever. Seeing the smile on Kim Isaac's face, the two guards felt something was seriously off. They couldn't believe a child could smile before such overwhelming demonic energy. To the guards, Isaac looked insane, but he quickly realized why the crumbling Bloodlord had lost control. He probably thought his master had been captured by the priests. Even the observer ghost said the guy had completely snapped. Isaac quickly explained through telepathy that they weren't captured, they were forced to come here. The crumbling bloodlord didn't understand what forced meant. Seeing the demon grow even more agitated, the guards feared he was losing control. Meanwhile, Isaac secretly tried to calm him down and said he had misunderstood everything. The situation had clearly been misunderstood. The observer ghost only said a few words, yet the crumbling bloodlord nearly ripped free from his chains. To him, his master nearly biting his tongue to log out was already unforgivable, even if he only ended up lowering his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He roared at the ghost, asking how those people dared make his master lower himself. The crumbling bloodlord still wouldn't stop. Knowing they had forced his master to say such things only drove him crazier, leaving the guards completely confused. One guard wondered what had suddenly gotten into the demon. The observer ghost quickly corrected himself, saying the other side was the one who bowed. Seeing the prisoner rage, the guards called for backup. They couldn't let him die before his sentence was carried out. Kim Isaac quietly assessed the situation. The chance had appeared, but the guards were still watching him closely. He needed another opening. Inside the cell, the crumbling bloodlord kept thrashing violently, desperate to tear apart the chains binding him. Kim Isaac grew tense. The Pope's power was already taking effect. At this rate, the prisoner might die before they could save him. He considered using magic as a distraction, but Kim Isaac immediately rejected the idea. Using magic now would expose his identity. Just as he ran out of options, Mini Skeleton volunteered to help his master. Kim Isaac was so happy he wanted to hug the adorable little skeleton. He immediately gave Mini Skeleton a mission. Its tiny body could slip through the bars. It only needed to deliver the stone to the crumbling bloodlord, who could handle the cuffs himself. The observer ghost agreed the plan could work. The little creature had so little mana that the security system would barely notice it. Kim Isaac could only place his hopes on Mini Skeleton. Now came his hardest job, keeping the guards distracted for as long as possible. Kim Isaac suddenly started praising the Crimson family, leaving both guards stunned. Someone from the Azure family was praising them, and he didn't even sound sarcastic. The observer ghost immediately asked if he had lost his mind, but Kim Isaac calmly denied it. In reality, he was simply playing his role to buy time, so he kept showering the Crimson family with praise. The whole act had one purpose: distract the two guards long enough for Mini Skeleton to deliver the stone to the crumbling bloodlord. Kim Isaac instantly put on an innocent face and claimed the demon scared him so badly he nearly wet himself. Then he praised the two guards for staying so calm. But one quick leads something strange. Kim Isaac had clearly been smiling earlier. Caught in his lie, Kim Isaac hesitated before claiming he was so terrified that his body reacted strangely and made him laugh. Kim Isaac kept flattering them, saying he couldn't believe the Crimson family had talents like them standing guard. In his family, people that capable would already hold senior command positions. The more they listened, the more confused the guards became. They couldn't understand what this kid was rambling about. Seeing that his stalling was working, Kim Isaac lowered his voice and hinted that he knew a secret. He slowly revealed that this entire trip was actually ordered by the family head, instantly confusing both guards. One guard quickly asked if the family head had personally given the order. Kim Isaac sighed and acted troubled, saying it involved an internal test to choose the next successor. According to his story, the trial required him to injure a high demon before returning. The guard was shocked by such a deadly mission, and Kim Isaac immediately played along. The two guards whispered among themselves. This was no ordinary trial. It sounded more like choosing the next cardinal, and they couldn't imagine who came up with such a crazy mission. While they argued, Mini Skeleton slipped into the cell and gave the stone to the crumbling bloodlord. The guards kept rationalizing the story, saying the Azure family had saints, so it wasn't impossible. Still, sending a child on a deadly mission was insane. Mini Skeleton quietly slipped back out unnoticed. While they concluded the Azure family truly lived up to its crazy reputation. Seeing the plan working, Kim Isaac pushed further and suddenly invited both guards to join the Azure family, leaving them wondering if they heard him right. One guard excitedly asked if he was recruiting them. Kim Isaac suddenly acted weak, saying he might not survive this trial, making both guards worry about him. They quickly supported Kim Isaac and scolded him for insisting on meeting such a dangerous demon. Then they offered to escort him back. Seeing the plan succeed, the crumbling bloodlord silently thanked the one who had saved him. He watched Kim Isaac continue his performance, filled with nothing but admiration for his majesty. After leaving the prison area, the guards kept encouraging Kim Isaac, saying they were almost there, and he just needed to hold on a little longer. Kim Isaac pretended to tremble as he thanked them, but before he could leave, Sepsnitzer appeared in the distance and blocked his path. With an arrogant look, Sepsnitzer declared that Kim Isaac couldn't leave yet. There was still one mandatory test left. Sepsnitzer demanded his access card. Kim Isaac immediately straightened up and calmly asked if he meant the card given to him by the Crimson Cardinal. Sepsnitzer smirked and revealed that the card wasn't just for entry. It could also measure faith. There was no way a cardinal would hand it out without another purpose. As Sepsnitzer explained, Kim Isaac simply smiled in silence. The weaker someone's faith, the darker the card became. They only needed to check its color. Hearing this, the observer ghost appeared and quietly asked if the card could really change color. Once he confirmed the card could change color, the observer ghost suddenly connected the dots and cried out. One glance was enough for the observer ghost to deliver the bad news. The card was getting darker until it turned completely black, nearly giving Kim Isaac a heart attack. Sepsnitzer gave him no time and stepped forward to demand the card. Kim Isaac hesitated, clearly unwilling to hand it over. Kim Isaac finally refused outright. Sepsnitzer mocked him, asking if he feared the card would glow bright red. The observer ghost wanted to snap back. Red? That thing was as black as its owner's heart. Kim Isaac immediately hid the card behind his back and refused to surrender it no matter what Sepsnitzer said. His reaction made Sepsnitzer even more suspicious, asking if he was hiding something. Kim Isaac instantly turned the tables, accusing him of planning to steal the card and blame him for losing it. Sepsnitzer froze after having his scheme exposed and quickly demanded to know what nonsense Kim Isaac was talking about. Seeing him shaken, Kim Isaac pressed harder. He pointed straight at Sepsnitzer and accused him of planning to steal the card and force the Azure family to pay compensation. Even the nearby priests were stunned, wondering if Kim Isaac thought this place was some den of criminals. Kim Isaac continued, saying this was Sepsnitzer's territory, and everyone around them was on his side. With matching testimonies, they could easily twist the truth, so why should he trust them? Sepsnitzer trembled with rage and shouted that Kim Isaac was openly insulting his entire family. Clenching his fists in fury, Sepsnitzer suddenly changed his mind and declared that he no longer needed to inspect the card. Right after saying that, he rushed straight toward Kim Isaac. A powerful fist slammed into the ground. The ground shattered under the impact, forcing Kim Isaac to stop just as he was about to leave. Sepsnitzer laughed smugly. He had prepared something far more effective than that card. The moment the observer ghost saw what they brought out, he panicked and called out to his master. A massive statue was suddenly brought before everyone. The enormous object carried behind Sepsnitzer was the Judgment statue. Kim Isaac instantly recognized the Statue of Fated Judgment, a holy relic capable of exposing demons disguised as humans and revealing those without faith. Kim Isaac wondered if Sepsnitzer had lost his mind. Using something this dangerous to test a noble was no trivial matter. Sepsnitzer eagerly explained the rules. Before a true believer, the goddess would shed tears of repentance, but before a heretic, the statue would open its eyes in fury at the insult. Kim Isaac knew Sepsnitz was taking a massive gamble. If the result didn't go his way, he would be the one facing disaster. Just then, the two prison guards cheered Kim Isaac on from afar, telling him not to worry. They said his courage and faith would easily clear this test. Once proven innocent, he could make those who looked down on him pay. Kim Isaac could only think that if he stepped forward, the statue would definitely open its eyes. Sepsnitzer pointed ahead and taunted him. If he was truly a saint candidate, he should prove it. Kim Isaac calmly asked why he should obey him. Sepsnitzer immediately threatened him with his status. Step forward, or be expelled from the Azure family. Hearing that, Kim Isaac suddenly seemed to get an idea. He raised a hand to stop him, coldly warning that his family would never let this matter slide. But Sepsnitzer had lost all patience. He grabbed Kim Isaac and forcibly dragged him toward the statue. Caught off guard by the sudden force, Kim Isaac instantly became wary. Before he could react, Sepsnitzer had already dragged him into the Judgment statue's testing area. In an instant, Kim Isaac stood directly before the enormous goddess statue. Seeing his expression, Sepsnitzer gave a fake reassurance, saying there was nothing to fear and it would all end quickly. The statue's power immediately engulfed Kim Isaac. To his horror, his entire body froze, leaving him unable to take even one step away. Sepsnitzer secretly reveled in the sight, waiting for the goddess to open her eyes and pass judgment. He was already imagining using the result to eliminate Kim Isaac and drag the Azure family down with him. But then the statue showed a completely different reaction. Instead of opening its eyes, streams of blood-red tears slowly rolled down the goddess' face. Every priest froze in shock. The goddess statue was crying blood. Even Sepsnitzer was speechless, because only a cardinal-level faith was supposed to trigger this phenomenon. Sepsnitzer's mind went blank. As far as he knew, Kim Isak had no faith at all, so this result made no sense. Even Kim Isak had no idea what was happening. Why was the statue suddenly crying blood? The observer ghost quickly warned its master to keep his emotions under control. After watching carefully for a moment, the ghost suddenly realized what was causing this strange phenomenon. It guessed that the judgment statue was not testing Kim Isak at all. It was sensing Mini Skeleton's faith instead. Thinking about it, that made perfect sense. Even a demon king could be worshipped. The statue was measuring Mini Skeleton's absolute loyalty to its master. Kim Isak was secretly pleased. This little servant truly was loyal beyond question. Meanwhile, the priests accompanying Sepsnitzer began blaming him. He had used the judgment statue without being certain, when even his own faith might not make the goddess cry blood. Once the Azure family learned about this, the consequences would be severe. Kim Isak immediately took control of the situation. With a smile, he asked Sepsnitzer where he found the nerve to pull this stunt and how he planned to deal with the consequences. He calmly warned that Today's incident could not stay hidden for long. The Joshua family would hear about it sooner or later. As he spoke, Kim Isak pointed at the judgment statue, reminding him that the evidence was still right there. But the observer ghost suddenly noticed something strange in the statue's eyes and urgently told Kim Isak to move back. The moment Kim Isak escaped the testing area, he felt like he had barely survived. He still wondered why the statue suddenly glared at him. The ghost explained that Kim Isak should have backed away first, leaving Mini Skeleton to exit the statue's range last. Just when everything seemed settled, Sepsnitzer suddenly spoke up, as though he had finally seen what he was waiting for. He immediately pointed at Kim Isak and shouted for everyone to look carefully at what was happening. With eyes wide open, Sepsnitzer excitedly declared that the goddess statue had just opened its eyes. The priests exchanged confused looks. To them, the statue's eyes had remained shut the entire time. Nothing Sepsnitzer described had happened. Some even wondered if the young master was losing his mind. That only made Sepsnitzer more frantic, as he insisted he had seen it with his own eyes. Kim Isak was naturally the most relieved. That moment had nearly scared him to death. The observer ghost was also delighted to realize that only Sepsnitzer seemed able to see the phenomenon. The priests began whispering among themselves, making the young master's explanation sound even more desperate. After all, everyone had just witnessed the judgment statue shed bloody tears. How were they supposed to explain this now? Sepsnitzer still refused to back down, repeatedly insisting that he saw the statue open its eyes. But the priests coldly questioned him. Did he really think their family had fallen so far that their sacred relic could casually overturn its own judgment? Seeing their side turn against itself, Kim Isak happily watched the drama unfold. Meanwhile, the priests kept asking if Sepsnitzer was really claiming the judgment statue had changed its own verdict. The more they pressed him, the angrier Sepsnitzer became. If a verdict could change midst, every future heresy trial would lose all credibility. One priest seriously warned the young master to think before speaking. Cornered by his own side, Sepsnitzer could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Finally, he snapped and yelled that he knew what he saw, demanding Kim Isak take the test again. Kim Isak calmly asked why he should indulge him. Was he hoping for a second chance at the result? Kim Isak poured even more fuel on the fire, saying Sepsnitzer was just jealous because he could never reach that level himself. Then he patted Mini Skeleton's head, secretly praising the little guy for a job well done. Before stopping, Kim Isak threw one last mocking remark at him, calling him nothing more than a pathetic loser. Sepsnitzer clenched his fists until the veins bulged, warning Kim Isak to take the test while he was still asking nicely. But just as Sepsnitzer was about to use force, a large hand suddenly grabbed him and stopped him cold. The man holding his arm was Eli Joshua. He had expected trouble here and came personally to check. Sure enough, things were exactly as he feared. Eli glared and roared at Sepsnitzer, instantly draining the color from his face. This newcomer was clearly someone he could not afford to provoke. Seeing his father about to explode, Eli Joshua quickly warned that beating Sepsnitzer here could trigger a major conflict between their families. Eli suggested leaving first and filing an official complaint afterward. Just then, Kim Isak suddenly called out to his uncle. He instantly put on a pitiful face and complained that Neezer had bullied him and even hit him. That single sentence made Eli explode, his rage becoming even fiercer than Ellis when he first arrived. His aura changed so violently that Sepsnitzer nearly lost his soul. Eli roared that anyone who dared touch his nephew deserved to die. Eli crossed his arms with a grim expression. This matter would not end quietly. He would personally speak with the Crimson Cardinal. Eli was just as furious, immediately declaring that he would prepare an official complaint himself. Seeing things spiral out of control, Joshua Suri quickly grabbed Rylai's arm and told her uncle to stop. The other guy looked like he was about to get beaten to death. Rylai glanced over and scoffed that Sepasnitzer was only acting. A few hits were nothing, yet he was already lying there like that. The younger generation was seriously too weak. Helpless, Joshua Suri looked toward the real troublemaker, who was casually watching from afar. It was none other than Kim Isak. She could only wonder why he came here at all. Kim Isak clearly knew these people would find some excuse to cause trouble. Suri quickly urged him to leave before something worse happened. Kim Isak calmly asked if she meant something like being dragged into a heresy trial. Joshua Suri nodded. That was exactly the kind of trouble she meant, but Kim Isak casually revealed it had already happened. Neezer had even brought out the terrifying judgment statue to test him, instantly making the Joshua family members even angrier. Eli immediately demanded to know what that brat had done. Someone even panicked, thinking Kim Isak had nearly been burned at the stake, while Kim Isak remained completely unfazed. Rylai barely managed to contain his rage, but his stance made it obvious he wanted to finish Sepasnitzer right there. The priests immediately rushed in to stop him, repeatedly explaining that the judgment was already over and the result was excellent. Young Master Isak had passed in the best possible way. They quickly explained everything, emphasizing that they had never witnessed such impressive bloody tears. Hearing this, Rylai Joshua suddenly froze, focusing especially on the words bloody tears. Just as the tension reached its peak, Leon Seps appeared from afar, looking relatively calm. He explained that he had heard about a disturbance at the prison and came to investigate. What Leon did not expect was to find the Azure family head here in person. Eli Joshua skipped the pleasantries and immediately confronted him. The Crimson side only needed to let his nephew meet that demon, so what gave them the right to test Kim Isak's faith? Leon Seps remained unfazed. An Azure family member voluntarily meeting a servant of the Skeleton Demon King was already suspicious, so verifying his faith was perfectly reasonable. Leon remained composed, even smiling as though the entire test had been completely justified. Then Eli revealed the key detail. Leon's third son had actually used the judgment statue on Kim Isak. Leon's expression instantly changed, while Sepasnitzer froze nearby, knowing he had truly crossed the line. Before Leon could react, Eli coldly asked if the Seps family was trying to start a war between their families. Under that pressure, Leon could only act surprised, claiming he had no idea his son had used the judgment statue. He brushed it off with a shrug, apologized, and promised full compensation so the matter could end there. Leon Seps quickly changed the subject and asked for the pass card back. Eli Joshua grabbed his shoulder and said there was no need to rush him. He had no interest in keeping it anyway. Eli Joshua walked toward Kim Isak and mocked Leon for giving him that thing in the first place. Leon immediately explained that his nephew had asked to use it. Eli silently cursed the Seps family for going too far. No matter how much trouble Kim Isak caused, there was no reason to test him with the judgment statue. But remembering the result instantly brightened his mood. Kim Isak had not only passed, he had even made the statue shed bloody tears. Normally, only cardinals could trigger such a phenomenon. Eli felt guilty for ever doubting his nephew's faith. Reaching Kim Isak, he gently asked for the card. The moment Eli took it, he decided to test his theory. If those bloody tears were real, the card should show a matching result. But the color that appeared left him frozen. The entire card suddenly turned pitch black. Eli instantly sensed disaster. That black color looked darker than the filthiest sewage imaginable. In an instant, he pictured Kim Isak being dragged to the execution stake, making his entire body tense up. Just then, Leon Seps asked whether he had found the card, startling the already panicked Eli Joshua. Before Leon could say another word, Eli hurled the card away, clearly trying to destroy the evidence. Leon was about to demand it back, but the card shattered before it could ever return to its owner. Seeing this, Leon Seps shouted in horror, demanding to know what Eli Joshua had just done. That was no ordinary item. The card had been personally bestowed by the first pope. Eli did not flinch. He glared back and insisted there was nothing to return, then cursed Leon out for good measure. Back at the Seppi's estate, news of Kim Isak passing the trial caused an uproar. His faith had remained unwavering, and he even made the judgment goddess statue shed bloody tears. The Crimson Faith headquarters could no longer ignore this. Leon Seps reluctantly admitted that with this result, Kim Isak had practically secured first place among the saint candidates. Sepasnitzer could only sit there and take the criticism. Even after everyone witnessed the result, he had still demanded a retrial. Neon Seps immediately scolded him, saying his actions had turned the entire family into a laughingstock. Neon grew even harsher. Since his brothers were all useless, Sepsisnitzer had a real chance to inherit the family. Yet he could not even handle this one matter, leaving the Crimson Vice family head furious. Sepsnitzer could only swallow his anger, while Neon stressed that reaching the position of Pope was the only way to secure his future. Neon's ambitions went even further. For their family to rule the world, Sepsnitzer first had to become a saint and then seize the papal throne. At that point, Leon Seps finally stopped the lecture. Leon rubbed his forehead in frustration. His biggest problem now was that the faith testing card had been completely destroyed. Even so, he believed they still had another way to verify the truth. Their next chance was the upcoming divine offering ritual. Leon explained that once the messengers of the gods descended, anyone hiding something abnormal would be exposed. So he ordered Sepsnitzer to do absolutely nothing until the ritual. He bowed and accepted the order, but still could not dismiss what he had seen with his own eyes. After thinking for a moment, Sepsnitzer stood and asked whether the ritual's participant list had been finalized, catching Leon by surprise. Leon said most participants would come from the Azure team, including Kim Isak Joshua. Since Sepsnitzer had previously ranked first in the Crimson test, he naturally qualified as well. But Sepsnitzer rejected a normal spot. Instead, he asked to be registered as Kim Isak's personal servant. He planned to stay beside Kim Isak throughout the ritual, since every participant was allowed to bring one servant. The Seps family immediately objected. Having the Crimson Heir lower himself to a commoner's role would be humiliating, but Sepsnitzer refused to change his mind. Frustration covered his face. Since nobody believed him, his only option was to find the evidence himself. Isaac's servant role was already taken. Leon Sepeth had already chosen Kina to serve Isaac during the ceremony. Neezer grumbled in disbelief that Kina Barich would actually become Isaac's servant. Seconds later, the truth hit him. He jumped up in shock and asked if Kina Barris would really serve beside Isaac. Meanwhile, another discussion was taking place at the Joshua family estate. Eli Joshua was still uneasy about the card's result. The color had turned an ominous pitch black. Gowl Joshua grew nervous and asked if that was why his father immediately destroyed the card. Riley Joshua brought up the judgment statue crying blood. Eli explained that Isaac had taken another faith test, since the statue test might have malfunctioned. Eli Joshua suspected Isaac's recent contact with Melissa had somehow caused the statue to shed bloody tears. Eli insisted the faith detector they took from the Red faction was reliable. Gowl agreed, while Benjamin was stunned by how casually his master admitted taking someone else's property. Gowl's head hurt even more. Still, they no longer had to fear an evil god choosing Isaac, because the result made Isaac look like one himself. Benjamin realized that was even worse. The winner of the Five Colors trial had to summon a god during the god offering ceremony. Riley immediately understood. The Red Cardinal was clearly waiting for that moment, but Eli warned that the disaster did not end there. He remembered Ian Ballard's letter. The lazy Black Cardinal planned to judge the trial based on which god each trainee summoned. Eli gritted his teeth, realizing the Black Cardinal was also pushing the Joshua family toward ruin. Eli immediately gave Gowl an order. Suri would accompany Isaac as his servant. His goal was simple. Isaac had to be stopped from summoning a god at all costs. Soon, the day of the god offering ceremony arrived, and every participant gathered at the arena. Before it even began, an angry shout erupted from the crowd as someone complained about being completely ignored. Joshua Suri could only endure the chaos, while the person being questioned treated every complaint like meaningless noise. Kina Barik insisted she would serve Isaac. Sepeth Nizer snapped because he had registered first. As they fought over the role, Suri silently begged the gods to save him from these troublesome people. Isaac saw no reason to argue. The fastest solution was simply beating up the noisy ones and ending it there. Just thinking about those boot-licking gods showing up was already annoying. The Watcher's shadow reminded him they would only appear later. Isaac then remembered the sacrifice would be escorted by the god's subordinates. Since the offering was an archdemon, one of those divine servants would likely come personally. The fight over the servant role kept getting louder, until Isaac finally warned them not to make him settle this with his fists. Suri quickly tried to calm everyone down, saying today should be a happy day. Isaac surprisingly agreed, because his subordinate finally had a chance to escape imprisonment. That answer made Suri even more nervous. His elders had warned that if Isaac's true nature was exposed, the Joshua family could fall with him. Now Suri seriously wondered if Isaac was an evil god. Isaac asked why all three were so desperate to serve him. Unable to reveal the truth, Suri claimed priests had to learn service from the lowest position. Isaac immediately called the excuse ridiculous. Sepeth Neezer had no better excuse. He awkwardly said that for certain unavoidable reasons, he absolutely had to become Isaac's servant. Kina Barrick gave her own reason. Isaac had promised to personally train her as long as she stayed by his side. The two started fighting over the role again, forcing Isaac to call out and end their pointless argument. He declared that he had no need for two servants. Kina and Neezer immediately froze, wondering what Isaac had planned. Isaac quickly assigned the roles. One would be his servant, while the other would become his mount, with Isaac naturally sitting at the center of this bizarre arrangement. Suri was even assigned to be a clothes rack. The 16-year-old could only freeze, wondering why he ended up with the worst role. Under the clear blue sky, the arena was packed with people waiting for the ceremony to begin. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Rumors said the future saint would emerge from this group, making the ceremony even more anticipated than the previous execution. As the candidates prepared to enter, the crowd erupted, with every eye fixed on the entrance. A priest near Heathcliff Hewlett was thrilled to finally see Kina, having only heard about her before. Priests across from him looked annoyed. One confidently claimed Kina would become the saint, while the opposing side immediately challenged him. An argument quickly broke out. One side cited the prophecy that the new saint would come from the Red family, while the other called the prophecy completely unreliable. Leon Sepeth, the emperor, and Eli Joshua could only listen wearily as the priests argued over Canis' rare holy mark and whether it was even special anymore. Amid the commotion, an announcement declared that the priests had arrived, instantly quieting the crowd. The gates opened, and the first person everyone saw was Kim Isaac. Behind him, Kina Barrett held a fan with a stiff expression, still unable to believe her current situation. Sepeth Nizer had it even worse. He looked completely defeated after Isaac turned him into a mount. Kim Isaac's flashy entrance left the entire arena speechless, with no one knowing how to react to this bizarre formation. Joshua Suri had no time to enjoy the entrance. He feared Isaac would summon a terrifying evil god, because the closer he got to Isaac, the more convinced he became that Isaac was practically one himself. The three figures above instantly froze, their expressions darkening as they stared at the unbelievable scene. The stands exploded with chatter. Isaac was riding someone from the Red family, while the famous Kina served beside him, leaving the three figures above unable to explain any of it. Seraphine had the opposite reaction, laughing so hard she could barely stop. Eli Joshua's face darkened as he told her to stop laughing, but Seraphine was having far too much fun to stay serious. Seraphine even asked if this had been planned, because even she never expected Nizer and Kina to appear beside Isaac like this. Hiray Barrett simply responded coldly, as though nothing about the scene surprised him. Seraphine noticed his reaction and grew suspicious. Both the yellow cardinal and white cardinal were far too calm. She narrowed her eyes and mentioned hearing that Hirai had always been extremely strict with Kina. Hirai remembered Kina's words. Starting as a servant was still one step toward becoming pope, and she had no intention of letting Isaac steal that position. So Hirai could only accept the situation for now, hoping Kina was truly following through on her declaration. Besides, Isaac could reach the Higgy-stranking gods, so keeping Kina close to him could actually benefit their plans. Seraphine kept pressing Hirai, asking if his silence meant he was plotting something. He calmly replied that his only goal was making Kina the pope. Hirai believed Isaac would not have to summon a god today anyway, but Leon Sepeth quickly shattered that assumption. Leon smiled knowingly and revealed that Isaac was originally excluded from the summoning list for the ceremony's second stage. Apparently, Hirai had missed the latest news. Leon casually revealed that he personally put Isaac back on the list, leaving the other two stunned. He looked delighted, clearly eager to see exactly which god Isaac would summon. Seraphine and Hirai could only curse Leon in their minds for being a troublemaking lunatic. Soon after, the officiating priest announced that the execution ceremony would officially begin. Right after the announcement, a violent wave of heat erupted, smashing into the arena floor and cracking it apart. Amid the chaotic energy, a figure slowly emerged from above. Then several cloaked figures entered the ceremonial grounds one after another. They escorted the tightly restrained Blood Lord Sapnat into the arena. The crowd erupted in shock after realizing a real archdemon had appeared. Sapnat's presence alone sent chills through countless spectators. His pressure spread across the entire arena, powerful enough to shock even the Golden faction. The other contestants were even more terrified. A sealed and chained high demon still had this much presence, so his full power had to be monstrous. Suri Zenma wondered how powerful the skeleton demon king had to be to command such a servant. Sepeth Neezer was equally stunned by this unimaginable strength. More importantly, Sapnat was even more heavily sealed and restrained now than when he was imprisoned. Even so, Bloodlord Sapnat still radiated a terrifying aura across the arena. Seeing his subordinate brought out in chains, Kim Isaac tightened his grip on the rope and locked his eyes on Sapnat. Gritting his teeth, he swore he would get his subordinate out of here today. The more Isaac saw the Bloodlord's condition, the angrier he became. Just what had those priests done to his subordinate? Seeing the torture devices still attached to Sapnat, Isaac barely restrained himself from exploding right there in the arena. His killing intent became so intense that he looked like death choosing his next victim. All he felt was hatred for those who tortured his subordinate. But the audience misunderstood everything. Seeing Isaac's gaze change before a ninth-rank demon, they thought his fighting spirit had awakened, truly worthy of the Azure family. Leon watched closely and grew even more confused. Isaac clearly hated the demon before him, but if he had truly fallen, he should have been delighted instead. Isaac forced himself to calm down. Thinking it through, things were not that bad. He only needed to break whatever was restraining Sapnat. He quickly scanned the execution grounds, checking every preparation he had made beforehand. Isaac identified 5 orbs maintaining Sapnat's seal, but he had already slipped him an unlocking tool, so the chains were no longer a problem. The remaining seals were handled too. Isaac had the ritual priests place dispelling spells inside them, so once the ceremony began, those seals would automatically fail. Isaac was glad he had prepared a believable escape route. The plan could unfold without drawing suspicion toward him. Everything was in place. Isaac only needed to wait for the ritual to begin. Meanwhile, he urged Sepeth Nizer to keep moving. The boy playing his horse could only grit his teeth and curse the brat riding on his back. Nizer finally snapped and asked why Isaac still refused to get off and walk by himself. Isaac immediately pulled rank, asking since when a horse could argue with its master, then threatened Nisser with his own request to become a servant. He casually added that Nizer could leave any time if he could not handle it. Nobody was forcing him to stay. Nizer swallowed his anger and obeyed, telling himself he would settle the score once he found evidence. Isaac even yanked Nizer's head, making him wince, then demanded an answer. Unable to fight back, Nizer could only curse silently. Just then, the officiating priest announced that the execution ritual would begin immediately. The surrounding priests took their positions and activated their magic to start the ceremony. Kim Isaac calculated silently. The magic tools were working perfectly. Now he only had to wait for Sapnat to unlock himself and escape. Seizing the moment, he sent a telepathic message telling Bloodlord Sapnat to run. But Sapnat only answered respectfully, "My lord." Sapnat had no intention of escaping. Instead, he declared that even if he died today, he would have no regrets, leaving Kim Isaac completely speechless. The Bloodlord then bowed solemnly and loudly praised His Majesty. Kim Isaac nearly lost it. He had no idea what this idiot was trying to do. Sapnat calmly explained that seeing the descendant of the 5 faiths trembling on his knees was enough to make his entire life worthwhile. Kim Isaac refused to hear more and ordered him to break through the gate and run. This could be his last chance to survive. But Sapnat only became emotional, believing His Majesty had finally restored his power. The Bloodlord even burst into tears. To him, Kim Isaac caring enough to save a lowly servant was a kindness he could never repay. Kim Isaac nearly went insane and immediately ordered the idiot to stop spouting nonsense. But Sepeth Nizer thought Isaac was yelling at him and protested that he had not even said anything. Realizing his slip, Kim Isaac switched back to telepathy with the Watcher Phantom and asked why Sapnat was acting so strangely. The Phantom was unsure, but suspected another cause. Looking closer, the Watcher Phantom quickly discovered another seal embedded in Sapnat's chest. Kim Isaac immediately understood. This seal must have been placed on Sapnat after he left the prison. Everything finally made sense. Sapnat refused to run because escape was impossible. He urged Kim Isaac not to risk his new life for him. Sapnat only asked to stay behind and use this chance to gain their trust. But Kim Isaac refused. A few seals were nowhere near enough to make him abandon his subordinate. From its structure, the seal did not seem too advanced. Removing it should be quick, but Isaac needed to get close to Sapnat first. Kim Isaac frowned and searched for a way in. No matter the risk, he had to divert everyone's attention. Just then, a priest approached and handed Kim Isaac the chain, saying Isaac Joshua would replace the execution assistant. The priest excitedly explained that Cardinal Barrett himself gave the order, granting another opportunity to the top performer of the 5 Colors trial. The contestants immediately started whispering, "Why let a trainee approach one of the 14 servants?" Some guessed the church was compensating Isaac for failing to help him earlier. Joshua Suri grew even more nervous. Isaac had consumed part of the skeleton demon king, so his servant would never stay calm after seeing him. Unlike everyone else, Kim Isaac was thrilled that the perfect opportunity had fallen right into his lap. He even felt grateful to the cardinal. This time the man had unknowingly given Isaac exactly what he needed. Kim Isaac happily stepped forward. Seeing his expression, the nearby priest pitied him, thinking fear had driven the boy insane. Now close enough to touch Sapnat, Kim Isaac prepared to quickly remove the seal he thought was harmless. But after taking a closer look, he suddenly froze. Its structure was far beyond what he had expected. Kim Isaac immediately focused all his attention on Blood Lord Sapnat's body. Right in the center of his chest was a holy art originating directly from the celestial realm. Kim Isaac nearly cursed. Someone had placed a seal on Sapnat so troublesome that removing it normally would take months. The Watcher Phantom said breaking it required holy blood, at least from a high-ranking holy beast, or the Pope himself. Isaac had no idea where to find that now, and Sapnat was running out of time. With no solution left, Kim Isaac thought of the Pope, but he was nowhere to be seen today. Just then a priest ordered everyone to stand. A massive magic circle opened across the sky, signaling the arrival of a divine messenger. Blinding light erupted from above, nearly turning the entire world white. From within the light, a cold voice complained about the filthy stench filling the area. The newcomer called Sapnat the filthy slave of the skeleton demon king. The crowd erupted as they realized an angel, God's messenger of punishment, had personally descended. The divine messenger slowly descended and walked straight toward Kim Isaac. He declared that he would personally conduct this execution. The Watcher Phantom finally understood why Sapnat had accepted death. With an angel handling the execution, survival was nearly impossible. Seeing Isaac silent, it anxiously called out to its master. But Kim Isaac was thinking about something else entirely. The crucial ingredient he needed had just delivered itself right to him. Even the Watcher Phantom was stunned. It nearly thought its master had gone insane, while Joshua Suri suddenly found this scene disturbingly familiar. Without warning, Kim Isaac activated his magic and launched an attack straight at the divine messenger. At that moment, Joshua Suri suddenly remembered something. Fear surged through him as he realized he had seen something like this before. Joshua Suri desperately called Isaac's name again and again, begging him to stop, but it was too late. The spell fired before Joshua Suri's horrified eyes, leaving him screaming internally that this lunatic had truly lost his mind. As everything spiraled beyond expectations, someone in the crowd cried out in shock, wondering what the hell had just happened. Joshua Suri could only clutch his head in despair. Isaac had actually dared to attack an angel. Unable to hold back, Joshua Suri screamed, asking what had possessed this bastard to keep doing the same insane thing again and again. Joshua Suri turned and shouted at the lunatic, asking whether causing this much chaos had finally satisfied him. Just then, the divine messenger spoke, making Joshua Suri freeze. He was actually praising the young priest for doing well. Unlike the chaos around him, the divine messenger was completely unharmed, still wearing a calm smile. He even seemed surprised that Kim Isaac had managed to detect the demons hiding nearby. The stands immediately erupted in chatter. Everyone thought the child of the Azure family had just wiped out some demons. The more Joshua Suri listened, the stranger it felt. He asked whether Isaac had been targeting the demons from the start. Kim Isaac only gritted his teeth, silently cursing the bastard in front of him. He glared in frustration after realizing the divine messenger had redirected the attack meant for him. The exposed demons were quickly eliminated by the counselors. Meanwhile, Kim Isaac was satisfied that Ash had spread the rumor exactly as planned. To the demons, today was a mana feast from a high demon's corpse. They even thought they could devour the priests gathered here. Kim Isaac knew even a 6th-ranked demon corpse could drive them mad. With one of the 14 servants as bait, even 9th-ranked demons and thousands of others could hardly resist. The more chaotic things became, the easier Isaac could act, and any fool lured here by a rumor was unworthy of serving him anyway. But seeing the divine messenger floating above, Isaac grew annoyed. The demons were only a distraction. His real target had escaped the attack. Refusing to give up, Kim Isaac prepared another shot, determined to see whether the messenger could stop this one too. The moment Joshua Suri realized what he was doing, he desperately shouted for him to stop. But Kim Isaac ignored him and fired his magic straight at the divine messenger. Before the attack could reach him, the messenger stopped it. Even worse, he redirected the spell into the demons, making Kim Isaac grind his teeth in frustration. Still, Isaac had no intention of stopping. Magic orbs formed one after another, and every single one targeted the divine messenger above. The result never changed. Every spell was redirected into the monsters, leaving them screaming in agony. The messenger only smiled, assuming the trainee priest had poor aim. He even asked whether Isaac was using him as bait to lure out demons. He cheerfully told Kim Isaac to keep trying so he could correct his aim. Joshua Suri could only hope things were really that simple. Kim Isaac accepted in the worst possible way and kept firing like crazy, making Joshua Suri curse out loud. Joshua Suri could not understand how Isaac dared attack an angel in public, especially with so many people watching. But no matter how many shots Kim Isaac fired, every attack was redirected into the monsters. Isaac finally understood. The messenger never needed to dodge. He was directly altering the trajectory of every spell. Kim Isaac immediately searched for a solution. Unless he raised his power to another level, this cycle would never end. Seeing the messenger so relaxed, Isaac thought about borrowing power from a god far above these lower-ranking angels. But that idea immediately gave him a headache. To borrow divine power, he first needed a contract with a god. After considering his options, Kim Isaac finally settled on another plan. Among everything currently at his disposal, only one option would work. Kim Isaac immediately activated Melissa's holy relic. Gripping the necklace tightly, he silently warned the angel to brace himself. But before Kim Isaac could attack, monsters charged in from afar, roaring that they would tear him apart. In an instant, the entire horde rushed forward and surrounded Kim Isaac. Joshua Suri shouted Isaac's name in panic, while the Blue Knight's commander ordered everyone to draw their swords and protect the remaining priests. He led his men against the incoming demons, determined to wipe out anyone disrupting the execution. The demons were still confused when their target suddenly vanished from sight. The divine messenger had already pulled Kim Isaac to safety, reminding the young priest that he had nearly died. He smiled with concern and checked whether Isaac had been injured. After saving him, the messenger even praised Kim Isaac as a believer with great potential. But at that exact moment, a surprise attack struck this messenger and knocked him out of the sky. Kim Isaac was dragged down with him, making Joshua Suri immediately rush toward Isaac. Even so, Kim Isaac landed safely on the ground without any trouble. The messenger looked surprised, admitting Isaac had startled him, but he still assumed the boy's aim was simply inexperienced. Still smiling, he tried to explain that the actual demons were in another direction. Before he could finish, Kim Isaac angrily pointed upward, furious that every shot kept hitting demons. The messenger calmly reminded him that he was targeting the wrong person. Doubt finally entered the messenger's mind. Why would a follower of God keep attacking him when Kim Isaac looked completely devoted? Kim Isaac ignored everything, cursing as he kept blasting magic into the sky. He even threatened to rip off the messenger's wings, leaving him stunned. The messenger assumed Kim Isaac was simply poorly taught. To him, an angel looked no different from a demon. Then Isaac openly accused him of serving the skeleton demon king. Isaac even pointed at the messenger and called everyone as witnesses, stressing that the demons had never attacked him once. Kim Isaac kept making things up effortlessly, claiming he served the skeleton demon king and wanted the greater demon's corpse. The messenger nearly lost it, wondering what kind of priests were being raised here. In the end, he decided to teach this brat a lesson. He had been ordered to protect the saint candidates, but anything was fine as long as Kim Isaac was not injured. Seeing him react, Kim Isaac pushed even harder. He called it proof, saying demons were causing chaos, while the messenger remained completely calm. He even urged everyone to deal with him. The messenger could only sigh, since heaven was forbidden from directly interfering with the human realm, yet these kids did not even know that. Then the messenger realized this could be an opportunity. The god backing the Red Shell family had ordered him to eliminate every saint candidate outside their faction. Before he could finish framing Kim Isaac as a heretic, a magic attack slammed straight into his face. Seeing that he finally landed a hit, Kim Isaac immediately got excited. Joshua Suri was nearly hopeless and could only scream that Isaac was completely insane. After that hit, the messenger's gentle expression vanished, replaced by a cold and dark stare. Kim Isaac still refused to stop. He pointed at him and demanded proof that he had nothing to do with the skeleton demon king. The messenger wiped away the blood, stunned that a child was demanding proof from a divine messenger. When he stayed silent, Kim Isaac immediately called it an admission. Right after that, Isaac began chanting while awakening the power hidden inside his necklace. The aura erupting from the necklace was so powerful that even the messenger was shocked. Joshua Suri was completely frozen by the scene and did not dare move. A massive amount of mana rapidly gathered above Kim Isaac as a crazed smile spread across his face. Under that crushing pressure, Isaac shouted that the messenger's reaction had already proven his suspicions right. Joshua Suri watched the growing mass of power and could only curse that bastard in his head. The scale of the spell terrified him. If it actually came down, the entire arena could be blown apart. Joshua Suri could only reassure himself that even Kim Isaac was not crazy enough to actually fire it, but he had barely shouted for Isaac to stop. Kim Isaac unleashed the spell anyway, wildly declaring that everyone could die together. The terrifying mass of energy instantly crashed toward the messenger. The pressure alone forced the other priests to struggle for balance. Their vision disappeared as they desperately held on to avoid being blown away. Amid the chaos, Kim Isaac quietly smiled. What he had been waiting for had finally appeared. The messenger recognized that power as the authority of a saint. He was now certain Kim Isaac was a descendant of Rotsua. That only made him angrier. Giving such terrifying power to an undisciplined child made him wonder how these people could ever face the skeleton demon king. Just thinking about that name darkened his expression. He could not understand how executing one subordinate of the skeleton demon king had caused so much trouble. Done wasting time, the messenger walked toward Kim Isaac and decided to deal with this brat first. He just wanted to finish the job quickly, then return home and rest. But at that moment, a freezing command suddenly rang out, forcing him to stop in place. The messenger's eyes widened as his entire body trembled. He had sensed something far beyond his expectations. Before him appeared the figure of the skeleton demon king, delivering one simple warning: stay still or die. The messenger tried to break free, but his body refused to obey. The overwhelming pressure felt like he was facing a supreme existence. Yet the person standing before him was still Kim Isaac, making him question the child's true identity. Before the messenger could react, Kim Isaac's fist slammed straight into him. The impact shook the messenger and forced him several steps backward. At the same time, Kim Isaac's thought entered his mind with a cold reminder. In the end, he was only an angel. Those words made the messenger truly fear Kim Isaac for the first time. Before he could understand what was happening, the next attack was already coming. Kim Isaac gave him no time to recover, staying close and attacking with everything he had. After being forced to defend several times, the messenger realized he would lose if this continued. With no other choice, he finally fought back seriously, shouting that Kim Isaac was still only human. But that was exactly what Kim Isaac had been waiting for. He smiled as the messenger finally fell into his trap. The messenger unleashed his true power, landing a devastating blow directly on Kim Isaac. After the violent impact, the smoke covering the area slowly began to clear. The moment Joshua Suri saw Kim Isaac's condition, he panicked and rushed over, repeatedly calling his name. Joshua Suri held Isaac in anguish, while the messenger healed himself, insisting he had only used a little saint power. But the audience immediately erupted, shocked that the messenger had gone that far. Joshua Suri's panicked screams echoed across the arena, leaving the messenger frozen in confusion. Joshua Suri looked up at him furiously, demanding how a messenger of God could act like this. Holding the badly wounded Kim Isaac, he accused the messenger of using excessive force against a servant of God. Joshua Suri desperately shook Kim Isaac, calling his name and begging him to wake up. As Joshua Suri grew more frantic, the messenger became uneasy. Heavenly thunder punishment only caused paralysis. It could never cause this much blood loss. Just when everyone thought things could not get worse, Kim Isaac suddenly woke up, but every breath was weak and broken. He struggled to call out to SHUG, making Joshua Suri cry even harder as he tried to keep Isaac awake. Barely conscious, Kim Isaac blamed himself for mistaking God's messenger for a demon and said this punishment was what he deserved. He took all the blame and told everyone not to resent the messenger, while Joshua Suri could only keep calling Isaac's name. Barrett immediately poured holy power into Isaac, promising he would survive. Someone like Isaac was worthy of teaching her, but his condition was clearly abnormal. Keena Barrett gritted her teeth as her expression turned grim. She could not accept that a messenger of God would brutalize fellow servants of God like this. Joshua Suri also blamed him, saying using overwhelming power against someone clearly weaker had crossed the line. Hearing the word weaker nearly broke the messenger. That brat had almost defeated him and nearly taken his life. Keena Barrett insisted that lethal magic should only be used against demons, but the messenger argued that he had never used any damaging spell. Joshua Suri immediately asked where Isaac's horrific injuries came from then, when everyone had witnessed the messenger attack him. Cornered by the accusation, the messenger had no explanation. Even he had no idea why Kim Isaac was so badly injured. Joshua Suri refused to listen and pointed at him, condemning his actions as terrifying. Keena Barrett grew even more suspicious. A messenger of God appeared without warning on the execution day, and Isaac had already pointed out that none of the demons attacked this angel. The messenger was helpless against the growing suspicion. How could he possibly explain why the demons had ignored him? While every eye focused on the messenger, Kim Isaac secretly covered his mouth and smiled. Everything was part of his plan, including using mana to make the demons avoid the messenger. Now he only had to wait. Refusing to take the blame, the messenger pointed at Kim Isaac and claimed this whole mess started with that crazy brat. Investigating him would reveal the truth. He demanded that Kim Isaac be handed over, planning to take him to his master for interrogation. The moment Kim Isaac heard that request, he could not help but laugh. A mocking smile appeared on his lips, silently daring the messenger to come and take him. At that exact moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, shaking the entire area. Even the knights were frozen under the pressure, barely able to move. The messenger immediately sensed something was wrong, his face turning pale with fear. Looking toward where Bloodlord Sapnok had been imprisoned, he finally understood. The curse restraining the demon had been destroyed. A moment later, Sapnok appeared behind the messenger, radiating suffocating pressure. Completely caught off guard, the messenger panicked. He could not understand how Sapnok escaped when the sealing orb had come directly from heaven. Sapnok gave him no time to think, immediately crushing the messenger in one massive hand. The Bloodlord was thrilled, even thanking the messenger for accidentally giving him the chance to escape the seal. Watching this, Kim Isaac smiled in satisfaction. His time imprisoned had clearly made Sapnok much smarter. Isaac's smile turned colder. The demon, who once knew nothing about schemes, had finally learned to use his head. As Kim Isaac planned his next move, Sapnok grabbed the messenger's wing. Isaac figured a little more damage would be enough, but before that thought ended, Sapnok ripped the wing clean off as the angel screamed in agony. He casually claimed he needed a mana core to recover, so he would borrow his. The bloody scene left Joshua Suri pale and speechless, while even Kim Isaac's expression twitched. Isaac realized Sapnok had even learned to deceive people. Meanwhile, the messenger struggled against his grip while cursing the damned demon. He immediately counterattacked to escape, but Sapnok easily dodged and coldly told him to stop talking nonsense. Refusing to give up, the messenger gathered more power, his eyes burning red with rage. He had to kill Sapnok before the demon fully recovered. Sapnok had no intention of waiting around. The moment he raised his hand, his arm became a blur from sheer speed. The messenger was still thinking about killing this arrogant demon as an offering to his god, when something unexpected froze him in place. Sapnok's arm seemed to extend instantly, piercing through the messenger before he even realized he had been hit. Only after Sapnok pulled his hand back did the messenger clutch his stomach, trembling from the intense pain. He stared at Sapnok in panic, finally realizing that continuing this fight could actually cost him his life. While the messenger was distracted, Sapnok struck across his throat, leaving him desperate for any chance to call reinforcements. After the blow, the messenger collapsed to his knees, screaming as a mouthful of blood poured out. Clutching his injured throat, he struggled to stand, horrified to realize something was wrong with his voice. Before he could understand why, Sapnok deliberately thanked him for the mana core and announced he had to leave. The messenger was baffled since he never had one. Sapnok then added that his teammate would handle the rest. Those words immediately stirred the crowd, who wondered how the two could possibly be allies. The messenger could only watch Sapnok shoot into the sky and disappear, screaming internally about what nonsense that bastard was saying. Sure enough, Sapnok's little performance quickly planted suspicion among the crowd after a noble demon openly called God's messenger his ally. The whispers made the messenger turn increasingly pale. Despite his ruined throat, he desperately tried to explain himself, especially since everyone remembered him using deadly magic on a priest. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the messenger gritted his teeth and glared at the two behind him, blaming everything on that hateful brat. Isaac deliberately gave him a wicked smile and even stuck out his tongue. The messenger could not accept someone like this being called a saint. His rage toward Isaac made him completely drop his guard, failing to notice the strange lights appearing behind him. All he could think about was settling this score. Suddenly, countless bolts of light tore through the air from an unknown direction, all locked onto the messenger. That single moment of carelessness left him taking the entire surprise attack from behind. Right after the barrage, a powerful figure rushed in behind the messenger, who could barely remain standing. Clutching his wound, the messenger spun around, wondering what was happening now. A furious voice answered by demanding how he dared do this. At the same moment, a sword suddenly formed in midair. Then countless more swords appeared. The attacker was Rilai, and his reason was simple. The messenger had hurt his nephew. The moment Rilai finished speaking, the entire sword formation rained down on the messenger like a devastating bombardment. Inside the thick blue smoke, the messenger desperately dodged while wondering how everything had gone this wrong. What shocked him most was that Riley was actually attacking an angel, something the messenger had never imagined possible. As the assault continued, a voice suddenly came from above, ordering them to stop and demanding to know what Riley was doing. The newcomer was Eli, but instead of saving the envoy, he coldly told Riley not to finish him too quickly. He wanted the man to suffer first. Hearing that, the envoy nearly lost his mind. Everyone here seemed completely insane. Luckily for him, two knights stepped in to block Riley. They demanded to know if he realized he was attacking an envoy of God. That warning only made Riley even angrier. He immediately demanded to know who had used death magic first. Riley stared at the pale Isaac in Surah's arms, unaware the wounds were self-inflicted. To him, his nephew was covered in blood and nearly dead. What else could cause this besides death magic? Tom insisted Isaac was only acting. He brought up the previous test and called Isaac a demon wearing human skin. That instantly set Riley off. How dare Tom call his angelic nephew a demon? Tom and Navy drew their weapons and ordered everyone aside. They were taking Isaac to the interrogation room. Riley immediately reached for his sword, refusing to let that happen. Just as both sides were about to clash, a fist suddenly slammed down. A furious voice ordered everyone to stop. Ray appeared with Eli and Sepith. Their overwhelming presence instantly silenced the chaos. He reminded everyone that now was no time to fight among themselves. Once Ray restored order, Sepith turned his attention to the escaped demon. He ordered a full pursuit, and his knights immediately obeyed. Seraphine joined in as well. With a single wave, she sent her apostles after the demon. Everyone quickly moved out, while Ray remained on the platform and watched in silence. Losing one of the 14 followers was unfortunate, but this outcome was not entirely bad for him. Ray even looked satisfied. With injuries that severe, he believed the kid could no longer survive another divine descent. Seeing Riley rush toward Isaac, Ray ordered every high-ranking fighter to hunt down the escaped demon. The apostles immediately accepted the command. Below the arena, Riley knelt beside Isaac and anxiously checked his condition. Eli soon jumped down as well. Seeing his nephew like this, he blamed himself for not staying by Isaac's side to protect him. Then Ella's voice suddenly turned ice-cold, making Isaac flinch. He called Riley over and told him to take care of Isaac. Eli was absolutely furious. He drew his sword and prepared to leave, determined to personally hunt down the escaped demon. Ella's chilling killing intent seemed to freeze the entire room. Clearly, no one could change his mind. Eli declared he would personally capture the culprit and clear every suspicion surrounding Isaac. Isaac instantly panicked. If someone at Ella's level joined the hunt, his entire plan was finished. Isaac could already picture Sapnok chained up after falling into Ella's hands. He had worked so hard to help that guy escape. If Eli caught him now, all that effort would be wasted. Knowing he had to act, Isaac immediately changed tactics. He pretended to be exhausted and weakly called out to Eli and Riley. He even made his eyes look pitiful enough to make Suri sick. Then he begged them to stay, because he was in terrible pain. The trick hit their weak spot perfectly. The moment Riley and Eli saw his pitiful face, both froze like they had been struck by lightning. Within seconds, they completely surrendered. Both knelt beside Isaac and abandoned the pursuit. Forget sending more people after the demon. Treating Isaac came first. Seeing how easily they fell for it, Isaac secretly smirked. Everything was still going exactly according to plan. Some time later, Isaac was in the infirmary with his wounds fully bandaged, but he could only stare blankly at another group of unwanted visitors standing before him. Aside from the familiar faces, everyone else seriously annoyed Isaac. He had no idea why they had all crowded into his room. Riley was just as irritated. He immediately told them to get out and stop barging into someone else's space. Tom immediately fired back. This was the Holy Sea's infirmary, not Relay's property. Then he demanded to know why a demon had even been brought here. The word demon instantly darkened Ella's expression. Tom still failed to realize he had crossed the line and even asked the cardinal why he kept obstructing the investigation. Eli did not bother explaining. He simply issued a brutal order. The entire Azure faction would cease cooperation with the Crimson faction, begin a full strike, and suspend every mission they handled for the Holy See. That order instantly made Navy panic and try to intervene. Tom finally realized things had gone too far. He lowered his voice and begged Eli not to escalate this, urging him to settle everything peacefully. The Azure faction was famous for its devotion. They handled dirty, dangerous jobs with little reward that everyone else avoided. This was their first strike since the faction was founded. Back in the room, veins bulged on Ella's face as he glared at the two before him. An envoy of God appeared before the execution and attacked his nephew, yet they expected him to calmly talk about peace. Eli's overwhelming pressure filled the room. He pointed out that the demon openly called the envoy its ally. Tom claimed it could have been a lie, but Eli fired back. Then how did it break the binding orb? That question left Navy speechless. Seeing this, Tom changed tactics and looked toward Isaac, who was completely wrapped in bandages. Tom argued they could prove nothing while Isaac was covered up like that. At the very least, they needed to inspect his wounds themselves. Eli let out a heavy sigh, still visibly furious. Then he asked who would take responsibility if the examination made Isaac's condition worse. After the tense standoff, Eli crossed his arms and raised the key question: who helped the demon escape? The inspectors were already investigating, so the truth would soon come out. Tom and Navy exchanged looks and nodded. As long as one clue remained at the scene, the investigation would eventually expose the culprit. Just as they imagined catching the culprit, the infirmary door suddenly flew open. Someone rushed inside and told the cardinal that something terrible had happened. The warning instantly made the room tense. Isaac quietly pursed his lips and glanced at the newcomer, already suspecting what was coming. A bishop stood at the doorway, panting from the rush, and the news he brought was directly related to the evidence. Isaac remained in bed, calmly watching everyone's reactions, like he was enjoying a show. Then the bishop revealed that all the evidence had vanished. The confused bishop explained that the chains suddenly exploded right before he could inspect them. Isaac secretly celebrated. He had to admit Sapnok cleaned up the evidence perfectly. But the bishop kept talking. Right before the explosion, he had sensed the culprit's power. Just as he was about to reveal it, Tom rushed over and covered his mouth, loudly cutting him off. The moment Tom shouted for him to shut up, Eli understood everything. He immediately kicked them out, saying the investigation was over. Watching his grandfather handle it so cleanly, Isaac knew the case was officially closed. Sometime later, everyone left so Isaac could recover in peace. But soon another knock came at the door. Annoyed, Isaac turned to see who it was this time. Standing outside was someone Isaac had no desire to see, wearing an awkward smile. Realizing it was Neezer, Isaac was slightly surprised. Neezer looked just as uncomfortable. He lingered outside for a moment before cautiously calling Isaac's name. After hesitating for a few seconds, Neezer finally approached the bed and tried to start a friendly conversation. He asked if Isaac was feeling better, but just seeing Neezer irritated Isaac so much that he felt even sicker and almost wanted to throw up. Before Isaac could answer, Neezer pulled out a precious potion. He explained it was his family's secret medicine that could speed up recovery. This reminded him of his earlier conversation with Leon, when Isaac's injuries threatened to make him miss the divine selection ceremony. Back then, Neezer quietly listened, as Leon explained that the Yellow Faction believers were probably celebrating Isaac's current condition. Neezer still remembered Leon's calculating smile. Whatever the other side was planning, Leon refused to let them succeed. So despite hating the idea, Neezer clenched his fist and accepted the order. He had to bring Isaac the secret medicine and make sure he recovered quickly. Back in the present, Isaac grabbed the bottle and gulped it down, even happily praising the taste. Neezer trembled with rage, as his family's priceless treasure disappeared into the stomach of someone he hated. Worse yet, Isaac had no intention of stopping. Neezer nearly tore his hair out. The proper dose was only 1 drop, yet Isaac was about to drink the entire bottle. Once the bottle was empty, light immediately covered Isaac's body, and color quickly returned to his face. He had suspected the potion might be poisoned, but its effects proved it was genuine. His strength was already recovering fast. It tasted almost like wine. The Watcher Ghost checked the potion and found several powerful blessings. These would be extremely useful during the divine selection ceremony. Neezer finally snapped and protested that he never told Isaac to drink the whole bottle. Isaac's attitude instantly changed. He glared at Neezer with clenched teeth and demanded that he repeat what he just said. Neezer calmly dropped some news that stopped Isaac cold. The family head promised more secret medicine as long as Isaac visited the main estate. The offer was tempting, but Isaac stayed cautious. 1 bottle was already incredibly valuable, yet they were offering more for free just for visiting the estate. This clearly smelled like a trap. After thinking it over, Isaac suddenly collapsed onto the bed and grabbed his leg in pain. He claimed his injuries were too severe to travel, even though he really wanted to go. But Neezer had already prepared for that excuse. He pulled out special boots that could help Isaac walk and urged him to come along. Isaac had to admit Neezer came prepared, while the Watcher Ghost mocked how obvious his scheme was. With every escape route seemingly blocked, Isaac sat up and removed his bandages. He told Neezer to wait outside while he changed clothes. Seeing Isaac cooperate, Neezer happily agreed. Neezer left the room feeling smug. He thought Isaac was so greedy that he had easily taken the bait, completely unaware Isaac was heading somewhere else behind him. While Neezer planned his next move, Isaac quietly opened the window. Meanwhile, Neezer imagined that once Isaac reached the estate, his fate would be sealed. Neezer even imagined this becoming front-page news, but Isaac had only agreed to fool him. Now standing on the windowsill, Isaac prepared to escape with the Watcher Ghost, while silently thanking that idiot for the potion and equipment. The scene then shifted to another palace, decorated with overwhelming luxury. The silence was shattered by a fist slamming into a table. Someone was furious that the Crimson faction had openly delivered secret medicine straight into the infirmary. The furious man was Hirei. His VIP room plan was meant to keep Isaac from escaping. Instead, the Crimson faction healed Isaac and accidentally gave him several powerful blessings. None of the priests dared speak under Hirei's rage. He smashed everything around him and swore the ritual had to fail, cursing both the Black and Crimson factions for constantly ruining his plans. After finally venting his rage, Hirei turned to the priests and gave one order. No matter what it took, they had to stop Isaac, because the divine summoning ritual absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Elsewhere, Gowel was under serious pressure from the scene before him, especially when an unsettling voice called him "Dear Uncle." Gowel had no idea when Isaac appeared. By the time he noticed, Isaac was already standing before him with a dangerous smile, saying he had a few questions for his uncle. Sensing trouble, Gowel immediately turned around and tried to escape. He claimed he was busy and they could talk later. But Isaac had no intention of letting him leave. One strike instantly blocked his escape route, making Gowel jump in panic. After trapping him, Isaac confidently said Gowel definitely knew what he needed. Confused by the vague statement, Gowel asked what Isaac was talking about. Isaac calmly smiled and asked Gowel to guess which god he was going to summon. The question instantly irritated Gowel. He suspected Isaac was probing him, because he knew Gowel could obtain information from the Pope. Thinking about the Pope made Gowel even more cautious. If he leaked the secret and word got out, the Azure family could never handle the consequences. Gowel closed his eyes and weighed the risks. But then another possibility crossed his mind. Everything would change if Isaac summoned the god standing at the absolute peak. Gowel was still weighing the risks and rewards, even imagining his family finally gaining respect, when Isaac suddenly dropped a bombshell. He had decided not to summon a god anymore. Gowel stared in disbelief. Isaac immediately looked away and pretended to sulk, claiming his uncle must be hiding the truth, because he feared Isaac would summon an evil god. Isaac added that summoning an evil god would only cause more trouble anyway. Gowel finally snapped, yelling that there was no evil god. The one Isaac could summon was the supreme god himself. That was exactly what Isaac wanted to hear. His wounded expression instantly vanished, replaced by the sly grin of someone whose plan had worked perfectly. Like he had just spotted a priceless treasure, Isaac slowly moved closer to Gowel and repeated those 4 words, "Supreme God." Realizing he had slipped up, Gowel quickly denied it and claimed Isaac had misheard him. Isaac threw away all dignity, dropped to his knees, and clung to Gowal's leg, begging him to reveal what he would summon. Faced with this terrifying persistence, Gowal could only panic and demand that he let go. But Isaac only became more shameless, refusing to release his leg while suddenly acting unbelievably sweet. He even declared that Gowel was his favorite uncle and warned him not to act cold. Seeing that crazed look, Gowel knew this kid was beyond saving. Yet Isaac clung like a koala, so Gowel finally claimed the family head was calling him, and he had to leave. But while desperately trying to escape, Gowel accidentally revealed a crucial clue. Isaac immediately figured out that the demon they were hunting was still hiding somewhere in the city. With that new clue, the search shifted into town, where their target was confirmed to still be hiding somewhere nearby. On the streets, Eli split the Azure soldiers into several teams to search the area. He warned them that one of the 14 followers was hiding nearby, so nobody could lower their guard. The soldiers immediately acknowledged the order. Just as the teams prepared to move out, Gowel arrived in a different outfit and reported to Eli. Eli barely acknowledged him. His full attention was on the mission, staring seriously at a complete map of the underground waterways. But something stood out even more than the map. Isaac was still clinging to Gowel's leg, making Eli wonder why the boy was hanging onto his son like that. Gowel finally explained that Isaac wanted to come along. Despite caring deeply for his grandson, Eli refused because the mission was too dangerous and ordered him back. Isaac immediately protested. Isaac released Gowel's leg, stood straight, and seriously declared that he had to come because he still had a score to settle. Seeing how determined Isaac was, Eli agreed to hear him out. Isaac explained that the enemy had ruined the execution and put everyone in danger. Isaac kept up his responsible act, declaring that once they found the enemy, he would personally take revenge. Even the ghost beside him had to point out that he was taking the performance way too far. After hearing Isaac out, Eli could only turn away and sigh. In the end, he simply told him to come along. The moment Eli gave permission, Isaac celebrated internally. His plan had worked perfectly. Meanwhile, forces from several families were spreading across the streets, searching everywhere for the target. The moment Isaac appeared, everyone turned toward him, and the search briefly stopped amid the whispers. They finally realized it was Isaac. They had assumed his side was refusing to help, only for a direct descendant to show up personally. Most people felt relieved, thinking the job would soon be over. Only the Crimson Soldiers silently watched. The Rachua family was famous for hunting demons, so Isaac's presence should speed things up. Just as expectations rose, Isaac casually stretched. That single movement excited the soldiers, who thought he was finally about to start hunting. But Isaac crushed their hopes immediately. According to him, Demon King Kolo's followers were not enemies you could simply drag out of hiding. Seeing how relaxed he was, everyone's morale instantly collapsed. This hunt clearly would not end as quickly as they had hoped. The moment Isaac finished speaking, angry shouts erupted around him. Everyone wanted to know whether he was actually taking this seriously. Somehow, Isaac had even gotten himself a lounge chair and a parasol. Relaxing comfortably, he told everyone to calm down. Their target was a high-ranking demon, so hiding his presence was easy. Besides, Isaac's instincts said he had not left the area. That explanation did nothing to calm the Crimson Soldiers. One of them gritted his teeth, convinced Isaac was deliberately messing with everyone. Unable to take it anymore, he turned toward Eli, who looked just as relaxed, and complained. His companions immediately joined in, accusing Isaac of barely doing any work since arriving. But the moment they questioned Ella's own grandson, the atmosphere changed. The cardinal crushed the cup in his hand as his anger suddenly erupted. Eli slowly stood up, brushed the shards from his hand, and coldly asked whether they thought he had made the wrong decision. Feeling the dangerous pressure, the Crimson Soldiers hurriedly denied it. Eli gave them no chance to explain, and simply called Isaac over. Hearing his grandfather, Isaac obediently answered. With a dark expression, Eli pointed toward them and ordered Isaac to make those loudmouths suffer the consequences. With Eli backing him, Isaac randomly pointed in one direction and claimed he sensed the demon there. Reliable or not, the Crimson Soldiers had no choice but to storm off and search. The moment they left, a voice suddenly came from behind Eli, asking why they had joined the hunt after going on strike. The newcomer was Leon. He casually walked over with obvious mockery in his expression. Leon immediately mocked Eli for covering up his grandson's mistake. Eli looked annoyed, but pretended not to understand what he meant. Standing before Eli, Leon warned that protecting Isaac would only make his responsibility heavier. Eli calmly replied that Leon first had to prove Isaac was the one who released the high-ranking demon. Leon remained unfazed and smiled knowingly, saying the truth would come out eventually. His plan was simple. If the Pope's power remained inside the sealing orb, Isaac would have no way out. Since Leon could not directly blame the Pope, his best outcome was finding evidence that tied Isaac to the incident. The more Leon thought about it, the more excited he became. Once his plan succeeded, he could watch the proud Azure family fall into ruin. With his scheme settled, Leon turned to leave and suggested they cooperate for now. After all, he did not want the divine summoning ritual ruined either. Before leaving, Leon added one final jab, promising to help hide Isaac's handcuffs on the day he was arrested. Once Leon was gone, Goel told Eli not to let those words bother him, since Leon was clearly afraid himself. Eli calmly insisted he did not care at all, but his irritated expression said otherwise. Eli immediately planned to make Isaac dump 10 times the normal workload on Leon's faction. Goel could only sigh. That reaction clearly proved his father was holding a grudge. Giving up on his father, Goel turned toward Isaac to remind him that he had heard the order too. But before Goel could finish, Isaac's chair was already empty. The kid had slipped away at some point, claiming he needed to investigate further. Goel froze before realizing what happened. Then his helpless shout echoed through the silence, demanding to know where Isaac had run off to. Elsewhere, someone touched the ancient symbols carved into a wall. A familiar voice recognized them as Sapnat's markings, saying it had not seen this code in ages. The person examining the wall quietly said he understood. They were Isaac and the ghost accompanying him. The ghost was shocked that the true demons dared steal the position that belonged to its master. Isaac found it perfectly reasonable. As pure-blooded demons, they naturally hated serving a skeleton, and he continued deeper inside. As Isaac walked, he pieced the clues together. They probably could not break his magic, so they created a fake skeleton demon king to control the demons. In other words, they exploited a loophole in his command without directly defying it. Seeing Isaac deep in thought, the ghost connected the strange clues, the sealing orb, the Pope, and the Crown Prince. Isaac immediately saw the problem. Mana from both of them had once remained inside Sapnat's sealing orb. The Pope's traces could still be explained, but the Crown Prince made no sense. Why would someone like him care about a high-ranking demon? While Isaac remained lost in thought, the ghost asked how long its master planned to ignore the people following them. Isaac finally looked back and calmly asked whether it meant the group behind them. High above on the rooftops, a group of masked figures had been watching for quite some time. Even Isaac was surprised that assassins had joined this hunt. Realizing they had been exposed, the group was stunned. They could not understand how Isaac noticed them so quickly, since priests were known for having poor awareness of their surroundings. Just then, one assassin noticed something strange. His expression instantly changed as a sense of danger washed over him. Below them, Isaac's aura suddenly erupted. The power pouring from him made the entire atmosphere feel heavy. The assassins immediately dropped to the ground and prepared for battle. What shocked them most was that Isaac had never performed any divine spell chant. While they stood on edge, Isaac remained completely relaxed. He even joked that perhaps every one of them was a mage. The moment he finished speaking, the mages unleashed their spells and charged. They urged each other to finish Isaac quickly, convinced a priest had no chance against their magic head-on. Hearing that confident claim, the ghost gave Isaac an amused look. They had seriously underestimated its master by using only third-year magic. Isaac got annoyed too, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to handle them himself. But before he could move, a tiny object suddenly tore through the air and struck the back of his neck. Isaac touched his neck in confusion, then looked at the attacker. Coldly, he warned that they had brought disaster upon themselves by using the saint-killing calamity. But things went nothing like the mage expected. The ghost calmly praised the needle's high qualities, saint-killing calamity, while Isaac pulled it out and figured the mana inside would make a decent meal. Seeing him perfectly fine, the attacker started trembling. From everything he knew, Isaac should have collapsed already. With no other explanation, he suspected Isaac had taken an antidote beforehand. Isaac immediately realized how to play this. He grabbed his head and pretended to suffer, making the two assassins rejoice. Still, he growled that this poison could never defeat someone of the noble Rochua bloodline. The ghost could only stare at his ridiculous performance. Thinking the poison was finally working, the attacker's partner urged him to use more. Their target was a Rochua, so one needle might not be enough. 2 more needles struck Isaac's neck. He staggered and acted weaker, yet kept provoking them, saying 2 shots were nothing. A Rochua would never fall that easily to poison. Even the ghost backed away from his over-the-top acting. The taunt worked perfectly. The assassins pulled out larger needle launchers and decided to dump every last dose of poison into Isaac while he could still talk. A storm of poisoned needles rained down, covering Isaac's entire upper body. The rest buried themselves from his waist all the way to his legs. Once their supply was empty, Isaac acted exhausted and taunted them again, saying this still was not enough to bring down a Rochua. He even looked eager and told them to find at least 50 more needles. Now the assassins were getting chills. Somehow, the more poison Isaac took, the scarier he became. Finally, one assassin nervously admitted they had used every poisoned needle. Isaac instantly lost interest and clicked his tongue in disappointment. With nothing more to gain, Isaac changed tactics. He pretended to lose strength and collapsed, planning to absorb all that mana before leaving. Seeing Isaac suddenly motionless, the assassins exchanged stunned looks. Had that mountain of poison finally taken him down? After waiting and seeing no movement, they celebrated, convinced Isaac Rochua was dead. They had no idea Isaac was secretly watching through half-open eyes, and that was when he noticed someone entering through the door. Under Isaac's surprised gaze, the newcomer removed his hood and revealed his identity. The mastermind behind everything was Count Molech. Seeing Isaac motionless on the floor, Molech could barely hide his delight. He wanted Isaac dead right here, blaming him for the destruction of his family. The assassins quickly stepped aside when Molech appeared. The Count believed today was finally the day he would settle his debt with Isaac. Molech slowly approached the motionless Isaac and leaned down for a closer look. Seeing Isaac still lying there, he demanded to know why the target was not dead yet. His men panicked and hurried to check. They had already pumped Isaac full of poisoned needles, yet he stubbornly remained alive, so they decided to finish him off for good. Disgusted by their incompetence, Molech clicked his tongue and ordered them to clean everything up, then staged the scene as a demon attack. Isaac was not exactly relaxed either. The moment he jumped up, his cover would be blown, while the ghost beside him casually enjoyed the show. The ghost even reassured him that Isaac was already involved in plenty of shady business, so adding one more incident hardly mattered. Then it mocked him again, saying Isaac never looked much like a priest anyway. Before it could finish, Isaac grabbed it and squeezed hard. Isaac angrily asked if it wanted to die, but that movement immediately caught the assassin's attention. Their target was still moving. With no time to waste, they drew their weapons and surrounded Isaac. They planned to leave a bloody scene that could be blamed on demons, with one assassin even volunteering to slit his throat. Seeing them seriously preparing to attack, Isaac felt a chill. He still had not fully absorbed all the mana inside his body. One by one, the armed assassins closed in on Isaac, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But among the knife-wielding assassins, one man quietly drew a sword, completely different from the other's weapons. Just as they were about to reach Isaac, he suddenly turned on them and slashed straight at his own allies. The powerful strike blasted the surrounding assassins away. Only Molech barely held his ground, staring in shock at the sudden betrayal. As the remaining force swept past him, Molech seemed to realize something terrifying, and his eyes widened. Before him stood a hooded figure holding a sword surging with power. Molech trembled as he realized the man was a swordmaster. That title alone sent Molech stumbling backward. He could not understand why a swordmaster was here. The mysterious swordsman offered no explanation, powered along his blade before he aimed it directly at Molech. Sword energy erupted forward, forcing Molech to block while being driven backward by the violent impact. Isaac watched the fight with excitement. The ghost admitted the swordmaster was decent, though still far below its own master. The sword energy finally faded, revealing Molech in miserable shape, kneeling on the ground and coughing violently. Molech caught his breath and forced himself upright. Relying on his status, he demanded to know whether the swordsman knew who he was. The mysterious swordmaster was completely unfazed. He simply gave a dangerous smile and coldly mentioned the fool who dared attack a noble. But suddenly, the swordmaster glanced elsewhere. His expression changed, and he quietly cursed. Molech seized the opening and rushed toward the door, furious that nobody had warned him a swordmaster would appear. But just as he reached the exit, another familiar face blocked his escape. Kina stood at the doorway looking irritated. The moment Molech recognized her, he froze and called out her name in shock. Still clueless about his situation, Molech treated her like his savior and desperately begged Kina to help him escape. Before he could finish, a blazing bolt shot toward him. Kina coldly said they could explain everything later. Then came her warning. If Molech took one more step, Kina would not hesitate to kill him. More lightning erupted from Kina's hands as her anger grew. These people kept interrupting Isaac's training. Overwhelmed by her pressure, Molech backed away and begged Kina to calm down. He claimed he came to help her, and even used Isaac's divine awakening as an excuse. Molech was about to mention the Pope when Kina stomped the ground and cut him off. She declared that she did not care. Terrifying electricity engulfed her body, filling the entire area with crushing pressure. Kina immediately demanded to know who ordered Molech to assassinate Isaac. The question hit his weak spot, leaving him stammering without an answer. As the tension peaked, Isaac peeked out from behind Kina and curiously pointed out that Molech sounded like he knew which god Isaac would awaken. Wearing a dangerous smile, Isaac approached Molech. He reasoned that if this could harm the Pope, the mastermind might belong to the Imperial Kill faction. Isaac leaned closer as Molech broke into a sweat, then suddenly tested him by asking whether the god of wealth was behind everything. Molech finally cracked and shouted that he knew nothing, telling Isaac to stay away. But Isaac kept pressing, asking whether it was the god of wealth, the god of money, or the god of gold. Meanwhile, Kina ignored their argument and turned toward the disguised figure. Since he had come undercover, she saw no reason to bother with formalities. Only then did the mysterious swordsman reveal his true identity. It was Chablis. Looking at Chablis, Kina could only sigh that his attendants must have a truly difficult life. Chablis ignored the jab and turned to Isaac, suggesting they take him to the palace first. Kina immediately refused, insisting Isaac should go to the Holy See. Before they could decide where Isaac should go, another voice suddenly interrupted. The newcomer carried overwhelming pressure. With one heavy stomp, he declared that Isaac was going nowhere except home. It was Eli. Radiating killing intent, he stormed toward Molech and demanded to know who dared attack his grandson. Screams soon echoed everywhere, and even Kina decided that sending Isaac home was probably best. Chablis stopped arguing as well, agreeing that home was ultimately the best place for Isaac. Sometime later, Chablis was leaning against a wall when someone told the crown prince not to worry too much. He immediately frowned and asked what they meant. Ian calmly explained that Isaac was already being targeted, yet the kid still recklessly walked into a place haunted by demons. The man speaking with Chablis was Ian Ballard, the Black Cardinal. Despite his ominous aura, Ian believed Isaac was not foolish enough to put himself in that situation. Chablis shot back that ordering Count Molech to hire assassins hardly sounded smart either. Ian jokingly replied that it was all to help the Crown Prince get closer to Isaac Rochua. Chablis failed to see the logic, so Ian explained. Saving someone's life easily earns goodwill, and the Rochua family hates owing debts. After this, Isaac might willingly pledge loyalty to the Crown Prince. Hearing Ian explain such a bizarre plan so seriously, Chablis almost laughed. He wondered whether everyone from the Black family thought this strangely. Still, northern nobles cared little about morals or methods. Those cold-blooded people would use anything to achieve their goals, even demons against demons. After thinking for a while, Chablis sat down and returned to Isaac. He asked why Ian had lost interest in the boy, when his answers once fascinated Ian as a scholar. That reminded Chablis of the chained skeleton demon king and Isaac's essay, explaining how to destroy the creature. Ian gave a different answer. If Isaac truly wrote everything himself, he was certainly worth studying. Even so, Ian advised Chablis to stop paying attention to him. Chablis fell silent at the warning. Once the Black trial ended, Isaac's interrogation would officially begin. A large table was covered with written documents. Ian placed his hand over them and coldly said Isaac had only one chance left: prove his complete innocence. As Ian lifted his hand, one sheet crumpled itself without being touched. He added that if Isaac failed, the Rochua family would be wiped out as well. The scene shifted to the Rochua estate, in the capital during a heavy storm, where a furious shout suddenly echoed through the mansion, demanding to know how things had become this absurd. The one raging was Riley. His expression made it clear that the latest incident had pushed his anger to the limit. Riley argued that even if an evil god answered Isaac, they had no right to arrest him so casually. Isaac's lack of faith was obvious, yet this had gone too far. He was discussing the matter with Eli and Suri in the study. Riley grew even angrier that the Black Cardinal had pushed things this far. Once he finally calmed down, the pale-faced Eli brought up tomorrow's divine summoning ceremony. Eli then made a decision that stunned Riley and Gowel. Isaac would not attend the ceremony. Both immediately protested, but Eli had clearly made up his mind. Eli believed all the recent trouble started because of that ceremony. Riley agreed, while Gowel could only clutch his head in frustration, as the two calmly reached the same conclusion. Gowel finally snapped, slammed the table, and declared that Isaac absolutely had to attend. Eli was confused by his sudden insistence. Gowel wanted to protect Isaac, yet this would expose him when an evil god answered. The moment Eli said evil god, Gowel shouted that it was not an evil god at all. After keeping the secret for so long, Gowel finally revealed the truth. The one who would answer Isaac was not an evil god, but the supreme god. After revealing it, Gowel turned to Eli and Riley. Whether Isaac had faith or not did not matter, they simply had to make sure he attended the ceremony. After finally getting everything off his chest, Gowel held his forehead and sighed. He regretted revealing the secret, but at least the burden was finally lighter. Riley reacted first, asking if he had really said the supreme god. Gowel confirmed it, while Eli cluelessly asked who had been chosen. Gowel snapped and shouted that it was obviously Isaac. With no other choice, Gowel explained what happened during the investiture ceremony. The supreme god had personally chosen Isaac, so he absolutely had to attend the summoning. Eli still looked unconvinced, and told his son that if he was drunk, he should go to bed instead of saying such ridiculous things. Seeing his father dismiss everything as nonsense, Gowel immediately protested and insisted every word was true. But when Gowel revealed that he had witnessed it himself at the Barrett estate, Eli suddenly froze with his teacup halfway to his lips. Gowel connects the clues. Barrett tried to adopt Isaac, then kill him, and now stop his ritual. He believes it all traces back to the supreme god. But Riley only sighs. His brother's story sounds crazier than fiction, so he tells Gowel to get some rest, leaving him furious. Knowing words are useless, Gowel gives up arguing. Eli is wasting their chance to strike back at Barrett, so he declares he will take Isaac away himself. Watching Gowel leave, Riley suddenly feels uneasy. Maybe his brother really plans to do exactly what he said. After a long silence, Eli asks if Gowel's story is really true. Annoyed by the doubt, Gowel firmly confirms it again. This time, Ella's hand trembles around his teacup. He is finally taking the supreme god seriously. Then Eli suddenly raises his cup and spills the tea, declaring with a grim face that this god must be a total pervert. That ridiculous conclusion drives Gowel insane again. He grabs his head, unable to understand how his father reached that answer. But Eli is thinking differently. Isaac is in danger, and humans should never mess with the supreme God. Still, that connection might protect him from the coming interrogation. Isaac's innocent smile crosses Ella's mind. Even faith no longer matters, because Isaac was chosen by a being above the chief gods. No mortal can defy the supreme God's will. While everyone is still thinking, a panicked soldier bursts through the door and reports that something serious has happened. Just a few words make Eli freeze. The Crimson Faith has officially launched a heresy investigation targeting Isaac. Time quickly passes to the day of the Black Test, where a massive crowd fills the arena stands. As the official announces that the divine selection ritual will happen before everyone and warns against any mistakes, Suri nervously bites his nails. One glance behind him makes Suri sweat. Inquisitors are everywhere, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. The pressure keeps rising. Suri can only wonder what Isaac did to make the Crimson faction investigate him personally. A few days earlier, inside a dim underground chamber, a cold voice pressures a suspect to admit he serves the skeleton demon king. Isaac is the one being interrogated. They say his name appeared in a cipher left by an archdemon. Isaac casually picks his ear as they explain that, even though the skeleton demon king knelt before the gods in repentance, his legacy still remains. The moment Isaac hears that the skeleton demon king supposedly knelt and confessed, his expression changes, and he angrily cuts them off. Furious, Isaac flips the interrogation table and yells at the inquisitors. The cipher never described the event the way they claimed. Only when it is too late does Isaac realize he has walked straight into a trap. The two inquisitors deliberately baited him into revealing that he could decode the cipher. Now they finally have something to use against him. Before leaving, one of them gives Isaac a threatening gesture, signaling that their real showdown will happen during the upcoming test. Remembering all this, Suri grabs his head in frustration. He cannot believe Isaac fell for such an obvious trap. Meanwhile, the man at the center of this mess is still casually smiling beside him, leaving Suri completely speechless. Suri suspects the interrogation was delayed on purpose. They want the entire crowd to witness Isaac being chosen by an evil god. Suri imagines the worst outcome. Vanizer gets recognized by the Crimson God who punishes evil gods, then executes Isaac and brands their entire family as heretics. Suri cannot figure out Isaac's plan. The guy is not worried at all and only dreams about money, imagining gods of gold and wealth. As Isaac fantasizes about getting rich, someone quietly watches him from behind, while also thinking about gold, silver, and endless treasure. Neezer smirks confidently. He has no idea how Isaac escaped the interrogation, but he plans to humiliate him before everyone. He even imagines Suri's worst-case scenario. The Crimson God chooses him, while Isaac gets picked by an evil god and suffers divine punishment. Rumors spread through the stands. People whisper that the Azure family has fallen, and the evidence will supposedly be revealed right here. The gossip only excites Neezer more. To him, a public exposure like this is far better than any ordinary heresy investigation. Just then, the officiant silences everyone. The divine selection ritual begins, and each participant must channel holy power into their orb. At the signal, Suri grips his orb, swallows hard, and silently begs the Azure God to answer him. He tries to focus entirely on his ancestor, but Isaac's strange laughter keeps distracting him. His fear that an evil god could doom their family only grows. Unable to take it anymore, Suri turns to Isaac and finds him staring greedily at the orb while chanting about gods of wealth and money. At this point, Suri will accept anyone except an evil god. Right after that prayer, power surges into an orb, releasing a dazzling golden light. But the light is coming from Isaac's orb. He instantly gets excited, convinced the golden glow means his dream god has answered. In Isaac's imagination, a chubby old man sits atop a mountain of treasure, beckoning him closer with promises of endless gold. As the image inside the orb becomes clearer, Isaac's excitement peaks. He is convinced his life is finally about to change. Isaac's eyes shine as he waits for his fortune to appear, but then he realizes something feels wrong. What emerges from the golden glow has nothing to do with wealth. Instead, a mysterious symbol appears. Isaac's dreams of riches instantly collapse. He goes blank with despair, while the ghost beside him seems rather pleased with the result. Refusing to accept reality, Isaac clutches the orb and drops to his knees, screaming that this cannot possibly be happening. To Neezer, Isaac's despair looks like perfect proof. He immediately assumes Isaac has been chosen by an evil god. Seeing the orb still glowing in Isaac's hands, Neezer gets excited. His chance to expose Isaac before the entire crowd has finally arrived. But Isaac's next move catches everyone completely off guard. Without warning, he uses all his strength and hurls the orb far away, as if throwing it away could erase the result. Nezer and Suri both freeze in shock. Neither expected Isaac to handle things like this. The orb streaks through the air like a shooting star, while Suri can only curse Isaac for being completely insane. Nezer reacts differently. He excitedly chases after it, thinking Isaac is naive to believe throwing away the evidence will make it disappear. To Nezer, Isaac has practically confessed. Certain he cannot escape now, he orders the Inquisitors to recover the orb and expose him before everyone. Much later, while Isaac is still drowning in despair, someone approaches and clearly calls out his full name, Isaac Rusur. The Inquisitors soon arrive, just as eager as Nezer. They stop Isaac and demand the orb so they can identify which god chose him. They even mention the worst possibility, an evil god, completely missing how Isaac is already grinding his teeth over the result. The moment they mention arresting him, Isaac drops to the ground and throws a fit. He demands another ritual because he refuses to accept this result. While Isaac keeps demanding a redo, an Inquisitor rushes back with the recovered orb. Nezer immediately snatches it from his hands. Convinced his long-awaited moment has arrived, Nezer excitedly declares that Isaac's life is finally over. Without even checking first, he raises the orb and tells everyone to witness the god that chose Isaac. But the moment the Inquisitors see the symbol, they freeze in disbelief. The mark inside Nezer's orb is not the symbol of an evil god at all. It belongs to the supreme god. Once Nezer sees it himself, all his confidence vanishes. His face turns pale as he realizes Isaac was truly chosen by the supreme god. The shocking revelation sends the crowd into chaos. If the Azure family had truly fallen, there is no way one of them should receive the supreme god's recognition. In other words, this result directly destroys the corruption accusation. Even Hirai in the stands is so stunned he can barely remain standing. Once Suri calms down, she asks why Isaac threw away the orb despite being chosen by the supreme god. Isaac says that God offers him nothing he needs, leaving Suri praying for the gods to save this hopeless guy. Just as Isaac mourns his shattered dream of wealth, he suddenly hears someone cheering about the god of wealth. A nearby girl celebrates being chosen by the god of wealth, unaware that a dark and terrifying figure has appeared behind her. Sensing danger, she turns pale as Isaac approaches with a vicious stare, demanding she hand it over. Blinded by his obsession with money, Isaac forces her to trade with him and even threatens her if she refuses. Man or woman, Isaac no longer cares. He grabs her by the hair, determined to take what he wants. Meanwhile, Nigel trembles with rage as the result completely ruins his plan, leaving him cursing silently. Soon after, the scene shifts to a massive council hall, where the cardinals and the king have gathered. Seraphine speaks first, smiling as she announces that the situation now has a solution, while Eli struggles to hide his excitement. Seeing Eli hold back his laughter until his face turns red, Seraphine teases the cardinal for looking far too pleased. Hela congratulates Eli as well, saying Duke Rusur must be proud that his grandson was chosen by the supreme god. Eli proudly admits it without hesitation. While Eli enjoys his moment of glory, Leon watches Hiri suppress his anger and says this could mark a new golden age for the Empire. Hiri quickly counters that being chosen is only the beginning. Isaac must actually summon the supreme god and complete the contract. Eli fires back that Hirai makes it sound easy, even though nobody in his family has ever achieved anything similar. The two glare at each other as tensions rise, forcing Hela to intervene and remind them that simply being chosen is already worth celebrating. But Hirai barely listens. His plan to expand his influence through Kina's god has now been ruined by Isaac. What annoys him even more is all the effort he invested in getting Kina favored by the god of wealth, since that advantage means little beside the supreme god. After brooding over it, Hirai finally reassures himself. Isaac may have the talent to be chosen, but that does not mean he can actually summon the supreme god. Hidden beneath his bangs, Hirai smirks as he decides that no matter what it takes, Isaac's contract with the supreme god must never happen. While Hirai secretly plots to sabotage the contract, Isaac is back at his mansion praying only for the god of wealth, ready to ditch the supreme god entirely. Open books cover the desk while the ghost sleeps on one of them, and Isaac groans in despair, wishing he could start over. Suri brings him water and is stunned by the rare sight of Isaac willingly studying, instead of avoiding books. Isaac has no energy to explain. Holding his head, he insists that this time he absolutely has to study. He frantically searches for a way to escape the god's selection, but finds nothing about canceling it, leaving Suri convinced he is beyond saving. Setting down the water, Suri still cannot understand why Isaac hates being chosen so much when it should be great news. Isaac crushes the paper and shoots her a murderous glare, making Suri sweat and quickly back away, deciding she is better off not asking. Changing the subject, Suri reminds Isaac that he received the Supreme God's gift, meaning his selection has already been officially confirmed. Isaac casually says he threw it away. Suri nearly loses it because that gift could guarantee a future summoning, yet Isaac coldly says he does not need it. Though she cannot understand him, Suri respects his choice and points out that having a high-ranking god is still useful. Isaac sees no reason to care. Suri then reveals the immediate threat. The Scarlet family is preparing to summon their god, and Isaac will be their next target. Once that god appears and tests Isaac's faith, punishment is almost guaranteed without the Supreme God's protection, and Isaac could easily die. Hearing this, Isaac suddenly targets the azure god Suri will summon, thinking it could protect him. He even assumes the god of light must be great at finding shiny things like gold, forcing Suri to angrily correct him. Ignoring Suri's protests, Isaac wonders if there is another high-ranking god easier to control. The ghost wakes up and tells him to stop dreaming and prepare a backup plan. 1 week later, the day of the divine summoning ceremony finally arrives at the royal altar. The entire area buzzes with discussion. Some are eager to see the supreme god, while others argue that being chosen and actually summoning a god are completely different things. Neezer stands among the crowd with his arms crossed, listening as people question Isaac's faith. If the Scarlet God is summoned first, Isaac could be executed. Neezer mocks Isaac, saying whatever trick saved him before will not work today because the Scarlet God will personally eliminate him. He points straight at Isaac and declares that his death has arrived, while Isaac silently wonders why he has to hear this nonsense again. Before Isaac can escape the annoyance, another voice behind him agrees with Neezer. The newcomer tells Isaac to withdraw because his body cannot withstand the summoning process, leaving Isaac irritated that everyone seems determined to bother him today. But Hirai's next words shock Neezer as he offers to help Isaac summon the Supreme God. Of course, there is a price. Once the summoning succeeds, Isaac must transfer the Supreme God to the Yellow family. Riley immediately steps in front of Isaac and rejects the offer, but Hirai remains calm as if he expected this reaction. Hirai quickly sweetens the deal, offering the God of Wealth in exchange for the Supreme God. The moment Isaac hears money, he tries to accept, but Riley covers his mouth before he can finish. While Isaac struggles to break free, Riley quietly considers Hirai's offer. After all, the deal is not terrible. The God of Wealth is still a high-ranking god and could protect Isaac from the Scarlet God's power. Riley grits his teeth, knowing that without the Yellow family's support, Isaac could actually die trying to summon the Supreme God. Unable to accept the thought of watching his beloved nephew die before his eyes, Riley finally makes his decision before it is too late. He removes his hand from Isaac's mouth and tells him to choose what he truly wants. Finally free, Isaac happily accepts Hirai's deal. Hirai nods in satisfaction, saying Isaac has made a wise decision. But right after the deal is settled, someone suddenly rushes toward them in a panic. He brings terrible news. Someone has interfered with the summoning order and changed it. Niza has been moved directly ahead of Isaac, making Hirai frown as Isaac's smile instantly freezes. As tension rises, Eli arrives with an icy presence and immediately suspects the Scarlet family bribed the Black Cardinal to arrange this. Riley never expected his father to appear and calls out to him in surprise. Eli wastes no words. His expression darkens as he declares that he will handle this himself. News that Niza will summon before Isaac quickly spreads, sending another wave of murmurs through the stands. Everyone understands what this means. The Scarlet family is practically sending Isaac to his death in public. Under everyone's gaze, Eli walks straight toward Ian beside the altar, and the crowd realizes the Azure Cardinal is about to confront the Black Cardinal. But instead of arguing, Eli pulls out a chest, while the crowd remarks that relations between the Azure and Scarlet families have never been peaceful. The lock clicks open as everyone watches curiously, wondering how the famously righteous Azure family plans to deal with this setup. Nobody expects Eli to be this direct. He brings out money and offers to buy a different position in the summoning order. The unexpected move leaves both Riley and Suri staring in complete disbelief. Ian silently looks at Eli while the crowd is speechless. The head of the Azure family is openly negotiating with gold, and nobody expects anyone to accept such a blatant bribe. But Ian studies the gold and calmly admits the offer is worth considering since the amount is substantial, leaving everyone around them stunned. Just as the deal seems about to succeed, Isaac suddenly rushes out to stop them. He runs straight toward Eli and declares that the Roshua family cannot act this way. Isaac seriously addresses Eli as the family head and asks him to stop. Roshua's supporters are deeply moved, convinced Isaac has the heart of a saint and is perfect to become the future pope. But that noble image lasts only seconds, as Isaac adds that with this much money, they should at least give it to him first. Amid the tense atmosphere, Ren steps forward and mocks the Azure family for finally resorting to dirty tricks. He keeps provoking Eli, asking whether the head of the Azure family plans to violate his own family's doctrine. Eli remains unfazed and calmly reminds him that the Azure faith exists to protect the young and weak. Holding the gold, Eli argues that Isaac is the youngest and weakest in his family, so protecting him by any means follows their doctrine perfectly. Even Isaac wonders if that logic really works. Ian admits Ella's devotion to protecting his family is admirable, but unfortunately, there is still one problem. With a calculating smile, he reveals that the Scarlet family already paid him first. Eli grits his teeth and demands to know whether Ian understands what could happen if that Scarlet brat actually summons his god. Ren immediately uses those words against him, implying that even the Azure Cardinal doubts Isaac Roshua. He smugly tells Eli to give up since the decision is final. Ian also nods and confirms that the order cannot be changed. But Ian suddenly changes course. If the order cannot change, then both of them can simply summon at the same time. Ren instantly loses his temper, unable to believe Ian took all that money and still made this decision. Ian refuses to argue and tells Ren that instead of complaining, he should figure out how to summon faster than his opponent. The Black Cardinal's crushing aura instantly spreads across the area, carrying a chilling warning for everyone to stop bothering him. Ren can only swallow his anger, knowing further arguments are useless because the Cardinal has final authority over the order. Clenching his fists until his body goes rigid, Ren reluctantly agrees, but declares that he will remember what happened today. Before leaving, Ren warns that both the Azure and Black families will eventually pay for this decision. Once the dispute is finally settled, Isaac awkwardly approaches Eli. Thinking his grandson is nervous, Eli places a hand on his shoulder and gently says there is nothing to fear even if Isaac fails to summon his god. He promises that, even if the other side successfully summons theirs, the family will protect Isaac until the very end. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes immediately sparkle as though he is deeply moved by his grandfather's love. But Isaac quietly points behind Eli and says he misunderstood, making Eli turn around in surprise. What Isaac actually cares about are the crates of valuables used for the bribe sitting in the corner. Practically drooling at the sight, Isaac gets straight to the point and asks Eli to give him everything. Seeing his greedy grandson even ask for more if any is left, Eli can only stare at him with an indescribable expression. Soon after, Isaac appears with two massive bumps on his head. The culprit remains unknown when someone suspiciously asks what he is planning. Suri follows anxiously, warning that Nezer is about to summon the god of law, their patron god. Isaac calmly carries his crate and says that makes things even better. He reveals that he already planned to work with the Yellow family to sabotage the summoning ceremony, leaving Suri stunned. Isaac explains that the items they gave him must contain hidden magic. His plan is to let it fake collapsing, then blame everything on them. Suri cannot understand why he accepted them, despite knowing this. But behind Isaac's casual expression lies a bigger concern. A sufficiently powerful god might see through the secret hidden inside his soul. That is why Isaac originally planned to fake an illness and escape before any high-ranking god appeared. He considered asking the Supreme God to ruin everything, but he has no idea what that god is planning. Then Isaac suddenly smiles with a scheme in mind. If Nezer is the one summoning the god of law, the situation changes completely. A new plan quickly forms in his head. That particular god is no threat, and Isaac might even use this chance to make the Scarlet family stop targeting him. Coincidentally, Nezer has his own plan. He believes that once he summons the god of law, Isaac will have nowhere left to run. With completely different schemes in mind, both of them step onto the summoning altar. From outside the altar, the ceremony official announces the start. Nezer wastes no time, raising his hand and taking the first move. A surge of crimson power immediately pours from his palm. In an instant, the energy erupts with blinding intensity, bathing the entire altar in blazing red light. Nezer watched in satisfaction as the crowd erupted after sensing the aura of the Crimson God, the god of judgment. Convinced the ritual had succeeded, Nezer burst into triumphant laughter. Unlike the violent surge nearby, Isaac's power spread calmly as he placed a hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and began to pray. The moment Isaac opened his eyes, the power around him began to move. A massive pillar of golden light shot into the sky, stunning everyone watching. The crowd could hardly believe it. Isaac seemed to have truly summoned a high god. Nezer was shaken too, but quickly reminded himself that summoning was only the first step. Isaac still needed to form a contract. Nezer still had a chance to finish first, so he clasped his hands and poured everything into his prayer. Watching the divine formation above, Nezer begged the descending god to inspect Isaac's soul and punish him for defying the laws of the world. Divine power flooded the altar as an imposing voice demanded to know who dared call himself a saint. As the god began to descend, Isaac's ghost panicked, certain they were both doomed. Isaac calmly told it not to worry. The ghost could not stay calm and desperately urged Isaac to complete his contract. The Crimson faction grew uneasy seeing Isaac summon a high god, but Ren assured them Nezer still had the advantage. Ren stared at the altar, convinced victory was theirs as long as Nezer's god completed the contract first. Then Nezer's summoning ritual was completed, revealing a majestic red-haired god before everyone. The god of judgment looked down and immediately asked whether Isaac was the one who had consumed something, belonging to the skeleton demon king. Nezer respectfully confirmed it and accused Isaac of heresy, asking the god to inspect him. But the god of judgment said there was no need. With a single glance at Isaac, he declared that Isaac possessed no faith whatsoever. The verdict chilled everyone, but worse, the god of judgment sensed the overwhelming evil aura of the demon king Holagir on Isaac. He claimed Isaac had not only touched that power before, but was still using it right now, leaving Nezer stunned. The god of judgment raised his hand in disappointment, refusing to tolerate such a creature within divine territory. His hand targeted Isaac as he sentenced him to immediate execution. Below, Rylai panicked as Isaac's secret lack of faith was finally exposed. He quickly formed a rescue plan. If he knocked Isaac unconscious and severed his divine connection, there might still be a chance. But before Rylai could move, the Crimson faction blocked him and reminded him that the Pope's decree was still in effect. Ren coldly stated the rule. Only the summoner was allowed to enter the ritual formation. He smugly added that everything happened for a reason. If Isaac was sentenced to death, then he must deserve it. Rylai was furious, but he had no way to force his way through. On the altar, the god of judgment's hand closed in on Isaac. The ghost screamed that it had chosen the wrong master, while Isaac calmly said everything was fine. Even as the massive, divine power above condensed for the attack, Isaac told the ghost to stay calm. But the ghost saw no reason to relax. That attack could clearly kill them both. Isaac finally raised his hand, gathering blue energy in his palm as he told the terrified ghost to trust him. The next instant, a terrifying bolt of red lightning crashed onto Isaac, flooding the entire arena with blinding light. Watching from below, Rylai could only scream Isaac's name in despair. But as the smoke cleared, the god of judgment remained above the altar, while the result of his attack stunned everyone. Even the god froze for a moment, disbelief flashing across his face. Isaac was still standing without a single injury. The god of judgment could not believe his attack had been blocked. Before the god could process what happened, Isaac simply smiled. He slowly raised his hand, his eyes turning red as he declared that this confrontation ended here. Pitch-black power instantly engulfed Isaac before spreading across the entire altar. The people below turned pale and covered their faces the moment they recognized the aura. It was dark mana. A chill swept through the crowd as everyone watched Isaac openly wield the forbidden mana. Chaos erupted as people accused Isaac of absorbing part of the skeleton demon king and branded the Azure faction as heretics. Rylai tried to rush in, but Simon stopped him. Simon warned that interfering would make him an accomplice to heresy, but Rylai did not care. Simon urged him to stay calm since Isaac was not panicking, but Rylai refused to stand by while Isaac's life was at risk. Before anything else could happen, a massive explosion erupted, and red smoke swallowed the entire arena. Ren looked certain of victory. Isaac had exposed the skeleton demon king's dark mana, leaving him no way to escape punishment. The Crimson faction immediately prepared to attack Isaac alongside the god. Ren grew even more confident, waiting for the god of judgment to strike so they could attack together. He shouted for the god of judgment to attack, and the entire Crimson faction joined in. Rylai could only watch as the Crimson faction went wild, endlessly demanding Isaac's execution. Rylai regained his composure and noticed something strange. Why was the god of judgment still standing there? Had Nezer's ritual failed? Up on the altar, the god of judgment was actually sweating. His brows tightened as he repeatedly denied what he was seeing, as though something impossible stood before him. Isaac, meanwhile, smiled brightly. That reaction alone told him the god had recognized him. Isaac placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely, wearing a dangerous smile as he welcomed his old friend after so many years apart. The god of judgment froze, nearly stumbling backward as he stared at Isaac in disbelief. His mind fell into chaos, and his expression worsened as the situation completely shattered his understanding. In the middle of his panic, the god of judgment suddenly noticed something unusual around Isaac. A blood-red barrier had somehow surrounded Isaac, completely sealing his area off from the outside. Ren noticed it too, and realized punishing Isaac would become much harder if that barrier remained. Then a circular magic formation appeared inside the barrier. Isaac looked up dismissively and remarked that this guy had not changed at all after all these years. The god of judgment's hand suddenly passed straight through the newly formed magic circle. His entire body then entered Isaac's barrier. Isaac showed no surprise, saying the god finally had to handle this personally. Without answering, the god of judgment immediately reached out and cast soul inspection on Isaac. But what the spell dragged out left the god completely frozen. Even Isaac was slightly surprised when the skeleton demon king's soul hidden inside him was forcibly revealed. Isaac quickly regained his composure and casually greeted the god of judgment like an old acquaintance. The god completely lost his composure and repeatedly cast soul inspection on the skeleton demon king until Isaac told him to stop checking. Fear gripped the god of judgment. This being should have been sealed inside a bug long ago, so seeing him here suggested the seal had failed. Then an even more terrifying possibility crossed his mind, turning his face deathly pale. He quickly looked away and convinced himself this had to be an avatar sent through some subordinate. Isaac could only sigh at his desperate denial. Finally, the god turned back and declared he would destroy the being possessing this child's body, then return it to its rightful owner. Isaac calmly pulled out several potion bottles, the glass clinking together as he declared the god could not kill him. With a smug smile, Isaac reminded him that he was only a high god. Did he really want to challenge the supreme god behind those potions? The god of judgment immediately lost his confidence. The skeleton demon king seemed to have been chosen by a supreme god, a situation even he could not understand. The god instinctively stepped back, saying this was beyond his authority and had to be reported to his superior. Hearing that, Isaac burst out laughing. Isaac slowly cornered him, first making him admit Isaac was the skeleton demon king, then asking whether his return meant the old seal had failed. The god of judgment immediately started stammering. Isaac then struck his weakest point. Wasn't the failed seal created by the god of judgment's own son? Shocked, the god still could not deny it. With the answer he needed, Isaac casually waved him off and told him to report everything to his superiors. The god of judgment's face darkened. Isaac then reminded him that once the failed seal was exposed, he would also be punished. Isaac placed a hand on the barrier with a threatening smile, saying it would be interesting once the god's superiors learned everything. Somehow, Isaac knew the god of judgment desperately wanted a promotion. Reporting this scandal could ruin his career or worse, leaving the furious god to weakly ask what Isaac wanted. Isaac smiled and said his request was simple. Meanwhile, the barrier blocked every sound, leaving everyone outside anxiously waiting. With no one else able to hear them, Isaac gave his condition. The god of judgment had to form a contract with him, and the god instinctively agreed. But just before fully accepting, the god froze as he realized how absurd that request actually was. The god of judgment stared wide-eyed at the smiling Isaac, barely able to voice his disbelief. A demon king wanted a contract with a god, yet Isaac was also a priest. Even the god of judgment no longer knew what to consider him. Desperate for answers, the god of judgment grabbed Isaac's shoulders and asked his current name. Isaac simply answered, Isaac. He demanded the full name, and upon hearing Isaac Roshua, the god realized he had walked straight into a trap. Isaac even belonged to one of the 5 great families. Isaac secretly celebrated. The god could neither kill him nor report him without suffering himself. His only option was to sign the contract. While the crowd waited outside, the two kept talking. Isaac claimed he only wanted a normal life, saying he had suffered under a curse his whole life and finally gained a real body. Isaac's voice suddenly turned threatening. After struggling so hard to obtain this body, there was no way he would ever give it up. Then his tone softened again. He guessed the god feared someone without faith could not form a contract, and Isaac even thanked him for worrying. Isaac laughed, saying the gods and their own mistake had given him this body. That gratitude should count as reverence, making a contract possible. The god of judgment almost wanted to kill him on the spot. Isaac kept pressing his weakness. The god could not afford to lose him now, especially since the Godslayer was weaker than the gods while trapped in human form. Besides, Isaac was not stupid enough to announce that he was Demon King Holo. Isaac promised he only wanted to quietly live as a human. The ghost mocked him for lying so shamelessly, but Isaac insisted every word was true, because Isaac's idea of a peaceful life was quietly hunting gods, reclaiming everything that once belonged to him, and climbing back to the top. And once he reached the peak, the final step of his plan was to wipe them all out. Isaac looked at the god of judgment. He needed a pawn feeding him information about the divine realm. When the ghost asked about the supreme god, Isaac already had plans to use that god as leverage against the others. Meanwhile, the god of judgment pieced everything together. The skeleton demon king had always desired a body capable of truly dying, which explained why he desperately wanted to keep this god-slayer body. Even after understanding that, the god clenched his fist and refused. Crimson God rules allowed contracts only with members of the Crimson family, making Isaac's request impossible. The smile instantly vanished from Isaac's face. Isaac coldly asked him to repeat that, putting the god of judgment on guard. Isaac then told him to think very carefully. Then came an undisguised warning. He knew exactly what would happen if Isaac lost his temper, and the law god instantly went pale. Isaac even gave a thumbs down, and casually asked if he wanted to watch him blow himself up again. The law god gritted his teeth. This bastard was using his own life as a threat, while the fallout from his last self-destruction was still a nightmare to clean up. Faced with this fearless kid, he finally gave in. For now, it was safer to play along, though he still could not understand why Isaac insisted on the Crimson God. The law god approached Isaac and asked one last time if he would truly keep a low profile. Isaac smiled, held out his hand, and gave him a firm promise. With no way left to back out, the law god gritted his teeth and sealed the contract with Isaac. The moment the contract was formed, cracking sounds echoed across the entire area. The crimson barrier surrounding them rapidly fractured before shattering like glass. Cheers erupted outside as the god appeared. Some even believed he had purified the skeleton demon king's dark mana, making Isaac easy to capture. Without wasting a second, the Crimson family knights charged forward to restrain the one they considered a heretic. One knight loudly acknowledged the order, then shouted at Isaac to stay where he was. But the scene was nothing like they expected. Instead of running, Isaac happily skipped around the altar. As they approached, he turned around, lowered his body slightly, and extended one hand toward the knights. Before they could understand what was happening, Isaac revealed the glowing crimson contract mark on the back of his hand. With a provocative wink, Isaac casually announced that he had taken their crimson god, then asked what they planned to do about it. In an instant, the entire area exploded into heated discussion. No one understood why the crimson god would contract with a cerulean priest, when everyone thought Isaac was trying to summon the supreme god. Ren was drenched in cold sweat. He could not understand why Isaac ignored the supreme god and targeted their god instead. Then an even scarier thought hit him. Was this kid planning to take both gods? The theories only grew wilder. Some thought Isaac would absorb the Crimson God's power before contracting with the Supreme God. Others believed he would use the Crimson God as a hostage. One furious man pointed at Isaac and called him insane. Hearing everyone invent plans for him, Isaac smirked. That idea actually did not sound bad. The hall descended into even greater chaos. The biggest shock was that the Crimson God chose a cerulean child over a Crimson descendant, and if the god who punished heretics accepted Isaac, calling him faithless suddenly made little sense. Those whispers made Sep's Neezer tremble with rage. From the current outcome, the Crimson God had practically placed a cerulean child above the Crimson family's current heir. The crowd kept questioning everything they had heard. Isaac was called a heretic, but if he truly threatened the gods, the Crimson God should have killed him already. Some even mocked the Crimson family's decline, while Isaac simply spread his arms and enjoyed the chaos. At this point, Sepeth Leon could no longer contain his anger and immediately demanded an explanation. His expression darkened as he stared at Isaac, unable to believe the kid was openly trying to steal the god his family worshipped. Sepeth Leon coldly glanced at those beside him. The Crimson God siding with the cerulean faith made no sense. Something had to be wrong. With an imposing voice, he demanded that the cerulean side break the contract. Eli Joshua refused to budge and immediately asked what gave him the right to demand that. Eli smirked and reminded him that becoming the Pope required uniting all 5 faiths, and now Sepeth's own god had personally acknowledged his precious grandson. Those words made Sepeth Leon clench his jaw in fury, veins bulging across his forehead as he cursed Eli in his mind. A priest behind him immediately protested. One family stealing another family's god was unacceptable. Ren agreed, asking what right Isaac had to claim Sepeth's god when he carried Joshua blood. Riley Joshua merely glanced at the angry crowd and ignored them. He suggested the family head leave, since they had no obligation to stay and answer these accusations. The Sepeth side still demanded the Crimson God back, calling the situation absurd. But Riley cut them off, saying every outcome happened for a reason. Riley Joshua even threw their own words back at them, making the comeback even more humiliating. The scene then shifted to the Joshua estate, where Joshua Surah's furious shouting filled the room as he demanded to know what the hell Isaac had just done. Suri told him to remember those hostile stares. Joshua was already short on manpower, yet Isaac had gone and made even more enemies. But Kim Isaac barely listened. Joshua Suri stopped midrant after being ignored, while Isaac rested his chin on his hand, troubled by something else. Isaac's thoughts returned to that night. The sealed room was covered in layers of magic, with strange lights crossing everywhere and completely isolating it from the outside. The law god sighed and told Isaac to keep this secret. If his superiors found out, things would get messy. Isaac kept his hands in his pockets and casually agreed. He also warned Isaac not to get too proud of his current body. It was an extremely refined creation, but its lifespan was very short. The law god explained that this weakness was exactly why they had prepared numerous saint candidates. After some thought, he offered to transfer Isaac into another body, even suggesting a child from the Crimson family. According to the law god, a crimson body would make maintaining their contract much easier. But that suggestion made Isaac notice something important. Isaac slowly pointed at himself. Apparently, his current body was far more valuable than he had realized. A calculating smile appeared on Isaac's face. If this body was truly nothing special, the law god would not be trying so hard to make him abandon it. The god's eye twitched slightly, clearly left speechless by Isaac's sharp instincts. The law god quickly turned serious and insisted his warning was real. Isaac barely listened and concluded that even this powerful body would eventually fail, while the other saint candidates probably had similar strength. Just then, magical light gathered in the law god's palm. Since he had exploited Isaac before, he decided to repay him with an important warning. His warning was crystal clear. Isaac should never place too much trust in the Joshua family. Back in the present, those words still lingered in Kim Isaac's mind. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand why the law god specifically warned him about Joshua. While Isaac remained lost in thought, Joshua Suri finally snapped. He shouted at Isaac, then guessed that Isaac lacked the mana to summon the supreme god and settled for contracting with the crimson god instead. Kim Isaac just lazily rubbed his neck. Isaac immediately denied it. At that moment, a powerful voice came from outside the door, announcing that the person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Hiray Barrett entered with a rare, bright smile. He formally congratulated the priests, who had tied for first place with his Kina in the black trial. Hiray laughed loudly, admitting that sharing first place normally annoyed him, but since the other side was cerulean, he could overlook it this time. Joshua Suri nearly got goosebumps watching him. That cheerful tone alone sent chills down his spine. He could hardly believe someone like Hiray Barrett could smile like this. After a few pleasantries, Hiray Barrett got straight to the point. He reminded Isaac that they still had an unfinished deal. He even raised the offer, promising more than before as long as Isaac handed the supreme god over to his side. Joshua Suri was stunned, but he was certain Isaac would never accept. Yet Kim Isaac slowly stood up and asked Hiray if he was serious. Isaac's eyes instantly lit up at the mention of profit, and he agreed without hesitation. That answer made Joshua Suri explode, shouting at Isaac and asking if he had lost his mind. Kim Isaac remained unfazed, calmly rubbing his hands like he was closing a business deal. He could hand him over, but payment came first. Isaac curled a finger toward Hiray Barrett and reminded him about the demon wealth god he had promised. Just thinking about that god brought the cursed wealth god back to Isaac's mind. Hiray Barrett immediately reached into his coat. At the same time, he explained that everyone had a limit on how many contracts they could form with gods. Hiray placed a small box on the table. He explained that the Pope could maintain multiple contracts at once, but with Isaac's current condition, that would not be easy. Hiray quickly opened the box, revealing a special item. Instead of making Isaac form another contract, this summoning stone would let him borrow divine power without binding himself to another god. Kim Isaac immediately cheered in excitement. Joshua Suri stared in shock, recognizing it as the pillar stone of the Yellow family. Joshua Suri could hardly believe it. This tiny stone held more divine power than most temples, enough to bless an entire kingdom. Yet Hiray Barrett was giving it straight to Isaac. Isaac wasted no time and immediately grabbed the treasure. The moment he got it, Kim Isaac stuffed the stone into his pocket. He confirmed that all he had to do now was summon the supreme god for Hiray Barrett, making Hiray wonder if Isaac truly had no attachment to her. Even the phantom watching nearby wondered if his master really planned to hand her over. Isaac denied it. He only wanted to learn what the supreme god was planning, because blindly trusting gods was never part of his plan. Hiray Barrett leaned forward slightly. The stone had been delivered as promised, so now it was Isaac's turn to honor the deal. But before Hirai could finish, the sight before him made his entire body jolt, cutting his demand for the Supreme God short. Without anyone noticing when it happened, the Supreme God was already standing silently behind Kim Isaac, as if she had never left. She slowly reached forward, as golden divine power poured out, its brilliant light making the surrounding space tremble. The moment the Supreme God's hand touched Isaac's, golden light gathered on the back of his hand and formed an intricate divine mark. Joshua Sura's expression instantly changed when he saw what was forming, and he cried out in horror. He nearly screamed when he realized it was the mark of a contract with the Supreme God. Every priest in the room was stunned. One confirmed the mark was real, while another noticed the bigger problem. Isaac now held 2 divine contracts at once. Joshua Suri went pale, his mind completely overwhelmed by this impossible development. Kim Isaac was even more shocked. He had no idea what he had done to make the Supreme God suddenly bind herself to him. Joshua Suri saw it completely differently. Filled with admiration, he assumed Isaac had planned this from the beginning and deliberately hid his intention to contract the Supreme God. That scheming fox had fooled everyone again. Kim Isaac clenched his fists in rage, wanting to scream that Suri had completely misunderstood everything. Hirai Barrett's priests gritted their teeth in fury. To them, Isaac had accepted their treasure and immediately stolen the Supreme God. The Cerulean side had clearly planned this dirty trick, fooling both the Crimson side and them. Just as their anger peaked, Isaac suddenly threw himself onto the floor and demanded that the Supreme God cancel the contract immediately. His dramatic tantrum instantly left the furious priests speechless. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Kim Isaac kept rolling across the floor and asked the cardinal how to reverse the contract. Hirai Barrett realized Isaac did not seem to be acting and told him to hold out his hand. If the contract was truly accidental, he would help remove it. The cardinal's gaze turned cold as he declared that he would personally sever Isaac's connection to the Supreme God. Hirai Barrett placed his hand over Isaac's and explained the rule. Humans could not force a god to break a contract, but if the contractor genuinely wished to abandon it, the bond could still be severed. Kim Isaac did not hesitate. No matter what it took, he wanted out of this contract. Hirai Barrett closed his eyes and focused. Brilliant golden divine power poured out as he activated his skill and began severing the bond. Hirai calmly explained that once the ritual was complete, Isaac's contract would become invalid. He repeatedly stressed that the mark on Isaac's hand would disappear along with the connection. When Isaac started losing focus, Hirai Barrett yelled at him to stop messing around and seriously concentrate on rejecting the contract. Isaac angrily shouted back that he was already trying his hardest. The ritual continued, and a burning pain made Kim Isaac grimace. He only wanted the Supreme God out of his life. He needed the wealth god, not her. She was getting in the way of his money. Isaac squeezed his eyes shut and desperately wished for the Supreme God to leave and the contract to disappear. Surely this much rejection had to be enough. But as time passed, Hirai Barrett suddenly gripped Isaac's wrist, veins bulging across his forehead as he asked if Isaac was messing with him. Isaac looked down and saw the mark still there, then insisted he was not pretending. Phantom urged his master to accept it. Another contract was not a bad thing, but Kim Isaac still preferred the god of wealth and felt something was seriously off. Hirai Barrett's face darkened. If this was truly an accident, Isaac could return the stone and end it there. Joshua Suri silently agreed. The moment he heard he had to return the treasure, Isaac came up with another plan. He suddenly shouted for the yellow cardinal. Then Isaac turned and bolted, taking the treasure with him. Before disappearing, he shouted that he would never forget their kindness today. Hirai Barrett froze, his mouth twitching. What kindness? Everyone else was just as confused, since they had clearly told him to return the stone. Just as a bad feeling hit them, Isaac shot straight through the window with no intention of coming back. Everyone finally snapped out of it and hurriedly told the cardinal that the brat had stolen the treasure and escaped. The scene then shifted to the Academy banquet hall, packed with lively chatter and celebration. While eating, the students kept talking about Isaac. Having contracts with 2 gods at once was almost unheard of. Their eyes turned to Kina Barris. Her twin gods counted as one entity, while Isaac had contracts with 2 completely different gods, including a high god. Amid the lively chatter, an authoritative voice came from the entrance, ordering everyone to quiet down for an announcement. The priest opened a scroll and announced the council's decision. First place in the color trial went to Isaac Rousseau. The moment his name was announced, the entire hall erupted, with many students unable to believe the result. Isaac Rousseau was then ordered to visit the cardinal's office and collect his reward. David excitedly grabbed Rousseau Suri by the shoulders, saying this result could make history in the 5-color trial. Rousseau Suri could only sit there in disbelief. In the middle of celebrating, David suddenly asked where Isaac was. Joshua Suri avoided his gaze and said he had no idea. David thought nothing of it. Isaac had probably wandered off somewhere and would go crazy once he heard they had won. After clearing his throat to regain everyone's attention, the priest officially declared the 5-color trial over. He reminded the students that they would now take what they had learned into the outside world. 3 months later, they would reunite for graduation during the New Year's celebration. Just then, a group entered the hall. The priest reminded everyone to build connections with their seniors before leaving the academy. Leading them was Jing Chang, chief manager of the second-rank priests, accompanied by 2 others. All 3 looked down on the trainees with obvious superiority. David shuddered. One look at their faces told him the juniors were about to get disciplined, and someone behind him added that this interrogation would not be pleasant. The hall grew lively again when everyone recognized the senior second-rank priests. Most suspected this sudden visit had something to do with Isaac. Joshua Suri secretly felt relieved that Isaac was absent. At least he could not cause trouble and ruin his image in front of the seniors. Joshua planned to warn Isaac not to act recklessly later, but fate immediately crushed that hope when Kim Isaac kicked the door open and stormed inside. Even worse, an angry mob was chasing right behind him, shouting for someone to catch him. Cries demanding the stone back echoed through the hall. The senior stared at the chaos and realized the kid before him was the infamous Isaac Joshua. Jing Chang, chief manager of the second-rank priests, immediately judged Isaac as completely unruly. He truly was the mad dog from the rumors. But before Jing Chang could finish criticizing him, Isaac suddenly charged straight at him. Without slowing down, Kim Isaac planted his foot right on the senior's face and delivered a brutal kick. Using the kick as a launch point, he activated an acceleration holy spell and shot into the air, while everyone panicked over the fallen senior. As the others screamed about how insane this brat was, Kim Isaac kept sprinting, gasping for breath as he yelled for everyone to move because he was extremely busy. One person rushed to check on the chief manager, while another angrily pointed at Isaac, unable to understand just how crazy this brat really was. Hangu kept his composure and stopped everyone from losing their temper. This kid simply needed some proper discipline. But before the chief manager could act like a dignified senior, flowers and water smashed into his face, cutting off his threat against Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac kept running and throwing random things at his pursuers, yelling at them to stop chasing him. One man could not even tell what the brat was throwing. The entire hall descended into chaos as everyone demanded their stuff back. Joshua Suri stood frozen with one thought. They were completely screwed. Someone stomped in rage, wondering what was wrong with Isaac today. Another was furious that a mere trainee had used a senior's face as a stepping stone. One senior coldly warned that Isaac would not escape punishment this time. Becoming a saint candidate had clearly made the brat forget all manners. The chief manager clenched his fist but pretended to be generous. Isaac was only 10, so childish behavior was hardly surprising. But the flower in his hand was already crushed. He declared it a senior's duty to discipline juniors, and every student knew the days ahead would be rough. After regaining his composure, the chief manager revealed that the trainees would soon accompany the royal family and receive missions directly from the queen. A mission involving the skeleton demon king would soon begin. Its results would count toward graduation, meaning the current rankings were not final. The chief manager looked smug. Without help from the seniors, Isaac would struggle to score well. One real defeat should finally teach that brat some manners. He blamed Isaac's behavior on everyone spoiling him. As a senior, he claimed it was his duty to straighten the brat out, making one pale-faced student realize they were clearly targeting Isaac. Just as the chief manager declared Isaac needed to taste defeat, disaster struck again. Another foot slammed straight into his face. Kim Isaac merely glanced back in confusion, wondering what someone behind him had been mumbling about. As the group desperately chased Isaac, one furious man questioned his companion. Why did he keep helping that brat? Were they secretly on the same side? Isaac clicked his tongue, clearly done with this mess. Then he suddenly changed direction and jumped straight down. It happened so fast that the senior completely froze, eyes wide as he tried to understand what had just happened. Joshua Suri was speechless and grabbed his messy hair in shock. Keena Barrett stood beside him, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Kim Isaac casually turned back with a bright smile, waved goodbye, and told everyone he would see them again at graduation. The scene shifted to the Joshua family estate. Sapnok vowed to serve his master in body and soul, even using magic beyond any priest's imagination. Hearing the part about her body, Rai Lai Joshua collapsed in shock, sending Ashley King rushing over. Sapnok simply bowed and told them not to worry, but from the looks of things, a whole new romance was beginning. Elsewhere, Kina Barrett wasted no time making a shocking proposal. She wanted Isaac to marry her. Kina even grabbed Kim Isaac by the shoulders and shook him, insisting they start a family together. Everyone stared in shock as a love triangle suddenly took shape. Joshua Suri gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his anger. He could not believe they were discussing something like this in front of everyone. Right then, Kim Isaac suddenly pointed at him and loudly revealed that he already knew his uncle was a eunuch. The man froze like he had been struck by lightning. The secret lie had hidden for so long had just been exposed by Isaac in front of everyone. In another scene, Kim Isaac recognized the magic circle beneath his feet and broke into a cold sweat. It was clearly the Skeleton Demon King's summoning circle, yet someone could still activate it. Just as the tension peaked, Chabla's voice rang out. Isaac instantly panicked as a terrible feeling washed over him. Isaac's pupils shrank in shock. He stiffly turned around and went pale upon seeing His Highness. Chablis frowned, wondering why Isaac had appeared through the Skeleton Demon King's summoning circle, accidentally exposing a world-shaking secret. The scene returned to the garden outside the estate, where warm sunlight covered the peaceful grounds. That silence was quickly shattered by an angry shout aimed at someone nearby. Kim Isaac crossed his arms and demanded to know if this whole mess was Sapnak's doing. Beside him, the Watcher Phantom looked thoroughly entertained. Facing his master's anger, Sapnak dropped to both knees without making a single excuse. The Watcher Phantom confirmed everything. After Isaac stole the God of Law from the Yellow family, took their pillar stone, and vanished, Sapnak simply abandoned the priests to their fate. The story flashed back to a room where violent clashes echoed non-stop. Amid the chaos, a long-haired priest stood there with a deathly pale face. Another cleric watched the holy knights get blasted away and screamed about a terrorist attack targeting the Pope's core priests. Back in the present, Kim Isaac told the kneeling Sapnak that disguising everything as a holy spell accident would never fool anyone who knew the truth. Knowing there was no point hiding it anymore, Sapnak lowered his head and sincerely apologized to his master. Still, Sapnak insisted he could not stand by while those clerics plotted against and attacked Isaac. Isaac put his hands on his hips and sighed, having already guessed the reason. But Sapnak's next words made Isaac immediately open his eyes and stare at him in shock. Sapnak calmly touched the hole in his chest and told Isaac not to worry. After all, this would be his final chance to serve his master. Isaac frowned at the wound and quickly realized Sapnak had been struck by the cardinals. The injury was severe enough to kill him at any moment. Sapnak bowed again while searching through his clothes, ashamed that his honored master had to see him in such a miserable state. Soon he pulled out a green magic stone and asked to leave behind one final gift. Isaac immediately suspected it was a memory stone. Holding it with both hands, Sapnak revealed it contained countless imperial secrets gathered over decades of living as a slave. That information would surely help Isaac in the future. For Sapnak, using his life's work to repay his master's kindness was more than enough to leave him grateful and satisfied. Isaac stared wide-eyed without interrupting. Sapnak calmly explained that since he could no longer leave this place, he had decided to end his life here. Sapnak even planned Isaac's escape, suggesting he call the clerics and claim credit for killing one of the 14 followers. But Isaac quickly stopped him and told him not to die yet. Isaac immediately raised the hand, bearing the red mark, and summoned the God of Law before him. The God of Law appeared in annoyance and asked what Isaac wanted. Isaac instantly threatened to expose his failed sealing attempt unless he cooperated. Isaac demanded that the God of Law change Sapnak's nature, something that should be easy for a god like him. The God of Law stared at Sapnak in disbelief. A red gleam flashed through Isaac's eyes as he smiled dangerously. What he wanted was simple: turn this undead into a real human. The God of Law immediately questioned Isaac's sanity, but Isaac insisted he knew the god could do it and ordered him to get started. Isaac pointed out that the God of Law could bend natural laws for punishment, from weakening an immortal body to of escape. Unable to deny it, the god admitted Isaac was right. Seeing his chance, Isaac argued that undead could not feel pain. Turning Sapnak into a fragile human would make every punishment far worse, with pain itself becoming part of the sentence. The God of Law silently considered it. His power could indeed do this, but Sapnak was no ordinary undead. He was the Skeleton Demon King's closest steward and a deadly assassin. Worse, Sapnak had killed countless servants of the gods. The main reason the God of Law could suppress someone this dangerous was precisely because Sapnak was undead. Thinking it over, the God of Law refuses to turn Sapnak human, since that would save one of the 14 followers. He flatly refuses to help, but Isaac calmly asks if he wants to see himself thrown into prison. The god of law warns Isaac that exposure would kill him too, but Isaac simply tilts his head, completely unfazed. Isaac turns to leave, casually saying he might have a little chat with the Pope. That title alone makes the god of law panic. He cannot believe Isaac would actually involve the Pope, while Isaac seems almost amused by the idea of them dying together. The god of law warns they will both die, but Isaac says life means nothing if he cannot even save his loyal subordinate. Sweat runs down the god of law's face as he realizes Isaac might actually do it. Someone who fears no consequences is terrifying. If Isaac causes a scene, his own life is finished too. With no other choice, the god of law calls him back and agrees. Though reluctant, he confirms he only needs to turn Sapnok human. Isaac returns, saying this would have been easier if he agreed sooner. The god of law returns to the mark on Isaac's hand and tells him to touch Sapnok. The Watcher sneers at the unpleasant divine power. Isaac happily walks over and gently places a hand on Sapnok's shoulder. Energy flows through Isaac's arm as the god of law activates a divine punishment called humanization. Holy power covers Sapnok as the decree forces him into human form, making him experience the pain of mortal flesh. Sapnok's body begins melting and reshaping, while the god of law continues chanting the conditions needed to maintain his human state. Soon, Sapnok becomes nothing but a blurry black silhouette as the surrounding power grows even stronger. Isaac watches eagerly. Becoming human will erase Sapnok's old traces and end the Cardinal's pursuit, giving Isaac a powerful and reliable butler. Isaac is already imagining his new right-hand man, when the Watcher suddenly notices something strange. As the magic fades, long red hair appears first. Isaac notices nothing wrong and excitedly calls Sapnok's name. But when the face finally appears, Isaac freezes. After becoming human, Sapnok has turned into a woman. Sapnok looks over her new body, then respectfully confirms to her master that she is indeed female. Isaac frowns, completely caught off guard. Sapnok's appearance and voice had always made him assume she was male. Isaac approaches and asks if anything feels wrong. Sapnok says the strangest part is experiencing the world through all 5 senses for the first time. Before separating, Isaac stresses that Sapnok must hide her identity. His grandfather and the Joshua family would execute the skeleton demon king on sight. She firmly agrees, knowing the Azure Cardinal rivals even the Pope. Isaac is about to warn her again when Suri Joshua suddenly bursts from the bushes and calls out to him. Suri Joshua demands to know where Isaac has been. Unfazed, Isaac claims he was busy running around, protecting the stone pillars. Suri says a terrorist attack has thrown everything into chaos. The Yellow Priests, and even those Isaac betrayed, were attacked, and everyone is hunting the culprit, who is ironically standing right beside him. Frustrated, Suri Joshua says the Second Years have blacklisted Isaac. The imperial family ordered everyone to work in pairs, yet they isolated Isaac and even withheld mission intel. Isaac suggests they team up instead, but Suri Joshua avoids his gaze, saying he already has a partner. Suri stressed this was not a mission anyone could handle alone. Their real goal was to track down the skeleton demon king's spy. Isaac frowned, while the Watcher's ghost behind him had no clue what they were planning. According to Suri Joshua's intel, someone inside the imperial palace was secretly performing a ritual to summon the skeleton demon king. Isaac glanced behind him, wondering who would be crazy enough to do that, while Sapnok only closed her eyes and shook her head. Suri Joshua added that someone matching the suspect's appearance had already been spotted, but an entire group of level 6 fighters was crushed, and even a level 7 royal knight lost badly. Isaac immediately snapped, wondering who would send first-year trainees against a monster like that. Suri Joshua awkwardly explained that the danger was exactly why the mission required pairs. He then hinted that he could reconsider teaming up with Isaac. Isaac instantly waved him off, since he already had a partner. Following Isaac's gesture, Suri Joshua turned around and finally noticed Sapnok standing right behind him. Her sudden appearance scared Suri Joshua so badly that he let out a startled scream. Seconds later, his face turned red as he stared at Sapnok and asked Isaac where this beauty came from. Isaac shot him a warning glare, then claimed he had rescued her from a demon attack. Sapnok quietly listened to Isaac's made-up story, while Suri Joshua immediately focused on the demon part. Isaac continued, saying he found her caught in the battle while chasing the 14th servant, probably after she was hit by a stray attack. Isaac even sighed like the whole thing was a burden. After being rescued, Sapnok insisted on repaying him and refused to stop following him. Hearing that, Suri Joshua immediately mocked Isaac. Someone like him actually going out of his way to save a person was almost unbelievable. But beneath the teasing, Suri Joshua grew suspicious. Sapnok was beautiful, but letting a mysterious woman stay beside Isaac was dangerous. He even imagined she knew Isaac was a Joshua and approached him just to kidnap him for ransom. While Suri was lost in suspicion, Sapnok stepped forward and assured him she meant no harm. Her only goal was to serve her master. That last word made Suri Joshua freeze as he stammered. "Master?" Feeling things were getting worse, Suri Joshua stepped in front of Isaac and demanded to know her background. Sapnok suddenly realized her mistake and corrected herself, saying she was not actually a servant. As the fabric slipped slightly from her shoulder, Sapnok looked at him with shining eyes and calmly corrected her status. She was her master's slave. Suri Joshua's face instantly changed. He looked struck by lightning as he kept repeating the word slave in disbelief. Sapnok seriously declared she would serve her master day and night. Before she could finish, Suri Joshua hurriedly pulled her clothes back up and cursed Isaac for being shameless. How could a priest do something like this? Behind him, Isaac and Sapnok only exchanged confused looks. Suri Joshua nearly lost his mind. Holding Sapnok's collar shut, he warned her that Isaac was a direct heir of the family and would soon have a fiancé. Any scandal would become a massive problem, so she needed to stay away. Sapnok calmly replied that she never wanted to become his fiancé. She only wished to stay beside her master and soothe his soul. Instead of fixing anything, that explanation left Suri Joshua completely frozen from shock. Sapnok lowered her voice and confessed that her master had completely filled her thoughts. She could no longer force herself to leave him and only wished to remain by his side. Suri Joshua started trembling before slowly turning toward Isaac. Isaac only stared back in confusion, wondering what had suddenly gotten into him. A tear rolled down Suri Joshua's cheek as he began sobbing like he had just witnessed something catastrophic. Soon, Suri Joshua's screams echoed across the garden as he called for his grandfather, accusing Isaac of somehow learning every bad habit imaginable. At that exact moment elsewhere, Eli Joshua was handling his work when a sudden chill ran through his body. Goosebumps covered his skin, leaving him wondering what had just happened. The next morning, bright sunlight poured over the roof of the Joshua family mansion. Inside one room, Eli Joshua was furious beyond belief and roared Isaac's name. He grabbed Isaac by the collar and shook him repeatedly, furious that the kid was already thinking about getting a girlfriend. In his opinion, Isaac should wait at least another 100 years. Isaac could only stare blankly, wondering what nonsense his uncle had imagined this time. Eli Joshua clutched his forehead, trembling at the thought of the word slave and their suspicious relationship. Ashley immediately defended Isaac, insisting their young master would never do such a thing. Meanwhile, Isaac wanted to beat Suri for starting this whole mess. Eli Joshua still refused to calm down. He opposed Isaac dating and bringing home some mysterious girl, even declaring that this marriage was unacceptable. Isaac could only sigh, as his uncle kept jumping to wild conclusions. To stop the misunderstanding, Isaac pushed his uncle's hand off his shoulder and said the situation was nothing like he imagined. Eli Joshua froze, unsure what Isaac meant. Isaac explained that his internship was over, and after graduation, he would constantly be traveling. Whether fighting, taking missions, or training, entering dangerous places would be unavoidable. Isaac then pointed at the girl behind him. She was strong enough to keep him safe, so he had brought her home simply to serve as his bodyguard. Shabnak closed her eyes, placed a hand over her chest, and bowed politely. Using her fake identity, she introduced herself as Sharp, but Eli Joshua and Ashley remained convinced Isaac was just hiding the fact that she was his girlfriend. Sharp raised her head and seriously reassured them. She promised to care for her master completely, tending not only to his body, but even the deepest emptiness within his soul. Those words made Eli Joshua and Ashley freeze as the suspicious implications echoed through their minds. Completely unaware of the mood, Shabnak kept proudly describing her talents. She was extremely confident in serving others and planned to care for her master's soul day and night. Meanwhile, Eli Joshua and Ashley's eyes turned red as they reached their limits. Shabnak calmly declared she would serve until her master was fully satisfied, even using secret magic that old-fashioned clergy could never imagine. Eli Joshua finally broke, gasping before letting out a horrified scream as Ashley hurried to support him. Watching Shabnak make everything worse with every explanation, Isaac covered his face and desperately wished she would stop. Finally, he declared it was all a misunderstanding and threatened to leave home if his family refused to accept her as his bodyguard. Even after that threat, Eli Joshua refused to back down. He would never allow someone with an unknown background to become Isaac's close attendant. Amid the heated argument, nobody noticed another person in black leather shoes had entered the room. Then a calm, deep voice suddenly interrupted, asking what exactly was so unacceptable about this. Benjamin Joshua approached and gave his opinion. Isaac had even managed to recruit an enemy heir, so anyone he personally brought home as a bodyguard had to be highly capable. Benjamin walked over with a smile and casually rubbed Isaac's hair, confirming this was the nephew he had heard about. He even called him quite adorable. Isaac just stared blankly, wondering why this gloomy-looking man was acting so familiar. Ashley remembered they had never met and quickly introduced him. This was Benjamin Joshua, the man controlling the Joshua family's finance and deciding how its money was spent. The moment Isaac learned his identity, his eyes lit up. To him, Benjamin was basically the god of wealth, guarding the Joshua family's entire fortune. Isaac's attitude changed instantly. He bowed deeply and greeted Benjamin with immense respect, even apologizing for taking so long to finally meet his uncle. Isaac's face lit up as compliments poured from his mouth. He respectfully asked Benjamin to guide and support him in the future, repeatedly saying that meeting his uncle was an incredible honor. Benjamin Joshua laughed and offered Isaac a handshake. Since the girl was already here, they might as well test her abilities. Beside them, Joshua's expression immediately darkened. Before leaving, Benjamin told everyone that the family head had summoned them all, so they needed to go see him immediately. Isaac was stunned to learn that the person summoning him was actually his grandfather. At the same time, inside the Sepeth estate, the atmosphere in the massive study was extremely tense. Sepeth Nizel stood silently, with his head lowered before the desk, while the man opposite him coldly said his performance had been deeply disappointing. Sitting in his chair, Sepeth Leon looked through the documents and shook his head. It seemed his son had forgotten just how terrifying the god of law truly was. Nizel immediately protested, but Leon set the documents down and asked one question. If Nizel understood everything so well, how did the god of law he summoned end up contracting with that famous healer instead? Nizel angrily insisted he never gave up on the contract. After the two suddenly vanished for a moment, the god of law unexpectedly chose that man instead. What confused Nizel most was that the god seemed to recognize only him. Leon frowned at this and rested his chin on his hand in silence. The god of law's strange reaction made Leon think about souls. An unbelievable possibility crossed his mind. Could that kid truly possess the potential of a saint? If that was true, Leon believed cooperating with the Joshua family might be better than fighting them. He disliked the kid, but there were more important matters to handle. Leon rose from his chair and reached a conclusion. Without the god of law, their entire plan was nearly ruined, and they could no longer locate the treasure. Even the Pope desired what was inside, so they could never let the Joshua family claim it first. Hearing how serious the consequences were, Sepeth Nizel instantly turned pale and lost all his confidence. Nizel quickly promised to find Isaac and reclaim the god of law at any cost. Leon told him to hurry because the eldest son, the true owner of the god of law, would soon return. That single piece of news made Nizel break into a cold sweat, his entire body frozen stiff. Nizel clenched his trembling fists and cursed inwardly. Once that hateful genius returned, both he and Isaac could be in serious trouble. After considering everything, Sepeth Leon decided they had to build a relationship with Isaac before the eldest son returned. Leon placed a hand on Nizel's shoulder and reminded him that his elder clansmen shared an incredibly deep bond with the god of law. If he learned the god was lost, he would never forgive them. Leon gave Nizel a strict order to recover the god of law by any means necessary. For now, he had to befriend Isaac while secretly gathering information about the god. Nizel hesitated, asking if he really had to become friends with that guy. Though unwilling, Nizel gritted his teeth and accepted the order. Even if he had to run errands for Isaac, he had no choice. Remembering all the suffering Isaac had caused him, Nizel could only mourn his terrible fate. Elsewhere, an angry shout suddenly echoed through the room. The elder demanded to know where Isaac had learned such nonsense at his age, even suspecting Jai Lai was the one who corrupted him. Isaac glanced up and patiently explained that the girl was simply his chosen bodyguard. After finishing his internship, he had the right to recruit a third-rank personal attendant, so naturally, he would choose whoever suited him best. Eli Joshua crossed his arms, unable to find any argument against such a reasonable explanation. Refusing to give up, he muttered that Isaac was far too young to be thinking about marriage. Isaac did not hear him clearly and asked what he had just said. Eli immediately changed the subject, saying Isaac could simply bring someone home and declare her a family bodyguard. Hearing this, the girl stepped forward and confidently declared that in combat strength, she was inferior to nobody in the room. Behind them, Ashley's fighting spirit immediately surged as she asked the family head to let her personally test the girl's strength. Eli Joshua tried to stop her, but the situation had already shifted. Eli Joshua looked around and said anyone personally chosen by Isaac had to possess some ability. so he would personally set a test, and if she passed, she would officially become a member of the family. Benjamin Joshua, Jai Lai Joshua, and Ashley were stunned when Eli added that if she succeeded, the girl would immediately receive the rank of first-class knight. Benjamin Joshua immediately protested at such an unbelievable reward. Normally, a knight had to serve the family for at least 10 years to reach first class. Eli saw no problem with it, calling it Isaac's reward for bringing glory to the Joshua family at the sacrificial ceremony while humiliating the Sepith. Even so, Benjamin thought such treatment for a 10-year-old was far too generous. Eli casually said they could simply give Jai Lai's position to the girl instead. Hearing his father say that so casually, Jai Lai Joshua froze and could only weakly mutter, "Father." Isaac, meanwhile, was celebrating inside. His grandfather understood exactly what he wanted. Everything was going even better than expected, and Shabnak might even become a first-class knight, placing her on the same level as Jai Lai. Eli was about to explain the test when Jai Lai Joshua and Ashley both interrupted, each wanting to personally test Shabnak. But Eli instantly rejected them with a heavy stomp that shook the floor. Clenching both fists, he declared that he would personally conduct this test. Isaac's eyes widened. This test was clearly unfair, and the Watcher Ghost agreed since Eli was already on par with the Pope. Isaac quickly tried to negotiate. Third-rank knight was enough for Sapnak, so having Rai test her would make far more sense. A red gleam flashed in Ella's eyes. If she could not even withstand a cardinal, how could she protect his grandson? Those words caught both Isaac and Sapnak completely off guard. A moment later, Sapnak turned to Isaac and calmly told him not to worry. But before she could finish, Eli vanished and appeared behind her at terrifying speed. Without wasting time testing her, he immediately struck with overwhelming force. Isaac grabbed his head in panic, terrified that Sapnak might get hurt. After the first strike, Eli kept pressing forward without losing any momentum. Yet Sapnak was still standing unharmed. Eli wondered if she had actually blocked that attack head-on. Sapnak looked straight at Eli, her expression completely calm and fearless. The next instant, they charged at each other, and their collision erupted in blinding light. Rai stared in disbelief. He never expected her to handle his father's attack so easily. Eli kept hammering Sapnak with powerful strikes, but his shock kept growing. Where had Isaac found such a monstrous bodyguard? Even stranger, someone this powerful willingly served Isaac. To Eli, using such a powerhouse as a mere bodyguard was a complete waste. Throughout their exchange, Sapnak had only defended herself without launching a single counterattack. Eli pulled back to reassess her. He had held back, but so had Sapnak. Even his restrained attacks targeted vital points, yet she neutralized them effortlessly. Then a disturbing possibility crossed Ella's mind, instantly putting him on guard. A chill ran down his spine as one thought surfaced in his mind. Demon. Suspicion rising, Eli clenched his fists as blue energy wrapped around his body. Giving Sapnak no time to prepare, he charged again, moving like a streak of light. Rai recognized that power and shouted in horror. Eli was using holy purification. Rai called out to his father, as Sapnak froze for a moment. She could not use dark mana, or suspicion would immediately fall on her master, Isaac. The small ghost hiding behind Isaac warned that if this continued, Sapnak could actually die. Under everyone's terrified gaze, Sapnak still refused to use her forbidden power. She stood her ground and took Eli's holy purification head-on. Holy energy erupted violently, its brilliant light nearly swallowing Sapnak whole. Rai went pale, unable to understand why his father used this spell. Eli coldly said he was forcing the hidden demon to reveal itself. The word demon left Benjamin and Rai frozen, their faces drained of color. Eli brushed off his hands, saying everyone had been too careless to question Sapnak's true identity. He was about to demand a full investigation when a fist suddenly burst out from the energy. A violent collision exploded, and thick red smoke covered the entire area. Rai screamed for his father. Even the ghost began stammering in shock, unable to understand what had happened inside the smoke. Only Isaac remained relaxed with a smile, because the outcome was already obvious to him. As the smoke cleared, Eli was still standing, one hand blocking the small fist aimed straight at him. Sapnak had neither vanished nor been purified. She stood there completely unharmed, and only Isaac knew why. She was human now. Her demonic identity remained hidden, but the fight was far from over. Both sides immediately charged again. Unlike before, Sapnak finally went on the offensive, forcing Eli to dodge her attacks. But Eli was not overwhelmed. He kept finding openings to counterattack, each strike carrying enough force to take Sapnak down. Under that pressure, Sapnak finally got serious as blazing red energy wrapped around her small fist. Their fists collided head-on, and the power gathered between them erupted violently. Heavy explosions thundered one after another as shockwaves swept across the entire area. Ashley barely stayed on her feet as shockwaves tore through the room. Seeing things spiral out of control, she called for the family head while Riley shouted for them to stop. Riley's shout finally brought the fight to a halt, but from his expression, he was clearly still furious about what had happened. Eli ignored him and kept his eyes on Sapnok. She had taken holy purification head-on, without weakening at all, leaving him even more puzzled. Benjamin rushed over, insisting the answer was obvious since Sapnok was clearly human. Riley also went pale, unable to believe his father had used purification on an ordinary person. Riley warned that what Eli had done was extremely serious. In another family, it could spark a bloody conflict, and even mortal enemies would not use such a spell so recklessly. Benjamin adjusted his glasses and sided with Riley. This had gone far beyond something a simple apology could fix. Eli silently scratched his head, only for Benjamin to get angry over something else. Pointing around the room, he demanded to know who would pay for all this damage. Everyone finally looked around and saw the living room nearly destroyed, with furniture scattered everywhere, like a real battle had taken place. Benjamin stared at Eli and announced his punishment. His entire allowance for the next 6 months would be cut off. Eli froze on the spot. That punishment clearly hurt him more than the fight itself. A while later, everyone moved to another room and resumed discussing Sapnok. Surrounded by stacks of documents, Benjamin reported that he had checked everything available and found nothing suspicious. He then asked whether Eli truly intended to grant her first-rank certification. Reading the fake records Isaac had prepared, Eli confirmed that he would keep his word. Benjamin adjusted his glasses and raised his biggest concern. Eli would never use holy purification without reason, so could Sapnok actually be connected to demons? Eli put down the documents and sighed. Even he had no answer, because he had never sensed a trace of dark mana from her. Yet his instincts told him something did not add up. Sapnok was human, but something about her seemed to exist beyond that definition. Seeing Benjamin's surprise, Eli said his instincts were rarely wrong. Even if a god examined Sapnok's soul directly, they would still see an ordinary human. That only made Benjamin more cautious. Eli was one of history's greatest cardinals, and his instincts rarely failed. Could Sapnok really be a demon approaching Isaac for some hidden purpose? Benjamin immediately asked whether they should expel her. Eli shook his head, saying it was better to keep her close and secretly monitor her until her true intentions surfaced. More importantly, Eli was focused on the fact that Isaac himself had brought Sapnok back. Benjamin could not understand what his nephew had to do with this. Eli frowned, looking slightly tired but surprisingly optimistic. For those bearing the azure blood, making demons submit might actually prove Isaac possessed extraordinary potential. He added that while the Joshua family remained powerful, several important legacies had been lost over the years. Benjamin immediately thought of their ancient secret arts. Before he could speculate further, Eli stood up and made a major announcement. At this year's gathering of the direct bloodline, the family would finally choose its successor. Benjamin was thrilled that his father had finally made a decision. Outwardly, he only said the news would shake the entire family, and Eli quietly agreed. Looking out the window, Eli still had doubts. He did not know if the Joshua family was ready for an heir, but if that child was chosen, he might be their only hope of breaking the family's curse. At the same time, another tense conversation was unfolding inside a lavishly decorated room. The person across from Isaac still had not given him a satisfying answer. As Isaac prepared to ask again, Suri behind him started to panic. Isaac showed no concern for the other person's status and asked directly how much the royal family would pay if he captured a spy working for Demon King Holiday. Suri nearly had a heart attack. He could not believe Isaac had the nerve to speak like that here. He nervously glanced at the royal guard behind them and wanted to cry. Isaac was under an imperial order, yet he was demanding payment like this was a paid mission instead of a royal command. Worried Isaac would drag both of them and the Joshua family into trouble, Suri quietly told him to watch his words. Isaac saw nothing wrong with demanding payment when the royal family was clearly using him for a dangerous mission. The royal knight behind the queen trembled with anger at his attitude, but Isaac pointed out that the royal family wanted him to handle everything, while he alone risked his life. Isaac rubbed his chin and gave a knowing smile. Would the noble royal family offer proper compensation, or had he simply expected too much from them? Isaac still refused to name a price. Demon King Hollowday's spy could already be inside the royal palace, and even 6th and 7th rank knights had fallen, making this an extremely dangerous mission. Seeing the queen smile, Isaac used the danger to push for more money. If his life was on the line, hazard pay was only fair. After hearing him out, the queen smiled faintly. So this was the young priest from the Joshua family everyone had been talking about. The ghost floating above Isaac studied Shabless and noticed something strange. The crown prince looked nothing like the queen, and Isaac mentally explained that she was not his biological mother. The ghost was surprised that a concubine's son had become crown prince. It quickly understood why the queen might want Chablis removed from her path. The ghost eagerly suggested winning the queen over and helping her eliminate the crown prince. From her attitude, she was clearly paying special attention to Isaac. Isaac only laughed and reminded it of one important fact. The queen belonged to the Pope's faction. The ghost immediately lost interest, wondering how someone from the opposing faction had survived this long. The queen admitted they had miscalculated, even though the request originally came through the Holy See. Given the true danger, the original reward was too low, so Isaac would receive proper compensation. She then asked whether the new terms satisfied him. Isaac instantly changed his attitude, rubbing his hands together, as he happily accepted the mission from Her Majesty. At that moment, Isaac remembered Sapnak's warning about what had happened since he formed a contract with the greatest god. The queen had clearly started paying much more attention to him. The ghost was pleased that Sapnak's information was useful. While Isaac was impressed, she stayed so well informed after being imprisoned for so long. Isaac discreetly studied the queen and felt her intentions were becoming painfully obvious. That smile convinced Isaac she saw him as a pawn to bring down the crown prince. After finishing her words, the queen calmly lifted her teacup and took a sip. The ghost also sensed her hidden plan to strip Chablis of his position. Isaac agreed, because once the crown prince took power, the queen and the Pope's faction could be the first targets of a purge. Glancing at Chablis, Isaac figured that if the crown prince were not a swordmaster, the queen probably would not have tolerated him this long. Chablis suddenly spoke up, saying it was cruel to drag a trainee priest into such a dangerous political scheme. In his view, clergy should never be involved in this kind of conflict. The queen simply smiled and gently set down her teacup. She privately admitted Chablis was mature for his age, though his objection likely came from her personally summoning Isaac. Outwardly, she calmly stressed that Demon King Hollowday's forces were truly targeting the royal family. The queen turned toward Chablis and warned that even the crown prince's life could be in their sights. A knight immediately presented the evidence. Hollowday's agents were definitely hiding somewhere in the palace, with cursed artifacts bearing his traces and numerous healing supplies found around the royal palace. From those clues, the queen concluded that Holloday might be planning to destroy Chablis Palace, the heart of the Holy Land. Isaac was completely baffled because none of that involved him. All he wanted was to get rich and live an easy life. The queen smiled and declared that even Holloday could never easily breach the barrier protected by the Holy Dragon. Isaac grew irritated hearing that. He had no intention of touching it, because anything involving dragons would bring nothing but endless trouble. The ghost found that theory convincing. Wiping out the imperial family could weaken and eventually shatter the Holy Dragon barrier. The negotiation was not over yet. The Empress handed Isaac a stack of files listing suspicious servants inside the imperial palace. She wanted Isaac to use those clues to uncover the hidden traitor. Since he had contracted with a supreme god, she clearly expected great things from him. The Empress promised a fitting reward if Isaac caught whoever was targeting the imperial family, but when he tried to negotiate the payment, Suri quickly covered his mouth and accepted the mission for him. As Suri dragged him outside, Isaac complained about taking a job without settling the price first. Suri hurried him out while the Empress smiled and said she would await good news. Once in the hallway, Suri finally relaxed and scolded Isaac for nearly giving him a heart attack. Bargaining that hard in front of royalty took some serious nerve. Isaac brushed him off in annoyance. At a time like this, why was Suri still worried about royal etiquette? Just thinking about their client made Isaac picture mountains of cash. Their client was the Empress herself, so passing up this chance to make a fortune would be stupid. Wiping his mouth, Isaac vowed to squeeze every coin he could from the Empress. Suri could only wonder what the Supreme God had ever seen in this guy. While they were still arguing, someone approached and warned them not to trust the Empress too much. Suri immediately turned around in surprise. It was Crown Prince Chablis. He bluntly said the Empress only cared about the value of Joshua's reputation that Isaac carried. Realizing who he was, Suri was stunned that the Crown Prince had personally come to see them. Chablis warned that this mission could easily cost Isaac his life, so every move from now on had to be made carefully. The Crown Prince walked past them, saying he hoped the Skeleton Demon King's spy would be caught soon. Suri quickly assured His Highness that they would handle it. Talking to the Crown Prince left Suri fired up, swearing the evil Skeleton Demon King would never return. Isaac only smirked, knowing that Demon King had returned long ago and was standing right behind this idiot. That night, the two arrived at a secluded area of the palace. Hidden beneath the trees near a locked warehouse, they whispered that traces of the skeleton demon king's servant had to lead here. From cursed artifacts to recovery tools, the warehouse was packed with items connected to the skeleton demon king. Hiding in the bushes, Suri wondered why they had to wait here. Isaac told him to be patient because the mastermind would eventually come to this warehouse. Isaac then revealed the warehouse was only bait. The real recovery site was elsewhere, and anyone who understood these items would immediately notice something was wrong. Suri grew suspicious of how much Isaac knew about the skeleton demon king. Before he could ask, Isaac shoved his head down and signaled him to hide. A black-robed figure was sneaking toward the warehouse door. Holding his head, Suri whispered in shock that someone had actually shown up. Isaac only raised an eyebrow smugly. Everything was going exactly as he predicted. After watching the figure for a while, Isaac decided the culprit's identity was almost obvious. Suri was still clueless and quickly asked who it was. Looking at the slender figure hidden beneath the black robe, Isaac grinned and gave his answer. It had to be the Empress. Suri could barely believe what he heard. Suri argued that the Empress herself had ordered them to find the skeleton demon king's servant, so how could she be the suspect? Isaac figured it was all an act to distance herself from the spy. Thinking about what he could gain from this, Isaac's eyes lit up. Catching the mastermind could earn him favor with the prince and even the emperor. The ghost appeared and warned that a summoning formation could drag Isaac's soul away. Isaac calmly reassured it that humans could not operate that kind of formation. With that, Isaac left their hiding spot and followed the black-robed figure. Suri was nervous and confused, but followed close behind. Suri told Isaac to wait while checking behind them for anyone following. He warned Isaac to stay alert in the darkness, but suddenly something happened to Isaac. When Suri turned back around, his eyes widened at the sight before him. Isaac had vanished without a trace. Left alone in the darkness, Suri trembled and desperately called his name. At the same time, an unknown force had teleported Isaac directly into the magic formation inside the warehouse. The moment he landed, Isaac went pale. This was the skeleton demon king's real recovery formation, meaning someone could actually activate what he thought humans could never use. Before Isaac could process it, a voice suddenly called him the son of the Joshua family. Isaac immediately turned toward the voice and froze when he saw who had spoken. The person beneath the black robe was not the Empress as Isaac expected, but someone completely unexpected. Standing before Isaac was none other than Crown Prince Shablis. The two stared at each other awkwardly, neither knowing what to say. Isaac stayed calm on the outside, but his mind was in chaos. How could Shablis activate the real summoning formation when Isaac had deliberately spread countless fake versions? After examining the formation, Isaac felt even worse. This was the original summoning magic he had personally created. The ghost reminded him that Isaac once taught the method to his subordinates for emergencies. Isaac because he never thought those simpletons could remember the entire process. Seeing that Shablis looked equally confused, Isaac reached a terrifying conclusion. Could the Crown Prince himself be the spy connected to the skeleton demon king? Isaac finally stood up and broke the silence. He almost demanded an explanation, but quickly changed it into a polite question about whether His Highness was patrolling the area. Spotting a piece of bone in Shablis' hand, Isaac scratched his head and pretended the Crown Prince was simply on patrol. The ghost was speechless, since Shabli had clearly activated the ritual himself. Isaac quickly tried to escape, politely saying he would continue his mission and had seen absolutely nothing. But Shabli stopped him with one question. Shabli asked why Isaac had emerged from the skeleton demon king's summoning formation. Isaac wanted to scream that Shablis was the suspicious one after being caught using the demon king's ritual. The ghost thought the question was fair. Isaac was a Holy Sun candidate summoned by the skeleton demon king's magic, so anyone would suspect him. According to the ghost, using Isaac's summoning spell required mastery of the bone race language. More importantly, the caster needed absolute loyalty and devotion to the demon king himself. The ghost immediately pointed at Shabli and concluded that the Crown Prince had to be a follower of the skeleton demon king. His devotion was clearly strong enough. Isaac found nothing funny about that conclusion. A crown prince of the Holy Empire worshipping the skeleton demon king could lead to a massive disaster. Shabli refused to let the matter go and asked again why Isaac had been summoned there. Isaac calmly denied being summoned at all. He claimed he had simply fallen from a tree. Shabli pointed out there were no trees nearby. Isaac changed his story and said he crawled out of the ground, making Shabli demand a more believable lie. Out of excuses, Isaac sighed and fired back sarcastically. Was the Crown Prince being a follower of the skeleton demon king any more believable? The two immediately stared each other down, neither willing to back off. Inside the dark and damp warehouse, one of them finally suggested moving somewhere else, before continuing the conversation. That night, thick black clouds covered the sky, nearly swallowing the last traces of moonlight. Unlike the darkness outside, the Crown Prince's palace was brightly lit. Isaac and Chablis now sat across from each other to settle what had just happened. Isaac crossed his arms and studied Chablis. The Crown Prince's life force was powerful and pure, nothing like someone connected to dark magic. To Isaac, Chablis was bursting with life. No one would guess he was a hardcore skeleton Demon King fanatic. Isaac scratched his head and tried to negotiate. They could just pretend they never saw each other tonight. But Chablis kept asking one thing: how did Isaac appear here? Isaac quickly got annoyed by the stubborn Crown Prince. Instead of answering, Isaac looked around and noticed something seriously strange about the room. The fireplace mantel was lined with skeleton Demon King figures like a prized collection. The desk was no better, covered in research books, notes, and sketches of magic formations. Most striking was the massive painting of the skeleton Demon King, riding a warhorse in all his glory. Isaac was speechless. This room looked like a shrine built by someone completely obsessed with the Demon King. Isaac cleared his throat and applied some pressure. A holy church priest had just caught Chablis red-handed, yet the prince seemed unaware of how much trouble he was in. Chablis ignored the warning and asked again why Isaac came through the summoning ritual. Isaac was almost out of patience. But then Chablis suddenly connected the dots. His expression changed, and his face flushed with excitement. Staring at Isaac, he asked the unthinkable. Could Isaac actually be the skeleton Demon King? The more Chablis thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He genuinely believed his theory could be true. Before Chablis could even finish saying the title, Isaac shouted in denial. There was absolutely no way. To hide his identity, Isaac quickly made up another explanation. He once ate one of the skeleton Demon King's fingers, so the summoning spell resonated with his body and dragged him here. Chablis immediately looked disappointed. Isaac was baffled by how upset the prince seemed that he was not the Demon King. Isaac asked whether Chablis had some special interest in the skeleton Demon King. The prince instantly claimed this room actually belonged to his younger sister. Chablis awkwardly explained that the princess was obsessed with the skeleton Demon King. He only summoned her crush to see whether the man was truly worthy of her. As he explained, the ghost quietly approached the giant skeleton in the room and examined it. Isaac silently mocked the prince's excuse. Chablis was a terrible liar, and this room clearly looked like a young man's room, not a princess's. Done with this bizarre mind game, Isaac proposed a deal. He would forget Chablis' secret if the prince kept quiet about Isaac being summoned here. Isaac pointed out that neither of them would benefit if Sanchez Cities heard about this. After thinking it over, Chablis agreed. Chablis acted like the answer was obvious. His faction never spared anyone who touched dark mana, and Isaac was an especially serious case. Isaac froze. What? The words dark mana immediately caught Isaac's attention. Chablis was equally confused. Wasn't Isaac a dark mage? Now both of them had questions. Chablis brought up what happened 10 years ago. He remembered Isaac using dark mana on the bishop, and Isaac's expression instantly darkened. Those words pulled Isaac back to an incident from exactly 10 years earlier. Back then, everything happened inside a magnificent white castle. Chablis suddenly pushed open the door and walked inside. He found Isaac enthusiastically treating Masa Berich with merciless slaps. It was the day Isaac used the bell to teach the old bishop a brutal lesson. Masa Berich's face was beaten out of shape, with strawberry jam flying everywhere. Yet Isaac still couldn't understand how Chablis noticed the dark mana. Isaac immediately focused on Chablis, determined to figure out why. Looking closely, he remembered the azure dragon bloodline. It could identify demons while humans appeared yellow. That made Isaac uneasy. Then the Watcher Ghost whispered that the Emperor's Eye was exactly the ability Isaac had once desperately searched for. Isaac could only regret the missed opportunity. Those eyes could help him perfect the magic he had failed to complete long ago. Putting that aside, Isaac returned to the main issue. Could Chablis really see the dark mana and mana core inside him? But Chablis flatly denied it. In truth, he couldn't sense anything from Isaac. Chablis assumed Isaac's power was perfectly concealed because he was a saint. Isaac immediately asked how he knew about the dark mana. Then, Chablis offered a deal. He would explain if Isaac admitted he was the skeleton Demon King. Isaac refused and turned to leave. Chablis stayed seated but suddenly grew serious. His dragon bloodline was so pure that he could understand monsters and even creatures that couldn't speak yet. Isaac instantly stopped. Chablis gave a very specific example. He could even understand some of a baby's babbling. The moment Isaac heard that, his face changed. All he could remember was his own babbling from years ago. A terrifying thought hit him. Had Chablis understood everything Isaac said when he was still a baby? Chablis explained that he couldn't understand every word, but he knew how much Isaac hated that bishop. More importantly, Isaac's arrival had felt like salvation to Chablis and his father. Running a hand through his hair, Chablis explained their colors. Platinum hair symbolized divine blessing, while black hair was seen as a curse. Isaac went completely silent. He didn't even dare react. Chablis' past was finally revealed. People had treated him like something filthy since childhood, while his mother was humiliated, until they ultimately drove her to her death. Chablis revealed that the bishop had helped cause that tragedy. Isaac was stunned to learn. The Pope's faction was tied to the Queen's death. Even the Watcher Ghost noted that Chablis clearly wanted them all gone. Back then, baby Isaac was anything but innocent. When he realized that bastard wanted him dead, he figured the man was asking for it. So Isaac happily beat Masa Barak and ordered him to stay away. Being labeled a demon would ruin his chance to approach the emperor and rob the royal treasury. Furious, Isaac even shouted that the emperor was his minion. Chablis admitted that he thought Isaac was either possessed or completely insane, but possession made no sense, since a saint blessed by God couldn't become a vessel for demons. Then Chablis said something Isaac really didn't want to hear. He began believing that even God could make mistakes, and this time, God was wrong. Seeing someone with platinum gold hair reject Sanchez Cities made that belief even stronger. Chablis finally revealed his true feelings. For the first time, he felt that he wasn't the cause of everything wrong, and that God might actually be on his side. Chablis smiled softly. That was why he treasured what happened that day so deeply. Still, Chablis wasn't ready to drop his biggest suspicion and wanted one final confirmation. He asked again whether Isaac truly wasn't the skeleton demon king. Isaac asked if the prince wanted him to be that badly, but firmly denied it again. Isaac felt proud of himself. After all these years, he wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap. Then Chablis dropped a bombshell. If Isaac really was the skeleton demon king, he would hand him the entire kingdom. Hearing that reward, Isaac instantly pointed at himself and changed his tune. Maybe he really was the skeleton demon king after all. Chablis stared at him suspiciously and asked if he had just admitted it. Isaac snapped that he was joking. He couldn't understand how Chablis could worship the skeleton demon king enough to offer an entire kingdom. Chablis simply reasoned that the demon king's goal was this kingdom anyway, driving Isaac even crazier. Completely fed up, Isaac ended the conversation. He would pretend tonight never happened, and staying any longer might make his family suspicious. Chablis still didn't seem to get the hint. He casually mentioned that tonight had no moon, making it perfect for summoning that person. Before Isaac left, Chablis even warned him to be careful. Exhausted, Isaac snapped that he'd already said it countless times. He wasn't the skeleton demon king. After leaving, Isaac walked with surprisingly light steps. His mood was actually pretty good. The Watcher Ghost quietly followed and quickly noticed how cheerful Isaac looked. Isaac didn't deny it. After something that entertaining, how could he not be happy? Isaac was even thrilled that the Crown Prince worshipped the skeleton demon king. In his eyes, the demon king was incredibly badass, so being admired was only natural. The ghost was speechless at his shameless self-praise. Isaac immediately planned his next move. If he helped Chablis take the throne, everything would become easier. He couldn't reveal his true identity, but he could use the name Demon King Halani to guide Chablis. The Watcher Ghost doubted the prince would be that easy to fool. The ghost also warned that being summoned could be dangerous. Isaac, however, thought it might actually be useful, leaving the ghost confused about his plan. Isaac had realized something important. A saint's body and soul were bound so tightly that they were nearly impossible to separate. That was why soul separation holy magic didn't work on him. Isaac was pleased that his saintly body clung so tightly to his soul. Still, the Watcher Ghost warned that the bond seemed to grow stronger as Isaac's mana increased. Even with that advantage, Isaac hated being summoned without warning. He considered reinforcing the Demon King's summoning ritual from his side, but suddenly someone behind him called out. It was Suri Joshua and Kina Barrett. They hurried over, saying they nearly panicked because they thought the enemy's men had taken Isaac. Isaac silently thought they weren't exactly wrong. He really had just been dragged away. Looking at them, Isaac asked whether Kina had really brought Suri along just to find him. Suri immediately snapped. How could he say just when this was so serious? Kina quickly explained, making Suri blush. Since Isaac had eaten part of the skeleton demon king's body, he had become a crucial catalyst for summoning him. If someone captured Isaac, the consequences could be disastrous. Suri agreed, adding that the Holy Spirit had warned her that the royal palace was no longer safe. Suri then showed Isaac the object in her hand. It was directly connected to the god of light. According to Suri, the god of light said the skeleton demon king had trapped him. Suri didn't understand everything yet, but for now, they had to capture the demon king's followers and help the god of light. Isaac immediately grew suspicious. The god of light suddenly sending a warning and claiming the skeleton demon king had trapped him sounded extremely strange. Before Isaac could think further, a massive shockwave suddenly swept through the area. Suri instantly recognized the familiar energy, while Kina was stunned to sense signs of a demon summoning ritual. The clearer it became, the less Kina could believe it. Were those people seriously trying to summon the skeleton demon king here? The moment Isaac heard that, his heart nearly stopped. His mind screamed only one thing: no. Then a gigantic skeletal arm suddenly burst from the ground. Behind it, an enormous skeleton slowly emerged from the water. An aura of death surrounded its body, instantly making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Right before everyone's eyes, the ritual had summoned a gigantic skeletal creature. The crowd erupted into chaos, convinced that the skeleton demon king had successfully been summoned. Some mocked the fool for finally daring to show himself, while others couldn't understand how demons had openly invaded the Holy Kingdom. But Isaac quickly realized something was wrong. That creature was definitely not the skeleton demon king. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an absurdly oversized skeleton. More precisely, it looked like a skeleton that had mutated into a giant. Even the Watcher Ghost broke into a sweat. The formation really was meant to summon the Demon King, but it required knowledge of holy magic. Isaac immediately realized the worst part. The mastermind was likely a priest. The nearby priests panicked at the creature's size and realized it was a summoned beast controlled for an attack. The only question was who the target was. Right then, the giant skeleton reacted when it heard that the target was His Majesty the Emperor. High atop the castle, 3 figures in black robes watched everything below. The one in the center had performed the ritual. He ordered the monster to obey its summoner and use its power to kill the Emperor. But the giant skeleton had absolutely no idea what was going on. In its mind, only one being was worthy of being called master. The summoner froze at that title. Summoned demons never treated the ritual caster as their master. Before the 3 could make sense of it, the giant skeleton suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Ignoring its orders, it charged away and left the 3 black-robed figures stunned. They could only shout after it, clueless about where the monster was going. The giant skeleton rushed to Isaac and bowed deeply. After 150 years, its master had finally returned, leaving this humble servant overwhelmed with joy. Isaac felt no joy at all. His face went pale as he silently begged this giant bastard to stay away. Suri Joshua also panicked when he saw the creature charging straight toward their group. Isaac quickly formed a plan. He would purify the skeleton and send it back just like last time. But as Isaac prepared to act, he suddenly froze. Something was seriously wrong. Suri Joshua stared at his hands in confusion. His magic would not respond, as if his power had been completely disabled. Isaac realized he had the same problem. His divine power was completely unusable. A strange purple aura covered the area. The Watcher confirmed that suppression magic was sealing all divine power within the zone. At the same time, the giant skeleton's eye sockets blazed like headlights in the darkness. Its massive body rose upright as terrifying pressure spread around it. High-level control magic was clearly forcing it to move remotely. The skeleton was resisting too, but breaking free required magic, so it could only curse its luck and wish everyone would leave it alone. Isaac Giadon knew there was no avoiding this anymore. No matter the risk, he had to act. At that moment, a brilliant light packed with immense energy suddenly appeared. All of its power instantly locked onto the giant skeleton. A violent blast erupted, throwing dust into the air and covering the area in a thick cloud. The strange light struck the giant skeleton directly. Seconds later, the light faded and completely vanished. The priests stared at the scene in shock, unable to react. The Watcher looked fascinated instead. The Seabone King had vanished, and it quickly recognized the spell as teleportation. Right then, a flash of sword light cut through the air as someone appeared. Chablis slowly stepped forward, looking like he already understood everything. His eyes lit up as he concluded that the Seabone King really was trying to destroy this country. Isaac could only feel helpless. He had already denied that claim countless times. The surrounding priests immediately praised Chablis, believing the crown prince had just saved all their lives. Chablis maintained his majestic royal demeanor while Isaac could only stare at him with a complicated expression. Kina Barrett quickly pointed out that this solved nothing. Chablis should have destroyed the skeleton's magic core instead. Shabless innocently asked whether destroying it was forbidden. Isaac had no idea why he was asking him, until Shabless explained that the skeleton served the Seabone King, and he believed Isaac was that very person. Isaac denied it again. Done arguing, Shabley decided to chase the summoners. He left Isaac to find and guard the skeleton while he handled the rest. Kina Barrett wondered why she could not simply find and destroy it herself. The moment she mentioned destroying the skeleton, Isaac snapped and declared it was his. He warned Kina that touching it would mean never learning anything from him again, leaving her completely baffled. Isaac was genuinely furious now. Someone had controlled his subordinate and even tried using it to frame the crown prince. He would never let that slide. With his mind made up, Isaac shot off like lightning, saying only that he would be back soon. Shabley watched him leave with admiration. Kina Barrett grew even more suspicious, wondering whether Isaac truly intended to side with the crown prince. Isaac ran while grinding his teeth in rage. They had summoned and controlled one of his own subordinates, and now whoever was behind this had dug their own grave. Far from the palace, chaos had also broken out among the culprits hiding in the forest. The black-robed figures fled while cursing their failed plan. They had worked so hard to summon that skeleton, only for everything to fall apart. The summoner was even more furious, convinced Shabley had teleported it away. He knew the divine dragon bloodline was powerful, but never expected the crown prince to be this strong. One of his allies noticed another problem. The skeleton had completely ignored their orders, even though summoned creatures should obey their summoner. One of them suspected someone nearby had authority greater than the summoning circle. Another rejected that idea, since the formation was created by a trusted subordinate of the Seabone King. But someone else had already overheard everything. Unaware of this, the group decided to recover the skeleton and restart their plan. Their leader kept talking about framing the crown prince and dragging Rothschild down with him, but before he could finish, his face suddenly turned pale. Isaac had somehow appeared behind them, coldly asking what they were plotting. The summoner frantically looked for his companions, only to realize they had all vanished without a trace. Before he could understand what happened, Isaac also disappeared from his sight. In the next instant, a fist slammed straight into the summoner's face before he could react. He crashed to the ground as Isaac calmly approached. As for the others, Isaac's subordinates had already captured every last one of them. The summoner grew terrified. Isaac had broken through 7-tier defensive magic, making him suspect Isaac possessed a special weapon from the judges. He quickly prepared to counterattack. No matter how dangerous that weapon was, Isaac was still just a low-ranking priest in his eyes. But Isaac only pulled out the familiar bell, still stained with strawberry jam. The moment he saw it, the summoner instinctively stepped back. Isaac looked downright demonic. Now, alone with Lena Sanaja, he declared there was no escape because he was about to rob him blind. Isaac slowly approached while ringing the bell, saying Grandpa could never learn about this, or he might lose his status as heir. Lena Sanaja was completely baffled by his nonsense. Isaac smiled brightly and explained that his doctrine forbade him from attacking humans first. So whatever happened next had to stay hidden in the shadows. Lena Sanaja was stunned that Isaac was openly revealing his true nature. Isaac pressed the bell against him and demanded answers before sending him away. Refusing to talk would make things very unpleasant, leaving the skeleton controller drenched in sweat. Despite his fear, Lena Sanaja tried to stay calm. Priests were weak against magic, so one surprise spell could turn things around. He even threatened Isaac, claiming his death would greatly please the two Bone Kings. Hearing that, Isaac's lips curled into a chilling smile. Huh? A terrifying pressure erupted around him. Isaac slowly asked exactly who Lena Sanaja said would be pleased. Lena Sanaja's pupils shrank in terror. Only now did he realize this priest was anything but easy prey. Isaac barely had to move. He simply raised a hand and magical flames engulfed Lena Sanaja. Screaming as he burned, Lena Sanaja desperately endured. As long as his mana could suppress the flames, he believed he could survive. Isaac was pleased to see him holding out. He warned Lena Sanaja to reveal the mastermind, unless he wanted to end up as ashes. But the man insisted nobody was behind them. Isaac answered with another blow and interrogation magic. After just a little more pain, Lena Sanaja confessed that their plan was to frame the crown prince for treason. Isaac kept questioning him between punches, demanding to know why Rothschild was involved. Lena Sanaja explained that after Isaac Rothschild flattened Wu Zhetai, his status had skyrocketed, so they could never allow him to become the Holy Son. Lena Sanaja continued, once the skeleton killed the Emperor, Isaac would be blamed for failing to stop the two Bone Kings. Isaac slapped him a few more times and demanded the name of whoever gave the order. After losing several teeth, Lena Sanaja finally gave up the name Ranzi, the person who had directly assigned them the mission. The observer ghost grinned, guessing Ranzi was probably a pureblood demon. Isaac was annoyed that such a schemer dared manipulate someone else's precious skeleton. The captive had no clue what Isaac meant. Unable to hide more, he revealed the last clue. They knew little about Ranzi, only that he traveled with the Black Angel. Isaac finally stopped the interrogation. His face bruised purple, the captive added that Ranzi had lent them a demonic artifact to control the skeleton and served under the Black Angel. The observer ghost became even more convinced Ranzi was a pure-blood demon, but Isaac suddenly froze after noticing something strange. His expression turned serious as the title Black Angel echoed in his mind. Isaac fell deep into thought, searching his memories for anything about the Black Angel. He vaguely remembered that a true demon was serving this mysterious Black Angel. The observer ghost suspected the Black Angel might also be secretly working with someone from the imperial family. Their target was likely the Emperor's life. After thinking it over, Isaac suspected the Empress most. Isaac stared at the giant skeleton controller, but his mind remained stuck on the Black Angel. The name felt far too familiar. While Isaac was distracted, the captive launched a surprise attack, cursing him as a rat and screaming that he had to die. Purple power swirled around his hand like a violent storm, carrying tremendous force. Isaac was not surprised at all. He simply smirked, knowing a traitor never changes. But behind the attacker, a gigantic skeletal foot suddenly came crashing down. The giant skeleton arrived just in time and crushed everything blocking its path. Isaac happily asked why it had left Kim Suri. The skeleton clung to him like a child, saying it feared its master was in danger. But after looking closely at Isaac, the giant skeleton suddenly dropped to its knees and began sobbing. Its strange reaction immediately made Isaac worried. When Isaac asked what was wrong, it burst into tears, unable to accept that its almighty master had become such a hairy creature. It remained kneeling before Isaac, grieving as though it had witnessed an irreversible tragedy. The more it pitied its master, the harder it cried, declaring it would tear off that disgusting skin. Isaac turned red with rage, wanting to wring her neck. Suddenly, both sensed something unusual. The skeleton detected someone nearby, while a huge amount of dark mana filled the area. Isaac placed a hand on its head and decided to act immediately. They absolutely could not be discovered here. Power flowed through that contact. Isaac activated divine punishment and began changing the skeleton's attribute. The energy Isaac poured into it was so powerful that its state rapidly transformed. In an instant, the terrifying giant skeleton vanished, replaced by an adorable little doll. The observer ghost admitted Isaac hid her well. With her demon rank so high, pulling her into its shadow realm would not be easy. Once the disguise was complete, Isaac immediately hurled the dollified skeleton far away, ignoring her cries for her master. After being thrown away, she collapsed in despair, mourning their reunion ending so quickly. The observer ghost asked why Isaac would not keep her nearby, but getting caught together would be impossible to explain. Still uneasy, the observer ghost asked whether throwing her into the holy lake might cause trouble. While the skeleton had cried herself dry, Isaac perfectly calm. He had already converted her attribute, so there was nothing to worry about. Only after everything was nearly settled did Suri Rochua and the other priests arrive, immediately asking whether Isaac was injured. From the bushes, the Bloodlord stumbled up with his disguise nearly destroyed, then gave Isaac a thumbs up to show he was fine. Soon everyone gathered around Isaac. After learning he had captured the spy himself, they praised him for such a major achievement. But Isaac suddenly mentioned a name that made the atmosphere tense. The criminal had spoken of the Black Angel, so Isaac asked whether anyone knew who he was. The moment they heard Black Angel, the crowd erupted. They knew him as an extremely vicious criminal and feared the Holy Kingdom might be his next target. Seeing everyone's reaction, Isaac asked how terrifying this man really was. Suri Joshua was shocked he knew nothing, then revealed the Black Angel was rumored to have a contract with the skeleton Demon King. Isaac's face immediately twisted. He could not remember making any contract like that, while the observer ghost found it hilarious that someone was using his name to scam people. One priest finally noticed the skeleton controller sprawled on the ground, clearly in terrible condition. Asked how he defeated the man, Isaac quickly changed the subject, claiming his demonic artifact suddenly went berserk and left him like this. Just then, Chablis suddenly appeared, pleased that Isaac had lived up to his expectations. Isaac was startled again, wondering why this man kept appearing from nowhere. Chablis simply praised his work and invited young Master Joshua back to the palace. Chablis was clearly proud of Isaac's achievement and assured him the imperial family would reward him generously. After that, everyone returned to the magnificent imperial palace. The next day, a grand banquet was held inside the palace hall, with everything decorated in extravagant luxury. While the nobles discussed how young Master Isaac captured the enemy cultist and brought glory to House Joshua, Isaac simply sat there enjoying the food. Suri Joshua was bothered by the blood-stained bell beside him and kept telling Isaac to put it away. Isaac calmly said the emperor had ordered him to bring it. Isaac lifted the bell, explaining that His Majesty wanted the full story of how he captured the criminal. Suri panicked, saying a verbal report was enough without bringing the evidence. Suri was even more worried about how Isaac brought something resembling a weapon into the palace. Isaac casually said the bell had always been hidden in his underwear. Then a cheerful voice congratulated him from behind. Headcliff Chablis approached with a satisfied smile, delighted that Isaac had put his old gift to such good use. Seeing him, Suri Rachua immediately stood and bowed to the emperor. Headcliff remained relaxed and expressed his gratitude for everything Isaac had done. Headcliff Chablis said Isaac had treasured his gift for 10 years and even used it to capture someone trying to kill the emperor. Of course he was grateful. Chablis watched from behind with obvious delight. Then, another commanding voice cut in, praising Isaac as expected of someone contracted with the most revered god. The speaker was the Empress. She approached and admitted she had given Isaac the mission, but even she never expected him to capture the spy alive. Although the Empress wore a friendly smile, there was little sincerity behind it. Isaac looked at her smugly because her plan to frame the crown prince for treason had failed. The observer ghost figured she must be furious since exposing the Black Angel as the mastermind had completely ruined her scheme. The Empress calmly said Isaac had surely been promised a reward, but as Empress, she wanted to personally reward the young priest who helped protect His Majesty. She insisted that someone who achieved as much as Isaac deserved proper compensation. Chablis said nothing, but a trace of unease appeared inside him. After hearing her out, Isaac politely replied that receiving such recognition from the Empress was an honor, but his next words made her freeze. Isaac revealed that the crown prince had already promised to reward him personally. Isaac tactfully rejected the Empress's reward, saying a servant of the gods should not accept too many benefits, so her goodwill alone was enough. The Empress hinted that the priest of the greatest god seemed unusually close to the crown prince, then asked whether that was truly appropriate. Isaac calmly said there was no problem. With Headcliff Chablis standing behind him, Isaac showed no fear toward the Empress probing. Isaac openly admitted he liked the Crown Prince, then gave a reason nobody could easily challenge. The Crown Prince was a follower of the Hairless Demon King. After leaving the hall, Suri Rochua remained nervous in the courtyard. He warned Isaac that he had practically declared hostility toward the Empress and asked whether he was sure about this. Isaac hardly cared and asked Suri whether he expected him to join the Pope's side instead. As they continued talking, Suri revealed that Isaac's words had deeply moved the Crown Prince. Isaac was about to answer when someone suddenly charged in, yelling that he had finally found the shameless bastard he had been hunting. A group of guards followed and surrounded Isaac, demanding that he hand over the land god immediately. Isaac sighed in annoyance. He could not believe they were still obsessed with this after all this time. The guards grew even angrier, saying they had lost sleep for days trying to track Isaac down. This time, they refused to give up. They even used the Imperial Garden rules to threaten Isaac, warning that using holy arts here would be disrespectful to the Imperial family. The Observer Ghost explained the rule. Inside the Imperial Garden, only members of the Imperial family were allowed to use holy arts. With that advantage, the group aggressively demanded the land god, but Isaac refused without hesitation. Isaac suddenly smiled with confidence. He had already decided to give the land god to the Imperial family, so anyone trying to take it would be stealing Imperial property. The guards refused to believe the Imperial family would accept a god from the Pope's faction, but Chablis suddenly appeared and confirmed Isaac was telling the truth. Chablis said he personally decided to place it in the garden of the Emperor's palace. Everyone immediately bowed and greeted the Crown Prince. Charles approached and coldly scolded them for coveting something inside the Imperial Palace. The guards instantly went pale, realizing they had challenged the wrong person. Isaac laughed and claimed the land god would stay in the Crown Prince's garden. Chablis seriously agreed, leaving the guards speechless since he had just said the Emperor's palace. With Chablis openly backing him, Isaac feared nothing. Anyone still trying to take the land god would be treated as a thief targeting his property. Isaac now held all the cards. He smugly told them to stop causing trouble, accept defeat and leave. Isaac even called them idiots, leaving the entire group furious but completely helpless. Suri Joshua finally noticed Shablis was soaking wet and asked what happened. Shablis calmly wiped himself off and said he had been in the lake. That strange answer only confused Suri more. Why would the crown prince be soaking in a lake right now? Isaac turned to leave but suddenly felt like something was missing, as though he had forgotten something important. Later, Joshua Suri followed closely behind Kim Isaac on their way back. Suri wondered why Isaac suddenly changed his plans to stay in Kerma and decided to return to the main estate. Isaac casually whistled, saying visiting family for New Year was perfectly normal. The observer ghost immediately guessed the real reason. Was Isaac returning because of rumors that the Azure god had been imprisoned? Isaac stayed silent, but the matter was already consuming his thoughts. While Isaac was thinking, Suri suddenly mentioned something that nearly made him stumble. Since Isaac was going home, there was probably no need to deliver the matriarch's letter anymore. Suri revealed that Melissa wanted to see Isaac. The moment he heard her name, Isaac's face darkened, and he almost decided not to go home at all. Meanwhile, at the Barit family estate, an angry roar echoed through the hall, demanding to know why the land god could not be brought back. A trembling subordinate reported that the plan failed because the crown prince personally intervened. Hearing that, Hiri Barit gritted his teeth. Hiri dropped into his chair, furious that the imperial family had interfered in a dispute between priests. To him, they had clearly crossed the line. Kina suddenly cursed the crown prince from nearby. Hiri turned toward her, thinking everything was finally going his way. He secretly felt relieved, hoping Kina would direct all her anger toward the imperial family, making it easier to pull her toward the Pope's faction. But that hope vanished instantly when Kina slammed the table, furious for a completely different reason. She believed the crown prince was deliberately trying to win Isaac over. Kina grew even more frustrated, wondering whether their family did not have a garden of its own. Even worse, Isaac Rotshua had actually sided with the crown prince over some gardens. A subordinate guessed that the crown prince might want Isaac Joshua to become the Holy Son, or even the Pope. Hiri rubbed his temples and rejected the idea. Shabli hated the clergy, and even wanted the Pope gone, so someone that clever had to be after something else. Hiri rested his chin on his hand and thought about Shabli, the youngest record-breaking swordsman in history, who also possessed an exceptionally pure dragon bloodline. The more he analyzed Shabli, the less sense it made. Not long ago, Shabli suddenly rushed into some filthy place, and now he was interfering here too. Hiri simply could not figure out what the crown prince was planning. After thinking it over, Hiri Barrett calmed down and told everyone not to worry. During the trainees' graduation ceremony, the Pope planned to reclaim part of the greatest god's power. Someone immediately wondered whether the Azure god would surrender that power so easily. Hiri merely scoffed. The Azure god's biggest weakness right now was losing the protection of divine power. Without divine power, the Azure god could no longer use secret arts. Its influence would fade, and followers would gradually leave. Meanwhile, the Pope controlled the supreme god's power from the Azure god's faction, so sooner or later they would be forced to hand over the greatest god. Hiri glanced aside, confident the Azure god would eventually accept their terms. So he told Kina to stop lingering around the Azure god and seize the coming opportunity instead. Hiri kept lecturing Kina about mastering the power of the god she had contracted with, completely unaware that the seat beside him was empty. When he finally turned around, he blankly called out Kina's name. The nearby subordinate awkwardly pressed his fingers together and quietly explained that the young lady had already run off to the Rotshua estate to give New Year greetings. Meanwhile, at the Rotshua family estate, bright sunlight covered the vast grounds, marking a lively first day of the new year. Amid the unusually festive atmosphere, Kim Isaac stood silently by the window, watching everything unfold outside. Isaac asked what was going on. The observer ghost replied that it was obvious. All those people were guests visiting the estate. Seeing the crowd packed below, Kim Isaac frowned. Were people already flooding in to give New Year greetings this early? Rai Joshua also sensed something strange. Ashley noticed that most visitors were noblewomen bringing their daughters along. It looked more like a massive matchmaking event. The moment Joshua Suri heard the word matchmaking, his face went pale and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He collapsed onto the floor in despair. After working so hard to avoid this, he still could not escape his fate. Seeing Suri act like disaster had struck, Kim Isaac immediately started teasing him. Was Suri the one getting married? Isaac added that Suri was already 16, so he was not that young anymore. Joshua Suri nearly exploded and insisted that was not what was happening. Suri finally explained. The Joshua family was famous for producing holy maidens, yet women were extremely rare in their bloodline. So the family wanted him to have a daughter, and they were even willing to accept a partner from another family. The observer Ghost thought the deal was not that bad. Suri might be unreliable, but his talent and looks were exceptional. Kim Isaac, however, felt the family was treating him like a tool to preserve the bloodline. Rai Lai quickly pulled Suri up and reassured him that today was only a formality. Besides, he had already rejected the proposal on Suri's behalf. While they were talking, Suri suddenly remembered something else and asked why his uncle still had not gotten married. Rai Lai instantly grew awkward, scratching his neck and avoiding everyone's eyes. He claimed he still had to hunt the skeleton demon king, but Gowel Joshua took a sip of tea and immediately exposed that excuse. Gowel casually revealed that his younger brother simply could not produce an heir. Rai Lai instantly snapped and shouted at his brother. Gowel only smirked, saying Suri deserved to know the truth. He then told Isaac that Rai Lai suffered lingering effects from the skeleton demon king's curse, making marriage impossible. Kim Isaac immediately took that in the worst possible direction. He asked in shock whether his uncle had lost his manhood, making Rai Lai panic and insist that everything down there worked perfectly fine. The more Rai Lai explained, the worse it got. He repeatedly stressed that the curse could kill living beings and had nothing to do with his body's functions, then desperately asked Isaac to actually listen. Meanwhile, Ashley noticed that more guests kept arriving and found the numbers suspicious. Gowel agreed that if this were only about finding Suri a match, everyone in the estate would have heard about it beforehand. Just as everyone grew suspicious, an angry shout suddenly erupted from outside the door, calling someone a traitor. Isaac immediately turned toward the voice. Keena Barrett stormed in and confronted the guy who promised to train her, only to now use marriage as an excuse to run away. Kim Isaac was already getting a headache. He asked what she was talking about, since he thought this matchmaking event was supposed to be for Suri. Keena immediately denied it, saying she had investigated and confirmed the real reason those guests were here. Her next answer left Isaac frozen. Every guest here claimed to be a potential bride candidate for him. They all wanted their daughters to marry the youngest Joshua, the one contracted with the Supreme God. The moment Joshua Suri realized he was not the target of the matchmaking, his energy instantly returned. At first, he tried hard to hide his smug grin, but that joy lasted only a few seconds before Suri covered his face and burst out laughing. Red from laughing so hard, Suri happily declared that his instincts were right. Isaac was the one choosing a bride today, not him. Suri did not stop there. He excitedly announced that he would personally pick the perfect bride for Isaac. Kim Isaac responded by raising his wooden staff, his eyes turning cold as if asking whether Suri was tired of living. Sensing danger right in front of him, Joshua Suri panicked and backed away, desperately begging Isaac to stop. Before long, Suri was kneeling on the floor with a swollen head. He obediently swore never to enjoy his family's suffering again, while Isaac crossed his arms and made him repeat it clearly. After dealing with Suri, Kim Isaac went straight after whoever was responsible. He pointed behind him and demanded to know who let the Pope's grandson in, but the other person looked equally confused and insisted they had brought no one. While Isaac was still annoyed, Keena Barrett suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and called his name. Isaac turned around and asked what else she wanted. With rare seriousness, Keena directly proposed that Isaac marry someone from the Barrett family and officially become part of her family. The observer Ghost immediately remarked that Isaac had just been proposed to on the spot. Isaac only snapped at it to shut up. While chaos erupted outside, the Joshua meeting room was filled with heavy tension as every important elder gathered together. One elder fiercely objected after hearing that Isaac was the target of the matchmaking, insisting that this was completely unacceptable. Even Gowel Joshua refused to compromise. The moment Isaac's marriage came up, he rejected the idea outright. Joshua Suri looked at Kim Isaac in surprise. He never expected the family to value this kid so much that even his own father personally stepped into the marriage issue. Suri briefly felt touched, thinking everyone truly cared about Isaac. Then someone complained that with Isaac's personality, marrying him off would only embarrass Joshua and might even turn the other family upside down. Suri's emotions vanished instantly, so that was what they were worried about. Leaning against the wall, Rai Lai Joshua openly opposed the idea. Isaac was only 11 years old, so discussing marriage now was far too early. Looking out the window, Rai Lai noticed far more visitors than usual. He even saw several unfamiliar faces, meaning someone else had deliberately gathered them here. After thinking for a moment, Rai Lai's expression turned cold. He seemed to know exactly who was behind this matchmaking scheme. He immediately left the meeting room. Joshua men usually left the family after marriage, so today's scheme could be an attempt to send Isaac away. Behind him, Gowel Joshua called out to stop him. Rai Lai hurried through the hallway with no doubts left. In his mind, only one person could have arranged something like this. Reaching the room he wanted, Rai ignored all manners and barged inside. Catching his breath, he demanded to know whether his brother planned to hand Isaac over to another noble family. Somehow Kim Isaac had followed him and was now standing right behind Rai Joshua. The man inside calmly looked up, completely unfazed by the accusation, and simply asked Rai what was going on. The commotion at the door made everyone in the room turn toward the two new arrivals. Several of them were clearly unhappy to see them there. The man remained seated with his legs crossed. He calmly explained that he had done nothing excessive. He only sent invitations because those people wanted to approach the youngest member of Joshua. At that moment, the observer ghost suddenly recognized the man's face and asked its master whether this was that bastard. It stared straight at Noel. This was the man who had once tried to kill Isaac. The moment his identity came up, the entire room fell silent. The heavy tension made it clear that a clash was about to erupt. Rai finally snapped, furious that Noel was arranging marriage for a child under 16. Noel stood up and said age did not matter. Isaac was Joshua's greatest genius and had contracted with the supreme god. Noel argued that Isaac already carried adult responsibilities, so finding him a worthy partner was perfectly reasonable. Then he mocked Rai for opposing it, only because he could not have children. Rai instantly demanded to know what he just said. Before the clash could erupt, Benjamin Joshua stepped in and sternly warned Noel that arranging this without permission had crossed the line. Noel merely sighed in contempt. He mocked Benjamin as the useless second son who could not even inherit the family head position, yet still dared to interfere. Benjamin lost his temper at the insult, calling Noel a bastard blinded by arrogance. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Rai quickly held his second brother back. While the Joshua brothers clashed, Kim Isaac quietly analyzed the situation. Even with the family facing decline, his marriage could still shake the entire Holy Maiden bloodline. That showed just how valuable Isaac had become. Isaac smirked, confident the family head position would eventually be his. After all, Grandpa adored him, and he was such a well-behaved kid. Hearing that self-assessment gave the observer ghost chills. The ghost wondered whether its master was thinking too far ahead, but Isaac would rather see Joshua fall to the skeleton demon king than someone as immoral as Noel. The ghost still doubted that option was any better. Just then, Noel glanced over and locked eyes with Isaac, then asked whether he was the child named Isaac. His attitude instantly turned friendly as he walked over to greet Isaac, saying, this seemed to be the first time uncle and nephew had met face to face. Noel even softened his voice and politely said it was an honor to meet Isaac. But the friendliness quickly faded. Noel studied Isaac carefully, then suddenly remarked that the boy looked nothing like his eldest brother. Noel stepped closer and deliberately asked a vicious question. Did Isaac truly carry Joshua blood? The two beside Isaac gritted their teeth in anger. Noel was treating Isaac like an outsider while deliberately attacking the painful past of a child who had lost both parents. Unlike everyone else, Kim Isaac kept an innocent expression and politely called Noel his uncle, adding that he had heard plenty about him. Noel kept smiling despite his irritation. Isaac casually asked about the time Noel hid in the Barrett estate and got brutally beaten by Grandpa, then politely wondered whether his uncle had recovered yet. Isaac was not finished. He glanced aside and calmly added that judging by Noel's condition, he clearly still had plenty of strength left to talk. Suri instantly went pale. He desperately called Isaac's name in his head, knowing the kid was provoking someone extremely dangerous. Everyone else was equally stunned. One young man frowned at Isaac's words, while the girl beside him stared in shock and warned Isaac to watch his mouth around his own uncle. Noel's face immediately darkened, his anger now impossible to hide, as though he could not believe what he had just heard. Isaac refused to back down. He bluntly mocked Noel, saying that if his mouth still worked this well, then the last beating clearly was not hard enough. What a second-rate loser. Noel froze for a moment, his eyes widening as he stared straight at Isaac. He coldly called Joshua Suri's name, making Suri flinch before quickly answering his uncle. Unable to deal with Isaac directly, Noel turned his anger on Suri. He demanded to know how Suri had trained the kid to become like this, leaving Suri stammering without any idea how to explain. The man nearby secretly enjoyed the scene, thinking the youngest brother was finished this time. Even Suri was in trouble, because once an instructor targeted you, there was almost no escape. Seeing things getting out of hand, Rai Joshua took responsibility, saying he was the one who taught Isaac and Suri had nothing to do with it. The moment Noel heard that, he angrily cut Rai off. Noel sneered viciously, calling Rai nothing but vermin, who spent his days chasing the skeleton demon king and had no right to teach anyone. The word vermin immediately caught Isaac's attention. Isaac stepped forward, pointed straight at Noel, and demanded to know why he kept targeting both Suri and his uncle. He even openly called Noel a bastard. Isaac kept attacking Noel's sore spot, saying that after being humiliated by his own nephew, just because he could not control his mouth, Noel should be ashamed. Riley's heart nearly stopped as he silently begged Isaac to stop. Noel finally reaches his limit. He unleashes his ultimate skill, and survival prayer activates, marking the appearance of a survival obstructor. Despite the tension, Isaac calmly folds his arms. He has not seen this mark on a human since the Pope, while the Watcher Phantom reports another similar target nearby. Even the Phantom is shocked that the Joshua family has two such people at once. This family is clearly no ordinary clan. The Watcher Phantom recalls that this mark only appears on those capable of threatening its master's life, so it suggests secretly eliminating both targets when possible. Isaac rejects the idea. Survival obstructors are bound by causality, so killing them without a valid reason would only transfer the mark to someone else. Knowing this rule, Isaac decides not to act yet and instead prepares for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, Noel looks down on Isaac, thinking an outsider acting this arrogant clearly has no idea where he stands. With a cold smile, Noel asks Isaac if he is deliberately challenging him. Noel's pride takes over. He sees himself as the family's greatest talent, the one who held the Joshua family together, trained the Saintess, and reached ninth tier divine magic. Just as his ego peaks, a murderous aura suddenly wraps around Noel's hand. Noel believes the cardinal seat will eventually be his once he masters the secret art. As killing intent covers his hand, he blames Isaac's arrogance on his lack of proper discipline. Noel's mana suddenly erupts like a raging tide. Blinding holy light bursts from his body, making the surrounding air feel unbearably heavy. Joshua Suri quickly urges Isaac to stop escalating things, apologize, and end this now. Noel is not someone he can casually challenge. But Noel is done talking, and his fist shoots straight toward Isaac. Facing the attack, Isaac remains completely relaxed and casually brings up that apology again. Then Isaac casually sweeps his hand and knocks Noel's attacking arm aside. Noel freezes in shock. His pupils shrink as his hand trembles uncontrollably from the counter. Isaac shows no mercy, coldly saying Noel's performance was so pathetic it was painful to watch. Crimson chains suddenly appear around Isaac's hand as he asks if someone like Noel really trains the Joshua family's members. Before Noel can react, the chains shoot forward and bind his entire body, leaving almost no room to escape. The crushing pressure leaves Noel struggling to breathe, his entire body locked in place. Seconds later, a violent explosion shakes the area as blinding light erupts where Noel stands. Rayleigh Joshua turns pale at the sight and cries out Isaac's name in panic. The man beside her also loses his composure and desperately calls out to Uncle Noel. Isaac proudly raises his head and mocks Noel, asking how someone who lost so badly has any right to lecture others from above. But through the thick smoke, Noel slowly walks out and realizes Isaac just used divine form magic. He immediately mocks Isaac, saying that God's power is notoriously difficult to control, yet Isaac handles it with surprising mastery. Isaac casually waves him off and turns to leave, saying his all-talk uncle has already gone down, so as the nephew he has no reason to stay. Being treated like he does not even exist makes Noel's expression turn ice-cold. His suppressed rage instantly erupts again, and Noel even considers killing Isaac right here. The moment that thought appears, Noel begins chanting a series of strange incantations. Hearing those familiar sounds, Isaac suddenly stops, immediately sensing something is wrong. Dark spiritual energy rapidly gathers before Noel, making even Isaac widen his eyes in surprise. Isaac immediately understands Noel's plan. He is using dark magic and intends to torment him with the Demon King Holosaus curse. Noel continues the incantation without pause, his expression growing more terrifying with every chant. Yet Isaac only smirks, his eyes flashing with interest as though he has just found a new toy. Isaac turns to face Noel, decides to play along a little longer, and activates his ultimate skill, Curse Reflection. In an instant, the dark spiritual energy aimed at Isaac suddenly reverses and rushes back toward its caster. Noel immediately feels his chest tighten violently, as though an invisible force is crushing his entire body. Seeing Noel suffer the backlash, Isaac smiles brightly and calmly waits to see how long he can endure the agony of his own curse. Noel wiped the blood from his lips, stunned to realize it was curse magic. Suspecting Isaac had reflected his spell, he prepared to strike again. Noel's face darkened as he clenched his jaw in rage. Spiritual power surged around him as Noel decided to test Isaac himself. But just as he moved, a hand suddenly came from behind as someone called Isaac's name. The newcomer did not hesitate and smashed Noel hard on the head. Caught completely off guard, Noel was slammed face-first into the floor. Everything happened so fast that everyone froze in shock. As the man's cloak shifted, his familiar face appeared, leaving Rayleigh Joshua wide-eyed. Rayleigh immediately shouted out to his brother Kalia. Even Isaac was stunned by Kalia's striking appearance. He looked like a male Melissa, while the Watcher Phantom confirmed he was Kalia Joshua, the third son, and one of the greatest geniuses among the 7 Joshua brothers. Isaac happily waved at Kalia, already planning ahead. Since Kalia had helped him, Isaac would thank him, get close, then make full use of his value. But Kalia suddenly froze and muttered, "Skeleton Demon King." He glared at Isaac, certain that the aura of the Skeleton Demon King was coming from him. Kalia tightened his grip on his weapon as killing intent surged. Without warning, he charged straight at Isaac, determined to kill him. Isaac desperately leaned back to dodge. A moment slower, and that strike would have nailed him. The momentum sent Isaac flipping through the air as he screamed at the sudden attack. The Watcher Phantom panicked and asked if he was okay. Isaac sat up, clutching his head, shaken by how close he came to dying. Kalia's eyes remained bloodshot, and his killing intent only grew. Isaac dodging that attack convinced him even more that he was the Skeleton Demon King, while Isaac realized this man was clearly insane. Luckily, Rayleigh Joshua rushed in and restrained Kalia, explaining that Isaac was their eldest brother's son and the nephew Kalia had always wanted to meet. Kalia instantly froze, his aggression replaced by disbelief. Kalia asked if this was really Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac finally relaxed and silently praised Rayleigh for showing up at the perfect moment. Still, Kalia felt something was wrong. Isaac's aura was far too similar to the Skeleton Demon King's. Rayleigh reminded him that Isaac had absorbed the Skeleton Demon King's body, which explained the aura. Rayleigh reminded Kalia that he had explained this before. After thinking for a moment, Kalia finally remembered and nodded. The Watcher Phantom finally relaxed, thinking the danger was over. But the next second, Kalia marched forward with his sword, saying they could simply cut Isaac open and check whether he was the Skeleton Demon King. Calling Isaac his dear nephew, Kalia raised his sword to remove the Skeleton Demon King's bones. Rayleigh desperately grabbed him, warning Isaac would die, but Kalia casually said they could just stitch him back up. Hearing that horrifying solution, Isaac broke into a cold sweat and concluded that his uncle was completely insane. Kalia was about to say someone Isaac's age would heal quickly when he suddenly coughed up blood. Rayleigh Joshua helplessly patted his brother's shoulder and told Kalia to stabilize his breathing before things got worse. Benjamin Joshua said Kalia had suddenly exhausted too much holy power, then blamed Noel's stupidity for pushing him this far. Rayleigh could only sigh before taking Kalia straight to the treatment room. Seeing Kalia's condition, Isaac realized the rumors that he did not have long to live were actually true. The Watcher Phantom explained that Kalia suffered from a curse left by the fake Skeleton Demon King, and victims rarely lived past 35. Isaac finally understood Noel's arrogance, since Noel believed he was the only healthy one left, while the Watcher Phantom eagerly awaited the day his pride was crushed. The Watcher Phantom guessed that Isaac was planning to break the curse, haunting the Joshua family. Isaac did not deny it and simply nodded. Thinking about what would happen after saving the entire family, Isaac grinned. His path to becoming Pope would become much easier. The Watcher Phantom frowned, unable to understand why its master truly wanted the position of Pope, a title it deeply despised. Just then, Benjamin approached Isaac and sincerely apologized. Their first meeting with his uncles had been a disaster, so he apologized on behalf of his brothers. Benjamin gently took Isaac's hand, amazed that he had knocked Noel back, and wielded holy power far beyond his expectations. After seeing Isaac's strength, Benjamin became even more certain that his father's decision to recognize him was right. Isaac truly had what it took to lead the Joshua family. Noel immediately snapped, refusing to accept that a brat like Isaac could lead the family, but Benjamin coldly told him to shut up. Benjamin asked if Noel had any shame after picking a fight with a child young enough to be his son and still getting beaten. Noel argued that Isaac had absorbed the Holag Demon King's body and must possess some dark magic. Isaac leaned back in surprise when the accusation suddenly turned toward him. Noel pointed at Isaac, insisting there had to be a reason he coughed up blood. He had heard plenty of dark rumors about Isaac, but never expected him to curse his own uncle with magic no ordinary priest could use. Before Noel could finish, Isaac casually nodded and admitted he had indeed done something. Isaac explained that since the Skeleton Demon King was targeting the Joshua family, he always kept a reflection holy spell active for protection. Apparently, it had triggered automatically. Isaac laughed and asked Noel one simple question. If the reflected curse made him cough blood, did that not mean Noel had used a dangerous curse on his own nephew first? Benjamin immediately turned to Noel in disbelief and demanded to know whether he had really cursed Isaac. Isaac innocently asked the same question, while secretly mocking Noel for treating him like some inexperienced little skeleton. The Watcher Phantom gleefully kept calling Noel a brat. Noel trembled with rage, but Isaac saw an opportunity. If Noel tried to kill him first, Isaac could legally kill him in return and satisfy the law of causality tied to the survival obstructor. Isaac already had a plan, but the right moment had not arrived, so he decided to stay patient. Noel snorted and walked away, arrogantly declaring that no matter what these fools tried, the position of next family head would still belong to him. Seeing Noel retreat so quickly, Isaac sighed in disappointment. The fun had ended before it even started. Noel suddenly turned back and warned that once he became family head, everyone there would be expelled from the Joshua family. Benjamin simply watched him leave with contempt, finding the display pathetic. Rayli Joshua returned and remarked that Noel would never act this arrogantly if their eldest brother were still around. Benjamin agreed they could not ignore the situation, since Noel was strongest candidate for family head. Rayli then raised an even darker suspicion. Noel might have been behind the disappearance of their eldest brother's family, leaving Isaac stunned. Benjamin added that the death of their eldest brother's first child was also suspicious, especially since the Pope seemed involved. The Watcher Phantom was shocked to learn Isaac once had an older sibling. Isaac blinked in thought. The deeper he dug, the more that same group seemed connected to everything. The Watcher Phantom grew frustrated. The more it learned about the Joshua family, the more unbelievably chaotic everything became. The next day, everyone gathered in the meeting room, but the strange silence made the atmosphere extremely tense. The moment Eli Joshua arrived, he sensed something was wrong and asked what had happened. Eli looked around the room, confused by the unusually heavy mood of the family meeting. His eyes suddenly stopped on Noel, especially his injured arm, and he immediately asked what happened. Noel sat across from Isaac, grinding his teeth in rage but unable to lash out. Isaac was the complete opposite, cheerfully saying, "It was great to see the Joshua family gathered together again." Suri lowered her head, lips twitching at how the guy who sent Noel flying was pretending nothing happened. A silver-bearded elder stroked his beard, skeptical that Isaac was really the one who badly injured Noel's arm. It simply sounded impossible. Rayli tried to explain how everything started, but before he could, Eli interrupted in shock and asked if Noel's arm had really been broken. It was just a broken arm. His casual reaction left all the elders speechless. One elder protested that this was about family hierarchy, not just an injury. Eli cut him off, saying today's meeting was called for a different announcement. Eli looked around the room and declared it was time to choose the next family head. An elder jumped up in excitement, while Noel could barely hide his anticipation after waiting so long for this day. Noel quietly glanced at his father, still annoyed that he had delayed the succession because no suitable heir had been found. Noel smirked. Even someone as powerful as his father had finally reached the time to step aside. One elder considered the candidates. Among the current generation, only Rayli and Noel had a real chance, since Kalia's poor health ruled him out despite his talent. Looking at Kalia only confirmed it, as he lay slumped over the table, groaning from the pain. Then came Rayli. He had become a holy knight and sworn to avenge his fallen friend by hunting the skeleton demon king. Compared to Noel, that was a major disadvantage, since priests and holy knights followed very different paths. The elder grew even more uncertain. Rayli had abandoned his old path for 10 years, so could he still fully wield the secret arts of the Azure Cardinal? Noel already considered the succession guaranteed. He blamed his father's delay for all the recent trouble, but at least the old man had finally made the right choice. Another elder silently worried about power falling into the Pope's faction. The elder beside him thought Isaac was the ideal candidate, but unfortunately, he had been born too late. Noel confidently promised his father that once he took over, he would quickly restore order to the family. But before Noel could finish thanking him for the wise decision, Eli cut him off and asked what nonsense he was talking about. Eli Joshua's expression darkened as he made it clear that he had never said Noel would inherit the position. Noel froze, and everyone else in the room was equally stunned. Unable to accept it, Noel shot up and slammed the table, demanding to know if his father planned to choose Rayli instead. Noel lost control and even argued that Rayli could not produce an heir. Eli coldly warned him to know his limits, while an elder urged him to calm down. Just as the tension peaked, an angry voice suddenly shouted from behind, asking if that bastard had lost his mind. Noel froze for a moment before scanning the room, furious to find whoever dared insult him openly. It was Isaac. Without hesitation, he demanded to know why Noel kept targeting his uncle and repeatedly humiliating him over his impotence. As things grew increasingly awkward, someone quickly told Isaac to stop, but Isaac kept defending his uncle, arguing that Riley never chose to end up like this, yet everyone still looked down on him for it. The problem was that every word Isaac said only dug deeper into Riley Joshua's most embarrassing wound. Riley's face twisted, unsure whether to feel touched or devastated. He explained that everything still worked perfectly fine, then helplessly thanked his dear nephew for defending him. Isaac still did not get it, and asked why being impotent would even be something worth criticizing. He even shouted that nobody chooses to lose that ability. Even Noel had to step in and tell Isaac he was taking this way too far. Eli also interrupted, trying to end this increasingly painful attempt at defending Riley. Finally, Eli ordered Isaac to sit down. The moment his name was called, Isaac obediently returned to his seat. Once the room settled, an elder reasoned that if Noel was out, Riley had to be the most logical successor. Riley froze and pointed at himself, as if asking whether they were seriously talking about him. The others quickly agreed, saying Riley was a solid choice and surely would not refuse becoming family head. But Eli rejected that answer too. Riley was not his choice, and starting today, the rule limiting succession to older direct descendants would be abolished. That meant Eli's grandchildren could now compete for succession as well, instantly throwing the entire room into chaos. Noel tried to stay calm, insisting that even under the new rules, succession should pass through his generation first. But Eli immediately said no. Noel grew flustered and tried to argue that their children should come before their grandchildren. Eli gave him no room to argue and rejected him again. Seeing their confusion, Eli decided to explain the new rule as simply as possible. Isaac could barely hide his excitement. His grandfather had done exactly what he hoped. The ghost admitted that a pact with the Supreme God brought huge benefits, but Isaac never made that pact himself. Isaac calmly said everything was still going according to plan, leaving the ghost convinced this kid was anything but normal. Noel broke into a sweat and argued that Isaac was only 11. How could a child surpass his uncle's generation? Eli simply said it was entirely possible. He even cited history, where someone had become a cardinal at only 16. Noel argued that only happened because everyone in the older generation had died. But Eli remained firm. He only wanted to give every worthy candidate a path forward. Eli's rule was simple. Whoever first mastered the 9th-level secret art and earned the Holy Spirit's recognition would become the next family head. Everyone would have the same chance to prove themselves. Noel clenched his fists as his worst fear became clear. Under these rules, even 11-year-old Isaac could reach level 9 and claim succession. Noel asked if his father planned to remain family head for another 20 years. Eli replied that a holy maiden had once appeared at 11, so Isaac becoming a cardinal at the same age was hardly impossible. At Isaac's current growth rate, Eli believed he would almost certainly reach level 9 before adulthood. Eli sighed and said his body could probably hold out for another 5 years. After saying that, Eli fell silent as the scene shifted inside the castle. His announcement quickly became the talk of the castle. Many believed Eli had practically chosen Isaac as his successor, especially since he had opened succession to the grandchildren, some of whom were already nearing 20. Others thought Eli was simply giving the younger generation one chance. If they failed, succession would return to their parents' generation. Those 5 years would be Ella's chance to watch them while teaching the secret art. Benjamin overheard the discussion, but reached a different conclusion. His father was not creating a fair competition. He had truly chosen Isaac as the next family head. In other words, Eli was willing to wait for Isaac to grow up, but the Pope's faction would surely interfere, and nothing stopped a holy maiden from becoming family head. The coming succession battle would be anything but simple. Even so, Benjamin had high hopes for Isaac. With talent like his, the boy had an incredible future ahead of him. While everyone else weighed their options, Isaac stood nearby with a calculating smile. The moment Isaac learned that the Holy Spirit's recognition decided succession, his mind immediately went in a completely different direction. The ghost declared that its master had no chance now. Confused, Isaac immediately asked why. The ghost could not believe he even had to ask. To receive the Holy Spirit's answer, Isaac needed faith, the one thing he lacked most. It explained that recognition required following the doctrine and living by that faith. Apparently, Eli had accounted for this too. Isaac did not care. He saw no reason to obediently live by religious doctrine, and that attitude immediately made the ghost sense trouble. Sure enough, Isaac had found a shortcut. Kim Suri had a pact with the god of light. He just needed Suri to summon that god and convince him to take Isaac's side. Then the family head position would be within reach. The ghost reminded him that the god of light might not recognize him. Isaac's logic was simple. If that god did not want the Joshua family destroyed, he only had to declare Isaac worthy. The ghost could only point out that this was basically blackmail. Just then, Isaac scanned the area and spotted exactly who he needed, Kim Suri. Isaac figured the god of light was easy enough to deal with, and they still owed him anyway. Asking for one favor should be easy. With that, Isaac rushed towards Suri and called out. But before Isaac could act, a voice behind him mentioned that earning the Holy Spirit's recognition was enough to compete for family head. The stranger then turned to Isaac and asked if he was the kid Suri had been training. Isaac stared at him in confusion, wondering where this guy had even come from. Joseph greeted him warmly, joking that Isaac had grown so fast he barely recognized him, then turned to Suri. Unlike Joseph, Suri looked uneasy and could only mumble a reply. Joseph excitedly said he was thrilled that Grandpa had opened succession to their generation. Isaac immediately noticed Suri acting strangely around him, and his gaze toward Joseph quickly turned hostile. The ghost quickly introduced him. Joseph Joshua was Benjamin Joshua's eldest son and Holy Maiden Laia's twin brother. He was handsome, filthy rich, and infamous for his love life. Despite his noble blood, he cared little for the Joshua family and lived however he pleased. While the ghost kept talking, Isaac only wondered why this guy wore glasses. The ghost finally called Joseph, a defective version of Isaac Joshua, except rich enough to develop even more bad habits. Isaac coldly asked if the ghost had a death wish. Meanwhile, Joseph casually put an arm around Suri and brought up his pact with the god of light, asking him to summon the god for a meeting. Suri immediately played dumb and asked what he was talking about. Joseph reminded him that anyone seeking the family head position needed the Holy Spirit's recognition. The ghost was stunned. Joseph was planning the exact same shortcut as Isaac. Suri refused, reminding him that Grandpa said they had to live by their faith and doctrine. Joseph ignored him and pressured Suri over his connection to the Pope's bloodline, telling him to remember his place. Joseph complained that summoning a god himself meant a full month of brutal training and barely any food. Why suffer when there was a shortcut? Suri just had to summon the god for a few seconds and let his dear brother have a quick chat. Suri flatly refused, telling Joseph to summon his own god. Joseph's tone instantly changed. He mocked Suri for acting grown up and ordered him to obey his older brother. He even brought up Suri's brown hair, telling him to stop pretending he was a true Joshua. Isaac crossed his arms as his expression darkened. Seeing that, Suri panicked and shouted at him not to pull out that bell, leaving Joseph confused about what they meant. But Isaac was already reaching for the weapon hidden on him, coldly declaring that he was too old to play with bells anymore. Still unaware of the danger, Joseph kept pressuring Suri to stop making excuses and summon the Holy Spirit while he was still asking nicely. Seeing Isaac ready to strike, Suri suddenly decided the bell might actually be useful. Before Joseph could react, Isaac smashed him straight in the mouth. In Isaac's eyes, someone still unrecognized by the Pope's bloodline had no right to act superior. The impact sent Joseph flying far from where he stood. The weapon Isaac had drawn was another version of the Vajra bell. Holding it tightly, he angrily demanded to know who Joseph thought he was messing with. Suri was stunned by the sudden attack and quickly called out to Isaac, but Isaac did not care. Joseph was trying to steal the chance to summon the god of light that Isaac had already claimed. Furious that Joseph had interfered with his plan, Isaac declared that Kim Suri would summon the god of light for him because he would become family head. Once Isaac wanted something, nobody else was taking it first. Suri quietly reminded him that he had no intention of summoning the god for Isaac either. Still furious, Isaac turned back to Joseph. This guy ignored the Joshua family's doctrine, yet dared to use dirty tricks right in front of him. Suri immediately pointed out that Isaac was planning to do the exact same thing. Joseph finally sat up, clutching his head, confused and in pain, wondering where this lunatic had come from. He touched the spot Isaac had struck and froze when he saw blood on his hand. Thanks to the Holy Maiden bloodline, ordinary attacks had almost never injured him. Yet Isaac had drawn blood with a single strike. Joseph was still shocked by the strange weapon when Isaac charged in for another beating. Apparently, when words failed, fists were still the fastest solution. Faced with Isaac's fury, Joseph could barely speak and desperately told him to wait. Isaac had no intention of stopping. Instead, he suggested they warm up with a little sparring match right here. Joseph kept backing away, reminding Isaac that he was Joseph Joshua and technically his older brother. But Isaac could not care less. Being his older brother was nowhere near enough to make him back down. Isaac bluntly declared that the Joshua family would soon belong to him, then told Joseph to shut his mouth.